For many, the ceiling meant the end, but for the great Dark Archmage Diablo Volfer, who had nearly defeated even the gods, it was merely the beginning of a new chapter, and he was granted a chance to reincarnate. In this life he was named Jamie Welton, the eldest son of the prestigious House Welton and the official heir to the kingdom of Seodom. The moment he opened his eyes in a baby's body, the first thing Jamie felt was not hatred but his parents' boundless love. For the past 9 years he had lived as a typical noble boy. He led a life of abundance and peace, even earning praise from the servants for his affectionate nature. Yet behind that gentle smile, Diablo still burned with a fire for revenge. He vowed to make the 12 heavenly gods suffer a fate worse than death. Jamie's family life was suffocatingly happy. The atmosphere in the dining room was as warm and joyful as ever. Jamie had to feign innocence to blend into the atmosphere, and the room was filled with laughter. His younger sister seemed very happy eating the delicious food. This lively woman was Jamie's mother, the only daughter of the great House Bell. His father, Areno Welton, was one of the kingdom's 5 greatest swordsmen. Though he held an impressive title to Jamie, he was always just a man utterly devoted to his wife and children. Lastly, there was Sarah Welton, the second daughter of House Welton. Outwardly, his current life also seemed very happy and peaceful, but to Jamie it was nothing short of annoying. A single meal with his family was enough to completely drain his energy. This was because Jamie could never get used to their affectionate treatment. However, it was much better now than at first. And another thing was that Jamie was currently terribly weak, but he was fine with it. A new opportunity had arisen. But the 12 gods whom Jamie hated to his very core still existed and were exploiting their followers. In this era where dark magic didn't exist, this was the extent of his power, but it didn't matter. Jamie was certain that time would ultimately be on his side. The flames of revenge would now slowly burn more fiercely, and for now he had to continue playing the role of a kind, obedient boy. Every time he had to act that way, Jamie thought he would rather be sealed away again. His mother and sister were waiting downstairs in the hall, ready to hear him read children's books. Jamie pretended to be cute, wondering who would read the book today. His mother and sister immediately hugged him affectionately. And the book for today was a story about the sage Hess. His mother began to read the story, and it quickly came to an end. She asked the 2 children if they had enjoyed it, and Jamie's eyes immediately sparkled. He truly played the part perfectly. When Jamie said he wanted to become a great mage like Hess, his mother said that since he had already surpassed 3 magic teachers, he could surely do it. She then added that his father had promised to find him the greatest mage. Outwardly, Jamie smiled happily, saying it was wonderful. As Jamie was about to leave, his mother realized he was heading to the library. Before he left, she eagerly wanted to give him one more hug. Jamie was utterly sick of these situations, but he had to comply with his mother's wishes. His mother continued to praise him, saying he was adorable, and Jamie internally screamed in despair. A short while later, he finished reading the book in his personal study. This was the only remaining book on mana, but it didn't seem very helpful. As dinner time approached, Jamie rose from his seat, preparing to go to his room. The moment he stepped out the door, he encountered a stranger. This old man seemed to be the archmage his father had invited. Jamie paid no attention to the old man's words, instead focusing on the abundant amount of mana emanating from his body like a fierce storm. Jamie was certain this person was at least a 7th circle mage. Many questions arose in his mind. How could he have come here without a guide? Jamie decided to ask directly, but at that moment the old man, observing him with similar intensity, was convinced of his genius. Jamie also immediately realized that the old man was gauging his abilities. A change began in his hand. Jamie inwardly resolved to attack the moment the old man lowered his guard. From the old man's perspective, he couldn't help but be astonished by the 9-year-old's mana output and demeanor. The old man, wanting to confirm Jamie's abilities himself, activated his mana, and a dramatic confrontation was now poised to unfold. After that, Jamie gently released a stream of magic. It was slowly flying towards Rinmel. The beautiful blue stream of power was like an aurora. Seeing the mess before him, Jamie felt a bit helpless. It didn't work as he had expected. But something even more surprising happened. Damn it, my magic isn't working at all. However, Rinmel on the other side was also greatly astonished. Damn it, this is unbelievable. Is this really magic that a 9-year-old can wield? So the old man used his power. Not bad. Is it my turn now? That made Jamie curse inwardly. That old man, he's perfectly fine. Damn, Rinmel's power is flowing out. Jamie noticed it, but he was confident that the magic couldn't harm him, and he saw no reason to block it. Suddenly, Jamie's eyes widened. That surprised Rinmel. This kid isn't even blinking. As the situation became tense, Areno intervened. He shouted in anger, "You've gone too far." Then he turned to Jamie and asked, "Son, are you all right?" Jamie replied blankly, "Yes." Once he grasped the situation, he began to whine, "I think I'm somewhat okay." Areno worried. "The child really is shocked." His blood boiled, and he spoke resolutely as if challenging him to a duel. "We need to have a word, Marquis Rinmel." In the end, all these tricks were seen through by the opponent. "That kid is pretending to be scared in front of his dad." The old man laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Truly astounding. This is really amusing." Rinmel couldn't stop laughing. "Count, I truly envy you." Meanwhile, Areno was confused. To attack someone's son for no reason. A short while later, Areno and Rinmel were politely seated on the sofa. With a teacup in hand, he couldn't keep his voice from rising. "That child is my son and the heir to House Welton." But all he received from Rinmel was a relaxed reply. "I know." Areno's mood darkened. You say you know. Rinmel saw this and had to advise him. Calm down, how can we talk when you're emitting such killing intent, truly befitting a great swordsman? After that the old man opened his mouth and asked, how much do you know about your precious son? Arino maintained his gruff demeanor and retorted, about what? About your son's talent. As Rinmel spoke clearly, Arino had reason to argue again. HMPH, that's why I intended to entrust him to you. But you attacked the child for no reason, he thought inwardly. In fact, that man must definitely hold ill will towards my child. Rinmel said, it seems you know nothing. I will consider your request not accepted. Arino couldn't understand the old man's words. What do you mean by that? In any case, Arino's impression of this man was very poor. Rinmel was known as the most powerful 8th Circle Archmage among all living mages. An 8th Circle Archmage, the Marquis, doesn't acknowledge my son's abilities. That raised a question. Could it be that Jamie isn't as talented as I thought? Rinmel read his mind just by looking at his expression. Everything you're thinking right now is wrong. Arino began to lose his patience. Marquis, please be more clear. Then Rinmel revealed a shocking reason. The reason I won't accept your son is that I am not skilled enough to teach him. Arino was momentarily confused. If an 8th Circle Mage isn't enough, then who on earth can? And then he said, your son can read all my magic. Arino doubted his ears. What did you say? He began to reason. Unbelievable. Even if the child truly is that talented, furthermore, Rinmel asserted, and that child was certain my magic wouldn't reach him. The old man recalled Jamie's face during their earlier encounter. I was truly surprised to see the child show no wavering even in the face of my magic. Rinmel then added, that's not all. Your son has trained himself to become a 3rd Circle Mage. No, if it weren't for his frail body he would surely be a 4th Circle Mage. And the old man could assert, he's not a genius but a monster. A monster has been born. That child doesn't need to learn from anyone. So Rinmel presented a solution. Just support him and he will perfect himself. Perhaps this is the birth of the legendary 9th Circle Mage. Arino remained silent for a long time after hearing this. Unconsciously clenching his hands placed on the chair, Arino still couldn't believe the information he had just heard. My son could become a legendary 9th Circle Mage. Now Rinmel also nodded sincerely. I apologize for attacking your son. This was because the old man knew well that this matter would shake this land, no, the entire world. Rinmel said this would be very interesting. Meanwhile, Arino was lost in thought. He raised his head and gazed at the ceiling, countless questions swirling in his mind. The sound of someone sighing echoed within the large castle. Jamie, disheartened, leaned against the wall. Oh, for crying out loud, he grumbled unhappily. I'm tired. Mother heard about what that old man did. Memories of his mother surfaced. Jamie, are you all right? Oh dear, you must have been so scared, weren't you? Mommy will scold that man. I promise I'll give him a good scolding. And Jamie wondered how long he had been stuck in that act, then placed an object on the table, but thinking about it again, Jamie felt a bit better. This was because he had seen real magic this time. He believed that if that magic had existed in his previous era it would have been quite powerful. There was something Jamie cared about very much, but most of all, my father, Count Arino Welton. This man, I knew father was strong but I didn't know he was this strong, truly like my father. Rinmel suddenly appeared and asked, is something good happening? The moment he saw the old man, Jamie's life seemed to plummet into darkness. Moreover, Rinmel asked this, what do you make of not noticing someone was here? Jamie's scream echoed throughout the castle. He collapsed to the floor in shock. What are you doing here? Rinmel laughed heartily. Haha, seeing you so surprised, a child is still a child after all. Jamie continued to ask, how did you get into my room? Only now, as he revealed, I came in via teleportation. Did Jamie feel a deep sense of disappointment? HMPH, it seems my father just let you be, he agonized inwardly. I knew he wasn't an ordinary old man, but to be able to teleport so easily. Rinmel began to probe. You act like a child in front of your father, so why do you show such an attitude in front of me? Hearing that, Jamie's attitude became surly. Do you consider family and strangers to be the same? Despite that, Rinmel laughed. Ha ha ha. Truly are interesting. The old man said something else strange. Anyway, if I had been just a little stronger, you would have been in real trouble. But Jamie couldn't stop thinking. Rinmel is really a strange old man. So that's why he kept looking at me from our first meeting. Suddenly, Rinmel pulled out a book. Jamie was a little surprised. A magic book, so he wondered. Why are you giving me this book? Rinmel criticized. Your magic is outdated. Your magic is outdated. Jamie cursed inwardly. Damn it, he avoided the old man's gaze. My magic is outdated, how humiliating. But Rinmel thought he was touched by the gift. The old man leaned in and revealed something about the book. It also contains spells I created. You'll be the first to see them. Jamie repeated inwardly, magic. He picked up the book out of curiosity and began to read. This book contains the magic of a high-ranking mage. That old man also said my magic was outdated. After that, Rinmel spoke again. This time the old man was serious, have very high expectations for you. In fact, Rinmel was also looking forward to it. I wonder what you'll be like when we meet next. After skimming the book, Jamie was visibly excited. This might be better than I thought. Let's see just how great this book is, he summarized based on what he knew. Mana absorption is a technique that involves breathing in mana through the mouth and absorbing it into the heart. It is known as the most effective method, but the fact that it has limitations is a major drawback. Jamie read with concentration. Since he said my technique was outdated, I put a little expectation into his technique. He stared intently at the book, not even blinking. This is actually quite interesting. A moment later, Jamie closed the book. But it's difficult to execute. You have to feel each individual mana particle. He made a plan. I'll have to make contact with them and absorb them through the skin. I have to do it very precisely, Jamie thought with admiration. How many people could do this? It couldn't replace existing techniques. And I can satisfy both conditions too, he smiled brightly. But I am Diablo Volfer. Then he jumped up from the bed. Jamie happily picked up the book again. You gave me something quite good, old man, now, he vowed to himself. I will definitely master every single one of them. So Jamie snapped his fingers again to summon. I need your help. His familiar immediately appeared. Go. It sat on Jamie's shoulder and kept whimpering. Then he commanded. Break down the mana particles. Black closed its enormous eyes, then opened them as wide as possible. Jamie compared the details. First condition, break down mana particles into smaller particles so they can be easily absorbed through the skin. He thought there was one drawback to this, that you have to control the appropriate size and location. Jamie sighed with relief looking at the familiar before him. Thank goodness I have Black, then he exclaimed. Alright, let's start. Black and I have an ethereal contract. He'll break down the mana. The first condition was met. The second condition isn't a problem for my body either. If there's a limit to the amount of mana the heart can absorb, then I can just store mana in other parts of my body. In other words, I have no limits whatsoever. The next morning outside the mansion, the nanny stood before his door. She stood behind him, flustered, and he looked on with surprise. My lord. Inside the room, Jamie was sitting on the floor manipulating his key. He watched his son. The nanny next to him was a little worried. Young master. He saw the flow of energy moving in his son's body. His mana is swirling around. He wore an expression filled with uncontrollable astonishment. I know the Marquis gave him some lessons, but this is truly unbelievable. Then he recalled his usual gentle son. Since when did my son possess such innate talent? Then he turned to the nanny and instructed her to leave the child be. But leave a few servants here, she replied. Yes, my lord. Arino turned and left. The nanny clasped her hands worriedly. I hope the young master will be all right. His footsteps were slow and his mind was still lost in thought. So is he a mage then, not a swordsman? Is it from his mother's side of the family? His body stiffened, unable to believe the truth. Even so, he's too exceptional. Finally he smiled. He murmured in a voice full of conviction. Ninth circle mage, you can definitely do it. That day, under a clear sky, he closed his eyes in the mansion, and particles of energy surrounded him. Suddenly he opened his eyes. Jamie sprang up, clenched his fists, and cheered. I did it. The step of breaking down mana particles was quite complex and difficult. But if it doesn't work once, I'll try 10 times. Anyway, he felt the flow of energy moving through his body and was impressed. It seems I've reached a 4th circle mage. Thinking that far, Jamie sighed. Damn it, it was almost 5th circle. Suddenly, Black appeared above his head, whimpering incessantly. Beep, 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 beep. He also looked up and replied, No, I have no intention of modifying this body. This body is unbelievably weak. Black descended onto his shoulder and scrutinized him. He also smiled happily and rubbed his body against Black, reassuring him. All right, I won't rush it. It's fine, and I succeeded once, didn't I? Hearing that, Black seemed a little surprised. He added, so the second time will be easier. Immediately after, he raised his finger and cast a spell. Invisibility. Black's body faded. Black looked at him in confusion. Jamie looked up and advised, I'm going to see Father, so hide your mana well. I don't want Father to know about your existence. He turned, placed his hands on his hips and smiled, praising Black. Oh, I almost didn't spot you either, he declared with an excited smile. I've calculated everything. How could Father discover you? After that, he quickly turned and left. Let's go. A strong aura of dark magic emanated from Jamie's back. Black still flew above his head. Arino's room. He was looking at a person from the Zeni's cult who seemed very busy. What brings you here? The man clasped his hands and smiled. Sage, I merely came to see the Count. His face was full of cunning, and his eyes were narrowed. I know there was no precedent for religion here before. Thank you for allowing our Zeni's cult. Hearing that, Arino also responded with a smile. I permitted it, thinking it would be a great encouragement to the people here. The Zeni's cult member's face furrowed in incomprehension. Pardon, what do you mean by that? Arino explained slowly without hesitation. I always want the best, so I will make Zeni's the largest cult, starting from my territory, that is. The man also understood. Ah, he's letting me know who the power holder here is. The Zeni's cult member's expression darkened and he frowned, evaluating inwardly. He's warning me. I've heard rumors about him, but this is quite tense. Then he calmly clasped his hands. It seems you're busy, so I'll take my leave. The Zeni's cult member also echoed, Yes, my lord. Arino stood up, smiled brightly, and urged, Return safely. The man also stood up, bowed, and flattered. I wish you always good fortune. He left with a smile. However, his face immediately turned grim. Outside the corridor, Jamie was hiding against a wall, watching the Zeni's cult member leave. He gritted his teeth in tension, peeking out his head. I knew it. Then he fell into thought, looking at the crescent moon logo on the man's hood. In its center was a yellow cross, and what the man had just said came back to him. Questions repeated endlessly. Damn it, why? His face was filled with disgust and rage. How dare you be here, Zeni's? Thinking that far, Jamie worriedly bit his thumb. Why did Father allow their cult into this region? Why Zeni's of all places? Enraged, he bit his nail until it broke. I can't let this stand, I have to act, but right now I only have one option. He stood silently in the mansion corridor. Since this cult is operating in the Count's territory, the only way is to ask the Count to drive them out. He inwardly resolved to meet his father first and then begin his investigation. Immediately after, Jamie stood before Arino's door and announced, Father, it's Jamie. He went inside and sat in a chair next to his father with tea and snacks placed before him. "This is the Welton family tea." Arino looked at Jamie excitedly. "Yes, you succeeded, didn't you?" Jamie replied cheerfully. "Yes." Seeing his expression, Arino clasped his hands and said, "Magic must be really good." Jamie's voice was slightly endearing. "Yes, it's really good." Suddenly, Arino fell silent. Jamie also looked at him in confusion, smiling. "Is something wrong?" He hesitated slightly. "I just wish you could grow up like a normal child." Jamie looked back at him bewildered. "What?" His father's gaze seemed to be scrutinizing something. He recalled, "The boy is very talented." Then he closed his eyes. "But the life of a genius is the hardest in this world. If a genius child grows up, everyone will envy that child. And when he becomes an adult, those people will fiercely attack him." He hesitated, thinking of the stinging gazes directed at Jamie. Would that truly be good for Jamie? His hands resting on the chair clenched. His hesitant gaze searched Jamie. "Jamie, if the path of a mage feels too difficult, it's okay to give up, but I will always support you wholeheartedly." Jamie also smiled brightly and replied, "Don't worry, father." Seeing his son still looking cheerful, he also closed his eyes contentedly. "Yes, that's my son." He couldn't help but marvel, seeing the mana flowing from his body. "But damn it, is this the mana of a 9-year-old child?" At that sight he was slightly surprised. "I can already feel an enormous amount of mana from his body, and he's continuously absorbing more. Wait a minute." His eyes widened in shock. "What is this? Wasn't mana only supposed to be stored in the heart with a certain limit?" Then he looked at Jamie and asked, "Jamie, the magic book Marquis Rinmel gave you yesterday, have you already mastered it?" Jamie smiled calmly. Yes, inwardly he thought, "Not only that, but I've made it even better." Hearing that, Arino was even more astonished. "Marquis, what on earth have you created?" In Arino's astonishment, the room fell silent. How can a child achieve something like this in just one day? Is this boy perhaps? In his eyes, Jamie's body glowed with potential. Is he someone who could become the legendary 9th Circle Mage? Thinking this far, he closed his eyes and chuckled at his own thoughts. "Ha ha, compared to my son, my talent doesn't even come close to his. He could become a 9th Circle Mage." Jamie looked at his father with an uncomprehending expression. "Is something wrong, father?" Arino looked at his son with an excited smile. "I'm truly proud of you. I feel especially proud of you today." Jamie still sat in the chair, smiling gently, and Arino stood up, approached, and stroked Jamie's head. Jamie also responded with a laugh. Hee. In fact, his face and heart expressed endless revulsion for this head patting. "Please stop patting my head." Suddenly he pointed at Black, who was invisible above Jamie's head. "By the way, is that your summoned beast?" Seeing that, Black also whirled around in confusion. Eee. Jamie also looked back in surprise. Father can see him. His eyes were filled with doubt and confusion. "What is this? I clearly made Black invisible, but father can still see Black." Arino smiled cheerfully and described with his hand, "Is it a bat?" "No, it's a bit round for a bat." "Is it about this size?" Jamie was inwardly bewildered. "How strong is father exactly?" Then he closed his eyes with a sad expression and thought inwardly, "He didn't find out I summoned him with dark magic, did he?" And he explained to his father, "I made it look like a bat. I didn't tell you because I thought you'd be too surprised." Hearing that, Arino suddenly approached and hugged Jamie tightly, and he almost vomited blood. He exclaimed excitedly, "Unbelievable, you made it. Of course I'm surprised, but I'm even more surprised by your abilities. Oh my goodness, my son is a genius. I'm so proud, my son. I'm proud to be your father." After that, Jamie left the room. His face looked drained and he grumbled, "Damn it, why is this house so tiring?" That night, in a dark building, people bustled about. Jamie pulled his hood up to his head and said quietly. Black, who was above his head, transformed into wings, grabbed him and flew like an arrow. His eyes were filled with caution. "I must find out why those guys are here. Let's go." Thanks to Black, Jamie grew wings on his body, flying in the sky and observing the city. In an alley, two men were talking. The fat one asked, "What did he say?" The purple-haired man replied, "He said to follow the plan if we want to live." Hearing that, he also cursed. "Damn it, I don't know what's going to happen next." Philip closed his eyes and clasped his hands in prayer. "I don't even know what we're doing right now." His name was Philip of the Ribbon Crime Syndicate. On the other side, Jans looked around anxiously and shouted, "Don't you realize that guy is sacrificing half the organization for his own gain?" His name was Jans of the Ribbon Crime Syndicate. Immediately after, he stood up in anger and argued, "Hades is a place that allows organizations like ours to operate as long as we don't cross the line. But human trafficking is different. It will mess up this entire place." Across from him, Philip still calmly bowed his head. "If we're lucky, we might get away with it." Next to him, Jans fiercely objected. "That's just what you think. Do you think we can get away?" he asked worriedly. "Don't you know how much Count Welton cherishes children and his own child? What if he finds out we're trafficking children in his territory?" They recalled Arino's cold blade aimed at them. "By then we'll be dead meat." Philip still insisted. "But he assured us we wouldn't be discovered." Jans's voice trembled slightly. "He's confident we can escape from a master swordsman," he explained. "Han's people said they would handle it." He crossed his arms. "Han will do anything to become involved." Philip still sat with a dubious expression. So what now? Do we run or do we continue?" Jans made a decision with a serious face. "I'm going to run. It's the rule of the underworld. If responsibility for an incident falls on those involved, they shouldn't be touched." Philip still calmly looked up to confirm. "Okay, now we need to find a way to escape." He sat on the floor, crossing his limbs. "Do you have a plan? No matter how vast this place is, the organization will surely track us down." Sitting on a wooden box, he said, "Let's just try." It's better to try and die than to sit still and die, Jans doubted. Are there no other options, he replied. We'll see. He shouted in anger, unaware that someone was watching from a wall. Who suddenly decided to do human trafficking here? Philip concluded that someone must have contacted the boss. He's quite famous for reasons unknown. Jamie looked at them with cold eyes. Only then did the two men spot him and turn around. Jan stammered and shouted, and Jamie walked towards them. Who are you? He approached, smiling coldly, his cloak covering half his face. He spoke slowly, emphasizing each word. An interesting question. Who am I? Jan's hand clenched unconsciously. If you don't want to tell. He swung his fist, gritted his teeth, and charged at Jamie. Die, you bastard. Philip also drew his knife and charged. But they stopped in confusion as Jamie suddenly disappeared. The two men looked around warily, shouting, "Oh, where did he go? It's like magic." Suddenly, Jamie's eerie voice came from behind, terrifying Jans and Philip. "You're having a very interesting conversation. What are you talking about?" He descended from above, landing in front of the two men. Dark magic surged around him as he stretched out his hand, drawing lightning and smiling. "I'd like to hear the story." After that, the two men were beaten until they knelt before Jamie. He sat on a wooden box and they trembled. That was how it happened. The two men's eyes were dull and unfocused. Having heard the whole story, he looked at them with a heavy heart, thinking to himself, human trafficking, above all it's the very thing Father despises most. He looked down at them, fallen on the ground with contempt. Do they just have heads for decoration? Are these guys out of their minds? He gritted his teeth in anger, cursing inwardly. This is truly annoying. My head is already bursting because of those angels, and now these guys appear too. And how could they be so short-sighted? He frowned, lost in thought. What on earth did their boss eat to eagerly accept such a proposal? Surely he doesn't know what kind of person my father is, he muttered. I have a bad feeling about this. Jamie then sprang up, placed a hand on Jans's head and activated a spell. The two men were hypnotized, their eyes wide. He gave the command, "Go to the police station and the Duke's mansion yourselves and confess everything." They answered in unison, "Yes." As they stood up simultaneously, he watched their retreating figures with cold eyes. Tomorrow morning will probably be interesting. Once they had left and Jamie was alone, he turned, his task complete. Black, let's go back. Black created wings of dark magic on his back. Suddenly someone flew towards him. Jamie looked back, a little surprised. It was Philip, battered and gritting his teeth. His body was embedded in the wall behind Jamie, covered in blood. Jans also lay on the ground, having been thrown. They were sprawled there, and he looked on with an expression of disbelief. He was startled by the sound of laughter. "Ha, you fools." A group of people approached, shouting, and he looked in their direction. "Hey, you're too loud. The guards will come and arrest everyone." His eyes were cold. Where did that crazy bastard come from? He channeled dark magic in anger. How dare he do such a thing? Jamie then raised his hand and a massive dark magic circle appeared behind him. He waved his hand towards the two men and energy illuminated them, urging them, "I've saved you a little longer, so go and complete your mission." As their bodies gradually healed by magic, the leader of the group approached, laughing triumphantly. "Oh, look who it is. Bring those two over here. I'll take care of this one." His name was Bakhani of the crime syndicate. He looked at Jamie, who was healing the two men, and asked, "How do you want to die?" Hearing that, Jamie glanced back at him. "Ah?" He ordered his subordinates to bring the two men over. "Bring those guys here, I'll deal with them." Philip gasped for breath, tears streaming down his face, trembling. "Please save me." He watched them being dragged away in silence. His eyes filled with rage, he snarled coldly, "You country bumpkin." Hanny swiftly attacked his head, surprising Jamie. Hanny shouted, "Haha, what do you want to say? Die," he yelled, launching a continuous barrage of attacks at Jamie. "Die, die, die, die." Then he let out a laugh of ecstasy, exclaiming, "Ah, I like this. I really like this." Finishing his words, he waved his hand and flicked his tongue with a disgusted expression. "Shall I hear your desperate pleas?" His body lay burnt and sunken into the ground. A subordinate who had followed asked with a worried expression, "Boss, are you sure?" Hearing that, Hanny turned around angrily. "What are you talking about? I definitely killed him." Hanny was terrified when he whispered, smiling from behind him. "Is that all?" Hanny gritted his teeth and turned around, but Jamie was gone. He appeared before Hanny and asked, "Was it fun?" Hanny was startled. "What did you say?" Jamie smiled coldly, looking at him and waving his hand. "I'm asking if it was fun to kill your subordinate yourself." Hanny's eyes widened in shock. "What on earth is this guy? Why isn't he dead yet?" Hanny was confused, seeing the dark magic aura surrounding Jamie's body. "And what is that black energy?" As Jamie approached him, the energy grew stronger and his voice boomed. "I don't understand why a mere third circle mage acts like a menstruating girl." Hanny turned his head in surprise, then gritted his teeth and cursed, "You bastard, I'll kill you." Immediately after, he summoned a pillar of fire and shot it directly at Jamie. He chanted the spell's name. "Third circle magic, fire blast," he thought to himself. "It's not as good as the Megaman skill I idolize." He opened his eyes wide, confident, "But it's more than enough to turn that guy into ashes." "Die, you shorty." A flash erupted and suddenly he paused as dark magic spread towards him. Jamie sighed. Youth really knows nothing." Hanny stared, dumbfounded. Jamie scoffed, "Did you think you could defeat your old man? Now get out of here, child." He stretched out his hand and invisible threads wrapped around Hanny. Jamie smiled ecstatically. "And this is why your old man loves showing off his mastery against trash like you." Hanny fell to his knees on the ground and collapsed, hitting his head. The subordinates panicked, seeing the dark magic spreading around in their fallen boss. "That guy took down the boss too easily." They shouted in fear, "It's a monster, run!" Jamie calmly stretched out his hand. "Blame yourself for encountering Riot's balance system. Dark magic touched the face of one subordinate. He stared, eyes wide with terror. Jamie clenched his fist and shouted, "Whem!" Immediately after, the subordinate screamed in pain, spitting blood. Jamie smiled, looking at him. After speaking, he approached Hanny, who was lying on the ground. "Good." He gripped Hanny's head, then he bent down, smiling. "My slave, answer all the questions I'm about to ask." Hanny's eyes were vacant and drool dripped from his mouth. "Yes, master, reality." He grabbed Hanny's head and lifted it. Hanny trembled and replied, "Boss, the children." Jamie looked at him coldly. "Tisk, it's the same story I heard earlier. What a waste of time," he thought to himself. "I guess I'll just tell father about the human trafficking problem." Jamie then took his hand off his head and Hanny fell to the ground. "So what should I do with this guy now?" he thought. "Even if the butterfly shoots better than Gambit and wins, this Gambit fanboy won't accept the result and will die." Hanny lay unconscious. Jamie was lost in thought. He's a third circle mage, so normally I'd just turn him into a corpse, but even if I did, his sinful soul would rot away quickly. Plus there's the problem of the corpse's appearance. He imagined Hanny as a grotesque corpse, cursing inwardly. He'd be damn ugly. Thinking that far, he smiled, making a decision. "Oh, then I guess I have no choice but to issue an ultimatum." Then he muttered with a sinister smile, "He's a third circle mage, so he must have a lot of mana." He stretched out his hand towards Hanny's face. The energy of the magic circle emanated from behind him, and his eyes flashed. His palm glowed as he chanted, then, "Bon appetit." In the dark alley, smoke rose from Hanny's body. He looked down and complimented. "Not bad, as Gordon Ramsay would say." Jamie wiped the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief, impressed. There were too many impurities, but oh well, at least there was something to eat. Damn it, never mind. Only now did he turn to Philip and Jans, who were watching him from behind. "Now what are you two going to do?" As he approached, they stared at him with empty eyes. "It's been a while since I resurrected them, but it won't last that long." A stream of dark magic energy emerged from behind him, gathering into a sphere as Black appeared, crying with innocent eyes. Jamie's gaze was cold. He waved his hand, a bolt of lightning erupted, and his palm also glowed. "You still have work to do. How can you die?" He recalled the body of a bound puppet in the darkness and explained. "Necromancy is magic that revives the dead. While it's called resurrection, it's not truly so. Those revived by necromancy are merely empty shells. Because it's reviving the dead, it's an act against the laws of nature, reincarnation, and the will of the gods." As the source of energy illuminated Philip and Jans, they knelt with empty eyes. Jamie commanded, "You are dead, but for this moment you are not. From now on you will be my loyal slaves." The energy flowed out even stronger. He looked at them and reminded them, "You will be given another chance to live." Then he called Black, and Black also emitted energy. "Dark magic, Black, help me out." Black continuously poured energy from above him, and he transferred that energy to the two men. Jamie's eyes glowed purple, and the energy also gradually surged. "Let's begin. Reject death and rise." Blue veins popped out on Philip's body as it touched the energy. Jamie frowned, cursing inwardly. Damn it, this guy is still in the spirit world. His eyes blazed with a brighter purple, and dark magic enveloped them, urging them, "Awaken, you will be resurrected." Tears streamed endlessly from Jans's eye sockets, and he writhed in pain. Philip was no different, crying with wide eyes. Jamie frowned, veins throbbing in his face, and urged, "Rise!" Suddenly, Philip lifted his head and shouted loudly. Jans next to him also drooled blankly, only the whites of his eyes visible. From above, Black continued to pour out energy, and the ritual gradually came to an end. He looked down at them. The two men knelt respectfully before him like knights, and dark magic flowed from their bodies. "Master, what is it?" His face darkened, and he had an ominous premonition. "What the FCK? Something went wrong." He looked around at them, and they both stared intently back at him. Jamie cursed, "Damn it, why is there still dark magic energy left? Did I miss a step?" From above, Black landed on his head and explained, "Wee." Seeing Black complain, he was a little flustered and clarified, "What did I say? I didn't say anything to you." Then he carefully caught Black in his palm. "You did perfectly, don't worry." Black also nodded in reply. His face darkened with disappointment. He blamed himself, pulling Black's cheek. "I think I made a foolish mistake. I knew it might fail, but the more I think about it, the more annoyed I get." Black complained loudly. "Eee." With his cheek stretched, Black felt dizzy. Jamie still muttered, "I don't usually rely on my past achievements or level, but it's just a shame that everything seems to have vanished like a failure." Black was dizzy. "Eee." He approached the two men kneeling on the ground. I can't use these guys in this state. Should I just donate them to a charity or something?" Jamie closed his eyes, hesitating for a moment. "If these guys keep emitting dark magic energy, they'll be useless." From above, Black violently shook his head in protest, then pounced on him and bit his cheek. He was startled and recoiled, and Black bounced off far away. "Damn it, are you a girl or something? Why are you suddenly biting my neck?" Black cried helplessly. Then he jumped onto Jamie's head, looked down, and shouted, "Eee." Immediately after, Black began to absorb the dark magic energy remaining in his body. He was slightly surprised to see that. "Oh, you could do that?" Black, full of energy, proudly lifted his head. Immediately after, Black absorbed the energy with all his might. Then he looked at Philip and Jans, who were still kneeling respectfully, and declared, "Now there's no need to donate these guys to charity." He turned his head and looked at Black, who had fallen to the ground with a dark expression. He bent down and stroked Black's enlarged body, praising him. "Black, amazing, well done, my boy." Then he turned to the two men, excited. "Now I need to give you names," he urged. "Awaken, you who are named Jans." Hearing that voice, Jans also opened his eyes and looked up. He also called the other man named Philip. Jamie's call echoed, and he smiled, conjuring dark magic around his body. "Awaken, rise up, you shorties." The two men looked at him in surprise. As Jamie stretched out his hand towards them, dark magic began to flow. They sat silently staring at him. Jans and Philip both looked on with expressions of disbelief. Then he glared at them and announced, "Congratulations, you've answered the 150 million won quiz show question correctly." On this side, Philip trembled with fear, sweating profusely. Who is this child? He only looks about 9 or 10, and the mana he's emitting. It's too terrifying. In front of them stood Jamie with a demonic face surrounded by formidable dark magic. He's just like the one I read about in old fairy tales, the one who killed a god that shouldn't exist. His eyes widened in shock. A being whose mere presence could turn people into cats. Yes, that's exactly it. Jamie smiled, staring coldly. What's wrong? He growled, and the energy surged even stronger. He shot a threatening glare. Do I look like a teacher handing out exam papers? Philip froze in fear. Then he clenched his fist and clearly shouted, I don't know if you're a god or a devil, but you don't feel human. He looked at that, a little surprised, and inwardly admired. Who interesting. His attitude isn't that of a slave looking at his master. He pointed somewhere and declared, Perhaps it's because I didn't use my magic properly earlier. Then he lowered his hand. Well, never mind. Damn it doesn't matter. As his finger moved, Philip's head slammed into the ground, his eyes widened in shock, and he trembled, coughing. Cough, Jamie warned with a cold gaze. I'll let it slide just this once. If you ever show that attitude again. Then he looked at them, smiled, and informed them, You have but one task, investigate the Zeni's cult and gather information. They respectfully bowed and replied in unison, Yes, master, he added. And one more thing, Jamie urged them, bring me someone who knows about human trafficking. I have a job for that scoundrel. The two also bowed and replied together, Yes, master. Afterward Philip looked up, but Jamie was already gone. He lifted his head and let out a sigh of relief. Ha, he's gone. Jans, who was beside him, did the same. Phew. They looked at each other in silence. Jans hesitated and suggested, Shall we go, brother? Philip also started moving and confirmed, Yes, let's do as he commanded quickly. On the other hand, Black stared intently at Jamie, continuously grumbling, Eee. Jamie walked, explaining, and Black kept flying beside him, advising, It'll be fine, I've bound them tightly so they won't be able to defy my commands. He glanced at Black beside him and added, And if they do, Father himself will resolve the human trafficking case. But Black bit his cheek and cried out, Beep. Jamie's face darkened, and he grumbled annoyedly, I can't keep this, I'll have to destroy it soon. Footsteps were heard rushing from behind. He didn't notice the dark shadow rushing towards him and muttered, Let's move forward today and tomorrow. When someone crashed into him head-on, Jamie was also surprised and gritted his teeth. He fell backward, crying out in pain. Jamie was also startled and looked back. What did I hit? He looked at the person with an angry face and shouted, Are you blind? Upon realizing it was a frightened boy lying on the ground covered in dirt, he lowered his voice, It's just a kid. The child also got up angrily, pointed at his face and shouted, You're a kid too. Only then did Jamie remember amidst the boy's anger and muttered, Right, that's true. I'm 9 years old now. He stood up and declared, I'll let it slide this time. From now on watch where you're going. Then he turned and left, leaving the boy sitting on the ground. The boy behind him scowled, his face darkening with dissatisfaction, and muttered, What's he talking about, acting like an adult when he's still wet behind the ears? Suddenly Black bit his head, startling Jamie. He froze. The child also stared in confusion. Jamie looked back. What's wrong? The creature looked at Jamie with angry eyes. What? Jamie's eyes widened in surprise. Black, don't tell me it's because that guy made fun of your color? He inwardly gasped, his eyes widening. That guy, daring to block his master in consciousness? Where did he learn that? Black's voice echoed. You'd better watch your mouth, kid. Yes, if you don't want to die. Jamie's eyes widened, feeling the amount of mana spreading around him. The other person on the opposite side also closed his eyes in fear, bowed his head and fled. Sorry. Jamie saw that and got angry. How are you satisfied now? Black cried out joyfully. Jamie urged in the city's dark night. Let's go home quickly now. Upon arriving at the mansion, Black was utterly deflated, not daring to look him straight in the eye. Jamie sat cross-legged on the bed, angrily pressing him. Do you know what you did wrong? Black sat on the floor, crestfallen. Beep. Jamie saw that and became even angrier. Don't ever do that again. If you do it one more time, I won't let you out. Black flustered, flapping his wings, and explained. Beep. Jamie couldn't understand. Seriously, where did you learn something like that? Eventually, he collapsed onto the bed and buried his face in the blankets. I'm exhausted. I used more strength than I thought. Then he rolled over. Things will get busier from now on. From now on, I'll live without worries. That's my life, and in my journey, the gods will appear, and all of them will be the last gods. A crescent moon and cross emblem. His hands clenched unconsciously. Afterward, Jamie placed his arm over his forehead as if in agony. Bring them, as many followers as you wish. Cold purple light emanated from his eyes. I'll drive them all out. A voice called from a lit alley. Where's my brother? Ricky looked at Jans in astonishment and shouted, Jans, you're alive? He pressed him. I'm asking where my brother is. The man's face was filled with terror and trembling. Honey said he killed you guys. How are you alive? He thought inwardly. Surely they weren't taken down by guys who can't even use energy. Suddenly a fist flew at him and he closed his eyes in fear. Philip's fist grazed his head, but his voice was full of menace. I won't ask twice. He trembled in surprise. What is this power? What happened to that guy? No, more importantly. Then he looked at where people were gathered and concluded that the other gang members were not visible. If Chance has returned, there must have been a huge commotion. Ricky's face was filled with terror. He tried to raise his hands as if he meant no harm. It seems everyone else got caught. What should I do? First, I don't know where your brother is imprisoned. Someone approached from behind, making him even more frightened. Is that true? Ricky flustered. Philip on this side. Philip pressed him coldly. I'm asking if that's true. He smiled hesitantly in surprise. Of course, anyone you ask will give you the same answer as me. Hearing that, he also frowned with annoyance. This is troublesome. To carry out the master's command I need the boss. The boss would have been informed of everything happening in the city. He must know something about the Zenny's cult. Suddenly, Ricky's voice became even more menacing, and as he widened his eyes a red light emanated. He spoke each word with emphasis. Where do you think the boss is? He also felt the killing intent and his face darkened in fear. I need to answer rationally. Otherwise my head will fly off. Ricky's body stiffened and he hesitated. The boss loves women and alcohol, so he probably went to a bar or a place with both. Hearing that, Jans also looked at Philip and agreed. He's right, brother, he confirmed, and let's go to the bar. On this side, Ricky also let out a sigh of relief. Phew, I'm alive. Suddenly, Jans punched him in the face. He fell to the floor and Jans suggested, the guy the master told us to bring, how about this one? Then he looked around curiously. But where should we put him? Should we tie him up in the forest? Philip approached and kicked him a few times. Not bad, but how about locking him in our warehouse? Then he turned his head and urged, let's go, we've wasted too much time. Behind him he followed, carrying him on his shoulder. Yes, elsewhere a door opened. The person was startled to see the group inside lying on the floor and he entered. What is this? He looked around at the corpses strewn in a pool of blood. What happened? He bit his lip in fear. Are they all dead? Then he frowned, lost in thought. I thought I was just getting beaten for not meeting yesterday's quota, but no one here can beat me. Immediately afterward he turned around again and ran towards the door. I need to escape from here before I'm misunderstood. The next morning, Jamie woke up in his large bed and sighed. Phew, I must have been completely drained. Time to get up. He lifted his head, then sighed, lowering it again. I can't avoid it today either. He put Black on his shoulder and walked down the hallway. Then he stopped and explained to Black. Black, Father can sense your presence, so I'm going to dismiss your summoning. Black also happily circled around. He opened the door and Arino and Sarah were at the dining table. Good morning, Father, Mother. Father smiled, leaning on his arm and looked at him. Good morning, Jamie also said excitedly. Yes, Sarah slept very well last night. Seeing only the two of them, he didn't notice a wisp of hair moving on the opposite chair and wondered, but where's Mother? She quickly darted out and shouted, your mom's right here. Jamie was also startled. Mother? Immediately afterward he looked up, smiled and acted cute. Where were you hiding? I didn't see you at all. She exclaimed. Really? His eyes looked elsewhere, forcing a smile, and he already knew inwardly. I knew where Mother was hiding, but then she looked at him, smiled and stroked his head. My little Jamie. Were you scared? He replied excitedly. Yes, but I was really happy to catch Mother. She clapped her hands in delight at his reaction. Oh, you're such a good boy. Jamie flustered and changed the subject. Mother, we should eat. She quickly came over and rubbed her face against his. You're so adorable. Let Mommy give you a hug. His face looked bored. Sarah, who was beside him, also rubbed her cheek against his. Me too. His heart was screaming. Someone stopped them. Immediately afterward, everyone sat at the dining table. Sierra looked at Sarah and said excitedly, Sarah, let's eat. She darted towards the girl and rubbed her cheek. My cute beep. Jamie looked at them with a hint of regret. I want to touch that child's cheek too. A baby's cheek must be very soft. Thinking that, he slammed his head on the table, startling Sarah. He screamed inwardly, soft my foot. What am I thinking? I've gotten too used to this piece. After finishing the meal, Father suddenly spoke. Oh, speaking of which, tomorrow is the day. Sierra also agreed. That's right, it's already tomorrow. Beside them, Jamie and his younger sister looked on in confusion. It's happening tomorrow. Father's eyes widened and he looked at him in surprise. What? Didn't you tell the children, dear? On this side, Sarah also turned her head and grumbled. Oh, I was so worried about our son that I forgot. Hearing that, Jamie was also a little flustered, and in his mind he recalled his mana circulation ability. Ah, the full-body breathing incident. Knowing Mother's personality, she must have held back a lot. He bowed his head, deflated. I'm sorry. She looked at him seriously. Mommy's fine because she knows our son is all right. But if you keep pushing yourself like that day. Then she turned around, hugged the wall sadly and lamented. I might collapse in the hallway from worry. Behind her, Jamie also looked on helplessly. I won't do it again. He lifted his head and asked curiously. So what's happening tomorrow? Hearing that, Sierra also rushed to her chair and said excitedly, Ho ho, tomorrow we're attending a ball, a grand ball hosted by Count Mong and Count Welton. He recalled his father and the red-haired man. Most of the nobles living in the northern part of the Seodom Empire must attend. Currently she excitedly ran to the two of them. You've never been to a ball, but now you're old enough to go to such places. Mommy is so excited. As Sarah grabbed her clothes next to him, Jamie also realized, this means my precious free time is about to disappear. That night, inside a large mansion, he stood in his room already wearing a black cloak. Immediately afterward, Black appeared behind him and transformed into wings. Jamie stood before the window ready to fly. Let's go see those two scoundrels, Black also replied. The two went to an alley. As he landed on the street, a door opened. Philip and Jans, who were sitting inside, sprang up and looked towards the door. Master, you've come. He approached, removed his hood and looked at them. Yes, did you do what I asked? Philip's face showed a hint of guilt and he stared at him stiff. I apologize, Master, we haven't found any information about the Zenny's cult yet. That cult was only recently formed. Hearing that, Jamie also understood inwardly. Right, it would be difficult for even a Ribbon gang member to get information in just one day. Then he added, asking, Understood, what about the other matter? Philip replied, This is the one on the other side. Ricky was tied to the floor, continuously shouting in terror. He grasped the situation. That hair color, it can't be. His gaze was filled with even more terror. Did House Welton find out? The three of them stood before him. Philip introduced. This one is a Ribbon gang member. He knew we would be killed by Hanny, Jamie reconfirmed. Meaning he's an insider, Jans beside him denied. But he doesn't know anything, Jamie instructed them. I will interrogate him. His eyes were filled with resolve and he untied the cloth covering his mouth. On the other side the tape covering Ricky's mouth was also removed. Immediately afterward his face darkened and he cried out in fear. Please spare me. I truly know nothing. But if you spare me I will gather any information you need. His voice was as eerie as if from hell. Ricky's eyes widened in terror and he froze. What is this chilling sensation? As Jamie approached, dark magic swirled around demanding, I have no intention of killing you. I merely want to send you on an errand. He also felt the cold radiating around. I feel endless wicked energy. Then he sobbed in fear and cried out, I'll do it. I'll do anything you ask. If you tell me to find the boss I will. So please just spare my life, he growled and warned. Too noisy. Then he stood before him. You have only one task. Ricky bowed his head, wondering inwardly, why can't I speak all of a sudden? His hand approached Ricky's head, his eyes glowed a cold purple, and as his palm touched his head it shone and dark magic spread around. Jamie commanded, immediately go to the Count and report what your organization has done. Immediately afterward Ricky stood up like a puppet. He staggered and walked towards the door. Jans and Philip also watched him. Jamie put Black on his shoulder, looked at them and warned, don't pity him, he won't be chased by the organization. The Count will deal with them first anyway. Then he turned and instructed them, you two should also escape from the city. The two looked at him and confirmed, yes master. Beside him Black suddenly poked his cheek and said something and Jamie's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Why aren't you asking me for a reason today? Philip and Jans on their side also bowed their heads, confirming that the master's command was absolute and they merely needed to obey. Suddenly Philip cautiously raised his head. I think I know why you gave that order. He complimented them, saying they had a good grasp of the situation. He looked at them with a serious face. You're right, he thought to himself that his father would definitely clean up Ribbon. Meanwhile, the existence of these two abandoned people would no longer matter. Finishing his words, he turned his head to look at them and added, I will be away for a few days. Stay out of sight until I return, the two replied simultaneously. Yes, master. As his figure disappeared into the city night, Philip suddenly chased after him, calling out, Master. He looked back at them, puzzled. What is it? His face was clearly flustered, and he gripped the clothes on his chest, looking at him. What exactly have we become? He understood himself. We know we're corpses. We've accepted it because we can't go back. I don't even want to go back to my previous state. I'm content with this power. Philip's hand tightened on his clothes. But I need to know what kind of creatures I've become. Seeing him still approaching, he also turned to look. What exactly are you curious about? He asked, bewildered. Our power has become much stronger than when we were alive. Then he asked, are we perhaps high-ranking undead? He widened his eyes in surprise and chuckled. Being laughed at, he also stammered, puzzled. I'm sorry, did I ask a foolish question? He smiled elegantly, pointed with his finger and explained, no, it's just amusing. A normal person would usually ask if they'd truly become undead. I've never seen people adapt as quickly as you two. You're really interesting. Philip hugged himself, looking at him with slightly awkward eyes. Ah, thank you. He still smiled innocently, lost in thought. I've never seen anything like this in my life. Jamie recalled the corpses stitched with multiple needles crawling over pools of blood. Normally they refuse to accept their condition. They've lost their humanity and become monsters, but these guys are completely opposite. He looked at Philip and Jans, who were talking to each other. Maybe I've picked up some gems here. He looked at them and explained. You're just zombies. Your appearances are maintained as they were before death, that's all. After becoming zombies, your power has become stronger than that of ordinary humans. On the other side, Philip bowed his head as if he had expected it, but still trembled, slightly flustered. Understood. So we're just ordinary zombies. He smiled and turned away. Black was also excited. But who knows, depending on what you do, you might become high-ranking zombies. Hearing that, the two men's eyes sparkled with excitement. He turned around. I'm leaving. Stay well hidden. Behind him, they replied simultaneously. Yes, master, please return safely. Next to him, Black suddenly whispered to Jamie. Beep beep, he also replied. Don't say those guys are pathetic. I think they're quite interesting. They even remind me of that guy from my previous life. Then he returned to the mansion. I've spent too much time here. Let's go back quickly. That night, a great commotion occurred at the Welton estate. A member of the Ribbon Crime Syndicate, a large criminal organization that started in Hades, exposed his own organization. The Count had to delay their departure time to resolve all the issues. So only the three of us went to Lon, the largest commercial city in the east. He sat in the carriage, lost in thought, believing that he could get there immediately by using teleportation magic. On the other side, Sierra was holding Sarah and sleeping. Things must be much better than before. He smiled contentedly. They've advanced so much, incomparably, to the age of legends. The problem is, I don't know how long it's been since I died. The historical events after his death were recorded in history books. The Demon King and demons had waged a frenzied war. The demon race had invaded and the Demon King had also descended. Currently, Jamie was sitting cross-legged in the palanquin, eyes closed, lost in thought. Of course, peace has lasted without such incidents for the past few hundred years. Perhaps I was the one who ended that peace. Then he exuded dark magic and declared, 12 foolish gods couldn't even form an alliance for so long. I can defeat them more easily than last time. Many lives were lost then, but it's none of my business. On the other side, Sarah was awakened by his energy and muttered in her sleep. He was also startled, withdrew the dark magic and controlled his mana. The girl fell soundly asleep again. He thought of the imperial city. First, I need to get through this ball safely. After that, the carriage quickly entered the city gates. Inside, houses were densely packed, the market was bustling, and there were magnificent castles. Jamie leaned his head out the carriage window, his face flushing, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Regan is truly an astonishing place." Inside, Sierra still smiled calmly. "It's the largest commercial city in the kingdom, after all. You won't find anywhere better than Regan for the immense amount of capital flowing through the entire continent's economy. Isn't it truly amazing?" He was impressed by her words. "Wow, that's incredible." Then he stood silently in front of the carriage door, lost in thought. "I heard that Lon was the biggest factor in the Seodom Kingdom's prosperity, and this must be irrefutable proof." Next, they stood in front of a building in the city. "We've arrived." He smiled excitedly at the thought of meeting Count Simon. "My heart is pounding." She looked at him that way, a little surprised. Immediately after, Sierra ran and hugged Jamie tightly. "My son is so cute. Are you very worried?" That startled him too. "Why are you doing this?" she exclaimed excitedly, and he screamed internally in despair. "My son's heart is pounding, so cute. All right, Mommy will hold your hand." After that, Sierra calmed down and explained, "Count Simon is someone you admire because you want to be a mage, right?" His expression was unsightly and he drooled, replying, "Yes." She pushed him into the middle and put her arm around his shoulder, praising Marquis Rinmel. "Count Simon is very outstanding. He's a great mage who reached the 7th circle around your father's age. He's one of the 2 leaders who lead the Eastern noble faction with your father, and he's also the Lord of Regan." Next to them, his younger sister also approached. Following this, Sierra recalled a blood-stained lotus in a lake and used it as an analogy. "His magic is like a red lotus, like his nickname, the Mage of the Scarlet Lotus. I heard that magic claimed thousands of lives." Hearing that, Jamie also raised his head curiously and asked, "What kind of person is the Count?" She looked at him with a slightly eerie face as if recalling something. "He has blood-red hair. Were you scared?" Jamie's mind also became lost in thought. "The Mage of the Scarlet Lotus, 7th Circle. I'm not very interested in such things, but that power that claimed thousands of lives with a single attack, I'm curious about that magic." Their carriage entered the mansion gates. He resolved in his heart that he wanted to talk to him. "My conversation with Marquis Rinmel was too brief and faded. What if I talked to Count Simon?" On this side, she elegantly lifted her skirt after disembarking from the carriage. "Children, follow Mom." Slowly, he followed right behind. Yes, in front the butler was already waiting and bowed respectfully to them. "You must be the Countess Welton." She looked at him and replied, "Yes, that's me." People were coming and going around, and the butler suggested, "I will guide you to the mansion." They were led to an empty room with bright lights. The butler looked at them and announced, "You can wait here until the ball begins. If you have any problems, please call the butler." After that, Sierra looked around and complimented, "Count Simon is truly meticulous." He also smiled and replied, "Yes." The butler opened another room and looked in that direction. "Young master, please use this room." He felt an inner liking for this gesture. How kind to have a private room like my parents at this age. I hadn't expected it. In front, Sierra turned around and urged, "Come back as soon as you finish unpacking." He also confirmed, "Yes." A few minutes later, servants helped Sierra's party with their makeup and changed their clothes, constantly complimenting them. "Your hair is so soft. Oh my, you look truly beautiful." On this side, he couldn't help but admire her, and she was slightly embarrassed. Wow, his eyes sparkled as he stared intently at her, complimenting, "Mother, you're truly beautiful." Following this, she also enthusiastically responded, "Hee, my son thinks Mom is really cool too." Jamie also replied excitedly, "Yes." At his compliment, Sierra clapped her hands and cheered, "I'm so happy." Immediately after, she ran over and looked at him with a greedy face. "You look so cool today too. I want to hug you. I want to hug you so bad." From behind, the maid reminded, "Madam, please restrain yourself. Your makeup will be ruined." Hearing that, she was also startled. Tears welled up as she pleaded, "Just once, I'll just hug you once." But the maid was firm. "No, your dress will get wrinkled." He secretly sighed in relief. Thank goodness. Following this, Sarah also came out wearing a pink dress. The servant announced, "The young lady is also ready." Seeing the girl, Sierra also cheered, "My daughter is so cute." Next to him, he also blushed and complimented, "Oh Sarah, you look just like a doll." The girl raised her hand to cover her face and asked back, "Really, big brother?" He approached, placed his hand down, bent over to look at the girl and confirmed, "Yes, very cute, but isn't it uncomfortable? Just bear with it a little." Sarah cheered. "Yes," the maid reminded. "Young master, you must also get ready. We'll be leaving right away." After that, the three quickly finished preparing and headed to the ballroom where the atmosphere was boisterous. Jamie looked around and assessed, "Are noble balls usually this lavish?" From above, Sierra and Sarah also looked around. They were in the Simon family's ballroom. He wondered, does Count Simon usually entertain so extravagantly? They sat at a table. She confirmed, "Yes, you'll be surprised when you see him." On the other side, young ladies and wives approached, greeting them warmly. "Countess Welton, it's been a long time." "Oh my, you're still beautiful. Look at that dress, truly befitting the lady of House Welton. This is a cloak made of cotton from our territory. I've prepared it so you can wear it in winter." His mother also replied elegantly, "Thank you for your consideration." Jamie sat on one side, his arm resting on the chair, looking bored. "They're trying to curry favor with House Welton. I've seen this sight many times before." Mythical era, things not recorded in history. He recalled the fanatics with the thorny crescent moon and cross emblem. There were foolish people who flattered the gods. After that, Jamie also closed his eyes, turned his head with a dark expression. Truly sickening. Fortunately, my mother handles such people well. Suddenly, the host stood on the stage and cleared his throat. Ahem ahem, can everyone hear me? At the sound, everyone looked in that direction. The head official on the center stage introduced the distinguished guests attending the ball hosted by the Simon family. It is an honor to welcome you all. I am Lon Banner and I am responsible for the administration of this Reagan region, murmurs constantly echoed. Lon smiled and announced, the ball will begin shortly. Everyone please be seated in your designated places and enthusiastically welcome Count Simon and his family. They are now entering. He extended his hand in that direction. On this side, a man with red hair and cold eyes approached. Seeing him, Jamie was also slightly shocked and sprang to his feet. Count Richter murmured, it's been a long time, below. Jamie swallowed hard and stared intently. The man with a sleepy expression opened his mouth. Welcome to the ball, I hope everyone enjoys themselves. Jamie exclaimed excitedly to himself. He's a 7th circle mage. Amidst the bustling party, he stared intently at the stage, lost in thought. Unbelievable. That man is on par with Marquis Rinmel, or perhaps even greater. Suddenly, he approached in that direction. The Mage of the Scarlet Lotus, Jamie thought with an excited smile. It's better than I expected. This will be truly interesting. On this side, Count Richter stood behind with his family, and bowed to Sierra, who was sitting in a chair. It's been a long time, Countess Welton. You've become even more beautiful than last year. She was also startled, turned her head, then rose, lifted her skirt, bowed and still smiled. Don't mind it. I'm relieved to see you both looking healthy. Then he looked around and said, slightly disappointed, but Count Welton didn't come this time? She confirmed. No, he'll be here tonight. There was an urgent matter in our territory. Finishing his words, Count Richter turned his gaze toward Jamie. Understood, and this child is your son. He also raised his head and looked. Yes, he is my son, Jamie Welton. Sierra looked towards her daughter and added to introduce, and this child is my daughter, Sarah Welton. Children, say hello. The two quickly stood up. Jamie bowed in deference. I am Jamie Welton, the eldest son of House Welton. Next to him, Sarah also lifted her skirt and smiled. I'm Sarah, hello. Lady Simon saw that and blushed, complimenting. Oh, the children are truly lovely. Sierra immediately replied, thank you, they are intelligent children. She smiled. Ho ho, I can tell just by looking. On this side, Count Richter glanced in that direction. Count Richter's gaze contained undisguised scrutiny, and he merely raised his head and smiled back. He's examining every inch of my body. Go ahead and look. Jamie's hand clenched, exuding energy. He looked at it, smiled, and was intrigued. Your name is Jamie. He frowned and smiled firmly. Yes, he narrowed his eyes and looked at him with interest. We'll meet again later. He also looked back unreservedly. All right. Count Richter turned his back and left. Jamie's eyes glowed with cunning. He mused, anticipating Count Simon. He's more than I imagined. I'm really looking forward to talking with him. In the banquet hall, Sierra waved her hand. Enjoy yourselves. Lady Simon also responded. Please make yourselves comfortable here. Anne looked back at him, muttering inwardly, Jamie Welton, across the hall. Jamie looked at his mother, curious. When is father coming? She replied he might be a little late. Meanwhile, Count Richter's family also took their seats. After that, Anne asked her father, Father, what do you think of Count Welton's son? He asked. Why are you interested in a 9-year-old child? Upon hearing that, Anne's brow furrowed, but then she wore a calculating smile. He might be young now, but in the future he's the one who will lead House Welton. Wouldn't it be good for us of the same generation to get close now? Count Richter thought with a scrutinizing gaze. I heard he's been associating with other noble children recently, acting as their leader. He then raised his head. He's trying hard to gain my approval. It's a rather pointless endeavor, but humoring him a little wouldn't be bad. He judged Jamie to be an innocent child. Upon hearing that, excitement flashed across Anne's face. Anything else, father? He said to the servant. Bring out the appetizers. The servants replied, Yes, Count. This table was entirely silent. Lady Richter placed her hand on her son's hand. She admonished him, but he seemed rather uninterested. Try to get along with them. Our two families have been allies for a long time, haven't they? But then he smiled obediently. Of course. Don't worry, mother. Seeing that, she also smiled contentedly. Ho ho, such a good boy. Then she turned back to the servant. Bring more appetizers. His face darkened with anger, and he inwardly frowned. I'm sorry, mother. Amidst the crowd, Anne's gaze was fixed on Jamie. I have no intention of befriending such a lowly fellow. He imagined Jamie bleeding, coughing, and kneeling on the ground. I'll make him kneel at my feet. Suddenly a hand grabbed his shoulder, startling Anne. From behind, Count Richter bent down, smiled, and whispered in his ear. Truly my son. Anne's face flushed as he turned. I'll make father acknowledge me, he laughed triumphantly. The count beside him also glanced at him, then smiled as if realizing something amusing. The party was still bustling. Sierra asked with her arms crossed behind her. Sarah awkwardly hid behind her mother's skirt. Did you make any friends? He replied, Yes, mother. Then she turned and left. He waved goodbye from behind. Once she left, his eyes turned cold and he fell into thought. Friends, what a joke. I should enjoy this free time mother gave me wisely. Is there a quiet place around here? Jamie stood in the mansion's quiet garden, and a glass conservatory appeared before his eyes. He approached and couldn't help but admire Anne's tea set. Oh, then he approached the birdcage and the flowers around the garden, impressed. He seems to have other talents besides magic to have cultivated his talent to this extent. I'm really looking forward to our conversation. Before he could finish his thought, someone interrupted him from behind. Who are you talking to? His hand summoned a lightning arrow defensively. He then turned and swung his hand to throw it backward, and the arrow flew swiftly. As the sharp arrowhead aimed directly at a girl, her face turned pale with fear. Jamie was startled, stopped his attack, and glared in that direction. Confirming she was harmless, he waved his hand and retrieved the arrow. Azareth trembled, sweating, and sighed in relief. Then, with tears welling in her eyes, she cried out, protesting. How could you be so rude? He also glared back unhappily. Then why did you suddenly speak behind my back? The girl's face darkened, and she gritted her teeth, glaring at him, reminding him. It's rude to do such things to a lady, he replied. Be glad I didn't stab that lady. Then he asked coldly, So who are you, and why were you behind me? Upon hearing that, Azareth also looked at him excitedly, saying confidently, Me, you're curious about me, should I tell you or not? Since you just hurt this delicate heart, I really don't feel like telling you at all. Upon hearing that, Jamie also frowned, showing annoyance. How irritating. The fact that she perfectly concealed her presence behind me bothers me, and that tone of voice too, he growled. I'm not in the mood for games. Suddenly another arrow flew. It lodged right next to her foot. She looked at it in surprise. She stared blankly at the smoke rising from the bullet mark. He explained, air bullet, a second circle spell. Jamie's face contorted, and he pointed impatiently with his finger. Without strong enough defensive magic, it could pierce your body. I guarantee a little kid like you would die instantly. Upon hearing that, Valere was also greatly shocked and screamed inwardly, What's wrong with him? Is he really going to shoot? Jamie's finger snapped again, and he was annoyed. So are you still not going to answer? The girl ran in fear, shouting nonstop. No, I'll answer. Just a moment, he threatened, quickly. Or I'll shoot. Azareth became even more flustered. I'm Valere, he asked again. Valere, Viscount Valere's house. She tightly closed her eyes and answered urgently. Yes, I am Valere, the eldest daughter of Viscount Valere, and a spirit user. Jamie pressed, a spirit user? To explain this profession. A spirit user refers to a mage who can communicate with spirits, mysterious beings born of nature. There are not many spirit users on the continent, and their very existence is considered a remarkable talent. One can even receive a barony. He doubted. But this little kid is a spirit user? Thinking that far, Jamie scrutinized her, and she also stared intently back at him. Using wind spirits allows for silent approach from behind. A spirit user can conceal their presence even when I'm in peak condition. As he stared intently at her, Azareth also felt slightly flustered. He thought inwardly, but it's surprising. She looks about my age, yet she's really a spirit user. Training to harmonize with nature usually begins around age 10. But this child must be a natural genius with innate harmony abilities. If she starts formal training, she might even be able to communicate with the Spirit King. When he didn't say anything more, she impatiently urged, Hey, shouldn't you introduce yourself too? Who are you, and why are you using such dangerous magic? He smiled awkwardly. Me, he calculated inwardly. Seeing that she's still questioning me after I revealed my identity, she seems to have a strong personality and hates to lose. As Valere also frowned at his question. Yes, who else is here but you? Jamie smiled confidently and introduced himself. My name is Jamie Welton, heir to the house of Count Welton. Nice to meet you. As Valere. If there was one more fact about Viscount Valere's house, upon hearing that, she also widened her eyes and looked stunned. They were loyal subordinates of Count Welton. On the other hand, the boss of the child trafficking organization was kneeling in a pool of blood, coughing violently. Cough, cough, across from him. Arino looked down at him. I thought it was a troublesome matter, so I left your organization alone. Since I didn't pay attention, your organization became quite active. He was in pain, and tears and blood continuously flowed from his eyes and mouth. Arino's voice was filled with anger and killing intent. But how dare you engage in human trafficking in my territory? His foot lifted the man's chin, and he coughed even more severely. Arino bent his head, looking at him with disgust, gripping his sword tightly. Unless you're crazy or want to die, this was something you shouldn't have done. He glared intently at the boss, his face darkening. So you want to die? I'll grant your wish. He raised his head, trembling in fear. Please don't kill me. Then he turned and ordered him to be hanged tomorrow. The knights behind him also looked at his retreating figure, understood. His face was resolute, and he announced, Prepare the carriage, we're leaving immediately. The person behind confirmed, Yes, my lord. The carriage quickly left the mansion. Prisoners bound in chains were dragged away. From a tree branch, a man in a cloak looked down. He looked at the broken gem in his hand and muttered, The plan failed. Prepare plan B. Meanwhile, in the garden where Jamie was, he took a step. Azareth followed behind him, and his face looked impatient. He bit his lip, and the girl behind him still followed with an innocent face. Finally, he couldn't stand it and turned around, shouting, Why do you keep bothering me by following me? He glared at her. Even if your father is our father's subordinate, that has nothing to do with us. Upon hearing that, Azareth's eyes welled up with tears, and she lowered her head apologetically. But he was angry. Stop that phony tone, then, Jamie shouted impatiently. I'm leaving now, so don't follow me. Suddenly, she grabbed his wrist. He tried to shake her hand off in annoyance, but the girl behind him still held his wrist tightly and pulled. He lamented, This is driving me crazy. His eyes were cold and filled with anger, and he shouted, Why are you so annoying? Immediately after, as Valere clenched her fist and bravely shouted, This is the first time I've met someone my age, so I want to be friends with you. Upon hearing that, Jamie froze on the spot. Anger and bewilderment mixed together. What friends? The two looked at each other in silence. The space became quiet, and he was also bewildered. I didn't expect that to be the reason. Jamie's face was blank. But why does she need a friend? If she wanted to be my subordinate, I could understand. Then he closed his eyes and sighed as if in agony. For a kid, making friends must be more important. Across from him, Asareth looked at him, her eyes welling with tears. Jamie screamed inwardly, but it's none of my business. Then he turned away unpleasantly and shouted, go find someone else, I don't need friends. Behind him she still followed, shouting, wait Jamie. She clenched her fist and shouted unhappily, that's too much. He ignored her and left, cursing inwardly. That girl doesn't know that things like friendship and intimacy paralyze one's reason. Suddenly Jamie stopped and looked at a nearby building. I should have nipped such feelings in the bud in the first place. His face contorted with anger, and he bit his lip tightly. In my previous life I never had to experience such things. His face darkened once again. That damned girl, she just brings up bad memories. Suddenly a call from behind startled him. Jamie Welton. Anne approached him with his gang, his eyes cunning. He turned to look at them and recognized the blood-red hair. That must be Count Richter's son. He frowned and demanded, what did you just call me? Anne asked blankly. The brown mushroom-haired man next to him frowned and said contemptuously, how dare this bastard speak rudely in front of our boss? The man with the parted hair also pointed at him and shouted, do you know who this is? It's Lord Anne, they shouted in unison, and his face was raised arrogantly, wearing a satisfied smile. The eldest son and heir of House Richter, he muttered noisy. Then he narrowed his eyes, raised his hand to cover his mouth, smiled at them and commanded, shut up. Immediately after, the two men were startled and quickly closed their mouths. Anne looked at them and tried to speak, but no words came out and he was flustered. His face slightly surprised, he pointed at him and shouted, did you just cast a silent spell on them? Jamie still snapped his fingers and smiled innocently, complimenting, oh you seem smarter than these monkeys. Upon hearing that, he stepped back in anger, and the other two were already on the ground. You arrogant bastard, don't you know I'm older than you? Jamie still calmly scoffed. Don't mind trivial things, let's get to the point, before I do the same to you. Then he snapped his fingers, and Anne next to him was startled and wary. He cleared his throat. Ahem. Then he smiled awkwardly and explained to him, I didn't come to fight, I just wanted to talk for a bit. But little kid, you're quite something, you can even use a silent spell. His face was cold and he reminded him, I don't think I need to listen to your pathetic flattery any further. And who did you just call a little kid? Get lost. Anne was even more surprised by his contempt. Don't you know who I am? He added, explaining, of course I do, aren't you Count Richter's son? He also forced a laugh, sweat beading on his face. You knew, I almost would have been disappointed. Well, since you're Count Welton's son, shall we talk for a bit? Across from them the two subordinates were still trying to scream in pain. Anne explained to him, you spoke a little rudely, so we just reciprocated. So don't misunderstand, he inwardly judged and scoffed. If I hadn't shown them who's boss, they would have walked all over me. Then he regained his composure and looked at him triumphantly. You and I will be the pillars of the Eastern Noble Society in the future. Wouldn't it be better to get close at such a young age? He also listened calmly and realized, he's beating around the bush, but in the end he wants me to join him, doesn't he? I'm ashamed of my past self for having to listen to such pathetic words. Immediately after, he firmly refused and explained, no thanks, I'm not interested in your antics. I don't want to know what you're doing, is that all you wanted to say? Now go. At those words, Anne's face flushed with anger and he shouted, how dare you refuse me, you bastard, you've made me angry. I'll ruthlessly crush your pathetic magic. He then waved his hand to summon a magic staff, and with a triumphant face he held the staff and stared at him, smiling maliciously. And you will have no choice but to obey me. Jamie looked at him and calmly scoffed. He stared sharply at his opponent, growling. So you intended to use force from the beginning. However, Anne on the other side was not afraid in the slightest. He brandished his magic staff and laughed arrogantly. Correct? I thought about changing my plan when you used magic, but I'll just stick to the usual. Hearing that, Jamie's face also darkened, showing disgust. This young punk is already a dual personality, it makes me sick. He thought of their respective families and tested him. Do you think the adults will let you run wild? Jamie looked at him and reminded him, whatever happens, you brought it upon yourself. He still brandished his staff at Jamie. Then he frowned. I don't need your concern with this alone. No one will be able to see me. Anne held a large white orb in his hand and he threw it at his feet. Energy quickly spread and enveloped them. Jamie watched the barrier form and admired it. A barrier creation spell. On the other side he also admired it. As expected of a mage, he recognized this. He shouted provocatively with an extremely arrogant face, in any case you'll soon bow your head and beg for forgiveness. Anne then looked at the other two. Why are you two just standing there? Suddenly they could speak again. Among the group standing inside the barrier, the two men whose mouths Jamie had sealed stepped forward discontentedly and swore, that bastard made us unable to speak. We thought we were going to die. Are you eager to die? Do you think I'm scared just because you're from House Welton? They emphasized, but Jamie merely regarded it as child's play and looked around. Hey, are you listening? We won't let you get away with this. Jamie admired. The barrier is quite good. He then turned to them and complimented. Interesting. Anne's face darkened with anger. Interesting, you don't seem to grasp the situation. But today your House Welton will. As Jamie suddenly chanted a spell, they cried out in pain. The group inside the barrier was stunned as a stream of energy poured down on them from above. They were terrified, blood flowing from their noses. Jamie reminded them, don't break the barrier. If you do, everyone will see you writhing in agony. Jamie put his hand to his mouth and smiled sinisterly. dark magic emanating around him. Inside the barrier, the group eaten by Jamie fell to the ground and screamed. It cried and trembled. "Brother, save me, my head. It feels like it's going to burst." Anne, on this side, also knelt on the ground and vomited violently. "Ah!" He struggled to hold on, blood flowing from his mouth and nose. "Ah!" His body trembled with rage, unable to believe he had been so easily defeated by Jamie. "I'm going to kill you. I won't forgive you, but what can I do? I'm too weak. That kid is a 4th circle mage." He only now realized and cried in fear, "And I've just barely entered the 2nd circle. How can this be?" He recalled Arino's sword talent and was filled with doubt and astonishment. Wasn't he born into a knightly family? How can he be so proficient in magic, even though he's from House Welton, which specializes only in swordsmanship? A question filled with helplessness arose in his mind. "Talent I don't possess." He couldn't stop crying from humiliation and anger. Anne leaned his hand on the grass and stood up, whispering, "I won't forgive you." His eyes were filled with rage and he trembled, screaming inwardly, "Yes, I can't tolerate that talent. I'll tear it to shreds. I'll make sure he can never touch magic again." After suffering humiliation, Anne's group reluctantly and cautiously moved to find something. As they walked, one person fearfully opened his mouth. "Brother, are you really sure? Stealing magic tools seems a bit..." As soon as this idea came up, and immediately retorted, "What's wrong with that?" He kept his mouth shut and followed him. Just as they were about to continue their journey, a voice was heard and some people turned their heads in fear. "Brother," as soon as they turned their heads, the 3 of them saw a familiar face. Anne was bewildered, confirming who had arrived. "Renan, why are you here?" That question, Renan smiled playfully. "What do you mean? I'm hurt you'd say that." Without further ado, he pulled out a gleaming red banner. How could a younger brother stand by when his older brother is hurt? Seeing what his younger brother held in his hand, Anne was utterly shocked. "Where did you get something so dangerous?" To this question, Renan just smiled and did not answer, changing the subject. "Does that matter? Show that Welton kid what's what. Here, take it." Anne was silent for a moment, lost in thought, then took the banner. "It doesn't matter where you got it. The most important thing is to utterly destroy that kid." That night, they arrived at Count Richter's mansion. As he stepped out of the carriage, the Count immediately extended his hand and greeted him. "It's been a long time, Count Welton." Since the other party was so friendly, he also smiled brightly and replied, "My goodness, I didn't expect the Count to come and meet me himself. The sun must be rising in the west tomorrow." Arino also shook hands with Richter, expressing his friendliness. "How have you been?" "Not bad, let's go inside." Sitting in the study, the two began to exchange pleasantries. Was the party successful? As always. After finishing the pleasantries, Count Richter immediately got to the point. "Anyway, I met your son." Since he was so direct, Arino couldn't hide his curiosity and asked, "Is that so? What do you think of my child?" Seeing his intrigued expression, the other party smiled and did not answer immediately. "To answer so quickly, I understand your relationship with your children." Seeing that he had been exposed, he smiled brightly and replied, "My children are the reason for my life." Count Richter didn't know what to say in this joyful atmosphere. "I truly envy you for being able to feel that way." Hearing that, he inferred something. "Ah, are things still the same these days?" To that question, he turned his gaze sideways as if trying to avoid answering. After a moment of silence, Count Richter changed the subject. "By the way, your son is truly astonishing." "No, not just that, I was utterly surprised." Seeing the other party avoiding the issue, Arino was slightly worried. After observing for a moment, he had to admit that the other party was trying to change the subject. Though displeased, he still smiled brightly and asked, "Does my son seem talented to you?" Seeing that he wasn't pressing further, the Count curled his lips and replied, "Talented, that word is an understatement." After a moment's pause, he revealed his thoughts without hesitation. "That child was the best person I've ever seen. No, perhaps there has never been a human as outstanding as that child." At this compliment, Arino smiled proudly. Marquis Rinmel also said so. Hearing this name, the Count immediately paid attention. The Marquis met Jamie. Knowing that he was being probed, he fidgeted with his hands and replied honestly, "I've known about Jamie's talent since he was young, but I didn't know his talent was so exceptional, so I asked the Marquis." When this issue was brought up, he couldn't hide his anguish. Someone with such magical talent should become a mage. It would benefit both himself and the world. In contrast to Arino, Count Richter was very excited. "It's truly wonderful that the child has such a teacher." Seeing that, Arino dropped a shocking piece of information. But the Marquis refused. Count Richter was quite satisfied with this answer, but outwardly he feigned regret and consoled him. "I understand that too. The child is an unparalleled genius, and he might achieve enlightenment on his own, challenging himself to become a legend, like a 9th Circle Mage, for example." After a long discussion, Count Richter revealed his ambition without hesitation. "I truly envy that child for having greater talent than me, but on the other hand, I also want to see how far the power of a top-tier mage can reach." At that, he almost rose from his seat in surprise. Seeing his excitement, the Count calmly analyzed, "We humans are too weak. We may have built a great civilization, but that's only from our perspective. Compared to Dragonkin or High Elves, human magic is extremely weak." After a long discussion, Count Richter pointed at Arino and firmly said, "At least thanks to swordsmen like you, humans are currently able to live freely." After a moment's pause, he asked a very significant question. "But what if a 9th Circle Mage is born?" At his serious demeanor, he swallowed. Count Richter pressed on, asserting, "Even the Dragonkin. Even they, masters of magic, would not take that child lightly." The Count no longer showed a fanatical expression. He genuinely confided, "I too yearn for humanity to become the ruler of the world." Hearing that, Arino briefly commented, "That is arrogance." Count Richter was not bothered by this assessment at all. "Arrogance or not, it doesn't matter, you know, don't you, the forgotten and erased history." When this was mentioned, Arino fell silent, lost in thought. Forgotten history. A secret known only to a handful across the continent, approximately 10,000 years ago. History disappeared due to some event. Recalling that information, he was filled with anguish. Because transcendent beings do not wish to share secrets with humans, Count Simon planned to gain power not controlled by them. To prevent the annihilation of human civilization and the repetition of history for unclear reasons. After a moment of silence, Count Richter hinted, "Go and rest, it's quite late." Arino also didn't wish to stay longer. "You too, Count, I'll see you tomorrow." Leaving the study, he went to his son's room, asking himself, "Is my son truly as outstanding as he hopes?" Seeing his child sleeping soundly in bed, Arino agonized. "As the parent of a child with great talent, I am very worried." Observing Jamie, he commented, "To me, that child is just my lovable and cute son." After watching for a long time, he clenched his fists and firmly resolved in his heart, "Jamie, your father will do his best, so you just need to be an ordinary person." A new day dawned. Jamie sat in the banquet hall bored, tilting his head back to look at the ceiling, speculating, what was father agonizing over last night? I can't manipulate his mind just out of curiosity. Well, it's impossible with my current abilities anyway. As he was lost in thought, Asareth appeared from somewhere and called out loudly, "Jamie." Confirming who had appeared, Jamie showed an uncomfortable expression. "I thought our conversation yesterday was over. I have nothing to do with you." Despite his disgust, she was still cheerful. "But I do." Finishing her words, the girl turned her head and called out loudly, "Sister." At that call, Jamie's face darkened and he tried to find a way to escape. "What? She brought more people?" Thinking that, he quickly stood up to run away. "I'm leaving. I have no intention of getting close to you two." Seeing Jamie trying to escape, she loudly blocked him. "Where are you going? Our families are very close, so at least introduce yourselves." Just then a gentle voice was heard. "Ah, that's rude." From a distance, Rebecca, the eldest daughter of Viscount Valère, approached, looking worriedly at her younger sister. "You should use honorifics. How can you speak to the Count's son like that?" Jamie's eyes widened in surprise, confirming who had just arrived. Meanwhile, Asareth was whining to her sister, "But Jamie told me to speak casually." The moment his eyes met Rebecca's, he froze on the spot, disregarding the teasing coming from behind him. "Why? What is it? Did you fall for my sister?" "Well, my sister is pretty." The more Jamie looked, the more he couldn't believe his eyes. "Why are you here?" Recalling this name, he relived the memories he had endured. The woman he loved his entire life but who was sacrificed to the gods for her own gain. That was why Diablo Volfer became an emotionless monster. Returning to the present, Jamie suddenly felt a sense of disillusionment with life. "But I never expected you to appear before me in a younger form." When everything became awkward, another person appeared and broke the scene. Anne held a strange object in his hand with a sinister expression. "So you were here, Jamie Welton." Clenching the orb, he declared inwardly, "You're dead." Jamie's eyes froze in surprise, seeing the face of the person who had just appeared. Rebecca, who had been standing there, felt a bit awkward hearing the strange name that had just popped out. "Ha." While the atmosphere between the two became strange, Asareth stood in the middle, understanding nothing. "What is this? Was it really an arrow from my sister's love?" As the two looked at each other with infatuated eyes, Anne appeared from somewhere, smiling maliciously. "So you were here." Thinking of the bright future ahead, his eyes shone with hatred. "From now on, with every power I possess." Anne summoned a huge flame and then declared, "You will call me master." Everything happened so quickly that Jamie and Rebecca both stood there stunned, unable to follow. When she came to her senses, Rebecca, frightened by the sight before her, ran forward. Before she could take a few steps, a familiar voice was heard, carrying a command. "Don't interfere." Following that, the flame that had been burning earlier also extinguished in Anne's dazed eyes. Impossible. Recalling the information about the item he had used, he found it even harder to accept reality. "Phoenix Fly is a sixth circle fire magic created by my father. That kid shouldn't be able to stop it." While Anne was stunned, Rebecca, relieved, hugged her sister tightly. Recalling that information, Anne began to feel a sense of disillusionment with life. At that moment, Jamie was staring at his opponent with emotionless eyes. Unable to accept what he had done, he stretched out his hand, gathering all his strength. "Die." Before he could do anything, a hand reached out and obscured Jamie's vision. "Jamie, that's enough." Feeling a familiar presence, he was startled. "Father." Seeing Jamie calm down a little, he reassured him in a soft voice, "It's me, you're fine now." Hearing these words of comfort, he said nothing and his eyes gradually blurred. Arino saw this and looked at the two sisters he was embracing in front, confirming once more, "Everyone's fine." Only then did Jamie completely relax and close his eyes. Arino held his son in his arms and stood facing Count Richter. He looked at his son lying quietly in his arms, astonished. "Jamie, really? At first I thought I'd seen wrong." Thinking that far, the scene he had witnessed upon entering the banquet hall came to mind. As soon as he entered the hall, what caught his eye was Anne half enveloped by some power. But he couldn't have mistaken it. If I hadn't stopped that child in time, Anne would surely have died. Not only me, but Richter was equally shocked. Truly awful. He recalled what had just happened and began to speculate. Perhaps it's because Anne's power is weak and doesn't even reach half of mine. But if that weapon had been activated, everyone here would have been reduced to ashes. But analyzing further, Richter couldn't hide a cunning smile on his lips, but to realize it in just 1 second, a ninth circle, truly amazing. That child might truly fulfill my long-cherished dream. As he was lost in thought, a flustered voice was heard. Darling, Lady Simon had appeared and was now embracing Anne. She shouted, targeting the Welton father and son. That brat tried to kill our son. How can you stand there so blankly? Receiving such accusations, Sierra could no longer hold back and revealed the truth. You should speak properly. It was your son who tried to attack someone else. Fearing the other party would continue to refute, she pointed to a broken tapestry in the distance and explained everything. It was your son who provoked first and attacked Jamie with that weapon. Sierra approached Lady Simon and asked a question that froze her. Isn't that right? Lady Simon could offer no rebuttal. Lady Simon brought up her usual excuse of he's still young. At this logic, Sierra's face darkened and her voice lowered. Still young, you say? Continue. Seeing her hesitate, Sierra shouted in annoyance, didn't I tell you to continue what you were saying? As Lady Simon sensed the situation was unfavorable, Marino rushed over and calmed his wife. Darling, that's enough. But Sierra didn't give up and declared firmly, I will make it clear exactly what your precious son did. At these words, Lady Simon became the focus of everyone's attention. Under the accusatory gazes of everyone in the room, someone help me, this situation was unacceptable. She appealed to her husband, the Count, for help. Then, as if remembering something, Lady Simon couldn't hide her joy. That's right, he might be a little cold, but he'll side with his son. But the Count's words that followed were like pouring cold water on her. It seems our son acted rudely on such a fine day. Hearing this, Lady Simon was astonished and doubted her own ears. Not only that, but Count Richter even admitted his own fault. I sincerely apologize, Countess Welton. When those words ended, the entire banquet hall fell silent. After a moment of thought, Sierra decided not to pursue the matter further. Since he apologized like that, she couldn't stay angry anymore. Thank you for your sincere apology, we will take our leave now. Seeing that she was no longer angry, he suggested to Arino. It's fine, Welton, come inside and rest. Arino, without much thought, immediately agreed. Understood. After taking his wife and children and leaving, Count Richter declared loudly, I sincerely apologize for ruining this party. Please return to your homes and rest comfortably. With this, the party is over. Hearing those words, people quickly turned and left. Once everyone had left, Lady Simon looked at her husband, trembling. Darling, how could you do that? The more she thought about it, the more furious she became, and she shouted, Anne is our son. Lady Simon no longer cared about anything and shouted with all her might. Our son suffered at the hands of that brat. Before she could continue, Count Richter rebuked her with a single word. Silence. Successfully silencing his wife, he demanded, There are many eyes, so return to Anne first. At this command, Lady Simon was startled. After everyone had left, she shouted in Richter's study, How could you do that to that child? He's our son. Even if he made the first mistake, you should have sided with him. Disregarding his wife's words, he asked Anne, who was kneeling on the floor, Was that an attempt to get my attention, Anne? When the child said nothing, Count Richter shouted unpleasantly, Speak. After a brief pause, he rebuked him a few more times. Don't you know your actions have disgraced me in front of the nobles and the entire kingdom? Under that pressure, Anne trembled with fear. I'm scared, so scared. After trembling for a moment, he raised his head and looked at his father. I just wanted to get my father's attention. After trembling for a long time, Anne finally spoke. That guy was too rude, seeing him finally speak, Count Richter asked, Who on earth gave you Phoenix Fly? Receiving such a question, Anne hesitated and said nothing. Seeing him still hesitate, he growled and asked again, Don't make me repeat myself. One last time, who gave it to you? Under continuous questioning, Anne suppressed his fear and spoke a name. It was Renan. Renan gave it to me. A short while later, a familiar figure appeared at the door. You called for me, father? Renan entered and looked at Anne, who was kneeling in fear on the side, clicking his tongue in displeasure. Pathetic fool, I laid everything out for him and he still couldn't take it. Truly a hopeless idiot. I can't believe such a person is my brother. After observing for a moment, a sinister plan formed in his mind. Now I have to pretend to be innocent. Father, you called for me. Count Richter didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, Did you give your brother Phoenix Fly? Surprisingly, Renan didn't evade and immediately admitted it. Yes, I did. Seeing him admit it honestly, he asked again, Why did you give him something so dangerous? To that question, Renan replied with a worried expression, Some brat was bothering my brother. As a younger sibling, I couldn't just stand by and watch, so I didn't want my brother to suffer. But Count Richter immediately saw through his ulterior motive and he froze on the spot. You merely wanted to use your brother. His purpose completely seen through, he couldn't hide his fear. How did father know? Seeing his younger brother's face turn pale with fear, Anne also realized Renan's intention and was shocked. As his two sons said nothing, Count Richter no longer beat around the bush and declared firmly, You two must have realized this, but I have no interest in either of you. After a brief pause, he posed a question. Do you know why? Before Anne and Renan could answer, Count Richter immediately said, Both of you are my blood, but neither of you has as much talent as I had hoped. But that doesn't mean I don't know what you're thinking. It seemed everything would end here. But he stabbed a few more daggers into the two children's hearts. If you want my attention instead of wasting time with childish pranks, prove that you are worthy of my bloodline. All that needed to be said has been conveyed. Count Richter added a few more instructions and left. I will no longer interfere with your actions, but you must solve the problems you create yourselves. After a brief pause, he ordered his two sons to go to Jamie Welton at sunrise and apologize until he forgave them. Having finished speaking, Count Richter left, leaving behind his two bewildered sons. Anne, once he collected himself, openly displayed his displeasure. Just thinking about it sent shivers down his spine. Unable to comprehend, he appealed to Renan for help. "Renan, are you going to apologize to that guy?" Receiving such a question, Renan still remained blank, saying nothing. Anne was puzzled by this strange state. "What's wrong with you? Did father scold you so much you can't speak? Why aren't you speaking?" Disregarding his brother's words, Renan recalled Count Richter's words with a very interesting expression. "Prove that you are worthy of my bloodline." "I will show, father, I will prove my worth." At the same time, Sierra stood by the bed looking at her son with a very worried expression. Seeing Jamie sleeping very peacefully, her heart ached even more. Recalling what she had witnessed, Sierra couldn't understand. Jamie was serious about trying to kill Anne. What could make a 9-year-old child think such a thing? "I thought it was just a normal fight." The sight of Anne holding that orb with flames burning around him flashed in her mind. Was the artifact properly activated? Recalling that moment, Sierra clenched her fists in anger. "I can't forgive that child." Count Simon apologized, "but I need a more sincere apology, even if I have to mobilize my family." As she was lost in thought, Jamie's groan was heard. Sierra saw the child bundled in blankets and suddenly became confused, recalling the previous moment. "What am I thinking?" Just then, Arino appeared and gently asked about his wife. "Are you all right?" Confirming who had arrived, Sierra was surprised. "Arino." To that question, she didn't answer directly and evaded. After a moment of thought, Sierra hugged her husband and asked back, "How could I be all right?" Sierra said that, but Arino was sensitive enough to understand her feelings. "What do you want me to do for you? I'll grant whatever your wish is." At her husband's proactive stance, Sierra gave a wry smile. "You stopped me, didn't you?" To that, Arino explained why he did it. "I was worried I'd ruin your mood." As Arino explained to that extent, Sierra had no choice but to honestly express her thoughts. Count Simon apologized courteously. "I don't want to split the northern nobles into two factions over this." Thinking something, she became satisfied. "Besides, that brat got scolded, didn't he?" Hearing this, he could only give a wry smile and agree. That Anne fellow was very scared. At these words, Sierra smiled and said, "I'm fine." Having finished speaking, the two looked at the pile of blankets on the bed and asked themselves, "Shall we leave? If we stay here, the child won't be able to rest comfortably." "Let's do that." As the two finally left, Jamie stirred. A short while later, he poked his face out of the blankets and recalled what his parents had said. "I understand my parents' worries, but I couldn't control myself at that time." But after stirring for a while, Jamie suddenly sat up thinking something. He closed his eyes and groaned. "She seems to have reincarnated too." As this thought arose, Jamie fell into contemplation. "It's not strange, I also reincarnated 100 years ago. Her reincarnation must have been inevitable, but she didn't recognize me. She has no memories of her previous life." Although he was dissatisfied with this fact, he had to hypnotize himself. "It's natural, I'm the exception. Nevertheless, for her to have reincarnated in the same era as me, is this a trick of fate or someone's plan?" As this thought arose, countless questions flooded Jamie's mind. If this is a plan of the 12 gods, as he was lost in thought, Black appeared from somewhere and bumped into his face. Hearing Black's message, Jamie accepted reality. "If they knew I had reincarnated, they wouldn't leave me alone. What am I thinking?" After a moment of confusion, he finally calmed down, and remembering the girl from yesterday, his mood also settled. The image of the woman he loved his entire life lying in a pool of blood, sacrificed to the gods for her own gain, vividly replayed in Jamie's mind. Recalling that sight, he couldn't hide his sadness and fell silent. After a moment, Jamie finally calmed down and made a decision. "First, I need to go see her again." And so the cogs of fate began to turn. Meanwhile, a man in a mysterious cloak was attaching something to a pigeon. The world of mages has changed again. What the man tied to the pigeon's leg was a notice. Jamie Welton, eldest son of House Welton. He is 9 years old, presumed to be a 4th Circle mage, and an outrageously talented magical prodigy has appeared. Having finished preparations, he released a flock of pigeons. After a very confusing day, the next day, Jamie took a walk in the forest. Reaching a stream, he enjoyed the cool breeze. Just then, Black, who was sitting on Jamie's shoulder, chirped a few times, expressing his joy. Seeing this reaction, he fell into thought and asked again, as if confirming, "Do you feel the refreshing air?" Receiving such a question, Black chirped in annoyance. Only then did he stop teasing. All right, Black, I won't tease you anymore." Jamie fully enjoyed the current scenery. It's truly refreshing and quiet. Perhaps it's because yesterday was the last day and everyone has left. Black, who was on his shoulder, strongly agreed with this opinion. After walking for a long time, he decided to return. "Before I go back, I need to meet her." After a few steps, Jamie stopped, feeling a strange flow of mana. Sensing something strange, he quickly turned his head to find its source. What is this sound? When he looked in one direction and saw nothing, Jamie looked in another. He speculated as he looked, where is it coming from? After searching for a long time and seeing nothing, he clasped his hands together and channeled his power. "If I can't see it, I'll release mana." As he said, a stream of blue power spread in all directions, and Jamie quickly traced its source. After running breathlessly for a long time, he found a familiar figure playing with a water spirit. All of Jamie's attention was focused on that water spirit. After playing for a while, the water spirit suddenly saw him and was startled. Rebecca was puzzled by this strange state. She quickly turned her head to observe, and what caught her eye was Jamie's familiar figure. Confirming who had arrived, she quickly stood up and bowed in greeting. "Duke Welton, are you all right?" Jamie was slightly surprised by her sudden formality. I'm fine. After a brief greeting he couldn't hide his embarrassment, but Rebecca, seeing him like that, gave a wry smile. She introduced herself again. I'm Rebecca. And surprisingly, Rebecca was a water spirit user. Hearing that name, Jamie fell silent and scrutinized her. After observing for a long time, he couldn't hide his aching heart and asked inwardly, why are both of them water spirit users? This question left Rebecca with a mind full of question marks. Just then a familiar voice echoed in Jamie's mind. Diablo, don't forget me. While he stood there blankly, she opened her mouth. Duke Welton, he snapped out of his daze as his name was suddenly called. After a moment's pause, Rebecca hesitated and asked, why do you look so sad? Jamie still didn't answer, recalling the words he had just heard. Don't forget me, Diablo. That was a promise from a previous life. Rebecca looked at Jamie, who was standing blankly in front of her, unable to understand. Why do you look like you're going to a funeral? Although asked such a question, he still couldn't say anything. Receiving no answer, Rebecca bit her lip and speculated. He must still be shocked from yesterday. Thinking that, she quietly approached him. Rebecca thought she would only offer comfort, but she didn't. She immediately hugged Jamie and gently patted his back, comforting him. Everything will be all right. Suddenly hugged, he fell into a daze once again. This feeling is merely a remnant of the past. After being momentarily dazed, Jamie decided to enjoy this peaceful moment. But it wouldn't be bad to enjoy this moment a little longer. After a while, the two of them, having regained their composure, finally sat down and talked. Are you feeling better? Yes, thank you. Hearing his answer, Rebecca smiled brightly, satisfied. My father told me that if you share your burdens with others, difficulties will quickly pass. Hearing that, Jamie couldn't hide his curiosity. Viscount Valley, seeing his slight bewilderment, Rebecca smiled brightly and confirmed resolutely. Yes, then as if remembering something, she couldn't hide her excitement. I was really sad that I couldn't talk more with you yesterday. So I'm happy to spend time alone with you today. Jamie smiled and replied to her excited expression. Coincidentally, I was thinking the same thing. At these words, Rebecca smiled even more brightly. Really? To that question, he replied resolutely. Yes, of course. Scrutinizing the person talking to him, Jamie accepted the fact. She's a different person. Perhaps that's for the better. Resigning himself to fate, he asked a question that had long been on his mind. I heard that the Valley family has always made contracts with wind spirits, isn't that right? Rebecca was slightly awkward at this question, but soon had no choice but to admit it. Oh yes, I wanted to make a contract with a wind spirit too, but I failed. After a moment's pause, she began to recount what had happened. I originally had a strong bond with the wind spirits, so they came looking for me. But after that encounter, they refused the contract and left. Everything seemed to end there, but then an event occurred that confused Rebecca. Then one day, the water goddess appeared and said, it is your destiny to make a contract with them. Even though everything had already happened, recalling it again, she still couldn't hide her awkwardness. It was an important decision, and I should have discussed it with my father first, but I carelessly made a contract on the spot. Hearing this story, Jamie thought of something. Ah, the Spirit King must know. Thinking that, he recalled the information he knew. A contract with the Spirit King, a contract made with the Spirit King, is different from any other spirit contract. It is a soul contract that guarantees the lives of both contracting parties. Recalling that information, Jamie speculated. The moment Dune's soul reincarnated as Rebecca, the Spirit King must have noticed. Breaking free from his train of thought, he asked about her well-being. I see, did the Viscount scold you for that? To that question, she answered honestly. He didn't get angry, but he seemed a little disappointed. I felt that way too. Seeing Rebecca hesitate in uncertainty, Jamie said resolutely, but that's a very special thing. At his words, she was surprised, but he didn't stop there and continued, I've never heard of a spirit approaching someone first to offer a contract. After talking for a long time, Jamie smiled brightly and reassured her. It's a shame it's not the spirit you wanted, but you were chosen directly by the water spirit. Believe in yourself. At these words, Rebecca stood blankly, unable to say anything. After being momentarily dazed and then calming down, she smiled brightly and expressed her gratitude. Thank you. As soon as those words ended, Jamie quickly stood up and waved to Rebecca. Thanks for today. I have to go now. As soon as he finished speaking, he ran off, saying goodbye without giving her a chance to collect herself. Watching Jamie's retreating figure, Rebecca felt a slight sense of regret. I wanted to talk more. As soon as this thought came to her, she lowered her head, embarrassed. Why do I feel this way? At the same time Jamie was walking when he suddenly thought of something. Black didn't quite understand these words. I guess I spoke too formally. Normal kids don't talk like that, right? But Rebecca seemed more mature, so it was hard to talk to her like a child. As he continued to whine, he shouted irritably, and Black didn't understand anything. Why do you keep talking back? Leaving the garden, Jamie put both hands in his pockets and leisurely looked around. As he was walking through the mansion, a loud voice suddenly called his name. Jamie Welton, suddenly called. Jamie quickly turned his head, and behind him stood two familiar red-haired people. Seeing the two of them, Jamie showed an unpleasant expression. What's going on? Anne was slightly awkward at that attitude. Well, it's like this. After hesitating for a long time, he bravely shouted, I'm sorry. Jamie felt very strange about his repentant attitude. Why so sudden? But after thinking for a moment, he quickly understood everything. The Count ordered you to apologize. Anne's face turned red and he said nothing, having been hit spot on. After teasing Anne enough, Jamie's attention turned to Renan standing next to him. I see, but why is this guy here? To that question, he suppressed his awkwardness and introduced him. He's my brother. Without bothering with such trivial information, he immediately asked, Then why did you bring your brother? Surely you weren't scared to apologize alone, were you? At his taunting words, Renan quickly blurted out shocking information. Oh, I'm the one who gave my brother that treasure. This information ignited the anger in Jamie's heart. After processing all the information, he confirmed in an angry voice, so you two brothers conspired to harm me. What's your name? And was flustered by his attitude and tried to calm him down. Ignoring his devouring gaze, Renan smiled brightly and introduced himself. Renan Simon. As that name came out, Jamie's eyes sparkled and he could quickly see the flow of power surrounding Renan. That guy has quite a talent. He's a different caliber for man. He also seems quite cunning. Thinking that, Jamie approached him and examined him more closely. Count Simon doesn't even like this son, and seeing him suddenly approaching his brother, couldn't understand. Renan pretended not to notice the piercing gaze and subtly said with a fake smile, well, it's a good thing nothing bad happened. I've received your apology, so I can leave now, right? These words once again pushed Jamie to the brink of explosion. Does this bastard take me for a fool? Then he recalled what had happened that night. He wasn't even there in the chaos of that day. Before losing consciousness, Jamie saw Renan looking at him with contempt from afar. This guy must look down on everyone except his father. Seeing that smile, he became furiously angry. If I leave him alone, he'll definitely cause bigger problems. As soon as the thought came to him, Jamie quickly mocked his opponent, infuriating him. And your position as heir seems quite precarious, doesn't it? What nonsense are you spouting? Satisfied with that reaction, Jamie sneered at Renan, who was startled. Isn't that right, Renan? At that reaction, he was amused and approached Renan further. Well, it's none of my business, though. Jamie leaned close to his face, put his hand on his shoulder and threatened. If you are truly behind that crime, you should receive a fitting punishment. When he didn't react, he showed a little bit of power and asked in a low voice, don't you think so? To this question, Renan finally showed a slight reaction. What? Just then, Jamie disappeared and he was pushed into a pitch-black space. It's too dark. Where am I? My body temperature is dropping. I'll freeze to death like this. After experiencing that sensation for a few minutes, Renan finally collapsed. At that very moment, a huge eye appeared, followed by Jamie's menacing voice. This is your last chance. As soon as those words ended, Renan returned to the familiar mansion, but he was still in shock. Kneeling on the floor, his eyes were filled with terror. Did I escape? No, was it all a hallucination? I don't know. But thinking this, Renan could no longer bear it and clutched his head, screaming, and Anne next to him was bewildered. Renan didn't pay attention to his brother. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. After a while, Renan, having regained his composure, carefully raised his head and examined Jamie. The only thing I know is that this is my last chance. I must immediately kneel. As soon as he thought that, he hesitated and opened his mouth. I'm sorry. After receiving that apology, Jamie could finally return to his beloved home. Seeing the servants moving luggage, he let out a sigh of relief. Finally home. Thinking of something, he suddenly showed an unpleasant expression. It's truly exhausting. I just want to stay home and receive mother's kisses. As soon as this thought came to him, Jamie quickly shook his head to shake it off. No, wait, what was I just thinking? Seeing his confused expression, Count Richter slowly approached from behind. You don't look displeased. Jamie quickly turned his head and faced him. After being momentarily dazed, Jamie quickly smiled brightly and happily spoke to his opponent. Of course, I'm very happy that I can go home and rest soon. Hearing these words, Count Richter smiled and expressed his regret. It's a shame I didn't get a chance to talk to you. At his words, he inwardly scoffed but still smiled brightly and replied amicably, I was also looking forward to that conversation, so I'm a little disappointed. Just then he quickly suggested, if you wish, you can stay longer. Without hesitation, Jamie crossed two fingers and firmly refused. No, I'd rather go home and rest. I'm completely exhausted. To prevent the conversation from dragging on, he smiled brightly and asked, the reason is, well, I suppose you know. To that question, Count Richter was startled and blank, then gave a wry smile. Right. Without discussing this matter further, Count Richter raised his head, looked at the mansion in front and said, it's a rambling thought, but the magical world has started to notice you. Jamie looked up at the building and replied carelessly, well, I guess so. The Count was slightly awkward at his indifferent attitude, but still calmly asked, you seem to already know who you are, don't you? To that question, Jamie smiled confidently and replied resolutely, of course. The two then walked around talking. I believe his name was Renan, and I gave him a fitting punishment. Hearing that, Count Richter was very satisfied. I expected that. He seems to have changed since yesterday. Jamie was slightly awkward at his satisfied attitude. Are you not angry that I punished your sons? The Count was bewildered by his awkward attitude and said naturally, they merely received the consequences of their own actions. Why should I be angry? Jamie's worldview was renewed by his indifference, and he looked at his opponent in disbelief. My goodness. Now I understand why those two sons are such a mess. But keeping that assessment to himself, he spoke sincerely to the Count. By the way, Renan seems to have quite a talent for magic. It would be good to raise that child well. He was slightly blank at that assessment. After a moment's thought, he said ruthlessly and resolutely, no, I know his talent better than anyone. He has no talent at all. Jamie was very angry at that assessment, raised his voice and analyzed in detail. It's not like he'll die from trying a little, so why not give it a try? If he trains hard, he might even rival the Count. It's just that the people around him suppress his talent, that's all. Unable to contain himself any longer, he pointed directly at Count Richter and scolded him. It's all your fault, Count. Suddenly scolded, he was slightly deflated. Seeing his blank expression, he became even angrier and reprimanded him without restraint. I'm saying that your two sons became such a mess because you thought they had no talent and ignored them. Count Richter couldn't say anything under the continuous scolding, preventing him from saying anything. Jamie gave a very sincere assessment. Anne is quite ordinary, but Renan has enormous potential talent. Under the continuous scolding, Count Richter's conviction finally began to waver. Did I misjudge him? Finally seeing him come to his senses, Jamie nodded contentedly. He was bewildered by that assessment. That child says my son has talent, but I, an 8th Circle Mage, didn't recognize it, and this child did. Thinking that, Count Richter felt more astonished than ever. It's as if a great mage is standing before me. Everything seemed to end there. Jamie then smiled and suggested, and who knows, with your son's help you might even find a breakthrough, Count. At these words he opened his eyes wide in surprise. My son? He could say nothing more. Jamie, it's time to go. When his parents called him, he quickly turned his head and didn't forget to caution them before leaving. What I said, let it go in one ear and out the other. It was just a child's words. I'll take my leave now. Having finished speaking, Jamie quickly ran off. Watching him go, Count Richter was initially a little surprised, then quickly regained his composure. As if he didn't want to see any more, he turned his head. Yes, just as I thought. What a pity. That night, Jamie wore a suspicious cloak with black. In the silence, Black suddenly chirped a few times, and just then the nearby bushes rustled slightly. Seeing this phenomenon, Jamie couldn't help but shout loudly, "Why aren't you coming quickly? Why are you dawdling so much?" Hearing this, two shadows sprang up from the bushes. The two approached Jamie and admitted their fault. "We were late because Ian was dawdling," the tall man who was pointed out mumbled. "I apologize." Seeing this, Jamie sighed helplessly. "Enough. Tell me what you found out." No longer being interrogated, the two were excited. "Yes, master." Philip began to recount what he had discovered. The Zeni's cult is performing good deeds without receiving any money in various parts of Hashis. After a brief pause, he added a few more details. They provide food to the hungry, shelter to the homeless, and naturally gained a lot of positive impressions. Recently, they even started operating an orphanage. Hearing this, Jamie frowned, his face darkening. After a moment of silence, he probed, "When did they start their activities?" Philip suddenly questioned, thought for a moment before answering. "Probably right after Ribbon's downfall. To mention this issue, one must go back 2 months. Count Welton had completely eradicated the Ribbon crime syndicate, and the Zeni's cult began their missionary work immediately thereafter. They visited and helped the poor, spreading the word of God. At first, the people paid little attention to them, but through continuous good deeds and compassion, the citizens in the territory gradually began to rely on the cult, and thus became devout believers. As a result, the Zeni's cult standing in Hashis rose to an unbelievable level." Returning to the present, Philip revealed the most important information. Currently, the Zeni's cult is worshipped as a cult of philanthropy and is the most respected in Hashis. Hearing this, Jamie couldn't hide his surprise. "What did you just say?" After a moment of blankness, upon processing the information, he gritted his teeth in anger. "Zenis, those damn bastards would never do good for others." Shaking his head, unable to accept this fact, Jamie turned to his two loyal subordinates and asked, "Do you two think that peace and war can coexist?" Receiving such a question, the two looked at each other and mumbled in reply, "Oh no." Suddenly, Philip seemed to recall something and revealed crucial information. "However, I think there's something suspicious about them." At this, his face darkened. "Precisely. That's the Zeni's cult. Peace built upon blood and piles of corpses." Along with this thought, an image of a burning peaceful village appeared in Jamie's mind. War is a time when the worshipped commit sins. Imagining that scene, Jamie summarized, "So what the Zeni's cult priests are doing now is to oppose that person." After rambling for a long time, he commanded, "They are surely using their good deeds as a shield to do something. We must find out what that is." The two immediately assented. "Yes, understood." Having successfully achieved one objective, Jamie resolved, "I will uncover every single one of your schemes, Zenis." The next day, at the Zeni's cult's orphanage, a child was speaking very cheerfully with a person wearing a mysterious cloak. "Well done, Ricky. This is nothing compared to the priest." The child named Ricky couldn't hide his excitement as he spoke. "Compared to begging and getting beaten every day, this place is heaven." These words touched the cloaked person. Ricky was moved for a moment. The other person smiled brightly and said, "You've been through too much. Don't worry about anything from now on." Ricky smiled and replied, "Yes." The child, having finished his task, returned to his room. Ricky walked and thought, "It's been a month and a half since I came to this orphanage. This place is heaven for me. If I hadn't come to this orphanage, my sister and I would still be wandering the streets, not knowing when we would die." Hearing the door open, the girl probed, "Brother, you're back?" When his sister greeted him, Ricky approached, excited. "Brother's back." This child was Ricky's younger sister, Anna, who was blind. She felt her brother approaching and turned her head. "Brother, is this it?" Their past until they came here had also been very harsh. "In fact, our parents abandoned us and ran away. To protect my sister, I did all sorts of bad things. But life on the streets was hard and everyone who passed by was cold. It was a truly desperate life, with no one helping us. In the most desperate moment, someone was the first to extend a hand to the two siblings." Witnessing this scene, Ricky couldn't hold back his tears. At that moment, Ricky firmly assessed, "That was truly the hand of God. That day my sister and I gained a new life. Thanks to God's grace, I want to spread this joy I've gained far and wide, become a priest of God and proclaim this miracle." Breaking free from his train of thought, he was taking a walk with his sister when he encountered friends rushing somewhere. "Ricky, Anna, did you hear?" "Hear what?" Seeing him, a friend excitedly introduced, "You know Brother Shino, right? He's definitely received God's grace, so to become a priest he's going to the main cult next week." At this sudden news, Ricky couldn't help but exclaim, "What, Brother Shino is going to be a priest soon?" That same evening, Jamie was observing the town from the air with Black's help. After observing for a while, he spoke to Black behind him, and Black quickly chirped a few times in reply, "We're almost there, let's go down." Before he could even land, something caught Jamie's attention. A blond man was lying unconscious below. Unable to contain his curiosity, he quickly landed. As he approached the man, Jamie couldn't hide his surprise. What is this aura he possesses? After examining the blond man more closely, he clicked his tongue in displeasure. Tisk, disgusting divine power. A cleric? As soon as this thought came to mind, Jamie's attention was drawn to the sword at his waist. He must not be a high-ranking cleric, damn it. Recognizing the opponent's identity, he couldn't understand. But why is a holy knight lying here? After watching him for a moment and looking around, Jamie speculated. It seems there's some problem. After thinking for a long time, he approached the man, placed his foot on him, and began to consider finishing him off. As soon as his foot touched him, Jamie's ankle was grabbed by the blond man. Suddenly having his ankle grabbed, he was slightly flustered. Damn it, what? The man had somehow regained consciousness, and with a blank face and weak voice he said, "I'm hungry." At these words, Jamie couldn't understand anything. The man didn't answer properly and repeated those meaningless words. Unable to bear it any longer, he irritably shouted, "What on earth does that mean?" Only then did the blond man plead with all his might. "I'm hungry." At these words, Jamie gritted his teeth in annoyance and said, "Damn it, I'm speechless. Should I just let him starve to death? He scared the hell out of me." Having finished speaking, he turned his head and left, abandoning the man groaning in hunger. "Black, let's go." The turbulent night ended, and the next morning at the Welton family mansion, Jamie suppressed his anger at the sight before him. Despite his hostile attitude, the blond man smiled brightly while eating and greeted him. "So you're Jamie, nice to meet you." Jamie couldn't accept his friendliness. "Why is this damned fellow sitting at the same table as me?" But the other party pretended not to notice his expression and continued to smile. "If it weren't for the Count's help, I would have starved to death on the street." Hearing this, Orino gave a wry smile and replied, "I didn't help much. You should thank the soldier who brought you here." At these words, the blond man maintained his previous opinion. "After all, they are also your soldiers, aren't they? So I still thank you, my lord." "Thank you very much." Seeing the other party being so polite, he merely gave a wry smile and joked, "Anyway, is it common for a holy knight to starve to death?" Without understanding the hidden meaning behind his words, the blond man still smiled brightly and answered honestly, "It's not common, but we are also human. If we reach a higher level, we can endure longer than ordinary people." In this comfortable and friendly atmosphere, Jamie, who was feeding strawberries to his younger sister, felt displeased. "This is uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. Why are my parents being so nice to that guy?" After a brief conversation, he began to ask for some information. "You said you belong to the pyro cult, right?" questioned. The blond man smiled brightly and confirmed once again. "Yes, I serve the goddess of compassion and punishment." Receiving confirmation, he looked at the lady next to him and smiled gently. "My dear, you must have been quite surprised to hear this." To that question, she smiled brightly and showed interest. "Yes, I was quite surprised." This answer made Jamie unable to understand. "You were surprised? Is there a problem?" Knowing that he didn't understand, she smiled gently and briefly asked, "Do you happen to know Archbishop Paris?" Hearing this name, Lust realized something. "Are you, perhaps, my lady?" Seeing that he understood to some extent, Sierra introduced, "I am from House Bell." Hearing this name, he couldn't hide his surprise. Soon after, while everyone in the Welton family looked on blankly, Lust stood up. Everyone thought everything would end there, but he quickly knelt down, placed his hand on his chest, and said in a very polite voice, "Greetings and respect." This scene astonished everyone, and Jamie's reaction was the most prominent. "What's happening? I know the pyro cult exists in Afton, which is also the territory of House Bell, but that's no reason for that guy to bow before my mother. To bow and kneel before someone else, the real reason for a holy knight to do such a thing must be at least at the rank of bishop. What on earth is going on?" Unable to hide his curiosity, he called his father. "Father, father." Suddenly called, he quickly replied, "Jamie, what is it?" Seeing him reply, Jamie showed an innocent expression and revealed the question in his mind. Why is that person greeting mother like that? He himself felt disgusted by his tone. "Damn it, it's too fake." The thought of having to act like a curious 9-year-old child made him want to die. Questioned, Orino merely smiled and didn't answer immediately. "Well, it's a long story. I'll tell you another time if I have the chance." Jamie, who didn't get what he wanted and lost face, became dispirited. "Oh, amazing." Having failed his objective, the atmosphere around him grew heavy. "Damn it, I did all that and it had no effect. I can't believe it. How humiliating." His younger sister, who was next to him, comforted him by patting his shoulder. "Brother, you're so cute." Setting that matter aside, something else made Jamie lost in thought. If House Bell has a close relationship with the pyro cult, it's going to be quite troublesome. Because she is, after all, someone I have to finish off. After breakfast, Orino and Lust entered Orino's study to continue their discussion. "So how do you plan to end this?" "As far as I know, the pyro cult is not allowed to conduct any activities in the eastern region." Before he could even speak, he first speculated. "You came here to expand the pyro cult's influence, didn't you?" questioned. Jamie hastily denied. "No, I was chasing someone and somehow ended up here." Hearing this, Orino couldn't help but be curious. "Chasing someone? Who?" questioned. Lust shook his head and revealed the information he knew. That person is performing cruel and unspeakable experiments that no human should do. He is a chimera creator. As this name came up, Arino couldn't hide his surprise, and his power exploded accordingly. What? A chimera creator is in Hades? Who is it? To that question, Lust gritted his teeth, hesitating whether to answer. After a moment of deliberation, he ultimately refused to answer. I apologize, but some of this information is top secret even within the Pyro cult. I cannot tell anyone. But if you listen to my request and make a deal, I will tell you more. Just hearing these words, Arino understood the hidden meaning. He's asking for my help. Seeing that he understood his purpose, Lust began to flatter him. Yes, if you, the master of the sword, would help me, it would surely be the greatest assistance. At this request, he was lost in thought for a moment. A chimera creator. Chimeras are made from various different creatures, but their core is human, so chimera creators are more evil than all other criminals. A chimera creator might not use humans, but there has never been such a chimera creator yet. After considering everything, Arino preemptively stated, I cannot promise to always help you. However, now that I know about my wife's relationship with the Pyro cult, I cannot ignore this matter. Hearing this, Lust couldn't hide his joy. Does that mean not keeping him waiting? Arino confirmed once again. I will help. Receiving direct confirmation, Lust couldn't hide his excitement and jumped up. Thank you very much. Seeing him, he smiled and didn't forget to ask for some information. No need for thanks, but why is the Pyro cult so obsessed with the Chimera creator, and why didn't you ask the kingdom for help? This question put Lust in a predicament again, and he merely scratched his face. I know the kingdom would definitely help if they knew about this, but he hesitated for a moment, then explained in more detail. The Pyro cult's prestige would also be severely damaged. The Chimera creator that the cult is pursuing. After a brief thought, Lust decided to reveal everything honestly. We have already sacrificed over 10 Holy Knights. Arino hesitated slightly at this information. Seeing that he understood, Lust dropped a bombshell. That bastard has created chimeras capable of using divine power. While the two conversed, Jamie was strolling in the garden. As Jamie walked, he was looking forward to afternoon tea. Just then, Sarah excitedly shouted, Jamie, you're here, come quickly and sit down. Jamie swiftly approached and sat next to his mother and sister, sipping tea. Seeing his dignified demeanor, Sierra didn't know what to say. Oh my, she got straight to the point. My dearest son, what are you so curious about? Seeing his mother initiate the conversation, he also didn't hide it and asked directly, why did that man kneel before you, mother? How could he show such respect to someone he just met? Upon hearing that, Sierra chuckled. I knew you'd ask about that. You're curious about our family's connection to the Pyro cult, aren't you? She spoke honestly to her son without concealment. Basically, your great-great-grandfather, my grandfather whom you've never met, was the savior of the Pyro cult. Jamie was greatly shocked by this information. What? Your grandfather was the Pyro cult savior? At the tea party, Sierra explained that Jamie's great-great-grandfather was the Pyro cult savior. Hearing this, Jamie thought in surprise. What? The Bell family is the Pyro cult savior? Jamie was dumbfounded for a few seconds upon hearing this. Sierra continued the story. Quite a while ago, the Pyro cult had a very precious item stolen, and my grandfather and I helped them back then. The Pyro Garden Incident. This incident involved the Demon King's followers attempting and failing to resurrect him using the Pyro cult's sacred relic. Jamie asked curiously, is this related to your family? Sierra explained, my grandfather lost his life preventing that incident. After that, the Pyro cult appointed the Marquis as an honorary archbishop and promised to treat the Bell family as equals to a bishop for the next 100 years. Jamie thought to himself, mother looks a little sad. She must have been quite close to her grandfather. The Pyro cult acknowledged them as bishops. A gleam flashed in his eyes. An absurd compensation, but that must have been their only sacred relic, right? Not bad, Pyro. I'll destroy you someday, but until then I'll use you to the fullest. Thinking that, Jamie formed a cunning and wicked smile. He. Lost in thought, Jamie was startled back to reality by Sierra's sudden call. Jamie quickly changed his expression and replied with a gentle, bright smile. Yes, mother. Sierra was overjoyed to see her son smiling brightly like a flower and asked, would you like another cup of tea? Jamie replied obediently. Yes, the afternoon tea time was very warm and happy. In the evening at a brightly lit church, someone said, our brother Shino, chosen by the Most High Saint, departs today. An unidentified figure dressed in robes bearing the cult symbol continued. Let us all pray for his future and raise our glasses to celebrate this great day. Everyone toasted in unison. The surroundings were filled with celebration and cheers. Shino's cheeks flushed with joy. Below, Ricky looked at Shino with envious eyes, thinking, Shino is finally going to the main cult. After the party, Shino boarded a carriage preparing to leave. Anna and Ricky said their wistful goodbyes from below. Shino spoke, Ricky, Anna, I didn't expect to see you. The departure date was set, so suddenly I'm glad you came to see me off. Ricky happily replied. I heard it from the priest. Don't cry, don't miss me too much. I'll be there soon too. Shino clenched his fist and smiled shyly. Who said I was crying? I'll be waiting, so hurry up and come. The carriage finally began to move. Ricky watched the carriage slowly disappear into the distance. Goodbye, Shino. Ricky clenched his fist with determination. Someday I'll become a priest too. The carriage stopped a short distance later. The priest sitting next to him said, We've arrived. Shino exclaimed in surprise. Yes, we've arrived. He looked outside with a slightly suspicious expression. It was the front of a dark and gloomy house. Shino thought, the main cult. I've come a long way. Shino worriedly asked the priest who had brought him. Excuse me, father, is this the main cult? The priest merely chuckled villainously without explanation and coldly ordered. Follow me. He walked ahead quickly. Shino asked nervously. Father, I think you've come to the wrong place. The priest continued walking without looking back and said, no mistake, follow me. As the priest pulled a book, a door opened. Shino thought blankly. A basement. The priest patted his shoulder and said, now hurry and go down. His face was filled with bewilderment. He had a premonition that something was about to happen, but at the priest's urging, Shino reluctantly went down to the basement. He called out, Father, father, this place is. Passing through the door, he looked inside and said, father, this place is a bit. Suddenly an pimply arm shot out, startling Shino and turning his face pale. He followed the priest, his voice trembling. This place is strange. There's something scary in that room. Ignoring Shino's terrified cries, the priest continued walking as if he hadn't seen anything. He led Shino to a room and upon entering removed his hood and bowed. Bishop, I have brought the child. Shino, hearing the priest respectfully greeting the smiling man before him, exclaimed, Bishop. He fell to his knees and wailed. Bishop, wasn't I chosen by God? This place is strange. There seems to be a monster here. Lincoln replied calmly. Oh ho, Shino, you are the chosen one, Shino stammered. Then why am I in this terrible place instead of the main cult? Lincoln finally revealed his cruel face. Well, because this is where we achieve things unimaginable. I'm truly eager to see what a pure child like you will become. He said that and commanded. Come in. A man pushed open the door and entered. Magic swirled around him, forming a thick black aura. The newcomer looked more like a monster. His face was covered in scabs, blood smeared all over, and he wore a savage smile. Oh la la. An excellent experimental subject. You'll make a truly beautiful chimera. As he reached out to Shino, the child screamed in terror, his face contorted in fear. Early the next morning on Belbat Street in Heishi's Welton territory, sunlight filled the surroundings and the scenery was peaceful. Jamie introduced, this is Belbat Street. You could call it the largest road in Heishi's. Lust walked ahead, excitedly looking around. I remember this place. I came here in the middle of the night when I was horribly hungry. Haha. Jamie replied with disgust. Yeah. Jamie recalled the reason why he had to guide this man this morning. This morning during tea time while he was elegantly enjoying his tea, the Count had suggested to Lust, would you like to look around Heishi's? If so, I'll send Jamie with you. My son is very smart. Lust happily agreed. Excellent. Jamie glared at Lust in anger upon hearing this, and cracks appeared on the teacup in his hand. That was the situation. Jamie walked quietly, sighing. Phew, why did this happen to me? Such bad luck. Lust walked behind, watching Jamie with interest. He thought that a 9-year-old child had better memory and stamina than a tour guide. It seemed the Count had a reason for sending him with this child. Lust called Jamie. Jamie turned with a puzzled expression. Lust smiled. Thank you very much. Thanks to you, I was able to comfortably walk around Heishi's without any problems. Jamie smiled politely. I'm also happy to be out and about after a long time. Lust suddenly extended his hand and said, that's enough sightseeing. Let's slowly head back home now. Jamie's mouth hung open at Lust's action. He grumbled, put your hand down. I have a few questions, so can I ask you a few? Lust scratched his head awkwardly upon being rejected. Of course, Jamie asked seriously. What did you talk about with father last night? Lust couldn't hide his surprise. Good heavens, this is really unexpected. I thought this child would ask about what a knight does. Lust chuckled awkwardly and made up any excuse. Regarding that, we talked about how handsome you'd be when you grow up. Your appearance is very pleasing to the eye. Jamie shouted in irritation, don't lie. Lust, realizing he couldn't easily deceive Jamie, broke out in a cold sweat. How are all kids this precocious these days? Lust hurriedly clarified his clumsy lie. No, it's true. We talked a lot about you. Your father's love for his son is truly great. Jamie turned his head away in anger. HMPH? You're just saying you don't want to tell me. Stop talking like that. Even a child wouldn't believe it. Lust apologized awkwardly. Haha, I'm sorry for deceiving you, but this is an adult conversation so I can't tell you. Jamie speculated. It seems something is hidden in Heishi's. That's why he sent that guy to scout. What could it be? Lust, seeing Jamie standing silently, fidgeted and hurriedly approached to console him. Jamie, are you pouting? Jamie ignored Lust and remained lost in thought. What could it be? What on earth could it be? Lust frowned in distress. He's pouting. What should I do? Suddenly Jamie remembered. There's still one place we haven't visited, Lust asked curiously. Oh, where? Jamie pointed with a smile. The Zenni's cult in Heishi's. The two immediately got into a carriage and headed for the cult. Even after arriving, Lust kept grumbling. Jamie, you're not mad at me anymore, right? Jamie ignored him. This is the Zenni's cult in Heishi's, and I told you I'm not pouting. Ricky was diligently sweeping the cult yard nearby. He looked up in surprise. He saw Jamie. Jamie walked ahead with a frown, followed excitedly by Lust. Oh ho, this is the Zenni's cult, Ricky shouted as soon as he saw Jamie. You're the black-haired person from before, Lust asked curiously. Is he your friend? He seems to be looking at you. Jamie turned around, puzzled. Jamie remembered in surprise. Could it be that kid, the one I bumped into? Jamie quickly turned away, pretending not to know. Not someone I know. He thought to himself. Changing my hair color was useless. How annoying. Lust looked at Jamie's attitude and had a question mark above his head. Ricky shouted in anger. Why are you pretending not to know me? Just then a carriage was rapidly approaching on the road. Ricky tried to cross the road to get in front of Jamie. Did you dye your hair? I almost didn't recognize you. Suddenly seeing Ricky crossing the road, the coachman shouted, "Hey, what's wrong with these kids?" Ricky turned around in surprise and the coachman's face turned pale as he shouted, "Get out of the way!" Both Jamie and Lust froze in surprise. Ricky was facing a rapidly stopping carriage and 2 horses twice his size. Realizing the situation was not good, Lust quickly ran to save Ricky. He thought to himself, "I'll be late." Ricky was trembling, tears and snot streaming down his face, unable to say anything. "Am I going to die?" Meanwhile, Jamie also began to use magic. His eyes shone brightly and lightning struck. Jamie created a magic circle with complex symbols and cast a technique called Chain Domain, and numerous energy chains erupted from the magic circle. These chains formed a barrier protecting both Lust and Ricky. Thanks to this, Lust had the opportunity to successfully save Ricky. But he too was greatly surprised to clearly see the technique Jamie used. The carriage on the other side was firmly held by the chains and lifted high. After everything ended, Ricky was still in shock. He stood with a pale face, trembling and muttering, "I'm not dead, yeah." Ricky ran to Jamie and hugged him, and Jamie's eyes widened. Ricky kept saying thank you, thank you, thank you, but Jamie, suffocated by the hug, was not pleased at all by the action. Jamie, suffocating from the tight hug, angrily scolded Ricky, "Alright, let go now, why are you so strong?" Lust watched them from the side, admiring. "The magic Jamie used to save that child was superior to the magic used by the mages I work with. I can't believe a 9-year-old child is this strong. That child is a genius." In a few decades, no, a few years, Lust continuously praised Jamie's level. Ricky was still hugging Jamie tightly, not letting go, and tears streamed down his face. "Thank you so much, you saved my life." Jamie pushed him away angrily. "Stop clinging to me, you're heavy." Lust felt that this child would someday become someone even he couldn't treat as an equal. As he was lost in thought, Jamie asked, "What are you staring at? Let's go in quickly." Lust was startled and snapped out of it, asking, "How go in where?" Jamie sighed and replied, "Where else? The Zenny's cult." Lust stammered awkwardly. "Oh right," he thought to himself, "did I misread something? I feel like I'm being ignored." 3 of them headed to the Zenny's cult together. Ricky excitedly led the way, guiding them. "It's a good thing you were planning to visit here anyway. I'll show you around." Ricky walked and explained, "This is an orphanage for children who have nowhere else to go." Just then, someone called Ricky. Seeing the nun before him, Ricky happily exclaimed, "Sister," she asked, "where have you been?" Seeing Ricky with the other 2, she asked who they were, and Ricky introduced them. "They saved me when I was almost hit by a carriage. They're my saviors." Hearing that, the nun said worriedly, "Oh dear, are you all right? No injuries?" Only then did she turn and clasp her hands, thanking the 2. "Thank you both very much. Ricky almost had a terrible accident." Lust chuckled, "It's nothing. As a priest serving the Pyro cult, it's my duty." Her demeanor changed immediately when Lust mentioned Pyro, and her attitude shifted. But Lust didn't seem to mind and continued to smile, pointing at Jamie. "Actually, most of it was thanks to this child." Jamie inwardly clicked his tongue, thinking, unnecessary talk. She asked, "All right, this child is?" Jamie seriously introduced himself. "I am Jamie, the son of the lord of this territory." She was quite flustered upon hearing that. "Oh, no wonder. I should have recognized it immediately when I saw his teal hair. I was just so startled by the accident. I apologize." Jamie immediately sensed that her reaction was not normal. He thought to himself, what was that reaction? If she's from Hades, she should have recognized me by my hair color immediately. Besides not recognizing me, she seemed very surprised. "What is she hiding?" she asked Lust. "Did you come to pick up Ricky?" Lust quickly waved his hands. "No, I heard that the Zenny's cult established itself here this year, so I came to visit." Hearing that, she said, "You're here for sightseeing? Then please follow me." "Ricky, please take the young master for a walk around." Ricky asked. "Me?" Jamie quickly understood her intention. "That woman is trying to separate Lust and me. She's not trying to eliminate him, is she? I should be cautious." Thinking that, Jamie smiled and followed Ricky. "I'll be having dinner with my parents, so I'll see you later." Lust was a little surprised by Jamie's attitude. He stood there blankly, but then realized something. He happily waved to Jamie. "All right, see you later." Ricky introduced the cult very awkwardly. This is my house. I mean my temporary residence. And that's the dining hall." Jamie couldn't help but show a displeased expression. "Speak like before. Don't act strange." Ricky still seemed not to understand. Jamie emphasized again, "I don't care about such things, so speak comfortably." Hearing that, Ricky happily ran over, grabbed Jamie's hand and asked, "Wow, really?" Jamie shouted angrily. "Yes." Ricky immediately happily took the lead, guiding the way. "Come on, I'll show you everything here." Jamie stopped in his tracks, looking exhausted, and thought to himself, why is he so excited? I don't understand. At this, Ricky led Jamie one room forward and excitedly introduced, "We've seen all the other places, and this is my sister's and my room. Aren't you curious?" Jamie merely let out an exclamation of surprise. "Not at all." Ricky flung the door open and loudly declared, "Anna, your brother brought a friend." Jamie thought to himself with an expression of extreme boredom, "Who said I was your friend?" A girl named Anna, sitting in the corner, let out a small wow. She pushed herself up from the desk and cautiously asked, "Really, big brother?" The moment he saw Anna, Jamie was greatly surprised. Ricky approached her, supporting her, and reminded her, "Say hello, Anna, he's a very cool person." Anna leaned on her brother, smiled, and greeted, "Hello, my name is Anna." Ricky saw Jamie staring intently at Anna with wide eyes and called out, "Jamie, what's wrong?" Jamie thought to himself, "Unbelievable, this child was born with the qualities of a saintess, especially those eyes, they are filled with divine power." Jamie was very surprised to see a brilliant halo above Anna's head. Anna is a messenger sent by God from heaven. More than anyone else, she can easily wield the power of the God she serves. These individuals are endowed with powerful divine power in certain parts of their bodies. Jamie thought to himself, her name is Anna, right? She seems to be blind now due to her powerful divine energy, but once she grows up and awakens her power, she will be able to see the flow of the world with those sacred eyes. Thinking that far, Jamie frowned. She has a high chance of becoming a troublesome enemy in the future. Should I kill her now? But Jamie quickly calculated. No, if I can notice it, the cult's priest must know. Killing her now is too dangerous. As he was thinking seriously, Ricky suddenly approached and asked with wide eyes. Jamie, don't tell me. Jamie frowned. What? Ricky immediately gave a mischievous, wicked smile. You've fallen for my sister. Hearing that, Jamie shot back angrily. What are you talking about? Ricky continued to babble. My sister is still young, so before he could finish, Anna slammed a book hard on his head. She interjected, oh right, I had one question. Killing intent emanated from her entire body, but she was still smiling outwardly. I have a question from this book, big brother. Can you help me? Ricky, lying on the floor, rubbing his head, merely stammered, yeah, Anna, about the book. At this, Ricky took the book and sat next to Anna. Ricky asked, you're talking about the second paragraph where he gave up his journey again, right? Jamie stood in a corner thinking to himself, whose divine power was that child born with? Zenny's? Or either way, I need to be careful with those siblings. The two siblings were still happily discussing the story. Towards a very distant tall tower that no one can find, Anna smiled. Just as I thought. It was a tower, not a cave. Jamie opened the door and walked out. He thought, I need to go now. Seeing Jamie leave, Ricky was a little surprised. Ricky asked, are you going to the bathroom? Jamie answered honestly, no, I'm going home. Ricky quickly put the book aside and said, then I'll take you. Then he turned to Anna and said, I'll be right back. Anna smiled and nodded. On the way out, Ricky asked, you'll come again, right? Jamie thought to himself, good heavens, he talks so much. Jamie suddenly asked, Ricky, what do you want to do? Ricky replied, how, why suddenly? But then he smiled brightly and said, this is a question friends ask, isn't it? My heart is pounding. Jamie frowned and glanced at him. Think what you want, Ricky excitedly said. At first I thought just being with Anna was enough, but after coming here my thoughts changed. I want to be chosen by Zenny's and become a priest. He suddenly became a little sad. Yesterday I saw a friend from the orphanage get chosen and go to the main cult, and I was really envious. Hearing that, Jamie suddenly stopped. He was startled to realize what? Chosen and went to the main cult. Come to think of it, the Ribbon human trafficking organization. Chosen. Jamie connected the clues and suddenly realized. He shouted at Ricky, where were you before you came here? Ricky was a little surprised by Jamie's question but still replied, on the streets. Jamie shouted, no, before that. Ricky sweated and stammered, I was a member of Ribbon's organization. Why are you suddenly asking that? Jamie finally understood everything. As I suspected, Lust encountered the nun outside the cult. He politely spoke first. It is an honor to speak with you. The woman also replied courteously, the pleasure is mine. The nun, guessing Lust's purpose, suggested first, you're leaving now, aren't you? I will guide you to where the young master is. Lust readily nodded with a bright smile. Yes, thank you. As the woman turned around, his eyes suddenly sharpened and a suspicion sprouted in his mind. She's tight-lipped. Is it because she doesn't trust priests from other cults? They're probably involved in the Chimera incident. The nun led Lust down a long corridor, at the end of which they encountered Jamie with Ricky. She raised her voice and asked, Ricky, did you enjoy showing the young master around? He playfully replied, of course, sister. Just then a lament, half playful and half serious, broke the atmosphere. It caught Ricky's attention and he immediately looked in the direction of the sound. Lincoln suddenly appeared with his subordinate. He walked and said, while I was away we had a distinguished guest. Ricky called his name with a bright face. Bishop. Lincoln brushed past his greeting and smiled gently at Jamie. It's an honor to meet you, young master. Jamie replied in a calm voice without much change in expression. Hello, I am Jamie. He showed no hint of his true thoughts. Good timing. This place is a cult that preys on children. The bishop passed by Lust and asked curiously, and this person is? The nun quickly introduced him. I am Lust, a medic, serving the Pyro cult. The man immediately smiled pleasantly. Oh, Pyro, really? Jamie didn't participate in their conversation, but he had his own thoughts. But I don't know their objective. What exactly are they trying to do? Since he's here, something must be going on. Lust and Lincoln were still engrossed in conversation. I am truly ashamed that I was away when you arrived. I apologize. No, I had a pleasant conversation with the nun. Jamie once again observed the bishop before him. This time the more he looked, the more he felt something was strange. What is this peculiar energy? The mysterious man standing behind the bishop was suspicious. He speculated. Given that powerful divine power, he must be a knight. But Jamie immediately turned his gaze to Lust, who was slightly sweating. This sparked suspicion in his mind. Lust's reaction isn't normal, but he didn't dwell on Lust and instead focused on the mysterious knight behind Lincoln. There's something about that knight. At this, the bishop also noticed Jamie continuously observing him discreetly. His eyes narrowed unpleasantly. After a brief encounter, Lust and Jamie happened to return together. Both were lost in their own thoughts, so they didn't exchange a single word until they left the cult. Unexpectedly, Jamie spoke first. I heard from Ricky earlier that one of his friends was chosen by God and went to the main cult. He was very envious and wanted to become a priest himself. This seemingly casual remark startled Lust. He looked up, his eyes filled with anxiety, staring at him. But Lust quickly speculated with his small head like a foolish puppy's guess. I see, Ricky is a good child, he'll surely become a priest someday. Jamie showed no pleasure at all at Lust's overly naive judgment. He sighed and thought, this hint isn't enough it seems. Jamie continued to give hints. Yes, but did you hear from Father? Lust immediately turned his head and asked, what are you talking about? Jamie got straight to the point. 2 months ago, Father annihilated a criminal organization called Ribbon because they were kidnapping and trafficking children. Lust stopped in his tracks upon hearing the name Ribbon. As Lust's reaction began to change, Jamie pushed the situation further. I just remembered that Ricky said he was with Ribbon before coming to the orphanage. Lust then slowly opened his mouth. Ricky was with that organization? Jamie smiled contentedly. He's finally connecting the clues. I'll give him a few more hints. Jamie carelessly dropped a few more useful pieces of information. By the way, is the Zennies cult really a philanthropic cult? Lust immediately paid attention to this detail and inwardly exclaimed, oh my, I forgot about that. He finally realized the crux of the problem. If they established the orphanage to use children as ingredients, Lust quickly conveyed this information to the lord of the Welton family. Arino sat in a large chair, listening to Lust's report, and asked doubtfully, Ribbon and the Zennies cult? Lust clearly asserted, the child named Ricky in the orphanage said he used to work for that organization. Arino also offered his own deduction. I thought the Zennies cult was having a positive influence on the territory. Actually, I met the bishop and a knight on my way to visit the cult, but Lust truthfully said apologetically, I still haven't found out, Arino asked back. Found out what? He observed and saw the flow of energy emanating from the mysterious man next to Lincoln. I felt powerful divine energy, but I couldn't tell if he was a Zennies cult knight or not. Moreover, I also found something else in his body. I felt something combined with that divine power. Arino was slightly confused by Lust's words. You're not suggesting a chimera can use divine power, are you? He had considerable trust in Lust's words. As soon as he heard Lust, he immediately took action. If that's true, I can't sit idly by any longer. I'll lead the knights there right away. But before he could finish speaking, Lust interrupted him. But we must first be certain. He stepped forward and said, I will go first and find evidence. However, he couldn't let his important general rush alone into the den of death. He refused. It's too dangerous alone. But Lust, without a hint of fear on his face, asserted resolutely, I am prepared to face the danger. Arino listened to his words and asked seriously, what are the odds? This time he too was serious about this crucial mission and seemed to have calculated the odds in advance. I believe I can gain the upper hand in this situation. Hearing that, Arino was somewhat relieved. He made preparations to ensure the process. Then I'll assign 3 more men to go with you. Immediately, 3 knights appeared behind Lust. Tens of seconds later, Lust inadvertently looked back and was startled by the sudden appearance of the completely masked knights. I didn't sense their presence at all, Arino added by way of explanation. They are the Shadow Knights, protectors of the Welton family. They possess top-tier skills, so they will surely be helpful to you. Lust scanned them again, analyzing inwardly. They seem to use longswords, but their presence and manner of appearance are closer to assassins. Lust asked again, surprised. Are they really knights? Arino explained gently. I'll not right now. After confirming the situation and forces, Lust once again solemnly promised, thank you. I will definitely uncover their true intentions. Arino nodded contentedly. Everything depends on you. Meanwhile, Jamie learned the full story of everything that happened inside the Welton estate through Black. He scoffed, chimeras using divine power, using children as experimental subjects, truly malicious. Black returned to the bedroom and sat in Jamie's palm. He hadn't expected them to resort to such methods, and an unutterable rage surged within him. Using innocent children as materials, truly a perfect idea, but is that what so-called gods would do? As I thought, Zennies is indeed a bastard. Jamie leaned back wearily on the soft bed. Judging by their clumsy methods in any situation, they seemed to be in quite a hurry for some reason. Without prolonged thought, he called Black, then carefully handed him a sealed letter instructing, deliver this to Lust. Without making his master wait long, the creature immediately shot out the window, disappearing into the strong winds. Jamie collected himself, sat up straight, and sighed deeply. I need to prepare myself as well. In the coming battles, I must attain a higher level of power. Just then, a system current appeared, and a clear voice resonated with an alert window. Memory. A technique that deeply imprints spells and mana operation into a person's mind in advance, allowing for skillful use of magic. Meanwhile, inside a large log cabin opposite the church in the outskirts, Philip and Azat were both there. Azat had already lost patience and spoke inquisitively. How much longer do we have to stay here? Philip stood by the window, engrossed in observation, and answered indifferently. Until they start moving. Azat casually found a chair and sat down, unable to control his mouth, muttering, rats hiding are better than suspicious night wannabes. Philip, without much explanation, simply reminded him, our job is simply to follow orders. Hearing that, Azat let out a long sigh, his face filled with disappointment. It's so boring. Nothing's happening. Just then, rapid footsteps, as if running on a wooden floor, clearly echoed from outside. It seemed what they had been waiting for had finally appeared. Philip immediately recognized the distinct sound from a distance, and his eyes instantly filled with more tension than ever before. A Holy Knight chimera has appeared. The creature savagely drew its sword and declared threateningly, I will take your life. Azat too hadn't expected the opponent to arrive so quickly and couldn't react at all. He could only quickly steal a glance, his heart pounding violently in his chest as if it would burst out at any moment. A sharp scream echoed within the log cabin. The Holy Knight Chimera merely swung its sword once, and the surrounding air was instantly covered in white smoke. The sword aimed directly at Azat. He seemed to have become bait for the valiant knight before him. He could have clearly dodged it, but he remained still as if luring the creature. However, the moment the sword in the Holy Knight's hand struck down, both Philip and he were dumbfounded. That divine power is truly ferocious. Not stopping there, the Holy Knight continued to advance with a large sword in hand. He declared in a cold voice, "I will take your life." The two eyes behind the iron mask were now bloodshot and filled with murderous intent, and the creature madly threw back its head and shrieked inside the large house, "I will take your life." It was like a soulless killing machine. Philip, judging the situation to be unfavorable, shouted at Azat, "Go, report to the master." Azat didn't delay for even a second. He feared that if he hesitated for a few more seconds, both of them would become fodder for the Holy Knight's sword. He immediately turned and fled. "I'll be back soon." Unfortunately, the Holy Knight noticed Azat's departure. The creature charged madly like the wind, seemingly unwilling to let him go, and a hoarse voice burst from behind its steel armor. "I will take your life." The sword also swung once at the same time. Azat couldn't escape in time, and just as he was almost at the door, he hesitated and looked back. His eyes were filled with terror. Divine power swept across the floor, engulfing Azat. Philip quickly realized and shouted at him, "Duck!" Before the divine power could strike Azat, Philip with agile movements rushed forward and pushed Azat out the door. He was completely thrown outside due to the laws of inertia and the flimsy door. Azat, seizing the opportunity to escape, shouted loudly. He hadn't expected Philip to selflessly save his life. He shouted loudly into the air, "Brother!" But Philip was not so lucky. While Azat escaped, he took the full force of the Holy Knight's sword strike imbued with divine power. Before he could even finish speaking, his abdomen was sliced horizontally, and blood sprayed like rain from the wound and his mouth. The Dark Knight completely enveloped the huge log cabin, forming a protective barrier around the house. A familiar figure soared from the window, gradually appearing. A low voice echoed in the cold space, "How dare you summon my loyal servant?" The person who appeared was Jamie, clad in a mysterious black cloak. Jamie fully entered the room. Currently, the only ones who could fight were the Holy Knight Chimera and Jamie. Philip, severely wounded by the Holy Knight Chimera's attack, was now slumped in a corner of the house. Jamie was very confident in his abilities this time, and even felt like toying around. "Now no one will be able to see what's happening here. This spell is quite strong, remember that." But inwardly he sighed. "I barely managed to use the memory function with the help of dark magic. High-level magic is truly tricky." The Holy Knight Chimera stood before Jamie, showing no reaction. Its bloodshot eyes stared intently at Jamie, and a few seconds later, as if enraged, it madly charged towards Jamie. "I will take your life." Jamie too was not afraid and immediately fought back. Before the creature could even touch him, he cast fifth circle gravity magic. Magical energy immediately coiled around the Holy Knight Chimera's legs. Jamie continued his impromptu explanation. "This magic strengthens gravity in a specific area to prevent the target from moving." The Holy Knight Chimera immediately fell forward due to inertia, unable to even hold onto the sword in its hand. Only helpless groans escaped its throat. Jamie gave the creature no respite. He continued to cast the next spell. Lion's Bond, a magic that summons the dead to suppress the target. The Holy Knight Chimera had not yet given up. Though its body was pinned to the wooden floor, it painstakingly uttered a few words through sheer will. "I will take your life." The creature still struggled to reach out, but unfortunately, under Jamie's magic, it didn't even have a chance to move. Not stopping there, Jamie continued to cast spells. Next was Sacrifice, a magic that sacrifices souls to summon and create a huge explosion. Instantly, everything was engulfed in the explosion with no time even for a warning. And the magical explosion began to suck everything in, the flow of light also being drawn into a single sphere. When the center of the explosion disappeared, Jamie still stood tall in the same spot, calmly gazing at his work amidst the thick white smoke. After the explosion, the Holy Knight Chimera was severely wounded. Blood stained various parts of its sturdy steel armor, and its whole body trembled, yet it still uttered rough words like a creature unafraid of death. Jamie glanced at him, and a contemptuous voice echoed softly, You were high-ranking, weren't you?" Before Jamie could even finish speaking, the Holy Knight Chimera regained its strength, resolutely held the sword in its hand and prepared for a decisive battle. The creature charged like lightning, and the blood all over its body seemed to have no significant effect on it. Its voice, too, was unbelievably not that of someone who had just been severely wounded. "I will take all your lives." But Jamie had never been afraid of anyone. As the creature approached, he prepared to fight. He praised the creature verbally. "Your momentum is good. Sugoika now impressive, isn't it? You picked the wrong opponent, you bastard." The puppetry magic was immediately cast by Jamie. Instantly, countless magical threads of light suddenly poured down, coiling tightly around the Holy Knight Chimera's body like vines. It was a magic that controlled the target by connecting threads to its soul. The creature was immediately crushed by the weight of the threads, forced to kneel on the floor. The posture was like praying for blessings. With the sudden attack, the creature could only let out a few groans from its throat. Its whole body trembled uncontrollably, and it became increasingly difficult to control itself. It couldn't hold its sword, nor could it analyze the danger. The dense threads relentlessly coiled around its body. Jamie continued to mock it from outside. "You seem quite curious about your current situation, don't you?" he informed the creature without hesitation. "Those body fragments that entered your body with the explosion just now." Jamie was thought to be merely controlling the Holy Knight Chimera's body to prevent reckless actions, but he was actually more sinister. "What belonged to you is now mine. Now you can do nothing." But the creature still struggled, trying to break free. Its whole body trembled, and its mind was only thinking about how to escape. It couldn't control its body, nor could it use dark magic. Continuing to fight is meaningless. The best way to deal with an unbeatable enemy is to flee. The creature activated the core in its chest to break free from Jamie's dense encirclement. Jamie hadn't even considered this method, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. He hadn't expected the creature to dare to use such a move, self-destruction really. But he always had a way to deal with the creature. Before it could completely disappear, Jamie charged like lightning and shouted loudly, "It won't be that easy." He cast Shadow Hand. Dark magic appeared, preventing the creature from disappearing. His hand swiftly pierced the Holy Knight Chimera's body. The creature of course couldn't stop it and had no choice but to accept death. But as Jamie's hand entered its body, a bizarre phenomenon occurred. Contrary to his expectations, "What? I can't stop it." A dazzling light erupted from within the Holy Knight Chimera's body, overpowering even the light of dark magic and the faint moonlight filtering in from outside. Jamie became increasingly flustered, his face rapidly stiffening and draining of color. For a moment he couldn't think of what to do next and merely cursed. "Damn it, I can't avoid it." In less than 3 seconds the creature's chest swelled like a balloon. He didn't know what this phenomenon was either, and had no control over the situation at all. And the creature's body exploded like an old corpse filled with gas, and Jamie was also pushed far back by the impact. The explosion was so massive that the creature's flesh was no longer intact, and blood and flesh were mixed in the air affected by the explosion. It was a truly horrifying sight. It even shook the barrier Jamie had erected outside, causing a large tremor. But it was not enough to destroy the barrier. Thanks to dark magic, Jamie was completely unaffected by the explosion, and his body remained unharmed. Jamie had not yet collected himself. "If not for dark magic, I would have been in serious trouble by now. It must have thought it could break through the darkness by releasing its maximum divine power, but it can't escape with that." It took him a moment to collect himself, and he continued to cast spells. Light absorbing dark magic. The Holy Knight Chimera, still alive and contemplating escape, secretly fled along the path where light entered, hoping to shake off Jamie's persistent pursuit, but Jamie recovered before it could escape and attacked first. Not so fast. The magic accurately struck the center of the Holy Knight Chimera's body, and the creature quickly fell without being able to do anything. Surprisingly, however, that attack did not damage the inside of its body. The creature attempting to escape instead revealed its true form. Beneath the majestic armor, its real body was a hideous monster with sharp teeth and numerous gigantic tentacles. Jamie immediately focused on the chimera. "The chimera's true form has been revealed, huh?" He had no intention of letting its true form escape. He swung his hand, casting Chain Doman to hold it captive. He commanded coldly, "Come out." The creature's true form still struggled and groaned. Jamie combined his final technique, Death Burst. Blood poured like rain from beneath the magical chains. Death Burst was also a dark explosion which would destroy even sturdy armor, and the creature was no exception. The creature itself realized that it no longer had the ability to resist. Body had reached its limit and couldn't move, so the creature decided to use its last resort, and the core of its true form emerged from its sharp fanged mouth. Jamie paused, bewildered by the small grotesque creature. That was its original form. This core of its true form was much more agile than its outer shell, even faster than Jamie. Before he could react, it had already leapt from the windowsill, using the floors as stepping stones to jump from the third to the first floor. Only after it disappeared from sight did Jamie collect himself and lower his head with regret. He had missed it. Philip had also recovered somewhat by this point and rushed over to ask about the situation. "Master," he noticed the bloody corpse in the center of the room. "But that guy," Jamie replied calmly. "I missed it." Philip was stunned to hear that, his face turning pale as he foolishly asked, "What? Shouldn't we chase it? Are you all right?" Jamie said soothingly, "It's regrettable that it got away, but it's fine." Philip had an apologetic yet doubtful look on his face. "He let the enemy get away, but he's fine with it?" "I thought we were chasing it to catch it, but that wasn't the case." He dared to step forward and continued to ask, "I apologize, but I don't understand your intentions, Master. I wish to know why it's fine." Jamie, too lazy to answer, dismissed it casually. "Well, it's nothing." The reason for his confidence was that he knew the essence of his attack, dark magic, couldn't be easily erased. Everything was fundamentally within Jamie's plan. The moment the shadow hand pierced its body, its entire being was already filled with dark magic. In other words, he could find it whenever he wished. Elsewhere, Lincoln was still engrossed in writing with an elegant demeanor, completely unaware that his cherished creation had been beaten and reverted to its original form. The window in the corner of the room suddenly opened, drawing his attention. As soon as he turned his head, he saw the rare bloody form of the chimera. As expected, he was so shocked by the true form of his creation that he even cursed. "Damn it, what is that?" But the fear was momentary, quickly turning into a sense of overwhelming disbelief. He held the chimera in his hand, cherishing it like a hard-won accomplishment. His voice trembled with a catch in his throat. Impossible, it was defeated. The core of our research, the Holy Knight Chimera with divine power, destroyed. Inside the log cabin, the temporary base of the Zenni's cult. Jamie and Philip had not yet left. Philip was slightly surprised by Jamie's methods. Master, in that case, he was, after all, a coward. Once he knew, he worried about everything, and the escape of the Holy Knight Chimera's core was no exception. He still faced it with fear. Does the enemy know it's afflicted with dark magic? If so, wouldn't that also affect the Master, allowing them to track and monitor his location? Jamie comforted him in a soft voice. I know what you're thinking, but it's fine. They won't know. Philip was still a little dazed and merely replied indifferently. Yes, but Jamie was very confident in his abilities. Because my current power is very different from dark magic, but he still had a question. Even so, I don't understand why this dark magic is so weak compared to divine power. He admitted to Philip, from the beginning my power existed for the purpose of killing gods. Philip unconsciously noted the hand summoning an invisible flow of power. Godslayer Xian Sha is a type of darkness created to take the lives of divine beings and completely erase their existence without a trace. This was the dark magic Jamie was using. He fully understood the characteristics of this dark magic, so they fundamentally had no way to deal with it. That was precisely why those fools using divine power, no matter what they did, could never find his information. On this side, Lincoln was still clenching his fists in anger. He even jabbed his pen straight into the desk to vent his fury, uttering each word with a trembling voice. What bastard! But it was clear that no matter how much he or his subordinates tried, he would never be able to track the traces of the one he sought. Jamie finally revealed the full truth about his power. From the beginning, my power existed for the purpose of killing gods, so don't worry too much. Only after hearing the explanation did Philip understand and nod. Understood. He noticed Azat's absence from the beginning and asked curiously. By the way, where did Azat go? Philip now recalled him. His voice stammered as he hurriedly searched. That guy. Before Philip could even finish speaking, the wooden door beside them opened. Azat had just entered and shouted loudly, Brother, are you all right? He was so focused on asking about his good brother's well-being that only after turning his head did he realize Jamie was also there, his face filled with joy. Master, you're here. That's a huge relief. Azat smiled so widely his eyes narrowed, continuously praising him. I thought you would be a pile of white bones by now. Anyway, that knight fellow was quite strong, but it seems the Master took care of everything. Ignoring his hollow flattery, Jamie immediately got to the point. Yes, I handled the aftermath. Where did you run off to? He innocently scratched his head, explaining like a foolish child. Well, I fell from the window earlier and was briefly knocked out, so as soon as I woke up I rushed straight here. Jamie was dumbfounded to hear that and asked back, What, you were knocked out? Philip admitted with an apologetic and guilty expression. I pushed him. Jamie was utterly helpless with these two right-hand men, left-hand men who literally had empty heads. For a moment he didn't know what to say, and the scene was enveloped in silence as they looked at each other. In the end, Jamie chose the most humiliating method. He made him lift his rear. He made Azat bend his body into a V-shape, and then Jamie himself, with the weight of an adult, sat directly on his raised rear, calmly assigning tasks. I'm retracting the order to monitor them. They noticed too quickly. If you keep watching, you'll be discovered, so you'll have to act individually. Azat, who was below, replied with a trembling voice, Yes, Master. Philip, who was beside him, also nodded. Understood. Jamie, remembering something at that moment, waved his hand forward. He remembered Philip had been injured confronting the Holy Knight Chimera, and since he could heal him with the magic in his hand, he treated him without a second thought. He himself was surprised. Master, this is... Jamie immediately preempted him. There's a way, but you still need to take better care of your body. After giving them a good scolding, Jamie finally stood up and assigned him a new task. Azat, you must stay by Lust's side and protect him. As soon as Azat was freed, he shouted triumphantly. Understood, Master. Jamie quickly approached the window, getting ready. Before leaving, he didn't forget to caution the two. I'm leaving, be careful. Jamie descended outside through the window at the same time. Lincoln was racking his brain to track down the anonymous individual who had so effectively dealt with his cherished creation. Impossible, how could this happen? He was so enraged that his hands trembled, and his words were unfitting for a bishop. What bastard, for a seasoned knight chimera, a fusion of 4 lives, to end up like this? He saw the chimera's core, reduced to horrific blood and flesh inside a transparent glass vial, and his fury grew even stronger. After a long period of thought, Lincoln recalled a few prominent names. The first person he thought capable of confronting his painstakingly created Holy Knight Chimera was none other than Count Welton. But after a long moment of thought he hesitated and let out a long sigh. He had never held Count Welton in high regard, and even if Count Welton had indeed fought the Chimera, it wouldn't have suffered this much damage, he still thought. No, if it were him, the core would still have returned alive, he considered another key point. Not only that, but the connection between me and the knight was immediately severed. Breaking magic is impossible without a barrier. Then he considered another possibility. If there's a mage of that caliber within this territory, it would be the young master. He suspected Jamie, but very quickly dismissed it from his mind. No, not that kid. Even if he's a genius, he's only 4th circle. You need at least 5th circle to directly confront a knight chimera. Then who is it? Lincoln began to anticipate the next phase of his plan again. As I thought, we need to speed up the experiment before that. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a sharp blade appearing at his throat. A low, cold voice accompanied it. Your second plan has also failed. If he moved even slightly, the blade would immediately send him on his final journey. Lincoln still remained silent, already knowing the identity of the person holding the blade to his throat. The mysterious figure continued to threaten him. I don't think I need an answer, do I? As soon as she finished speaking, his entire body trembled uncontrollably, and his voice broke due to fear. No, the woman continued to taunt him. Really? Then what is it? At this, he remembered the chimera he had still left on the desk, and with trembling fear he cautiously replied, It's still unfinished. She was not satisfied. So everything's fine even if it ended up like that just because it's unfinished? The sharp blade moved an inch closer to his neck, inadvertently drawing a few drops of fresh blood. He very quickly felt that strange sensation. He quickly explained, That's not what I mean. Some annoyance got in the way. It will be complete with just 1 or 2 more experiments. She was naturally very displeased with his excuse and continued to threaten him relentlessly. Are you fluently speaking of an annoyance that you can't even identify, SM? Do you want to become part of your own experiment? When the mysterious woman finished speaking, Lincoln closed his mouth and could no longer say anything. After sufficiently threatening him, she warned him and disappeared into the smoke. I will be watching you, counting every step. Only after the woman left could Lincoln finally let out a deep sigh, inhaling oxygen to make up for the breath he hadn't dared to take while she was still there. Only after calming down did he realize again why the matter had been exposed. His anger peaked once more. The 7 knights, they're monitoring me. The 7 swords, 7 knights of the Zenni's cult. 7 knights who protect the archbishop in the Zenni's cult's main cathedral. They were all seasoned, and Lincoln regretted not being able to deal with all of them at once. He could do nothing but pound on the desk, forced to shout loudly with this contained fury. How dare you mock me like this? Beneath the facade of a respected bishop, Lincoln was still a person with terribly distorted values, even cursing his superiors without an ounce of respect. That disgusting old man, if only I complete this experiment I can reach that position. Night fell, covering all territories, and the Welton family's castle was no exception. Jamie surprisingly brought the Holy Knight Chimera's corpse back to the mansion. He himself knew he had been too reckless, but its corpse could give him many clues, and for a moment he couldn't help but admire it. But a sacred chimera, they've created something truly interesting. Jamie began dissecting its body, examining what kind of lives they had put into it. After fumbling for a long time, his face was stained with its red blood. He made his first discovery. It's quite solidly connected. Inside its body was a long leg covered in blood-stained teeth. He surmised it was an insect's leg from the empty chest cavity left by the core of its true form. Internal organs with fire resistance. He also found something strange within a mixture of insect compound eyes. What was particularly chilling was that he finally discovered they were based on human bodies. It seemed a total of 4 lives were combined, possessing magic resistance and excellent speed. Jamie found a single glowing transparent capsule inside its body. He held it before his eyes and carefully examined it. The core inside was permeated with divine power. They created this chimera in the form of a knight to use that core. But why are they creating these things? After a long investigation, the floor was covered in fresh blood from the Holy Knight Chimera's corpse. Jamie surmised that this matter was not simple. Zennies, are you planning to start a war? You still see humans as bugs and tools as always. All the words from the past replayed in his mind. Diablo live, your grace, our revenge, we will await your grace in hell. Diablo. Thinking this far, Jamie became furiously angry, regretting not being able to deal with all of them. Humans have lost everything before because of your cruel actions. The hatred in his heart burned more fiercely than ever. The reason I have returned to this land after thousands of years is to stop all of you. Jamie cursed in anger. Damn the 12 gods, there will be no second forgiveness for you. On this side, Lincoln was also busy on the phone with his subordinate in the lab. But as soon as they connected, he unleashed a barrage. What happened in just 1 day? He lowered his head with a sad expression. It exceeded my expectations. But at least the core survived. How does that help? The other party lost patience and angrily retorted. Do you think your excuses will be effective after nullifying all my efforts? Lincoln was completely deflated, filled with apology and guilt. I apologize, it's no help. This was also due to the appearance of an unknown third party. But the other party didn't accept his explanation, cursing without reasoning. Damn it, so what are you going to do now? As if he had been waiting for these words from his colleague, Lincoln's eyes revealed their original sinister glint, and his voice sounded as if he was preparing to hunt prey. I'm thinking of choosing 1 more. The other party quickly caught on to his intention. Don't tell me you're talking about that child with the qualities of a saintess. If you give me such ingredients, I might even test my heart's condition. Hearing that, Lincoln unexpectedly grew angry and slammed his hand on the desk, warning the other party. Don't even dream about it. The qualities of a saintess were not meant for chimeras. Finishing his words, he returned to his original gentle demeanor as a bishop. Anyway, the next ingredient had been chosen. He seemed to have meticulously calculated this escape route. He was a faithful servant of Zenni's. Lincoln had marked Ricky as his escape route from the beginning, so he had all the information about him in the palm of his hand. Including his identity, Ricky was also the saintess's only blood relative. At this time, Ricky was standing guard outside the orphanage. He always fulfilled his responsibilities, unaware that he was working for an endlessly cruel organization. The kind boy Ricky was endlessly loyal to the cruel individuals in sheep's clothing, and was soon destined to fall into Lincoln's clutches. The next morning, as expected, Lincoln moved early, gathering everyone to announce an important matter. The nun also came to find Ricky. "You're here, Ricky," the boy replied happily. "Is something wrong, sister?" She informed him in a gentle voice. "Everyone has been instructed to gather in the chapel." Ricky nodded obediently. "The chapel? Yes, I'll go right away." Early in the morning, under Lincoln's summons, people continuously came and went, making the atmosphere much livelier than usual. Ben, who was sitting with Ricky's younger sister Anna, saw Ricky in the distance and waved, calling out, "Hey Ricky, we're here." Seeing the unpleasant sight, Ricky couldn't help but shout, "Why are you with my sister Ben?" Ben replied innocently. "Everyone was told to come, so I brought her." Ricky, disregarding the gazes of those around him, playfully squeezed between them, subtly warning them, "That doesn't mean you have to stick to my sister, does it? I was late looking for Anna." Ricky finally focused on the scene inside the church and wondered, "Why is everyone gathered today? Maybe someone else is going to be chosen." Anna heard that and smiled happily, admiring him. "That would be nice." Once everyone was seated, Lincoln was already on the church platform, beginning his plan. He first asked kindly, "How has everyone been?" All those present politely answered him, "Yes," and his play as a wolf in sheep's clothing began. It started with a disguised announcement. "Today I have good news for you all. Our Lord has granted us another miracle." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present murmured, "A miracle like what happened to Shino? Who's going to be chosen?" Of course, all those opinions reached Lincoln's ears. He smiled contentedly. "What you are thinking is exactly right." Under that kind and beautiful pretense, he once again declared that Zennies wished for one of them. Everyone, including Ricky, was astonished. The solemn atmosphere once again gave way to murmuring in Lincoln's wicked whisper. "Foolish ones who wish only to be chosen, unaware of anything," and he quickly dismissed it. No, it's a blessing for a parentless child to become a knight." The orphanage children gathered as if it were a stroke of luck from heaven, ceaselessly discussing boisterously. Lincoln's smile, hidden by his clasped hands, grew increasingly inhumanly hideous. He was very satisfied with his method. "Yes, it's a blessing. You should all be increasingly happy about it." After the initial joy passed and he regained his composure, he immediately got to the point. "Now quiet down. The one Zennies desires this time is," the hesitation in his words made everyone more nervous than ever, and as expected he finally pointed at Ricky and declared, "You." But his mind was filled with even darker thoughts. "You will be the next Chimera." As time passed, noon approached and the sun rose higher than the mountains over the Welton estate, but scattered rain made the sky half dark, half bright. Jamie was with Sierra at this time. The mother and son exchanged a few pleasant words. "The rain seems to have almost stopped. Yes, the weather will clear up soon." Sierra spoke with a gentle smile. "Isn't it wonderful to drink tea on a rainy day?" Jamie was not good with such cheesy words, so he was as embarrassed as a boy just entering puberty. "The smell of rain is very refreshing, and it's even better to be with mother." Sierra rarely saw her son say such things, so she was as happy as if she were walking on clouds. "Oh my son, your words are truly beautiful." Jamie, unfamiliar with this kind of intimacy, didn't react to the hug at all. A pitifully reluctant expression, clearly showing the words, "Mother, you're clinging," appeared on his face. Suddenly, a cold knock on the door drew their attention. The professional butler spoke politely and courteously. "I apologize for the interruption, madam, but a guest has come to see the young master." Jamie heard that and asked in surprise, "Me?" Sierra was also surprised and froze in place. The butler replied, "Yes, a commoner child has come, claiming to be the young master's friend. Shall I dismiss him?" Jamie was still somewhat dazed. "A commoner, not a noble, then it's not the Valère sisters. Did I have a friend?" After a moment of thought, something occurred to him. "No way," he vaguely guessed who it was. Rising from the sofa, he quickly commanded, "I think I know who it is. Let him in." The butler immediately complied. "Yes, understood." At this time, Ricky was still waiting for Jamie's answer outside the main hall, in the path where the various annexes of the mansion intersected. Guided inside by the butler, Ricky bravely bowed his head to the noble lady before him. "It is an honor to meet you. I apologize for the intrusion." Instead of being bothered, Sierra smiled gently and welcomed him like a distinguished guest. "It's wonderful that my son's friend has come to visit." Jamie sat next to her, looking largely unsurprised. "It's that child indeed. Who decided we were friends?" Sierra was not only welcoming but enthusiastic. Knowing that the other party was her son's rare friend, she unhesitatingly asked about him. "What's your name?" "It's Ricky." "Do you live nearby?" "I'm at the Zennies church." Jamie's face darkened as he was instantly pushed aside. Sierra continued to ask without stopping, "I see. Why did you come to see our Jamie?" Ricky finally remembered the original reason he had come to see Jamie. "Ah well." Jamie finally remembered the core issue. His eyes suddenly widened. As Ricky opened his mouth to speak halfway through, once on the street at night, Jamie quickly covered his mouth. Jamie laughed awkwardly. "We're going to play together. Mother, please rest first." But to his loving mother Sierra's eyes, this was the embarrassed behavior of a child just entering puberty. He found it very cute. "Oh my, he's embarrassed in front of his friend. My son has grown up." Meanwhile, Jamie felt a chill as he imagined a terrible punishment. "I can't be found out. If I'm found out, I don't know what kind of punishment she'll inflict. Violent hugs, kisses, and sleeping together every night." Sierra felt this was a good opportunity and made a condition for her son. Alright then, you'll have to give mommy a goodbye kiss. Jamie felt like he had been struck by a bolt from the blue, facing an even harder challenge, and all his actions froze in place. He lamented inwardly. Truly, there's only one way. Jamie reluctantly kissed Sierra's cheek, and the lady's eyes curved with happiness. Ricky stared at this special scene with wide eyes, feeling for a moment as if he had become a useless extra. Once the matter was settled, she happily left, holding up her voluminous dress. Then you two have fun. Ricky still cautiously bowed his head out of habit. Goodbye. Being an orphan, he envied Jamie's current situation from the bottom of his heart. Your mother truly loves you. Jamie quickly got to the point. Forget about that. Why are you here? Ricky remembered this and immediately replied, all right. Ricky still thought it was a very good thing and excitedly announced, I've been chosen, so I'll be leaving here soon. Jamie felt like he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. Ricky added a word. I came to say goodbye to Jamie. He knew Lincoln would soon make a move on Ricky, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. What? As time passed, dusk fell over the grounds of the Welton estate. A particularly loud sigh echoed from a corner of the annex. Under Count Welton's permission, Lust had been searching for the Holy Knight from a few days ago, but had never encountered him, remaining constantly gloomy and unhappy. For days, that strange knight hasn't shown a shadow. He had no idea that Jamie had cleanly dealt with him and returned him to his original form, and had been ceaselessly searching for his whereabouts for days. Since that day, I've been monitoring the church and haven't found anything. Has it been buried underground or something? Just then, Ricky's voice reached his ears, waking him up. Goodbye. Lust quickly recognized the familiar voice. That child is Ricky. Ricky, who had just come out of the mansion's main building, approached Lust excitedly upon seeing him. Hello, uncle. Lust intimately pulled the boy closer, putting his arm around his shoulder, speaking as naturally as if they had been brothers for 800 years. You rascal, you should call me brother. Ricky immediately agreed. Yes, Lust had never seen Ricky appear here before, so he was curious. Did you come to see Jamie? Ricky immediately replied without hesitation. Yes, I also have something to tell big brother. I received a miracle from God. The boy's words seemed to pour cold water on his already meager good mood, and he couldn't believe his ears. He asked again, What? Ricky smiled broadly, his ears almost tearing, and said excitedly, I've been chosen. I'm leaving for the main church tomorrow morning. Lust's face immediately darkened, and he said nothing, his mind filled with tangled thoughts. Is this their method? To deceive children like this and make them servants of God? Don't they feel ashamed to treat children and live so lightly? After a long period of thought, Lust suddenly sympathized and stroked the boy's head. Zenny's was truly despicable, but Lust dared not shatter the beautiful and pure miracle in the children's hearts. He also wouldn't directly expose their false faces. That's amazing. You'll be a great priest. Ricky laughed innocently. Yes, I'll be like you, helping those in need. After exchanging greetings and becoming intimate, Ricky finally waved goodbye to Lust and left. I'll definitely visit you later. Once Ricky disappeared from sight, Lust turned his back and took action. Did you hear? Lust commanded. Tomorrow morning we will tail the carriage Ricky is in. I'll show them what real punishment is. The next morning, under the meticulous escort of Lincoln's subordinates, Ricky set off. Before leaving, he didn't forget to promise. Thank you for seeing me off, everyone. I'll definitely return after I become a priest. Everyone rejoiced for Ricky except for his younger sister Anna. They would be separated for a very long time. She couldn't hide her sadness. Ben stood next to Anna and urged Ricky. Don't worry about Anna. I'll definitely take care of her. Ricky smiled contentedly from afar, holding a bouquet of flowers. Thank you, Ben. I trust you. Anna feigned happiness, but tears were already welling in her eyes as she urged her brother again. Don't worry about me. You must come back when you become a priest. Ricky couldn't help but chuckle at his sister's cute appearance. He truly didn't want to part with her. Before the carriage even set off, Ricky quickly ran over and gave her one last tight hug, telling her to listen to the nuns and priests and to eat well even without him. Unbeknownst to him, tears welled up in Ricky's eyes and his voice trembled. I'll write often and try to come back soon. I promise I'll become a priest. Anna could no longer hold back her tears and burst out crying. Yes, I promise, I'll wait. Big brother, you must be healthy too. After the tearful farewell, the carriage finally rattled down the road, carrying Ricky into hardship just like the previous children. Lust still appeared on Ricky's travel route, directly seeing the sad boy inside the carriage, and his gaze grew even colder, watching the boy approach an incomplete death. Let's go. On this side, Jamie was still inside the family mansion, using magic to track Ricky's path. With the help of magic, he learned about the situation outside. He's set off. Jamie extended his magical hand forward, a smile playing on his lips, hesitating. Now the magic circle he had prepared for a long time was finally activated, ready to meet the enemy. Let's see what happened to the hidden bugs. Jamie realized an important fact. As expected, there are traces of my dark magic in the Zenny's church. He simultaneously deduced what was needed to create the target. To create a holy chimera, 3 things are needed. First, a sacrifice as material. Second, a chimera creator to conduct the experiment. And third, a high-ranking priest to imbue it with holy power. But another thing made Jamie ponder. There's only one high-ranking priest nearby. He immediately thought of one person. The Bishop of Zenny's. Jamie quickly moved between the tree branches. If Lust and the knights are there, he looked down at the carriage below, and a bold thought arose in his mind. When I return, I might be able to clean out the lab. Jamie came to a valuable conclusion. I only need to deal with that bishop. He was very confident in his plan. And that evening, checkmate was achieved at the bishop's cathedral. He put on his cloak ready to leave. It seems the time has come. The bishop had waited a long time for this opportunity to dominate. He seemed to greatly anticipate an orphan becoming a knight of the church, but God's blessing be with Zennies. He entered the room where Ricky was confined in front of a large mirror. Now Ricky, he placed his hand on Ricky's shoulder preparing to cast a spell. Will he be able to endure this experiment? As his dark hand was about to touch the target, he thought, he must wait with me. But before the task was finished he was stopped by some force. What? The bishop was caught off guard by the sudden attack. He lost his balance and fell heavily to the floor. The bishop shouted in anger, "How dare you? Who are you?" Jamie stood tall before him, sneering at his crude language. "For a man of the church your words are quite vulgar." Slightly surprised, he blurted out, "A dark mage?" But as he clearly saw Jamie's face he recognized him. "I see. So it was you. You're the one who killed my holy knight." The bishop began to rage and prepared to teach Jamie a lesson. "How dare you interfere with my plans?" He summoned power, intending to immediately attack Jamie. "I shall bestow upon you the judgment of the Holy Spirit." A magic circle instantly appeared. The two entered into a fierce battle. Sanctuary, a place where a priest's power is greatly amplified. In the sanctuary under divine protection, Jamie also realized the danger of the opponent's power. If it was a bishop-level sanctuary, he must have possessed enough strength to smash stones with his bare hands. The bishop declared arrogantly, "I'll finish this swiftly." He rushed towards Jamie like a storm, determined to take Jamie's life in anger. "I'll tear you to shreds." He was slightly flustered by the stream of power attacking him head-on. The bishop said provocatively, "How's that?" After that, a series of power attacks covered Jamie's body. "Yes, I'll turn you into material too." He instantly transformed into a different person. He spoke to him with contempt. "Is this what you call power?" The bishop's eyes widened in surprise and he gritted his teeth. "What?" He tried to break Jamie's pressure with his fist, but it was no use and he was immediately flustered. "What in the world?" the bishop asked Jamie in surprise. "How can you use dark magic in the sanctuary?" Concentrating on casting a spell, he replied with a faint smile. "Sanctuary?" Jamie immediately tightened his wrist with a magical cord, showing off his talent. "Watch closely." In an instant the surrounding space froze. The bishop was dumbfounded. The sanctuary is being absorbed by darkness. He tried to deceive himself about the sight unfolding before his eyes. "That can't be," he cried out in despair. "Impossible." Jamie replied with a faint smile. "It's possible." The bishop struggled to break free, but he was pushed back by Jamie's power and tumbled backwards. Jamie immediately rushed forward and dealt another blow, and he spat out blood. The bishop no longer had the strength to resist and merely sat slumped in a corner. Jamie approached him and glared, "I have many questions, so I expect you to answer them." The bishop still sneered stubbornly. "Do you think I'll tell you, you bastard?" Jamie's face was filled with murderous intent. He emphasized once more, "Don't misunderstand." He aimed his mana-filled hand at him, making him understand. "I don't need your permission." Jamie placed his hand on the bishop's head, attempting to extract the information from his mind. "I'll open your mind." The bishop's eyes turned red with pain as he was controlled by the mana. In a dark laboratory, the boss, seemingly waiting for something, threw a glass at his subordinate in anger. "Damn Lincoln." He seemed very anxious and uneasy. "Where are you?" "The experiment is being delayed." The subordinate hurriedly and flusteredly left. "I'll check immediately." But the impatient boss immediately dealt with him, coldly condemning them. "Too slow. You're all like that. Too slow." Suddenly he sensed something strange above. "I feel someone up there." He immediately recognized the approaching danger. Damn it, Lincoln was followed. Shadow Knights arrived at the library. Meticulously checked the books on the shelves one by one, looking for clues. A Shadow Knight said to Lust, "I feel a breeze here." He quickly understood the meaning. It meant something was hidden behind the bookshelf. Lust scanned the bookshelf, and his gaze stopped on one book that was different from the others. "This book is unusually clean." He touched it. Immediately, a secret door appeared before everyone's eyes. "It's open." Lust sensed an ominous feeling and cautiously reminded them, "It's an ill omen. Everyone be ready." A stream of dark power erupted from behind the door. Lust blocked the flow of power with his sword. He struggled to control it, grimacing. What kind of power is this? After a brief resistance, he too was pushed back by the dark power. Lust was pushed back a considerable distance. A Shadow Knight called him worriedly. "Lord Lust." Lust tried to appear very calm. He assured everyone, "I'm fine. It seems we've come to the right place." A huge ferocious monster appeared from behind the secret door. Everyone exclaimed simultaneously, "It's a chimera." After reading Lincoln's thoughts with powerful magic, Jamie knew everything. To create a powerful army and fulfill the prophecy, he threatened him with power. "Spill everything you just said." Lincoln trembled in fear and hesitated. "All right." Suddenly, Jamie thought of something and with a mana-filled hand restored his mind. In this case, finally, he let him go. "Now leave." Jamie stood before the mirror with a mysterious expression. He felt somewhat confident in his increased power. "Since I've brainwashed him, he won't be able to reveal anything about me." He touched the mirror and light flashed. Now, Jamie conceived a bold idea, then he transformed into Lincoln's face. "Shall we go?" Meanwhile, that wicked and arrogant fellow was pacing anxiously, slamming his hand on the desk. "Damn it, I almost died." He gritted his teeth in anger, trembling all over with fury. "Lincoln, when are you coming? If it weren't for the experiment, I would have torn you to pieces." He glanced outside, observing the situation. He touched the huge mana bottle before him, a shameful plan in his mind. "But I have no choice but to release this." He shattered the bottle, and the liquid flowed across the floor. He continued to curse. "This will take care of the rest." "What is Lincoln doing, that useless idiot?" The villain then stood before Ricky's body, and a wicked thought arose in his mind, this most important thing. If it obtains divine power and a body. Seeing the unconscious Ricky, he yearned even more for a body. Body, quickly, bring me a body. After a while, Lincoln also staggered in. Sorry I'm late, he turned back in anger and shouted. Lincoln, where have you been? Seeing Lincoln's wounded face, he asked in surprise. What happened? Lincoln clutched his painful wounds and explained the reason. I was attacked by a suspicious fellow. I was late because I had to kill him. The cunning fellow was surprised to hear this. A suspicious fellow? Lincoln explained in more detail about him. I think he's the one who killed the Holy Knight. He was too strong to capture. He became even more anxious upon hearing this. He speculated, damn it, are they in league with the guys who attacked us? Any further delay will jeopardize the experiment, he asked urgently. Where's the body? Where's the body? Lincoln reminded him with a worried expression. You said there was an intruder. Are you going to continue like this? He shouted, stating firmly, it'll be over soon anyway. It's fine. I've sent the sample, so hand over the body. Lincoln thought anxiously. A sample, what did he send? After receiving the mysterious water bottle, he seemed very excited. Finally, I can get results. He personally poured the black water onto Ricky's body. I wonder what kind of magnificent chimera will be born. How strong will it be? The villain once again asked with a terribly wicked expression. What do you think, Lincoln? Lincoln was slightly flustered but had to give a vague answer. Why are you asking me? It's annoying. Well, it'll definitely be stronger than the previous failures. He was slightly surprised by this overly simplistic answer. Why are you stating the obvious? The demonic fellow held a syringe filled with a mysterious solution, preparing to inject it into his body. Now shall we proceed to the final completion stage? He poked the eyeball-like tumors on his head. He gripped it tightly with his hand, slightly anxious. Quickly fuse. Yes, that's it. He madly asked Lincoln again. Lincoln, you're happy too, aren't you? Lincoln replied vaguely. Yes, of course. That guy is really crazy. The monstrous fellow suddenly came to his senses and asked with strange anger, who are you? Lincoln was surprised by his question but forced a smile to confirm. What are you talking about? It's me, Lincoln. What is it? Do crazy people have a connection? He angrily insisted. Who are you trying to fool? Lincoln was frozen by his excessive behavior. You're not Lincoln. The monster too had its neck severed by the Shadow Knights. They dared to block their path after all. Having dealt with it, they were somewhat relieved that they were almost at their objective without further obstacles. This trash was the last one. Lust led the way, and everyone followed him down the passage. Let's go down. Suddenly, something mysterious passed them at incredible speed. A monster appeared behind Lust, grabbing and squeezing one of the knights tightly. Another knight hastily shouted to everyone to escape. Run! They tried their best to get out of the dangerous area created by the monster. This monster was much larger and stronger than the previous ones. This one is on a different level than the previous ones. Lust felt a slight discomfort in casting magic. It's too narrow here to unleash a proper attack. Before the monster could launch a frontal attack, he quickly escaped. I need more space. Lust glanced back once more. He regained his composure and began to attack. Sword of Judgment. Lust bravely rushed at the monster and fought. The monster flinched and emitted smoke from consecutive hits, but it soon recovered its strength. Its eyes also glowed purple. Lust was also slightly shaken by this situation. The monster confronted him head-on. Its eyes were filled with rage. Only now did he realize the seriousness of the problem. Damn it, I was careless. It's too late to dodge. I'm going to die. In a moment of life and death, a knight rushed out, striking the monster's arm and saving him. The monster howled madly in pain. They stood before Lust, protecting him. Are you all right? We need to retreat now. After escaping the danger, Lust suggested taking the injured knight. Understood, and let's take, but they coldly refused. Leave him behind. What did you just say? The knight coldly reminded him. Our orders are to assist Lust-a-Medic in completing his mission. Lust was moved to tears by their words. We don't care about anything else. A knight charged forward to fight the monster. He leapt high, bravely advancing. I'll clear the way. The other knight led him forward while the monster was distracted. While it's distracted, let's move up. Lust couldn't bear to leave. He'll die fighting that monster alone, the knight explained to him with rational thought. I know, but we are Shadow Knights. We act to produce the best results. Lust suddenly remembered what he had heard about Shadow Knights before. Absolute obedience to their master's words. This is the only reason for the existence of Shadow Knights. Their lives are merely tools controlled by their master's commands. He questioned their disregard for life. Sacrificing their lives to complete a mission, it's absurd. I'll never forgive them. The knight was struggling, pinned to the ground by the monster's power. He hastily reminded them, hurry and go. The ceiling shook with the monster's power, and after a moment bricks shifted and collapsed. Lust quietly froze in place at the sight before his eyes. The ceiling collapsed before him. The monster survived and reached out with its sharp clawed hand. The two were dumbfounded by its persistent vitality. The monster grabbed the remaining knight. The last knight also hastily urged him to leave. Lord Lust, you must move outside immediately. But Lust's attitude was very firm. I can't leave him behind. The monster squeezed the poor knight even tighter. Lust shouted loudly, demanding, let him go now. He resolutely drew his sword. His eyes burned with anger and a desire for revenge for the fallen. But the Shadow Knight stopped him. Lord Lust, I'll be fine. Lust ignored his words and continued to chant a spell. I serve the goddess of compassion and judgment. Holy energy enveloped his body, emitting a dazzling light. Sacred grimoire. Lust's eyes sharpened. Disappear. He directly plunged his sword imbued with powerful holy energy. The monster cried out in pain and agony from the blow. Lust bravely advanced towards the monster, shouting loudly. As he incinerated it, the attacked monster thrashed in pain. This time, Lust, after careful consideration, finally decided to use the power of his holy executor. He chose to wield the legendary sword he had long cherished in this battle. The holy executors of the Pyro cult were 7 knights empowered with divine strength by the goddess of mercy and punishment, Purio. This power had a short duration and severe side effects, but it possessed potent divine energy. The other Shadow Knights also stepped forward to support their fallen comrade. "You're still alive," he too couldn't believe he was still breathing. "How am I still alive? This power brings punishment to the wicked and infinite mercy to the righteous." Lust spoke frankly to them. "This is the power bestowed upon me. The power given by the goddess of mercy and punishment." The injured knight now recovered, even danced with joy. However, when the holy executor's power faded, all the pain they had endured would be transferred to him. But Lust, with his noble heart, decided to conceal this fact from them. "But there's no need to tell them. I'm glad you seem all right." He continued to lead everyone forward. "Let's go now." On Jamie's side too, the battle between the two was in full swing. He revealed his true identity and confronted the wicked dark wizard head-on. He skillfully had to block the power emanating from his opponent with his hands. The opponent yelled at him like a madman, cursing him. "How dare you interfere with my experiment, you bastard dark wizard?" But Jamie calmly retorted, even adding a few sarcastic remarks. "How interesting. That's not something I'd expect to hear from someone who's disfigured their own body." But the dark wizard rebutted him with foolish logic. "Are your eyes just for show? This is art." He transformed into a pair of wings and gave a cunning smile. "Now I'll show you something special." He meticulously crafted the wings, but Jamie's one-liner was incisive. "Those chimera wings look like shit." Being insulted to his face, he growled in anger. "What? How dare you say that?" Jamie didn't forget to remind him. "Aren't you forgetting something?" Seeing his precious item next to Jamie, the dark wizard was flustered. "My main ingredient." Before he could charge, Jamie crushed it with his bare hands. "That was truly fun. I'm done playing with it now." He clenched the filthy thing tightly and deliberately provoked him. "Oops, my hand slipped." Seeing his meticulously crafted ingredient destroyed, the dark wizard cursed in rage. "You filthy wizard bastard." Jamie adjusted a spot on his magic circle. He scoffed at his opponent. "I merely broke one of your toys. Why are you so angry? Shall we move locations?" A glowing magic circle unfolded beneath their feet. The opponent recognized this magic and had a wicked thought. Teleportation magic. "If I just destroy it, it'll vanish like smoke. How dare this brat anger me to this extent?" He clenched his fist and gathered all his strength to destroy it. "I'll get rid of this damn thing." But no matter what method he used, he couldn't break through the defense of this power. "What? It won't break?" The dark wizard was stunned once again as abundant spiritual energy appeared, and a powerful current of spiritual energy enveloped his body. "You bastard." Jamie also unfurled his wings to contend with the dark wizard. His opponent was unbelievably surprised. Why didn't it break?" Jamie mocked him. "Because you're too weak." Then he challenged his opponent. "Come on, shall we have some fun in this forest together?" Jamie's eyes were filled with craving and cold-bloodedness. "Once we've had our fun, I'll completely disassemble you and turn you into my servant." The humiliated dark wizard tried to attack him first. "You insolent bastard." Jamie easily avoided the dangerous attack with light and nimble movements. Jamie landed safely. He prepared for his next plan. "That was almost a disaster, so now I have to resolve everything." From below, the dark wizard was very confident. He despised Jamie. "I'm quite curious myself. No one can say who will win, as I've already sent 2 elites." Hearing this, Jamie was slightly surprised. "Elites?" He furiously charged at him like a moth to a flame. "That's none of your business, you bastard." He fought with all his might to the end. Jamie also quickly dodged several of his sharp attacks. The demon had an inhuman plan in mind. "They seem to have dealt with one, but I sent 2, so they won't survive." But Jamie saw through his intention. He couldn't help but scoff. "You're second to none in foolishness." But his opponent still stubbornly charged. "No, this is the secret." Seeing his strange behavior, Jamie grew even more suspicious. "It seems there are 9 different entities living inside that body. I can no longer call him human." Looking again at the grotesque foreign objects attached to his body, Jamie was surprised. "The combination of those entities is quite good. He solidified his resolve to make him his own, his servant. Lust and the Shadow Knights arrived at another room. One of them asked blankly, "Here is..." Lust made an important decision. He prioritized the children's safety. "I have to find the children first. There are still 20 minutes left." A worried thought crossed his mind. "I must find them before the Holy Executor's power fades." The group dispersed in different directions to search. Lust cautiously surveyed the surroundings. Suddenly he sensed danger approaching. A strong beam of light quickly shot downwards. Lust, flustered, quickly turned around. He hurriedly yelled at the Shadow Knights to take cover. Lust looked forward. His face froze on the spot. Before them was a long-haired, villainous monster, a chimera capable of wielding a sword. He was too surprised to speak at the obstacle before him. "Impossible." A knight called his name loudly. "Lord Lust." They pointed out another obstacle to Lust. "Look over there." Another huge monster appeared next to them. It was a demonic horse and a goblin chimera. Lust began to feel anxious about having to fight these aggressive and massive monsters. They were monsters even elites would struggle against. The memory of the gentle boy Ricky resurfaced once again. "Even it's impossible." But he couldn't ignore the boy's danger. He resolutely drew his sword. Lust's eyes were filled with determination and courage. He declared himself ready to fight. Where Ricky was, the boy also began to move. His breathing becoming even, Ricky bolted upright. A hint of sadness flickered across his bright face, but his eyes glowed strangely. Ricky stared blankly at the unfamiliar surroundings, wondering where he was. He climbed down from the table where he had been lying and looked around for Lincoln. "Why am I here, Father? Where are you?" After searching for a long time, he was bewildered by the silence of the place. "There's no one here." Ricky wandered around and found a container with the corpse of his best friend. The boy stammered, shocked by this gruesome sight. "Shino, why are you here?" Memories gradually surfaced in Ricky's mind. "Like me, the blood-stained flashes chosen by God." The boy looked down at his trembling hands and tears streamed down like rain. Was being chosen a blessing? Is this cruel act a blessing? Ricky swallowed his tears, trying to calm himself. "Calm down." The boy turned to leave this dangerous place. "First, I need to get out of here." As Ricky hesitated and reached for the doorknob, he still wavered about leaving his best friend behind. "Shino," Ricky's tears flowed, but he promised himself he would return to save his friend. "I'm sorry, I'll definitely come back for you." Ricky fled from that merciless place. "Zenny's church, I'll never forgive you." The boy ran faster and faster. Hearing a loud noise nearby, he was startled and speculated. "Is that the sound of fighting? Did they come to save me?" Ricky stopped and looked back, feeling the sound grow louder. "They're close." Seeing the blood-stained floor, he hesitated to go forward. "Somehow I'm too scared. Should I go back?" Urgent footsteps and hurried voices were heard, coming from the right. "Duck." Ricky shed tears of joy upon seeing them. The boy called out to Lust, seeing him fighting fiercely. Though busy fighting the monster, Lust didn't forget to correct his address. "Call me brother." The monster inadvertently turned its head and mercilessly struck him with a chain. Lust, surprised by the force, quickly told the knights to counterattack. "Damn it, block it." A knight stepped forward to block. "Stop." Another monster lunged at them from ahead. Lust, sensing danger, shouted, warning the boy. "Run away, Ricky." The knights, too, couldn't advance further due to the huge monster blocking their path. "Damn it, we're blocked." But at this moment, Ricky, with a pale face and confused eyes, replied, "My body won't move." The monster gathered its strength, preparing to deal with the boy at its feet. Lust, flustered, shouted loudly. "Ricky!" He swung his sword wildly at the monster. Lust's attack against the monster's huge body only created significant friction, but the monster didn't budge. Other Shadow Knights rushed to support him. Lord Lust, his tears streamed down as he helplessly called the boy's name. "Ricky!" Lust stood silently in the thick dust. He blamed himself. "Did I fail to save that child after all?" Suddenly, Ricky's hand moved. Amidst the white smoke, the boy was covered in sweat, gritting his teeth to endure the pain. Ricky seemed revived, still unharmed. Behind the thick dust there was still fierce movement. Lust quickly assessed the situation. He shouted loudly at Ricky, "Child, move aside. It's still very dangerous. Come here quickly." Ricky obediently and quickly rushed into Lust's arms. "Brother?" He leaned close to the boy's ear and gently asked if he was all right. Lust intently surveyed the surroundings and calculated. "Active time. Can I last 10 more minutes? Probably less." He gripped the sword in his hand tightly, and a worry arose in his mind. "I can't fight while protecting Ricky." Lust looked at Ricky with loving eyes and advised him. "Ricky, go upstairs first." The boy was surprised, but Ricky was obedient and understanding. The boy was well aware of the situation and his responsibilities. "No, if I stay here I'll only be a hindrance." "Yes, I understand." Seizing the moment of limited visibility, Ricky quickly ran off. Before leaving, the boy didn't forget to caution. "Brother, you must return safely." Lust clenched his fist, showing he understood, and his eyes and demeanor were resolute, ready to deal with the monsters. Lust cursed it in anger. "If it's just you." A centaur monster charged at him. Lust frowned. He made up his mind to deal with them. "I'll get rid of you." Ricky quickly fled upstairs, recalling his near-death experience. The boy fell into thought. What just happened? As Ricky ran, an unspeakable thought arose in his mind. After that shining brother defeated that monster, I felt a twisting sensation in my stomach. More than anything, that strange sensation I felt from that monster, that malice, that chilling feeling, like what I felt from Ribbon. After running for a long time, the boy found a new hope, a door. He went straight inside without hesitation. After desperately running for a while, Ricky stopped to catch his breath, panting. The boy looked up at the star-filled sky, and a sense of disappointment washed over him. Was it all a lie, salvation and faith? Thinking of his loved one, Ricky couldn't hold back his sobs and tears. "Anna will be alone at the orphanage. If anyone lays a hand on my sister, I'll—" The familiar image of his sister laughing happily resurfaced. Ricky was disheartened, unable to utter a single word. The boy was deeply hurt by the negative events that had just overwhelmed him. "What is this? What is this terrible feeling?" Deep inside Ricky's heart, something urged him. "Somehow I feel like I have to go." The boy stood silently, blankly. But for his own safety he had to leave quickly. Ricky unconsciously moved forward, but unexpectedly the dark wizard had pursued him all the way here. "You're good at running." As Jamie used something to defeat him, he roared, "I'll finish you off with this." His tentacles once again reached out to him, cursing, "Die." The Chimera researcher continued to attack. "I'll finish you." A huge explosion erupted in the middle of the forest. Despite the tense situation, Jamie still smiled. What incredible power. Truly, even a graze would be very dangerous. He gathered strength in his palm. "But the magic I've prepared is enough to stop this. I'll win with this." The Chimera researcher was enraged. He cursed him as a sewer rat and impatiently charged. "The games are over." Jamie's eyes widened in surprise. The Chimera researcher aimed his veiny hand at him. "Now it's time to die." New tentacles shot out from his hand, enveloping Jamie. Finally, they completely covered him, forming a horrifying red sphere. Suddenly, the Chimera researcher felt something strange and shouted, "You, where are you? Where did you hide?" Just then, Jamie's figure appeared not far behind him. Jamie, chanting a spell, let out a sigh of relief and commanded, "Dark space." The Chimera researcher vigilantly surveyed the surrounding barrier. "Is he trying to trap me?" The Chimera researcher scoffed. "Do you think such a simple barrier can stop me?" He madly manipulated his tentacles, trying to grab Jamie. Jamie, feeling the approaching danger, was flustered. In fact, the Chimera researcher continued to cast a storm of tentacles. Numerous tentacles poured out from the magic circle, but they couldn't penetrate Jamie's barrier. He worriedly assessed the situation. Interesting. He combined Chimera abilities with magic. Jamie's eyes sharpened. "But that's all there is to it," the Chimera researcher was about to mutter. "He's holding out longer than I thought." "How about this?" Jamie's voice suddenly cut him off. "What is it this time?" The Chimera researcher whirled around. Jamie just appeared. He hastily retreated. The Chimera researcher's pupils suddenly contracted. "What?" He hastily fled, seeing Jamie reappear right behind him. "What's happening?" He was clearly below. Jamie smiled cunningly. "Don't you know this is the real me? Fourth circle dark magic, double magic. Creates a doppelganger with the same abilities as himself." As the two stared at each other, one of them would disappear. Jamie extended his hand forward, an interesting expression on his face. "The reason you failed is because you didn't properly assess your enemy," he hinted. "You rotting corpse." The Chimera researcher then looked down at his own mottled, decaying hand. "What?" The Chimera researcher trembled all over with anger at Jamie's taunt. "What's what? It's magic. Your body is slowly rotting away." He couldn't believe it. "This trick will be nothing once I kill you." Before the Chimera researcher could finish speaking, Jamie added, "So I prepared something else." A black orb floated in Jamie's palm. Dark orb. The Chimera researcher stared at the dark orb, tense. "What are you trying to do?" The dark orb touched his wing, then began to corrode his face. He screamed in agony as his body rotted away. Jamie slowly explained, "The dark orb magic triples the pain in the area it touches." He flew closer and asked mockingly, "How does it feel to have your body slowly rotting away?" Pain was so intense that the Chimera researcher could only barely utter a curse. "You bastard!" Jamie continued to chant spells and smile. "It seems that's still not enough." As he cast gravita magic, the Chimera researcher's body suddenly lost balance and plummeted. As soon as his body hit the ground, a large explosion erupted. The Chimera researcher's body convulsed and he lost consciousness. Jamie turned his head and praised, "Good job, Black. You can rest now." At the same time, his wings also disappeared. Only 2 small handfuls of feathers remained of the Chimera researcher's wings. The slime above his head dripped down and his body moved. Jamie said coldly, "Normally the pain alone would have caused shock, but I wonder how much he's damaged his body to still endure." He placed his hand on his head and a magic circle appeared. A voice whispered, "My slave, I can't make you my subordinate. You're too damaged. I'll at least take the information from your mind." Suddenly a horrified scream echoed. Jamie glanced behind him in fear and quickly backed away, seeing the Chimera researcher suddenly stand up. "Damn it, I can't believe it." In front of him were 2 black chimeras. "I didn't think there were still more chimeras." The Chimera researcher opened his mouth. "You..." Jamie froze. "I miscalculated." He cast magic without hesitation. "I just used too much mana. I won't let that bastard rest easy." A dark arrow pierced the Chimera researcher's chest and he spat blood, looking down at his bleeding chest in confusion. Jamie gave a childlike smile. It would be less painful if he died instantly, but he seems to be still alive. But he was slightly disappointed inwardly. "I can't believe he endured that blow. How am I supposed to kill that bastard?" At this moment, Ricky felt his whole body tremble involuntarily. The closer he got, the more nauseous he felt, but for some reason he felt compelled to go. Just then, a large explosion erupted behind him. Ricky gave a wry smile and turned around. "I guess I have to go back." As soon as he finished speaking, another explosion occurred, startling Ricky. Jamie's body slid across the ground. He gritted his teeth to suppress a groan. "I don't have enough mana to create a barrier. I can't block the next attack." Ricky also recognized the person in front of him at this moment. "Jamie, why are you here?" the Chimera researcher declared. "Now die." A magic orb slowly condensed in the Chimera's mouth. Ricky, terrified, tried to rush forward to block. "No." Jamie himself hadn't expected it. He muttered, disbelieving his own eyes. "Ricky." The Chimera unleashed a powerful magical beam. Ricky tried with all his might to save his friend. Jamie, terrified, hastily shouted a warning, "No, go back." Ricky, his face pale, still stood in front of Jamie. "I'm sorry, my body moved on its own." The force of the impact created a terrible explosion. Jamie's body convulsed painfully with every movement, and he was covered in blood. He struggled to crawl towards Ricky, calling his friend's name. "Ricky," Jamie pleaded desperately. "Please." Ricky's face looked very peaceful. Jamie muttered. Tears were about to burst out. "No." He once again stared intently at his own palm. "Again, because of me." A voice continuously called his previous life's name. "Diablo, Diablo, you must live." Jamie returned to his memories as Diablo. Everyone else died to save him. Jamie's eyes lost their luster due to the horror he was witnessing. He was dazed. "Again?" The Chimera researcher was satisfied with Jamie's pain. "A very touching scene from that ordeal, isn't it?" His voice pressed down on Jamie's mind. "Now I'll send you to join your friend." The voices of the past echoed one by one. "Diablo. Diablo, listen to me. Lord Diablo, please tell them for me. Master, please don't forget us. Please don't abandon us. Even if I die, I will stay by your side." First authority, rebellion against the gods, then a whirlwind-like flow of power enveloped Jamie's body. Even the Chimera flinched at this power. The Chimera researcher was tense. His aura has completely changed, his body trembled under the pressure. Damn it, I need to finish this quickly. At this moment, Jamie leaned over Ricky. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Just wait a little, I'll be back. Dark magic floated around Jamie. How could I forget the first authority I created? From the ground, skeletal hands shot out and one by one skeletons rose. The Chimera researcher was terrified but still blustered. You bastard, who are you? The army I created is like a rebellion against the gods. It was created to confront the armies of the 12 gods, necromancy. The Chimera researcher laughed madly to hide his confusion. Do you think such low-level undead can defeat me? Jamie cut him off. Don't you see, he smiled. They all died by your hand, he commanded. Rise. Then a horde of skeletons swept past him. Jamie declared, go out and unleash the grudges accumulated in your hearts. The horde of skeletons surrounded the two chimeras and the Chimera researcher. A chimera opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and attacked a skeleton but was bitten instead. The chimera, enraged, blew off the head of the skeleton that bit it. As the skeleton's head fell to the ground, Jamie's voice echoed again. My brethren transcend death. The skeleton, with half its head crushed, quickly rose. The Chimera researcher retreated in despair but was blocked by a tree. Stop, stop. He was halfway through his words when a bony hand grabbed his face. Get away from me. Jamie chanted a spell again. This is my domain where death spreads death, he muttered to himself. And it's hell for me too. The vengeful skeleton slammed the Chimera researcher to the ground. The Chimera researcher screamed in agony. He reached out, trying to escape the hell he was experiencing. Finally, the horde of skeletons stopped, and only the Chimera researcher's bloody body lay motionless. Jamie relaxed. He's finally dead. He discovered something and was surprised. A green gem fell from the Chimera researcher's mouth. Jamie was intrigued by the gem's light. The gem in his hand was none other than the seed of life, a rare item brimming with vitality. Even considering his physical regeneration, his vitality was truly unbelievable. He was hiding something like this. Jamie smiled contentedly. An unexpected gain. With this I can overcome the limitations of my young body. He was surprised to see the black smoke enveloping the skeletons. Jamie suddenly remembered something, seeing the skeletons' joyful faces. That's right, he awkwardly commanded. You may go now, I'll call you again someday. Immediately, the black aura around them dispersed and the horde of skeletons disappeared. Jamie suddenly spat blood. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, I overdid it. The rebellion against the gods is still too much for me. He bit his lip, trying to hold on. But I can't collapse here. Jamie thought of Ricky, who was still unconscious. After all this, I can't let him die. His eyes emitted a mysterious purple light. It would be better to become my servant than to die like this, Ricky. Jamie chanted a spell and a magic circle appeared. Come to me. Dark power enveloped Ricky's body. As his hand touched Ricky, his body suddenly glowed. The light overwhelmed Jamie. This is sacred golden light lifted Ricky's body into the air. The light simultaneously stung Jamie's eyes. A soft voice echoed, I don't know what's happening. A blue-haired goddess held Ricky's body. She didn't open her mouth, but her voice continued to be heard. Youngster, who are you to dare try to steal what is mine? Jamie was startled to realize that the figure before him was Fa. At this moment, Goddess Fo's eyes also opened and looked at him. Do you know me? A whispering voice echoed in the dark night of the village. Lincoln's face was blank. I must inform the Count. I must do it. He muttered one last time before a blade was at his throat. I must tell the Count, the person said with contempt. Useless fellow, the white-haired woman said indifferently. We have liberated the beginning of the judgment against heretics. On the other hand, Lust had finally finished. He collapsed to the ground, letting out a sigh of relief. I barely managed to defeat it in time. His eyes were filled with dark circles, but he forced a smile. It hurt so much I might die, but thankfully no one died, so his thoughts were interrupted by a call. Lord Lust, the red-haired youth asked worriedly. Are you all right? A beam of light appeared, startling Lust, and soon became a fierce whirlwind at his feet. Lust looked down at his hand, disbelieving. He realized the source of this power. Goddess Fa. The scene shifts to Goddess Fa asking Jamie, do you know me? Jamie was extremely tense. Damn it, how did she descend? Even a mere illusion would put immense strain on causality. Perhaps because of that, Goddess Fo's impatient voice felt like it was splitting Jamie's head. Can't you hear my voice? She said irritably. Answer me now, he hastily explained. I only knew that Ricky's divine power was yours. Goddess Fa was puzzled. And yet, knowing that, you tried to turn him into an undead? Jamie said honestly. I didn't want him to die. Goddess Fo's aura became terrifying. Are you saying that the undead are not dead? That is an insult to the dead. He gritted his teeth in anger upon hearing her words. How dare you not understand the preciousness of life? Jamie burst out in frustration. Damn it, you are the ones who disregard life. How dare you say that after sacrificing all of humanity? Goddess Fa, astonished by his accusation, widened her eyes. What? She almost lost control. No, it wasn't me. Jamie was confused by this reaction. What is this reaction? Goddess Fa decided to move on. Anyway, this child will be my apostle. If you turn him into an undead, I will not forgive you. Jamie, surprised, asked again. Apostle? An apostle, a being closer to the gods than anyone else. Their very existence guarantees the position of pope, and they are perfect clerics with enough power to be called the strongest holy knights. Jamie fell into thought. I knew that Guy had some divine power, but to become an apostle, that must be why Fa was able to descend. He smiled slyly. This is far more interesting than I thought. Jamie changed his demeanor and said, I sincerely apologize. How can I make amends for this? Goddess Fa was bewildered by his action. Apology, you say? He revealed with an innocent face. Darkness has already swallowed him. Half of Ricky is already undead. Goddess Fo's face darkened and she shouted in rage. Do you know what you've done? Jamie inwardly cursed himself for his provocative act. Damn it, what a foolish thing to do. Goddess Fo frowned even deeper. Do you want to die? Jamie struggled to resist. If so, things will get pretty bad. If I die, Ricky dies too. Goddess Fo grew even more enraged at his sarcastic remark. Do you think your threats will work on me? Jamie confidently challenged. There can only be one apostle. If you lose him, it will take a long time to find another. More importantly, a god who descends upon this land without any restrictions needs an apostle. Jamie was not being honest. As I just said, I don't want to kill him. Ricky is my friend, Goddess Fo replied. You are truly a wicked being. You must have thought of all sorts of tricks to survive. Jamie was curious. But why did you make him your apostle? His gaze seemed to wander somewhere distant. The world doesn't need an apostle right now. This world is proceeding according to the 12 gods' plan, a peaceful world, a system created together by the 12 gods, isn't that right? Goddess Fo bit her lip, startled. How much do you know? He said mockingly. The most sacred of the 12 gods, the one who loves all, the one whose love is so overflowing that she desires the right to reform evil. He became intrigued. Perhaps you were banished. Goddess Fo was flustered. Jamie was satisfied that his prediction was correct. The contradiction was firm. She could not utter any lie against her dignity, so she was forced to remain silent. He suddenly mentioned his previous life's name, Diablo Bofer. Goddess Fo was surprised. How do you know that name? Jamie lied without batting an eye. I am his successor. Goddess Fo was confused. Impossible. Bofer was surely. Her body gradually became faint. Damn it, why now? Realizing his opportunity, Jamie didn't miss the chance. How about we join forces? Before disappearing, Goddess Fo left a message. Come to my afton. We will discuss everything properly. Ricky gently descended to the ground. Jamie looked at Ricky with calculated eyes. If things go smoothly, I'll finally get a very useful tool. Ricky finally opened his eyes. He vaguely saw Jamie's blood-stained face. Jamie, Ricky hurriedly stood up. Are you okay? Are you hurt? You're bleeding. And what's with your eyes? Why are they purple? How my body feels a little strange too. Jamie calmly replied. You really worry about others before yourself even in this situation, even though you're both a goddess's apostle and an undead? Jamie said, as you know, he confessed honestly. That's why I made you like this with dark magic. Jamie was already prepared in his mind. He'll definitely bear ill will towards me. But Ricky just smiled and said, okay. Jamie was deflated by his words. That's it, Ricky said nonchalantly. Just because you're a dark mage doesn't mean you're a bad person, right? Besides, you're very kind. Jamie's demeanor changed. I understand, but anyway, I brought you to a dangerous place. I even tried to kill your sister. Ricky comforted him. But you ended up saving me and didn't kill Anna. So you're a good person. Jamie was speechless at this stubbornness. This God-fearing kid. As Ricky took his hand, a divine light quickly healed the wounds on his body. The countless wounds on my body have been healed. Ricky breathed a sigh of relief. I just tried it because I had a feeling it would work, and it really did. Ricky suddenly remembered that Sir Lust was coming this way. Jamie snapped out of his daze. I know. I should go. He was still slightly hesitant. And what I told you, Ricky stopped him. Do I look like a fool to you? Ricky let go of Jamie's hand. See you later, Zenny's Church H branch. A person in a black hood bowed their head. We are judges of the Zenny's Church. We apologize, but due to special circumstances we cannot reveal our names. Irina Welton asked seriously, why are the judges here? The judge spoke. We are following orders from above to track down a heretic. The judge pulled out a bottle containing eyeballs. We found this during our investigation. After confirming that Father Lincoln was a heretic and obtaining a confession, we executed him. Lust was surprised. Those bastards, they made him a scapegoat. The judge tried to continue. This is an important internal matter that must be kept absolutely secret within the church. So we investigated swiftly and Lust shouted. Are you kidding me? Irina Welton said sternly. Enough. He gave a false smile. However, your courage is commendable. Irina Welton's face instantly turned into a threatening expression. How dare you commit murder in my territory? Do you want to die? The terrified judge quickly knelt down. We merely punished a sinner within the church. Irina Welton warned. I am the judge of this land. No one has the right to harm another without my permission. The judge pleaded tremblingly. Duke, please listen to me. Irina Welton cut him off. The Zenny's Church has his face flushed with suppressing anger, crossed the line. The judge felt danger approaching. If I keep going like this, I'll die, but I can't change it. He finally decided to stand his ground. Are you so arrogant, Duke? It is not wise to turn your back on the Zenny's Church. As soon as he finished speaking, his arm was severed from his body, and the judge screamed in pain. Irina Welton threatened. Next is your right arm, then your head. If you want to keep your head, get out of here. The judge trembled, clutching his severed hand. This is completely different from what that woman said. Lust was surprised by his actions. This person is Duke Welton. He didn't mention anything about chimeras. He's only focusing on being the lord of this territory. If this continues, surely, he thought happily, will be above all else. Contrary to Lust's mood, the judge was in despair. No, he quickly knelt and begged. I sincerely apologize. Our church will pay compensation, so please let this go just this once. The judge plotted inwardly. I must never forget that Hades is a stepping stone for Eastern expansion. He said loudly, please reconsider. But Welton had no intention of backing down. I will not retract my words. You have lost my trust, he declared coldly. I will cut off all ties with the Zenny's Church. Lust was confused. So why is the Duke doing that? The judge made his decision. I will withdraw. Lust sighed wearily. I'm not in a good mood because of this. After that, the Zenni's church paid a huge compensation and withdrew. Inside the house, a surprised voice was heard. Why so suddenly? And there was a visitor who came to see Ricky and Anna. Ricky gritted his teeth in resignation, and Anna was curious. Who is it? Sir Lust politely knelt. Greetings once again. I am Lust, a medic, the sacred governor of the Fu cult, he continued. You will be the symbol of the Fu cult as an apostle of the goddess, and someday, Anna will awaken as a saintess. When that time comes, she will see the world with sacred eyes. Lust continued to try and persuade them. Afton will welcome you with open arms, so you, before he could finish, Ricky's joyful voice cut him off. Really, he was happy. Anna, my sister, Lust reassured him. Yes, Anna will soon be able to see. Ricky hurriedly hugged Anna. That's a relief, Anna, really. Anna was flustered, brother. The simultaneous appearance of an apostle and a saintess is a sign of a great disaster to come. Lust lamented, O goddess, even if such a disaster approaches, please allow me to protect these two. And so these two became completely dependent on the Fu cult. And I, Jamie Welton, Diablo Beaufort, will face my own challenge. At this moment, Jamie donned a suit and moved forward. He recalled that the 12 gods were currently divided into several factions. That was also why Zenni's was striving to develop into a holy knight. But Fu seemed somewhat isolated. Jamie recalled what Goddess Fu had said before disappearing. If I want to know for sure, I have to go there. Standing before the door to the garden, his posture was almost solemn. Well then, Jamie took a deep breath and resolved. Let's do it, I have to. Diablo Beaufort. His expression transformed into that of a fawning child. Mother. Sierra Belle turned to Jamie. Jamie burrowed into her, pleading, Mother. Sierra Belle was puzzled. What's wrong? Jamie made up a story. Mother, I like drinking tea with Sarah. Sarah smiled contentedly. Mama and Sarah too. Sierra Belle frowned. You usually say it's boring. Jamie was startled. He immediately denied it. No, I didn't. How did you know? Jamie couldn't believe it. Sierra Belle smiled. Do you have something you want to tell Mother? Jamie was tense. I need to think more about my calculations. He decided to lie. I'm in a very good mood today. Sierra Belle still didn't believe him, really. Sarah was puzzled. Brother is really strange, Belle spoke. Tell me what you want, I'll listen. Jamie had been waiting for this moment. His face brightened. Really? His mother was confident in her decision. Of course, Jamie was delighted. Then I want to go to Mother's house in Afton. Sierra Belle was curious. Why do you suddenly want to go to Afton? Jamie feigned innocence. I heard there's a mountain with huge bubbles there. He inwardly despaired at his embarrassing act. I want to die, Sierra Belle said softly. Really, now I really wish you'd act cute. Her words were like a bolt from the blue. Noticing his hesitation, Sierra Belle feigned regret. No, if you don't do it now, you'll have to do it next time. Jamie hastily stopped her. Wait, I've never yielded to any difficulty. I am the great Dark Mage, Diablo Beaufort. Jamie, blushing with embarrassment, made a heart shape with his hands. Mother, I love you. Sierra Belle was delighted. Of course, Mother must grant her lovely son's request. Jamie was now feeling pangs of conscience. I am a great Dark Mage, his mother suddenly spoke. Let's see. Jamie was worried. Belle revealed. Actually, I had planned to go home last week, but I forgot. Jamie, surrounded by a dark aura, still feigned interest and mumbled, I understand. Mother, Afton's so exciting. Jamie felt all the energy drain from his body. He hadn't expected her to make him do such a thing. Once I've used you fully, I'll definitely kill you again. Lust, seeing him, excitedly asked, Jamie, where have you been? Jamie replied honestly, I went to see Mother and Sarah. He still had a question. But what's with that expression? Jamie evaded. It's nothing, he cursed inwardly. Shut up, that old hag. Lust gave a thumbs up. I don't really understand what you're saying, but I believe everything will be all right. While Jamie was contemplating whether to kill him, he asked in a dark voice, Enough, but why are you here? Lust replied. I have something to discuss with the Duke. You have business with my father? Lust continued. Yes, I told him I'd stop by. He smiled brightly. I have to tell you this directly. Jamie was expectant. What is it? Maybe a hint from Fa. Lust put his hand on his shoulder. Ricky and Anna will come with me, Jamie said, confused. I see. Isn't that obvious? They're the apostle and the saintess, he empathized. This parting isn't forever, Jamie. Jamie was angered by his words. Sir Lust, not noticing his change, continued to comfort him. Ricky and Anna will never forget you. We don't know when we'll meet again, but wouldn't it be wonderful if we did? Jamie growled. What on earth are you trying to say? He suddenly hugged him tightly. Jamie was stiff and couldn't move. Lust said softly, Your friendship will never change. So don't be sad or disappointed. This isn't the end. He turned and left. You'll see me often. Jamie gritted his teeth, mentioning Goddess Foe's name. Control that unruly child of yours. Arena Welton complained. He no longer understood what his father-in-law was thinking. He recalled the request to bring Jamie. Sierra Belle forced a smile. Even your deceased mother didn't understand his thoughts. Arena Welton was still worried. Does he just want to see Jamie? He looked at his wife and said, You're leaving tomorrow. Are you sure you'll be all right? Sierra Belle was delighted. Why wouldn't I be? Welton's finest knights will be escorting us. Arena Welton looked awkward. Of course I trust them, but I truly wish I could go too. Sierra Belle praised him. Who would dare attack us? Your Duke Welton. He tried to suppress his pride at his wife's compliment. She mentioned Lust, a medic. And most importantly, Sir Lust will be accompanying us. I was truly surprised to hear that Lord Lust is a sacred governor. Sierra Belle smiled. They rarely leave. Welton, knowing the seriousness of this Fu cult incident, was worried. He blurted out, I'm worried about Jamie. He recalled that Jamie possessed power beyond his years. If, like last time, he couldn't control his emotions and exploded, he wasn't even sure if their leader could stop him. Sierra Belle said calmly, I don't think there's any need to worry about that. Do you know what happened today? Recalling Jamie's moment of acting cute, she almost melted. I wanted to keep watching it. Irina Welton also smiled. So that's what happened. She rested her head on her husband's arm. Everyone makes mistakes, but I trust our son. The two held hands affectionately. Irina Welton said, I'm truly happy to have met you. Sierra Belle replied, me too. A figure soared rapidly into the sky. Jamie rejoiced. This is it. It took longer than expected to grind it into powder and absorb it, but the effect was better than I thought. It's the result of hard work, he told Black. Good luck. It was only a matter of time until Black reached level 6. He looked forward to regaining his power from when he was Diablo. Jamie hovered over an abandoned building. Still a long way to go to regain my prime. But now I could easily kill someone on the level of Professor J. Philip came out and bowed. Master, you've arrived, Jamie announced. I will be going to Afton. It's quite far, so I'll be gone for a while. Philip's face turned pale. Afton is on the northern border, isn't it? If you go alone, it will take a month. Azat held a piece of wood in his hand, feeling pained. Do we have to keep cutting wood? The two were currently disguised as woodcutters. Jamie asked irritably, do you have a complaint? Philip avoided his gaze. No, not at all. Azat was the same. I will obey your command, he declared. Don't worry, you two will come with me this time, Jamie condensed. Dark magic. I remembered something I'd forgotten for a long time. Philip and Azat were afraid. What could be so scary? Philip asked curiously. Master, what is it? Jamie placed his hand on the door. This is the undead warehouse. Simply put, it's your new home, he pointed at the two of them. Simply put, it's your new home. Philip and Azat were confused. We don't really like living in a warehouse. Jamie looked at the two as if he couldn't understand them. No one who entered ever came out. He quickly kicked them both in, saying, stop the useless talk and go in. Azat whimpered in fear. I'm going right now. The two bodies were gradually swallowed by darkness. Jamie felt refreshed, an interesting pair with different egos and emotions. If I teach them well, they'll be quite useful. Azat came out and said to Philip, the master called it a warehouse, so I didn't expect much, but it's quite good. It's wider than I thought. Philip shared the sentiment. When I was inside, I felt power rising from within, Jamie agreed. That's right. This is my first authority, rebellion against the gods, he explained. That space was formed entirely by my power. The undead in rebellion against the gods absorb this power and grow stronger. Philip asked curiously, then wouldn't it be a great burden on you, master? Jamie said calmly. Are you worried about me? He quickly bowed his head. I was mistaken, master. Please forgive me. He inwardly cursed Azat. Do you want to die? Jamie didn't care. It's fine. If it were a burden to me, I wouldn't have made it my first authority, Azat said excitedly. Then can you make us stronger instantly? Philip quickly covered his mouth, but he continued. I think it'd be good to stay a little longer. Honestly, it's full of bones inside, though. Jamie was annoyed. Do you want to die? The carriage stopped before the bridge. Jamie was exhausted. Father. When Irina Welton lifted him high, he thought to himself, I'm not a doll. He instructed, you must protect your mother, sister, and friends. Irina Welton said, can I trust you? Jamie replied glumly, of course. He hugged his son. Good. Come back safely, Jamie replied shyly. Yes, the flags of the two houses fluttered. Jack O'Brien introduced himself. Great night. I, Jack O'Brien. We will depart soon, so I will explain our plan, Anna said wistfully. I wish Brother Lust could come with us, Ricky replied. He volunteered for escort duty. Jamie closed his eyes and thought, so it means they'll ensure maximum safety even if it takes a little longer. Sierra Belle said softly, Sarah falls asleep immediately whenever she rides in a carriage. Finally, with a signal, the carriage departed. Let's go then, Lust said to Jack O'Brien. I will guard the rear, he replied. I will obey Lord Lust's command. Jamie glanced at him. Fa, what does she want to say? He watched carefully, pretending nothing was amiss. Even though I mentioned the name Diablo Beaufort, she didn't tell the other gods about it. Perhaps she couldn't, he smiled wickedly. Jamie thought to himself, anyway, when I return, many things will have changed. Sarah Welton slowly woke up and a cheerful voice rang in her ears. Hello. Ricky leaned his face close. You're Sarah, right? I'm Ricky. He froze when he saw tears welling up in her eyes. Sarah Welton cried loudly in fear. Jamie shouted, what did you do to Sarah? Ricky hastily explained. Calm down, Jamie, this isn't fair. 2 days later, the Welton family's carriage was racing through the rain. The 3 members of the Welton family were deeply asleep. Ricky stared blankly at the scenery outside. Lust rode quickly from the back to the front. Ricky happily called out, Brother Lust. Lust smiled back. Everyone looks tired. Jamie finally opened his eyes and asked groggily how long he had slept. Ricky smiled and replied, about 2 hours. You slept very well. Lust looked at him while riding his horse and asked, it's quite boring sitting in a carriage, isn't it? Shall I tell you an interesting story? Lust looked at the mountain ahead and began his story. There's a legend about Mount Maya here, Jamie said impatiently. It sounds boring. Ricky excitedly spoke over Jamie's voice. Yes, please do, Lust-O-Medic said contentedly. I knew it. Of course I expected both of you to be interested. Ricky recalled Anna. He said Anna loved these kinds of stories. She's still asleep, Lust advised. Listen to it and tell her later. Lust imagined a dragon and said, once upon a time when dragons soared in the sky and elves roamed the forests, Mount Miatri was actually a single mountain. But on a clear day, 2 dragons appeared here. Hearing this, Jamie was surprised and thought about dragons. Lust continued the story. The evil black dragon and the gentle blue dragon Miatri. There was a human sorceress whom Miatri loved, but humans and dragons could not be together. The dragons couldn't just watch, so they sent the black dragon to kill the sorceress. Through that fierce battle, the mountain split in two and a raging stream flowed between the valleys. After the battle, the black dragon was driven away, but Miatri's sorceress died, and after losing her, Miatri hid deep within the mountain. People say he is still there to this day. Anna, who had woken up at some point, suddenly spoke. They say the storms have become more frequent since then, right? It's a truly sad story, Ricky exclaimed in surprise. When did you wake up? Lust replied, yes, so you know too. That's why the people here call the rain dragons tears. Jamie thought deeply. A legend, it could be true, but dragons were considered myths in those days. He began to speak. That story might be. Before he could finish, a powerful lightning bolt struck, shaking the carriage. Everyone in the carriage was startled and Sarah woke up in fear. Anna clutched her head in terror and screamed loudly. Sarah in fear hugged her, trying to comfort Anna. It's okay, it's okay. All right, Jamie. Jamie smiled. Of course it's just rain. He said that outwardly, but inwardly he had an ominous feeling. He thought to himself, what is this unpleasant feeling? The carriage was still speeding along the road, but unfortunately lightning struck a nearby tree. The tree fell directly towards the carriage. The coachman was surprised by this sight. The carriage immediately bounced after the collision. Sierra, terrified, hugged Sarah tightly and screamed loudly. Ricky, frightened, reminded her, Anna, be careful. Due to the impact, the carriage door opened and Sierra and Sarah, who were tightly embracing each other, fell out. Jamie cried out in panic. Mother, Sarah, he cried out in fear. Jamie, save Sarah. Jamie held onto the carriage with one hand and stretched out the other towards the two, casting a spell. He shouted loudly, I can save both of them. As Jamie cast Hey Johnson's Sea Battle God, a huge magic circle appeared, and a blue ocean-colored power gently enveloped Sarah and Sierra, who were falling down the cliff. He gritted his teeth and thought, I did it. After that, he gently lifted the two up. While maintaining the magic to lift the two, he assessed the situation. He said, displeased, what just happened? Suddenly his hand slipped from the carriage frame. Jamie looked at his hand in fear. Sierra's face darkened and she shouted her son's name. Jamie, he was flustered but still tried to reassure her. I'm fine, I can fly with magic. As he raised his hand to use magic, he was suddenly terrified. Jamie was dumbfounded and thought, I can't use it. Mana drained from Jamie's body and he free fell downwards, thinking to himself, this is mana burn. A phenomenon where a high-ranking mage's mana is depleted and the mana in a specific area is completely burned out, incapacitating the mage. Suddenly a voice echoed in his head. Who are you? Jamie's eyes widened in surprise. The voice echoed again. Are you a dragon? Jamie frowned and thought, a dragon? His body fell straight into the water. Sierra tried to jump in to save him but was stopped. She cried out loudly, Jamie, she wailed in despair, let go of me. My son is down there, right there. The guard behind her tried to hold her tightly, saying, Madam, please calm down. As a golden light enveloped Sierra, she turned her head in surprise. Ricky hesitated and said, I'm sorry, I just wanted to help. So she turned back to Ricky and said, Ricky. Sarah was crying in fear in Anna's arms. She closed her eyes wearily and said, brother. Lust stepped forward to Sierra, knelt on one knee and said, Madam, it may be arrogant of me to say, but Jamie will be fine, Sierra replied. Lord Lust, his next words calmed her. This is just an optimistic perspective, but I know Jamie's abilities well. He looked directly at Sierra and said, that strong current can be dangerous, but once Jamie's magic returns, he can surely survive. Lust stood up forcefully, clenched his fist and said in a serious voice, but I will go down myself. I can return safely. Ricky and Jack were worried. Ricky said, but Jack spoke, even so, it's too dangerous for you, sir. Lust promised, 3 hours, madam. I will return in exactly 3 hours. Even with the power of a sacred governor, it can be dangerous. She bowed her head slightly and said, even knowing that, I have one request. Sierra held out one hand and pleaded earnestly, please bring my son, please come back with Jamie. Lust kissed her hand and said, yes, madam, I will return. The scene shifts to an underwater cave and Jamie slowly regained consciousness. He was surprised to see himself bound by several blue chains. He wondered where he was. He tried to move his bound hands. Thought to himself, what's happening here? Who was that just now? A voice caught his attention. You're awake. A blue-haired woman with horns on her head, dressed in Greek-style clothing, approached him and questioned, are you a dragon? Jamie replied irritably, can't you tell by looking at me? The blue-haired woman agreed without hesitation. Yes, she placed her hands on her hips and challenged, I knew you weren't a dragon as soon as I saw you, but then it's too unreasonable. Jamie was surprised and thought, I just felt a very faint killing intent. The blue-haired woman spoke her thoughts, how can a human, not a dragon, possess such potential? And your mana accumulation is exactly the same as a dragon's. Jamie recalled the previous incident and thought, my original key cultivation is similar to a dragon's. The blue-haired woman frowned. Aren't humans very susceptible to mana absorption? Lacking both wisdom and talent, it's impossible for them to even imitate us dragons. Jamie thought irritably, imitate talent? How dare they say such things to someone they've been wary of for so long? The blue-haired woman stared intently at him and began to speculate, but you're different. Are you a half-elf? Even a high elf can't be compared to a dragon. Jamie couldn't understand why she kept denying it, even though she was seeing it with her own eyes. Look at this little guy, he's awfully bold for someone who just got caught. Jamie retorted, then what's so great about you? You're the one who mistook a human for a dragon and arbitrarily imprisoned them. The blue-haired woman approached him and asked, arbitrarily? He recalled the recent events, the sudden gust of wind, the lightning strike right next to the carriage, and that phenomenon that burned away my mana. It was all someone's doing. She turned away nonchalantly and said, I suppose you could think that. I just wanted to see for myself, Jamie retorted hotly. What did you say? He shouted in anger. Because of you, Mother and Sarah. He suddenly collected himself. Why am I so angry? He hesitated and said, no, nothing. If she truly was who he suspected, Jamie flinched and averted his gaze, saying, I think it's natural for you to be curious about who I am. If you release these restraints, we can talk. The blue-haired woman immediately refused. No, Jamie wondered. Why not? She said nonchalantly. This look is more entertaining. Jamie was annoyed. What did you say? The blue-haired woman said amusedly. Those expressions are so amusing that I don't want to release you anymore. To torment someone like this, truly. He suddenly remembered something and said, she has the same personality as the blue dragon Miatri. You're that person, aren't you? The blue dragons are the most gentle of all dragonkin. They are particularly friendly towards humans, and their feelings for humans are akin to how humans treat puppies or kittens. If he had met the notoriously violent red or black dragons or the cunning green dragons, Jamie felt a slight sense of relief. Should I call this good luck? He cautiously said. Why did you kidnap me, thinking I was a dragon? Killing intent emanated from her. That's obvious. To kill you. Jamie thought again. What is that killing intent? He forced a smile. Then will you release me now? She said coldly. Not yet. Jamie, helpless, asked for the reason. Miatri playfully said, shall I make up a reason? Jamie was bewildered. What on earth is she talking about? She suddenly had a wicked idea. Miatri smiled and said, if I use you as a material, I think I could get a high-level mercenary. Mercenaries are artificial life forms created with dragon power. Jamie's expression turned serious. He thought the word high-level was an understatement. The material like me, even I, he shook his head. No, don't. I'm on the verge of death. What am I thinking? Jamie said with a friendly smile. But sister, why are you trying to kill dragons? Miatri frowned and said, sister, my foot, that's none of your business. Jamie smiled and said bluntly, is it because of that human lover? The chains on his hands suddenly loosened. Because of this, Jamie suddenly fell downwards. Miatri glared at him and threatened, if you ever speak of him that way again, I'll make sure you can neither live nor die. He thought to himself, I knew it. Jamie continued to ask questions. I heard your tribe never accepted him, he continued. And you betrayed them to save him, she said in anger. How? Miatri shouted, and a powerful force violently erupted around them. How dare you speak as if you know something? Jamie struggled to speak. The water was about to swallow him. You never intended to kill me or turn me into a mercenary from the start, did you? You could have brainwashed me from the very beginning. But you didn't. He squeezed his eyes shut and shouted. You're really kind, unbelievably kind for a dragon. A familiar voice appeared in Miatri's mind. A gentle swordsman said, you're really kind, unbelievably kind for a dragon. She recalled old memories, gritting her teeth and enduring. She decided to forgive him. She stopped the magic and said, this is your last chance. There won't be a second. Jamie spat out a mouthful of water. He thought to himself, this woman is serious. I need to be careful with my words. Miatri crossed her arms and said, as if lost in thought, you're a truly strange human, almost as strange as him. Jamie wiped the water from his face with his hand and asked curiously, him, she explained. He's the subject of the story you humans only know through oral tradition. Outside, the water was still flowing fiercely. Lust exclaimed, this rain truly shows no sign of stopping. He thought worriedly, Jamie, where are you? Inside the cave, Miatri's voice echoed. 700 years ago, his name was Canon and he was a black mage. Jamie asked incredulously. A black mage, Miatri said sadly. Surely you're surprised. Who would have thought that a being who loves white magic would love a human who uses black magic? He stammered in surprise. Oh yes, a little, but inwardly he was greatly excited. Truly, truly amazing, Miatri continued. He only chose black magic to explore the truths of this world. He was a true mage who reached the 9th circle. Jamie felt like he was hearing shocking news. He thought in fear. What? 9th circle? He unconsciously said. Wait, there hasn't been a human who reached 9th circle in 1,000 years. Miatri interrupted him. I'll tell you the reason now. She had been searching for the truths of this world even before meeting Canon. We searched countless ruins together. And then we fell in love. We were very happy. But that was only until the day the dragon god issued a decree. She recalled the dragon god's contemptuous face. Foolish one, you have committed a sin you should never have committed. All the dragons tried to kill Canon. We escaped, but eventually we reached our limit. Miatri was on the verge of tears. She said, go in, Canon. Even a dragon won't be able to find you there. Don't worry about me. Even if I'm punished, they won't kill me. It was a ruin with very powerful restrictions, and only one person could enter. Canon hid inside. As Canon went in, she covered her face and cried. The dragon god said coldly, Miatri will be exiled for 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is not a long time for a dragon. But Canon came to save me after only a few decades after discovering the truths of this world. Canon was enraged to see her lying helplessly in her arms. There were chains binding her. He shouted, why are you just standing there? Your race is the most proficient in magic, aren't they? The dragon god, along with the red dragon next to him, scoffed. He seems to have gone mad. That truth is too overwhelming for a human to accept. He saved me, and after evading the pursuers, we hid deep in the mountains. Ah. Jamie looked with sympathetic eyes. She said Canon had died. Miatri was nonchalant. Perhaps such an ending was better. I tried to convince myself that he was now at peace. She bit her lip in anger and said, but she recalled Canon's appearance. Anger almost erupted from her words. My tribe began to erase Cannon's very existence. All his remaining books, even the people he met, everything. A speculation arose in Jamie's mind. The truth the Dragonkin wanted to erase, could it be? Miatri said seriously. So this place where Cannon's existence remains is the last place I must protect. There was a tomb inside the cave surrounded by lush grass and trees, she said. This is why I'm here. Jamie realized, a dragon, so she didn't hear about me. He recalled that the first thing he did after his resurrection was to search for traces of his past self, Diablo Beaufort. He thought it was very clean, as if someone had deliberately erased all traces. He thought very clean. As if someone had deliberately erased all traces, Jamie was convinced they must have erased my existence just as they did to Cannon. The 12 gods know the dragon god Bram and his dragonkin. Cannon was a 9th circle mage, desperate enough to even learn black magic to discover the truth. To what extent did Cannon discover the truth that he had to be erased so completely? Jamie was almost certain. Is this Cannon's tomb? Miatri asked back. Why? He had a sad expression. As a fellow mage, I wish to commemorate his life. Miatri was silent for a moment, then said, Follow me. The two walked to the tomb under the shade of a tree. Here it is, where Cannon rests eternally. He was surprised to see something. His gaze was fixed on the sparkling bracelet covering the tomb. My bracelet. Absolute resistance, one of the 3 great artifacts created by Diablo Beaufort to fight against the 12 gods. An artifact that provides complete immunity to all diseases and curses. Jamie was surprised to find this here. He was tense. So Cannon sought the truth of the world. He found the bracelet and then discovered the truth about Diablo Beaufort's existence. Jamie looked at Miatri worried. If I asked for it, she'd kill me instantly. At this moment, Miatri was clasping her hands and making a greeting. I'm here, Cannon. Jamie cautiously asked. What is that bracelet? She informed him. It's Cannon's item. A very powerful item. It saved his life countless times. He unconsciously said in disbelief, not a speck of dust. It even has cleanliness and protection magic on it. He smiled at Miatri. Is this all that Cannon left behind? She immediately grew wary. Why do you ask? Jamie stammered, quickly clarifying. No ill intent, just curious. He was a person who sought the truths of this world after all. So I was just wondering if he left any records. She calmed down. There's a diary, he suggested. A diary, may I see it? Miatri immediately refused. I don't want to show it. Jamie thought of another method. Then tell me. Miatri was surprised by his words. You know, don't you, what the truth of this world is? Immediately after, Miatri's face flared with anger. You're crossing the line. A lowly human like you doesn't deserve to know. Jamie interrupted. You're wrong, he persuaded. He sacrificed his life for that truth. He may have ultimately failed, but you are the one preserving his legacy, he said with conviction. Rather than using it merely as an item to cherish his memory, he would have wanted humanity to inherit it more. Miatri was slightly agitated. Truly a clever and troublesome child, but you're wrong about one thing. I don't need something to cherish memories. I've etched everything about him into my heart. Her happy memories with Cannon resurfaced, and her lover's voice echoed in Jamie's mind simultaneously. Don't forget me, Diablo. He approached closely. I don't understand, Miatri scoffed. Yes, a child is just a child. Jamie called out, wait. There was a diary bound by chains. Miatri explained, the reason I'm not showing you this isn't because you failed to persuade me, but because it's useless anyway. Nothing is written here. Jamie touched it. It's sealed. Miatri continued. Yes, humans cannot break this seal, she continued. Now stop following me. I'll send you back to where you came from. Wait. His pupils turned purple and dark magic swirled around him. Don't be surprised by anything you see from now on. Miatri was surprised. What is it? At this moment she realized he was a dark mage. Dense dark magic wrapped around the seal. Because of this, Miatri's eyes widened in surprise. What is this wicked power? It's too different. Human black magic isn't this dark. The diary finally opened and a golden light erupted from it and flew into the air. Imperial Year 22, March 16th. I met the Blue Dragon. She said I was dirty because I was a dark mage. Imperial Year 22, March 20th. For some reason, she ended up coming with me. Thanks to Miatri's innocence, this journey became much more enjoyable. Is she really a dragon? Imperial Year 22, April 26th. I arrived at a marked location on Miatri's back, a place untouched by human hands. I called this place the Land of Death. Imperial Year 23, December 24th, the Dragon God commanded the Dragonkin to eliminate me. I am fine. I'm just worried about her who betrayed her kind for herself. I wanted to leave her, but I couldn't. I love Miatri. Imperial Year 41, March. Which war did you fight in? That day, 65,966 years ago, written on the tombstone. Imperial Year 41, we settled on a certain mountain. We came this far to avoid the eyes of the Dragonkin. Next we will go to Gammon in the southwest. That is the name of the place written at the end of the tombstone, a place that no longer exists now. Jamie concentrated on the words flowing from the diary. However, upon learning the contents of the diary, she wept, calling out her beloved Cannon's name. Jamie fell into thought. I think I know what the gravestone Cannon mentioned is. He recalled that before going into battle he had carved an inscription there, containing despair about the past and hope for the future to strengthen his resolve. I, Diablo Beaufort. Jamie closed the diary. Cannon found it 65,966 years ago, and I appeared 700 years later. He finally understood. He had resurrected exactly 66,666 years after his death. He then handed the diary to Miatri, who was prostrate on the ground weeping. But where is Gammon? Jamie frowned and thought. I carved an inscription there, confident of my victory. I don't remember writing anything about gammon, so did someone find my gravestone before canon? He discovered an interesting fact and smiled. Truly commendable. Jamie looked towards the gravestone, to uncover a truth that the 12 gods had hidden so perfectly. Around 60,000 years ago, humanity was enslaved by the 12 gods, but do not despair. This human has descended upon this land once again, so the 12 gods will soon perish and humanity will regain its freedom. Beatrice said, deeply moved. He loved me, he never told me such things. He only said I was annoying and persistent, Jamie comforted her. Blue Dragon, you said you still cherish your memories, did you not? I believe he lives in your heart. As long as you never forget him. Perhaps Canon was always by my side. Beatrice, though deeply moved, still spoke bluntly. Yes, the little brat can even say nice things, truly an amateur, Jamie whispered helplessly. I'm not an amateur. Beatrice hugged the diary as if regretful. How I wish I could turn back time. He stroked her head, comforting her. Everyone thinks that, he mused inwardly. I've come too far to go back, but Beatrice grasped Jamie's hand tightly. But do you know something? She asked curiously. What exactly is your dark magic? Are you really a dark mage? Jamie decided to lie. It's just ordinary dark magic. Beatrice lost patience. Stop with the useless talk. Do you think I haven't tried to break the seal with dark magic? He was startled. What, you've learned dark magic? Beatrice was exasperated. Are you crazy? She almost boasted. I even brought someone who could use dark magic, Jamie corrected her. You cornered them, didn't you? Beatrice said gleefully. We just exchanged opinions. I told them to come with me if they didn't want to die, and they immediately agreed. In society this is called extortion, kidnapping, and threats. Beatrice continued. But no matter how hard we tried, we couldn't see anything in the diary. Not until you and your strange energy appeared in her eyes. Jamie almost overlapped with Canon's image. I hate to admit it, but the power he sought outside the world was exactly like this, Jamie thought. I can't avoid this, then he said loudly. All right, I'll tell you the truth. I am a mage fulfilling Canon's wish. Beatrice asked disbelievingly. Canon left everything here. How can someone he never met fulfill his wish? He immediately explained. Though I never received it directly from him, we walked the same path. He continued to try and make her understand. So it's not an exaggeration to say I'm fulfilling his wish. A question surfaced in Beatrice's subconscious. So you're also going to stand against the 12 gods? He was startled that she had noticed. Did he say that? Beatrice immediately replied. No, but the diary told me. She lowered her voice. He was angry with the 12 gods and hated the dragonkin who cooperated with them. If you're also trying to do the same, before she could make any more wild guesses, Jamie affirmed that she was right. You are correct, Beatrice. I intend to fight the 12 gods. Beatrice immediately denied the idea. That's impossible. I also hate the 12 gods and the dragonkin. And you might soon possess power comparable to a dragon. She sadly caressed the diary, then accepted reality and said, It's impossible. There are 12 beings with dragon-like power, not just one. For your own sake, live as an ordinary human. Give up. At this, he told her the story of his previous life. There was a man who dared to stand against the 12 gods. That man had many comrades, but all died or betrayed him. In the end, he was defeated by the 12 gods and sealed in the eternal world. Recalling his rage before being sealed, he thought, I will return no matter the cost, even if it takes a very long time. He never gave up, not even at this very moment. His eyes were filled with resolve, so I cannot give up either. Beatrice was startled. You, Jamie mused inwardly. Before, there was Canon and someone older than him. Then there was me, and after my death, generations will continue forever. Their will shall persist until the 12 gods are slain. Beatrice said, Follow me. She held the bracelet in her hand delicately. Canon would allow it for you too, Jamie cautiously asked. May I accept it? Beatrice was annoyed. Hurry before I change my mind. He was happy looking at the bracelet on his wrist. I will cherish it always. I will treasure it. Jamie saw the bracelet emitting a sparkling light. Is it greeting me? Yes, it's been quite a while, hasn't it? Beatrice promised him. When that time comes, I will prepare to help you. He thanked her and rejoiced inwardly. A dragon's promise. This is a good omen. Beatrice kicked him directly into the portal. Now go? Jamie was flustered. Why suddenly? She said. Take care of yourself. After Jamie left, a faint bouquet of flowers appeared in Beatrice's hand. A blue light enveloped her body. Yes, Canon, your dream lives on. Lust looked at the sky, which was clearer than before. The rain seemed to have stopped. Jamie's voice echoed. Hey, what are you doing here? Lust was startled to see Jamie hovering above him and called out his name. He gently took Lust's hand. Let's go back. The sky was now clear. Someone ran up and hugged him tightly, shouting loudly, Jamie! Ricky and Anna cried with joy. I knew you'd come back. It's such a relief, Jamie. A Welton family guard bowed his head. We are indebted. Thank you, Lord Lust. Lust denied it. No, I truly did nothing. His voice trembled with embarrassment. I really did nothing. Lust sighed inwardly. And I didn't even use holy power. Funesman Academy in the Kingdom of Siam. People were chatting lively. Suddenly a terrible scream echoed, and when a white rat ran past her feet, Benna fell backwards. Those around her were flustered and scolded her. What are you doing? Catch it quickly. Catch it, stop it, don't let it stay here. Benna, you idiot, Benna stammered. I'm sorry, but those around her didn't care at all. That rat ate the zombie potion, don't get bitten. My nose, Benna said loudly. I'm sorry. Finally she sighed, looking at the mess at her feet. When will I be able to clean all this up? A contemptuous voice reached Benna's ears, startling her. I wonder when that slowpoke will disappear. The two people behind her shamelessly badmouthed her. Just looking at her makes me angry. Why does the dean protect her? Maybe it's because that slowpoke makes the other kids stand out more. Ah, that's it. Benna frowned in anger. They're so mean I can hear everything. Just then a voice interrupted her thoughts. You trashy bitch, the blonde girl threw a paper at Benna. Clean everything up and bring me everything on this list. Because of you I have to do the experiment again. The blonde girl saw Benna trembling and trying to say something and growled, Isn't it your fault? She clenched her fists and resigned herself. Yes, understood. The two laughed behind Benna's back. Did you see her face, so pathetic? She couldn't say anything, like a lab rat. Benna bowed her head in injustice and tears streamed down her cheeks. Why is this happening to me? Count Fo's mansion. Count Fa happily greeted the three Welton family members and the siblings Ricky and Anna. Thank you all for coming, he smiled kindly. The chef has prepared a special banquet for you. Please enjoy and relax. Ricky's eyes widened in surprise. Anna suddenly said, Brother, it smells like heaven. Lust also drooled. It's the best meal of my life, Sierra replied. Thank you for your thoughtful hospitality, Count Fa replied. You're welcome. I was worried it wouldn't meet the standards of the family's daughter. Sierra smiled brightly. Oh my, this is more than enough. Count Fa was satisfied. Thank you for saying that. Afterwards the two chatted pleasantly. Darkness covered the streets and buildings. Jamie looked around but there was nothing worth seeing. Should I go back? If he's around here, Ricky won't bother me, will he? He recalled Ricky repeatedly asking, Where are you going before he left. Huh? He raised his hand to calm down the excited Black. Alright, you want to take a walk, don't you? His sparkling bracelet caught the attention of strangers. One person whispered. Do you see that? The man with the scarred face said greedily. That bracelet. The man with the pointed nose continued. Yes, it's an artifact, he pursed his lips. It looks valuable but it's not something a commoner kid can possess. The man with the scarred face said contemptuously. A noble, his parents probably gave it to him without knowing anything, the man with the pointed nose said excitedly. Don't you think the dean would like it? The man with the scarred face replied. He might even give us a reward, the two agreed. Yes, let's do that, Black warned with all his might. Jamie also noticed why he finally realized Black's intention. Ah, I see, 2 pieces of trash are following me. Jamie replied coldly to Black. What are you talking about? I don't know what they're trying to do. He glanced behind him and smiled sinisterly. But it's good, I was getting a little bored. Scarface and Pointed Nose were still flustered, unaware that Jamie was watching them from above. Damn it, he clearly went this way. We missed him. Jamie snapped his fingers. Alright, this will be fun. Pointed Nose looked in the direction of the sound. This way, here it is. Wait a minute, he clapped his hands. Come on, let me test you too. Suddenly, a portal appeared behind his back, startling Jamie. He looked at the hand next to his head in fear and a soft voice echoed in his ear. Sorry. Scarface looked at the alley in surprise. The two saw the dark alley and realized they had missed him again, freezing on the spot. Benna was immediately thrown down. Jamie was angry. How dare you? I don't know who you are, but you're dead today. Benna was terrified. Wait, please listen to me. Jamie cast magic around her. I don't want to listen. Benna screamed terribly. He was surprised. Dark magic. Benna hit the wall, leaving a deep mark. She groaned in pain. Jamie asked, Are you using dark magic? You'd better tell me your purpose for bringing me here. Benna cried. You're so cruel. Jamie was puzzled. She was indignant. You're so cruel. I just wanted to help. It would be terrible if you were caught by their dark magic. I just wanted to help. At this, Jamie also realized, oh, those two are also dark mages, Benna wailed. But you're scolding and blaming me even though I saved you. Why does everyone treat me like this? I didn't do anything wrong. I just wish people wouldn't hate me, she shouted. Why does everyone hate me? Why? Jamie was helpless. Alright, please just be quiet, Benna continued to babble. This cruel world that doesn't accept me, I'd rather leave this world, Jamie roared. Stop thinking like that, he opened his mouth. So you're from the same school as those guys and you cornered? No, saved me because I was being chased using the portal at school? Benna knelt and trembled as she replied. Yes. I wouldn't have died to those two alone, she was disheartened. Even if you're just a child, it would be too unfortunate to experience such a thing. But now I doubt if you're really a child, Jamie scoffed. Unfortunate, how ridiculous. You're a dark mage yourself. Though it's just a guess, Benna was flustered by his words. You also had a big hand in those cruel experiments, didn't you? He continued to provoke her. Did you merely want to save me? Do you expect me to see you as someone on the side of justice? Benna was flustered. No, I became a dark mage because I wanted to. Jamie maliciously poked her forehead. Don't make excuses. You're trash. No different from those guys. Benna's pupils contracted. No, I'm different. I don't want to live in pain. She poured out all her suffering. Do you know how much I hurt? My heart gets so heavy every time my hands get stained with blood. Jamie turned away. Alright, I don't want to dig any deeper. At his words, Benna relaxed slightly. She seized the opportunity to leave. It's over now, isn't it? Then I'll go first. Suddenly, she hit her head on something invisible. She collapsed in pain. What is it this time? Jamie was curious. What does that mean? He explained. This is a wall. Benna also noticed the invisible wall. He smiled wickedly. I have a lot to ask, so where do you think you're going? Benna gave an awkward laugh and clasped her hands tightly. Please don't kill me. The white-haired man smiled and asked, Tobus, have you seen Benna? She was so polite in front of me. The dean put on a fake smile. Where could she be? There isn't much time left until completion. A terrible scream echoed. That can't be, Jamie said, disgusted. Are you loyal to those guys? I'll take care of you just like them, Benna cried. You don't understand. No matter how rude they are, I've been with them for 10 years. Dark magic appeared around Jamie's body. Then there's no choice. I have to do what needs to be done. Benna's vision was filled with the form of black mana. She was surprised. Why was there no special mark of dark magic or a harmful life-shaking feeling? As Jamie's hand approached, she was mesmerized. Why did the black mana feel so pure? Jamie warned. Let me know if you change your mind. It's good to know what the consequences will be if things go wrong. Benna finally spoke. That black mana, how did you do it? She suddenly gripped his hand tightly and asked. I want to know. Jamie was startled and pulled his hand away. What are you doing? Do you think I'll let you go if you do this, if you don't want to die? Benna pleaded almost reverently. Please accept me as your disciple. He was surprised. What did you say? She repeated. Accept me, Jamie firmly replied. No. Benna grabbed his cloak. She quickly embraced him. Jamie was taken aback. What are you doing? Benna said earnestly. Please. I lost my parents in an accident 10 years ago, and becoming a dark mage was my only option. The experiments sacrificing living people were too cruel, and my colleagues criticized and trampled me, calling me pathetic, but even then I couldn't escape, she muttered. I know I'm cowardly and hypocritical. I want to stop. I really want to end all of this. Jamie got to the point. So what does that have to do with becoming my disciple? Benna's eyes sparkled. Black mana, it wasn't created by sacrificing lives. I need that power. Jamie smiled contentedly. It wasn't created by sacrificing lives. Sometimes only such pure darkness can blossom into someone's existence. In the blink of an eye, his hand moved close to her face. You're wrong. And more importantly, Jamie said coldly. No. Benna was almost desperate. Please accept me, please. He looked down at her from above. A disciple. Jamie recalled the past. Master, I've mastered a new magic. Fight for us, master. Die for us, master. Jamie calculated inwardly. According to Benna's memories, there are over 20 students in the academy, and the principal grab is a curse. His body slowly moved. What happened while I was away? Shall I go take a look? A human head in some solution muttered. Please save me, please save me. Is anyone there? 2 students looked at the head and laughed gleefully. Isn't it interesting? Usually they beg to be killed, the one next to him continued. Does the language also change if you reverse the curse? There were countless solution bottles on the shelf, and they continued. Not many parts left. We've done too many experiments lately. They continued to discuss. I also heard that they'll be inspecting a large number of test subjects soon. One of them laughed loudly. It seems the experiments are progressing explosively, Jamie observed, hidden, unable to hide his surprise. They have a lot of nerve. How dare they hide in an academy and conduct such dark magic experiments? The guys continued to chatter as they left the laboratory. Human experiments are the best. Nothing else compares in terms of speed or quality of results. The other replied, just kidding. Are you just doing it for fun? Of course not. He had been quietly observing them from the start. He thought to himself, now I understand. How did dark magic, which had disappeared for so long, come to be like this? I sacrificed countless lives to stand before the 12 gods, so I have no right to judge them. But what was the reason dark magic was created? No matter how it's performed, it was meant to kill gods. I had to abandon my humanity and bear all sins. He muttered to himself. If you want to sacrifice lives, you must be prepared to stand against them. Then he moved. Now I have something else to do. If the seeds I sowed have grown into monsters, it's time to harvest them. Returning to Benna's location, she was anxiously clenching her hands. Where did he go just now? I need to find him quickly and get him out of here. Suddenly, someone strongly pulled her braided hair. Hala didn't care whether Benna screamed in pain or not. Where were you hiding just now? She still gripped Benna's braided hair tightly and snarled, running away like trash. So you decided to run away? Benna trembled and replied. I'm sorry, I forgot. Hala, far from letting her go, pulled harder. So you forgot? She brought her face close to Benna's, threatening. Are you in a bad mood these days? Finally, Hala let go of Benna. As she turned away, she didn't forget to sneer. Do you think I'm playing with you? Benna slumped to the floor, unable to understand why she was in this situation. Why is this happening? Hala smiled wickedly and replied. A lowly worm like you needs to be trampled at least once to know your place. At those words, Benna trembled even more in despair. Stop it. I'm sorry, Hala. But she ignored Benna's words and created a magical flame. A piece of trash like you dared to wrong me. Should I just let it go? Seeing her struggling in pain, Benna prostrated herself on the ground and begged, please forgive me just this once. I'll never forget your words again. Benna squeezed her eyes shut and pleaded, please. Just then, a familiar voice surprised her. What's going on? She couldn't help but wonder. How did he get in here? Jamie simply called her name. Benna. He turned his head and said disappointedly, are these the kind of guys you're scared of? Benna was a little flustered. But Jamie's eyes turned cold purple. He roared, get up. Benna immediately snapped out of it. He asked in a cold voice, how long are you going to lie there? Benna slammed her hand on the floor, cracking it. I can't. Meanwhile, Hala, not understanding the situation, acted arrogantly. I don't know who you are. You're clearly brainless. Is this what you want? Do you think I can't kill you, Benna, even if you bring an outsider? From the other side, Jamie said coldly, Benna, decide. She was already starting to cry. I can't. As she hesitated, Hala shouted, die. Immediately, a huge dark magic power flew towards her. Just then, Benna's potential exploded, blocking the attack, and she shouted, I don't want to associate with these people. I will change. I don't want to live like this. Even Jamie was surprised by this situation. Hala, whose attack was blocked, shouted angrily, what did you just do? At this, Benna herself was surprised by her own power. Hala still arrogantly prepared her next technique. I don't know what you just did, but since you dared to defy me, you better be prepared. Suddenly, Jamie stood in front of her and said to Benna, take one step forward. He raised 2 fingers and chanted a spell, and Hala's face immediately turned pale as she realized she couldn't use magic. What? At this, he looked at Benna and explained, the first step is always the hardest, but the second step won't be difficult anymore. Hala, still unrepentant, shouted, wait, who are you? And what's with your strange mana? Just then, he muttered the 2 words, obliteration, in his mouth. Hala finally disappeared amidst Benna's horror. From the other side, the principal suddenly sprang up and shouted. Finally, he couldn't hide his joy. Benna has awakened as a Valkyrie. He had previously worried that her excessively controlled personality might prevent her from ever awakening. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief. Now I don't have to be in this tiring place anymore. The power of the Valkyrie is now mine. Back to Jamie's location, he approached and called Benna. She still had her hands clasped together. I'm sorry. Jamie was speechless that such a timid person was a Valkyrie. Valkyries are high-ranking angels known as warrior angels. Their immense power was enough to wage war with the 12 gods. Although they ended in defeat, they fortunately avoided extinction and hid in places beyond the 12 gods' surveillance. Jamie muttered, that guy in the robes probably did this to easily control her. He's been suppressing her personality for a long time. Benna, seeing him, grew even more afraid. What's wrong? Did I do something wrong? He inwardly surmised. Since they're basically a race that dislikes bowing to others, he probably did this to easily control her after awakening. His face darkened. I don't like it, Benna still replied innocently. I don't know what I did wrong, but please forgive me. Just then an alarm sounded. Benna immediately realized. Red alert. They seem to have realized you're an intruder, he said. I have a name, it's Jamie. Anyway, those guys can't catch me. Just then a voice echoed, startling her. Everyone capture Benna and bring her to me. Minor damage is acceptable. Benna couldn't believe this broadcast. Dean, why? Finally Jamie realized. I see. Students poured in like a swarm. One of them shouted, over here, I heard everything. Benna, not understanding the current situation, was lost in thought. Jamie asked, what are you going to do now? She was still scared and had tears in her eyes, but she replied strongly, I'm not the same as before. Jamie, having heard the answer he wanted, was satisfied. That's right. Suddenly a stream of white power appeared and swirled around Jamie and Benna. It was his doing. He waved his hand and controlled them. Didn't I tell you? Immediately the door that had imprisoned them swung open. The second step won't be difficult. Hala among the crowd shouted, Benna, how dare you defy me? Come here, Benna. A black orb enveloped Hala's head. Jamie explained, she's brainwashed. Benna couldn't believe it. Brainwashed? Immediately Hala fell to the ground. He assessed. She's unconscious now. She's been the Dean's slave for a long time. Benna couldn't believe the truth. So Jamie confirmed it without giving her time to hesitate or think further. Yes, everything everyone did to you was at the Dean's command. Difficult curse, curse of pain, curse, sneeze, curse, curse, reflection. Suddenly all the students fell in pain. Jamie revealed the truth in front of her. See? Benna also slumped to the ground and muttered, but I was too. She suddenly changed as if possessed, her eyes turning red with anger. I endured everything for so long, not knowing anything. Jamie realized that her true nature was slowly emerging. He said, is that so? Then he kicked her hard, telling her to fight. She was immediately flustered and shouted, wait. She turned back to him, crying, and said, I don't know how to fight. Suddenly, one of them in front of her raised his staff high. He smiled triumphantly, confident of victory. And despair flowed from Benna's eyes. The curse of itching was cast, but she quickly leaned back and dodged it. Benna herself couldn't believe she had dodged it. One of the blue-haired ones behind her launched a surprise curse of toothache. Benna was slightly flustered, turned her head, and unconsciously grabbed his hand. She shouted, no, and spun around. That guy hit the wall hard and fainted. Benna was even more incredulous of her own power. Over here, Jamie reassured Benna, that is your power. Believe in yourself and fight, a student scoffed. Do you think power is everything? You're still just Benna. After speaking, he launched a curse of blindness at Benna. Just then, Benna realized her body was moving on its own. The students were confused as the bullied one began to fight back. What? She blocked it? Since when? Benna trampled two of them, still incredulous. It's like it's not my body, Jamie asked in a low voice. Is that over there? What do you want to do? He emanated murderous intent. It seems you've realized the difference in skill. There aren't just new recruits here, are there? The guys, scared, backed away. He lost patience and commanded, I don't care what happens. I was going to harvest them all anyway. Break appeared and flew over their heads. Jamie enjoyed the sight. Did you mark all the new recruits? Black squeaked and created a glowing circle. Immediately a mark appeared on each of the students' hands below. Jamie curled the corners of his mouth into a smile. Shall we harvest them then? Violet violence. Immediately, a storm-like stream of power poured down, not giving them time to understand what was happening. Finally, only corpses were scattered on the ground. Benna stared at him in disbelief. Suddenly, one of them appeared and shouted, what is this? My children are dead. An old man with a staff appeared, laughing. Nice to meet you. I am the owner of this place. He greeted him familiarly. Seeing your skills, is there something wrong with your appearance or a chronic illness? He replied curtly. So what? The old man replied with a bright smile. I see, it was a kind of setup then. Jamie couldn't understand what the old man was saying. Setup. Oh my, truly remarkable skill. How about working with me? Jamie didn't immediately refuse. What can you do for me? The old man realized he had a plan. If you succeed, taking over an entire country won't be a problem. He signaled with a glance towards Benna. Is that so? He saw through the old man's intentions. You already have a method in mind, don't you? Gark, having been hit spot on, hastily explained. You're quite ambitious yourself. I haven't said anything yet. Jamie was tired of talking to the old man. All of this is limited to just one country. I will succeed, Gark sneered. How truly shameful. Benna, who had been silent until now, cried out loudly, demanding, Dean, why did you tell everyone to bring me to you? Gark was impressed by her power. Oh, truly astonishing. She possesses an incredible amount of life force. Then he answered her earlier question. Why, in fact, Benna, I wanted to harvest that power when you awakened. Benna seemed to freeze upon hearing this. The old man began to recount her past when she was a child. Do you know how much trouble I went through to take you in? The old man, harboring wicked schemes, pondered how to make her reveal her true nature and awaken in the form he desired. And Gark pointed to her wicked friends and said, I created this academy just for you. Benna couldn't believe the man she had known for 10 years. Every time they tormented me, Dean, you always came and comforted me, now she realized. But thinking about it now, you never once stopped them. Gark was delighted to be on the verge of obtaining her power. When you trembled here in fear and lost your sense of self, I was truly happy. On the other side, Benna, having learned the entire truth, gradually lost control. And everything went exactly as Gark wished. Now you only need to awaken with the malice I've injected into you for decades. Suddenly, a flow of black mana was released. Benna collapsed amidst Gark's astonishment. The light slowly faded from Benna's eyes, and she finally fell to the ground unconscious. Jamie, who had been silent until now, also appeared. He stood in front of her and spoke. Is that true? He sneered at the old man. But what will you do now? I just erased her malice towards you. Gark still couldn't believe it. Impossible. That's not something that can be easily erased. He immediately denied it. No, for me, Jamie, it's too easy. This is extremely easy, truly very easy. He spared no sarcasm in mocking the old man's level. It would be impossible for you, wouldn't it? Since you're trash who can never reach the 7th circle, right? Gark, having been hit where it hurt, lost control and roared in anger. You bastard, Jamie explained. 7th circle is a forbidden word for the Dark Mage, Gark. If anyone were to say those words, he would be killed by them in the most cruel and violent way possible. He was staring straight ahead with an utterly demonic expression befitting his nickname, the Master of Curses. While he might have reached the highest level concerning curses, he had not been able to cross the barrier of the 6th circle. Hearing such words, the old man's face contorted with rage and he roared as if flames were shooting from his eyes. You bastard, he threatened, slamming his staff hard onto the ground. I'll make you writhe in agony in an eternal despairing darkness. Having finished speaking, the old man extended his staff forward. The staff began to emit a rather terrifying reddish-orange glow. Burning Hydra. Suddenly, a stream of light enveloped Jamie. In another scene, Gark was looking down with pensive eyes. As he sat, a voice echoed. Dean, the voice came from something grotesque. You need to provide more bodies for this new drug experiment. The old man frowned upon hearing this. Ridiculous. Returning to the battle with Jamie, the old man was gripping his staff tightly and slamming it hard onto the ground. Jamie curled the corners of his mouth into a smile and said, Quite solid. By now your head should be hurting as if your brain is splitting into 7 pieces. Gark calmly replied. I'm not called the Master of Curses for nothing. Jamie was not to be outdone. He immediately raised his hand and created magic. Warning, but you still shouldn't let your guard down. The space suddenly turned pitch black. The old man arrogantly said, How interesting, truly interesting. You think I'd fall for mental magic? Is there anything else? Jamie immediately cast a technique. Of course there's more. Far from being afraid, the old man scoffed and showed contempt. Gark began muttering a spell into his staff. Jamie scoffed at this, thinking to himself, Does he think it's okay to directly interfere with my brain? No matter how skilled he is, it's already too late. He raised his hand and pointed his finger straight forward. Immediately a black aura flew straight towards the old man. The old man was still fearless. Suddenly Gark spoke. That's enough. Suddenly the black aura returned to him and pierced him straight through, and he fell backward. He realized it was a reflection curse. This is a quite difficult dark magic. He was caught off guard by the unexpected counterattack and the strength drained from his hands. Gark lifted his jaw and smiled. Look at your state. You won't easily escape the abyss you created in the end. And the old man lowered his voice. But before that, I'll destroy your mind. The old man raised his staff high and it emitted a red light. Jamie at this time was injured and blood flowed continuously. Gark said with an utterly terrifying expression, From now on you will be trapped forever in a single moment. 1 second becomes 10 seconds, 100 seconds, 1,000 seconds. What phenomenon will a human experience? The old man was triumphant, and Jamie seemed to fall into an endless space, a state of rejecting everything in perception. A state that never ends. Even if it's just 1 second, it can happen tens of thousands of times. Gark laughed triumphantly and aimed his flaming red staff at Jamie. Time is my ultimate curse. With this, the wall between circles. Before the old man could finish speaking, Jamie cut him off. So, he recovered his physical condition as if nothing had happened. He reached out and approached Gark. The old man was quite shocked that Jamie had recovered. How did you do that? He rushed forward and knocked Gark down. That's useless. He commanded an explosion. The space was suddenly filled with thick smoke obscuring visibility. The old man screamed in pain. He continued to extend his hand forward, forming the seal of a spell. I hope you're strong enough. The old man howled in pain but didn't forget to ask, How could that guy? Jamie continued to speak. You're ready too, aren't you? And then he unleashed a series of magical attacks called Stone Crush, Stone Ambush, Chain Whip, Firebomb. He gathered everything and unleashed it upon the old man. Gark was beaten so severely that the ground was dented, even covered in blood. Gark still asked, How did you? He raised his hand to answer. Thanks to my absolute resistance artifact. A bracelet with a purple gem glowed on his arm. The old man was extremely astonished to see it. Absolute resistance. There's no way such a thing exists. Jamie smiled and replied, This world itself is already absurd, so what? Gark was displeased. Damn it. I am the king of this world. Before he could finish speaking, he was stomped on the foot. Stop messing around. At this moment, Jamie's face was utterly terrifying. Do you think I'll let you die in peace? A door appeared behind him. Gate of heavenly punishment. This is the great sin your greed has caused. As the one who sowed that seed, I will push you into it. You will be a sinner forever, neither living nor dead. You will face eternal continuous death, but your immortality will not allow you to die completely, and you will become my faithful servant, bound to obey all my commands. Chains flew from somewhere, wrapping around Gark's hands, feet, and neck. The chains dragged out his soul, and he could only watch helplessly as his soul was pulled out. The old man couldn't believe it. My soul, his voice echoed. You will be my subordinate forever. Gark's soul screamed, no, please kill me, my eternal rest. Jamie was resolute. From now on your name will be. The old man's soul gradually entered the door. Nebro, that will be your existence. The old man resisted, but it was futile, and his soul gradually disappeared behind the door. The space became silent. After a while, Benna woke up, her eyes still slightly dazed. Suddenly she jumped up and shouted loudly. Dean, Jamie spoke to the being on the other side. As a slave should greet your master. The being immediately obeyed. I greet the great master. I am Nebro, the first slave created by you. Jamie turned to Benna and asked, how do you feel now? This is the fate of the one who made you live in hell for 10 years. Benna looked down with a pensive face. I don't know either, Jamie asked. What will you do now? I can't think of anything else besides this. Suddenly she shouted loudly, please accept me as your disciple. Before she could finish speaking, Jamie preempted her and replied, no, she asked, flustered. Why on earth? He immediately replied, because you're a Valkyrie. Valkyries are a fairy race that existed in the distant past. They were extremely brave, never retreated, and always did their best to prove themselves right. Although they ultimately suffered complete defeat and became an extremely unlucky race, he continued. I don't know how their descendants survived to this day, but perhaps you are the last Valkyrie. Benna, upon hearing this, stomped her feet impatiently and said, what does that have to do with me not being able to be your disciple? He explained. What I mean to say is that I don't know anything about Valkyrie magic. Hearing that, she became dazed as if the whole world had collapsed. Jamie turned away helplessly. There's absolutely no reason for me to take you as my disciple. She was still persistent. Really? Are you serious? You're not lying, are you? The scene shifts to a morning in the forest. Carriage was traveling, escorted by several people. A voice echoed. Sarah was delighted. So cute, it's Pink, big sister. Anna smiled and replied, really? Can we pet it? Both looked at the small, cute squirrel in front of them. The little squirrel trembled and cried out inwardly, Master. Jamie pretended not to hear but still replied, be grateful that I know transformation magic, otherwise I would have abandoned you there. The two girls delightedly dragged the squirrel-transformed Benna along, so cute. She struggled internally and cried out, Master, save me. Jamie completely ignored her and looked outside. What a beautiful day. The carriage continued its journey and the warm sunlight shone through the window. Sierra ran and tightly hugged the man in front of her, calling out loudly, Father. The man spread his arms. Has it been 5 years? She choked up and burst into tears. I'm so sorry, Father. This unworthy daughter has only just come to see you. He gently comforted his daughter. No, it's all right. At least you're here now. Seeing the reunion scene in front of him, Jamie just smiled quietly. Sarah seemed quite surprised. He smiled wryly, thinking in confusion, I still don't understand. He recalled being warmly stroked on the head when he was young, moments spent with family and hugs about what emotions were. Even after his resurrection, it was still awkward. Sierra's figure, protecting the teenage boy in front of him, trembled. I'm so sorry. He took his daughter's hand and gently reassured her, don't cry, everything's all right now. Jamie's thoughts were chaotic and his mind was tangled. I'm so annoyed with myself. In that endless abyss I never wanted anything but revenge. I always thought emotions were unnecessary because they drive people mad. Sarah, flustered, cried out loudly, Mom, don't cry. He was startled and looked at the little girl. The girl, overcome with emotion, cried out, Grandpa is mean. He made Mom cry. Sierra was silent and had no choice but to explain, That's not true, Sarah. You shouldn't talk to Grandpa like that. The girl shouted loudly. He was thunderstruck by the girl's voice. I hate Grandpa. He smiled wryly, watching Sarah's continuous actions. Yes, I truly don't understand human emotions. His voice sadly looked at Jamie. I've been hated, he comforted him. Sarah will forget soon. She's quite a simple child. Towards him, he said happily. So you're Jamie? I've really wanted to meet you. He smiled brightly and spoke in a friendly manner. I've really wanted to meet you too, Grandpa. He was happy that he didn't distance himself like she did. I'm truly happy that you like me. He waved his hand and shook his head. There's no reason to hate Grandpa at all. Your mother's father, after all. He hugged him tightly, his face full of happiness. He was surprised by the hug and gasped for breath. Yes, my grandson. I'm truly happy to meet you, he replied with difficulty. Yes, me too. Inwardly he swore, as expected of the Welton family. This damn physical affection. Outside, night had already fallen. The moon was high in the sky and he placed his teacup on the table. Jamie is truly quite astonishing. I myself am only a fourth circle mage, but I can still perceive some of that child's power. His cross-legged face became serious. This entire kingdom will soon pay attention to Jamie. Do you understand what I mean? She lowered her eyes. Yes, both Father and I understand what this means. He said that a large tree catches a lot of wind. He thought of the future sight. For now, you and Count Welton can stop them. But someday, a day will come when the two of you alone won't be enough. She raised her voice and asked, So that's why you gave me that? He nodded in agreement. Yes, it's not a perfect shield, but it will be quite useful. She smiled gently, understanding his worried words for her son. I'm truly glad my mother can protect her son that way. I'm worried about my husband, but Count Welton also concerns me. I hear he's become an enemy of the Zenni's church. He analyzed that this matter would not pass quietly. They are hideously twisted monsters. Is it that serious? He thought for a moment and said, "Because of those damned bastards, our pyro cult is in a very difficult situation," he added in a low voice. "It seems the Zenny's church intends to completely destroy our pyro cult." The conversation between the two women was cut short as the door to the room swung open. Inside the room, he angrily rubbed his hands, looking darkly at the person soundly sleeping on the bed. "Oh, Benna." He called the name of the person sleeping soundly on the bed. He used magic and a powerful beam of light enveloped her. Benna screamed terribly. He asked darkly, "Didn't I tell you not to return to your original form?" She clutched her head in pain. Benna's aggrieved voice rang out, "But that form is so uncomfortable." Jamie, angered, pointed at her and shouted, "What will you do if you get caught?" Benna wanted to scream in fear, bound hand and foot. She cursed, "You wicked dark mage, who would think of turning into a rat and running away? I don't know anything." She tearfully called out, "Master." Jamie turned away with a dark face and said, "I don't know anything." In her mind, she imagined herself bound tightly and dying in various ways. First, being mercilessly kicked off a cliff, then tied to an altar and prepared for burning. Benna called out in a small voice, "Master." The more she thought, the more afraid she became. Goosebumps covered her body. Jamie gritted his teeth and urged, "What are you doing? Transform quickly." She nodded, her body drained of strength, and replied, "Yes." She transformed back into a small pink squirrel and, looking at the necklace, asked, "What's that?" He looked at the necklace, lost in thought, and didn't answer. She continued to bother him. "I asked what that is." He grew angry as the squirrel on his shoulder kept asking questions. An unannounced punch landed on Benna's head. She clutched her head and said with a pitiful expression, "Don't hit my head, my brain cells are dying, you know." He looked at her with contempt and retorted coldly, "Do you even have any brain cells left to kill?" He thought to himself, "I'm more curious about what that is than you are." Jamie opened his mouth and answered her previous question. "I'm certain it's an artifact, but I don't know what its effect is." He detected a powerful force, a fierce aura, and was startled. He opened the door and quickly rushed out. A murderous intent was emanating from where his mother was. He ran quickly down the long corridor, guessing it was an assassin. Dissatisfied with his current speed, he used magic. No, faster. His speed increased rapidly. As he leapt, he determined who the murderous intent he felt was from. That bastard. The image of a man appeared in his mind. He was so strong that he couldn't win. Then I have to escape with mother. He quickly made his hand into a hook shape and stretched it towards the man. The man's lips curled upwards. His maternal grandfather was surprised to see him attacking the man and rushing forward. More and more lightning gathered around him. He stretched out his hand and cast a spell. Illusion, magic, thunder, annihilation. Felt the time had come. Good, I'll use this opportunity to take mother and... A giant hand grabbed Jamie by the collar. A nonchalant voice was heard, "A cute trick." As the man effortlessly lifted him, Jamie cursed inwardly. "Damn it," he gritted his teeth and said, "Let go." Grabbing the arm that held his collar, he decided, "I can't avoid this. I have to use dark magic to save her." A familiar voice called his name. He was bewildered. His mother called him. Mother, his maternal grandfather and mother were even more bewildered than he was. After explaining everything, his maternal grandfather laughed heartily. "My God, my grandson is truly a genius. The future of our family is truly bright." His mother's face darkened with embarrassment at her son's actions. She pressed Jamie's head down and urged, "Hurry up and say hello." He awkwardly replied, "Thank you." She scolded her son. "How can you do that to a stranger? Is that how mother taught you?" He tried to retort, but Sierra hit her son's back hard, stopping his words. "I guess I've been too good to you, haven't I?" Jamie obediently said, "I'm sorry." His maternal grandfather stepped in to mediate. "Your mother indeed," the man interjected. "That's enough, Sierra. It's all my fault." She didn't understand the man's words. "What do you mean, Sir Bailey?" Jamie felt aggrieved by what had just happened, thinking it was unfair. The man said, "Just as I said, I heard the heir of the Welton family is exceptionally talented, so I merely tested him a little." The man was Bailey Onyx, the Storm Swordsman, one of the 5 Grand Masters of swordsmanship in the Kingdom of Gendium. Sierra listened in surprise. The heir of Count Welton, meanwhile. Jamie sat on the floor, pale-faced with tears welling up. Is said to be talented. Bailey's eyes narrowed as he continued. "So I wanted to test him a little." Hearing this, Sierra's expression became unreadable. "What do you mean, test him a little?" he slowly repeated. "I merely subtly revealed my presence to this child and imbued it with a slight hint of hostility." Now she could no longer hide her displeasure and shouted, "Sir Bailey!" Seeing this, Marquis Bio quickly intervened to calm the situation. "Sierra, calm down. There was truly no hostility, was there?" But she still warned him hostilely, so much so that Jamie, who was beside her, looked on in surprise. "If you ever do that to my son again, I won't stand by." Realizing he had misspoken, Bailey apologized in a low voice. "I am truly sorry." Only then did Sierra turn and place a hand on Jamie's shoulder, comforting him. "I'm sorry, Jamie. Mother must have misunderstood." But Jamie's attitude was somewhat hesitant. He stammered, "It's all right. No one else noticed, so I understand. You only revealed your presence to me." Jamie's mind was filled with calculations. He detected me and perfectly revealed his presence. A being completely unaffected by thunder annihilation, truly terrifying. He cautiously asked Bailey, "Are you perhaps a sword master?" He nodded and briefly replied, "That's right." At this moment, Marquis Bio interjected again. "Our Jamie has excellent judgment. This is Sir Bailey Onyx." Marquis Bio revealed that this man was a swordsman with the title of Storm Swordsman. In the Kingdom of Gendium, there are 5 Grand Masters of swordsmanship, and it's said that their ranks are difficult to determine as they have never fought each other. However, the king's sword, named Tarek's Shield, is known as the strongest swordsman, followed by Count Welton. and immediately after him is Bailey Onyx. At this, Jamie stood up and respectfully bowed, introducing himself. "It's an honor to meet you. I am Jamie Welton." His eyes seemed to pierce through Jamie and he said nothing. Sierra, enraged by this attitude, slammed her hand on the desk and shouted, "Sir Bailey, what do you want now?" Unexpectedly, Bailey gently suggested, "Learn the sword." Hearing this, Jamie's eyes widened in surprise and his body stiffened for a moment. "The sword?" His mother reacted first. "What do you mean?" "Jamie is learning magic." He raised his head and slowly explained, "I know, but besides that, if he learns swordsmanship, I believe he will achieve great accomplishments." He continued to explain, "He inherited the blood of Count Welton." At this moment, Marquis Bio also interjected. His expression was clearly filled with concern. "If someone of your mastery says so, it must be true, but Jamie's magical talent is truly unprecedented." Bailey closed his eyes and slowly explained, "I know the child might become a ninth circle mage. I heard that too." In his mind, another person's declaration came to mind. "Jamie Welton will grow stronger just by breathing." The source of this absurd rumor was none other than Marquis Lin Mio. He opened his mouth again. "But swordsmanship is different. If you miss the right time, it's very difficult to achieve." Hearing this, Jamie fell into deep thought about swordsmanship. He calculated inwardly, "It would be good if I could use it, but regaining my magic is my top priority." Then, scratching his head, he politely declined. "Bailey, I want to focus on magic right now." He slowly picked up his teacup and nodded slightly in understanding. "Is that so? I understand." As night fell, the bright moon illuminated the entire garden. Jamie walked thinking to himself, "So this is why the Bio family's garden is so big. It's also very well maintained." A little while ago, Jamie had to endure a barrage of questions. "You met a sword master. Did he come to catch me?" "Master, what should I do?" He covered his ears in annoyance and muttered, "Shut up and go to sleep." Thanks to that, Jamie could now marvel. "Truly peaceful," he continued to ponder, thinking of Bailey. "It felt like standing before a giant wall. It's fortunate that I've regained my internal energy and the seed of life. Perfect." But looking at his hands, he bit his lip. "It's still not enough. Someday there will be another stagnation." Seventh circle. From that stage onwards, one is called a Great Mage. It's a realm that cannot be reached simply by practicing techniques. When the magical core, which is the direct subject of a mage's magic, reaches its limit, the door to becoming a Great Mage opens, and that is called sanctuary magic. Jamie walked thinking, "It would be easy if I did the same as in my previous life," but he stopped by a stream. The reflection in the water was his past self. Using the same failed methods as the past will never defeat the enemy. Jamie slowly sat on the ground. His expression was still lost in deep thought. "That person helped me realize this. I still have a long way to go." Thinking of Bailey, he became curious. What is his relationship with Mother? That sad expression. However, before he could enjoy his leisure, movement occurred beneath the water and suddenly a water ghost sprang out, startling Jamie. He immediately cast a defensive spell to block the attack. Shield. Lightning erupted from Jamie's hand. His expression darkened with anger. "How dare you interrupt me?" Jamie was still inside the shield. As he was about to cast his next magic, lightning, he quickly noticed something and someone suddenly flashed past him. The person, to his surprise, quickly rushed forward and confronted the water ghost. Jamie's eyes widened in surprise. His foot heavily stamped on the stone floor. Seville smiled and said, "Are you all right?" He continued to explain, "I heard that nobles from the Welton family were coming, but due to many busy matters I am only meeting you now." Jamie's expression was not as relaxed as the other parties. He frowned and thought, he dealt with that huge monster in just 1 second. He's not as skilled as Sir Bailey, but he's certainly very proficient. At this moment, Seville sheathed his sword and continued, "I apologize for the late introduction. I am Seville, the butler of Marquis Baio's family." Jamie was even more surprised by this new information. "He's just a butler, but he's this strong?" He smiled and reassured, "You don't need to be so cautious. I am merely someone who has sworn allegiance to the Marquis, young Master Jamie." Jamie slowly retorted, "You know my name." However, Seville calmly replied, "I am a butler after all." After that, Jamie turned his head to look at the water ghost's flesh that Seville had just cut off. "Then how do you explain this? How could a monster appear here?" He hesitated and explained, "That is the Marquis's hobby." Hearing this, Jamie was even more surprised and his expression became unreadable. "What?" Returning to Marquis Bio, "Any progress?" Seville smiled and reported, "We found a group suspected to be demons, but unfortunately we missed them." Hearing this, the Marquis was impressed. Who would have thought that the Devil King's subordinates would reappear? Who would have thought? The person next to him added a little information. "Rumors about demons have also begun to spread in nearby territories." And then he added, the implication of his words grew increasingly dangerous, "But there has only been one place where mass slaughter occurred." Marquis Bio, hearing the report, frowned and calculated. "This is true. They must have returned for revenge. That's a thing of the past. 50 years ago my father killed the Devil King. My father scattered the demons, making them pay a heavy price." He merely smiled and said nothing more. At this moment Marquis Bio solemnly declared, "He is completely different from yesterday." Seville smiled and agreed, "Yes, Marquis." The Marquis excitedly slammed his hand on the desk and continued, "The demons will once again disappear from this world, by the hands of the Bio family." Seville merely replied enthusiastically, "Just give the order." However, Marquis Bio suggested, "Let's stop here for today." Hearing that, he no longer argued, "Then I shall withdraw." Before leaving, Seville suddenly added, "Oh, that's right, Marquis. I still have something to tell you. I met young Master Jamie on my way here." He asked, slightly surprised. "You met Jamie? Where did you meet him so late?" Seville smiled and continued, "He was being attacked by a monster by the pond. The door opened slightly. Sierra rushed in, anxiously calling Jamie's name. She quickly approached him and asked in a still worried voice, "Are you alright? Are you hurt?" Jamie was startled. The people who entered with her were Marquis Bo and Seville. Meanwhile, Jamie was explaining that he was fine thanks to Butler Seville. Sierra replied, "Your mother was so worried. If you go out late at night again, you'll really be in trouble." He sighed and replied tiredly, "Yes." Sierra immediately warned him about his attitude. "Don't answer so half-heartedly." At this, Marquis Bo chuckled and spoke, "I distinctly told the servants to block that area. It seems they made a mistake. I'm truly sorry." But he was surprised by Sierra's annoyed tone. "Are you still doing things like hunting sea monsters? Mother and I keep telling you it's dangerous." Feeling the danger, he quickly called his ally, Seville. "Come here and greet her." Seville smiled and bowed slightly, introducing himself. "It's an honor to meet you. I am Seville." She immediately changed her demeanor, turned her attention to him and replied, "I am Sierra Bell. I heard Jamie is safe thanks to you. Thank you very much." Seville politely said, "Even without me, the young master would have certainly defeated that monster. But it was an honor to witness the young master's abilities firsthand." Watching their conversation, Jamie couldn't help but admire him. He's truly a meticulous and polite person, quite strong and witty too. Compared to Seville yesterday, he was completely different, but at this moment Sierra's voice reached Jamie again. She grabbed his clothes and reminded him, "Mother isn't finished talking yet," Jamie stammered. "Really?" At this, Marquis Bo interjected, "My grandson will get indigestion even without eating anything." "That's enough, Sierra," Jamie called out softly, pretending to be pitiful. "Grandpa." Hearing this, Marquis Bo immediately forgot everything. A broad smile bloomed on his face and he readily agreed. Yes, Jamie, don't you want to come with me?" "Jamie?" Sierra was surprised and immediately asked, "Where are you going?" On the street, Jamie, wearing a hood, walked back and forth, lost in thought. "I finally got out. But why is the street so empty?" He approached a person and spoke. "Excuse me, how do I get to Pho Church?" The person seemed slightly surprised by the sudden question. "Pardon?" After that, she pointed in one direction and guided him gently. "Just go straight that way." Then she quickly turned away, ending the conversation. "Well then," but Jamie still called out to her. "Excuse me, just a moment." Unexpectedly, a loud noise suddenly erupted. "Murder, a demon has appeared." At these words, Jamie immediately turned his head out of curiosity. "Murderer, demon." A group of people quickly gathered in one place. He pushed his way through the crowd. "Excuse me, please clear the way." In front of him, a man lay cold on the ground. Guards quickly arrived. They shouted to the crowd, "Clear the way, everyone, clear the way." Examining the person on the ground, they quickly conferred with each other. "Another body without a heart. How many is this now? I'll report to the Marquis immediately." Understood. The onlookers outside were also terrified. It must be a demon's doing. It's truly horrifying. I'm so uneasy. I can't go outside anymore. Jamie was also doing his own calculations. Hearts are often used in demon summoning rituals. He quickly understood why the adults were so anxious. They probably think they haven't noticed anything. Seville's meaningful smile was directed at him. Jamie frowned at him and soon came to a conclusion. Their target is clearly revenge for the pyro cult incident, or more precisely, revenge against the Bo family. Thinking this far, Jamie snapped his fingers and continued to ponder. If so, that means Pho Church is also in a state of emergency. No wonder I haven't heard anything from them. He recalled past events. "I'll contact you later." "Jamie, Sarah, take care." Then he muttered exhaustedly, "Really, it seems I have to step in again." Jamie, using invisibility magic, then cast flight magic. He quickly ascended to a high place and surveyed one side. "There it is, right." Jamie's eyes widened in surprise as he saw the group below. The one at the front is Archbishop Dewey. He admired him inwardly. What incredible divine power. Jamie continued to think, is that person an archbishop? I heard there were only 3. His divine power is truly strong. It's chilling. At this moment, Lust was talking to Archbishop Dewey. Jamie quickly turned and avoided them. "It's Lust. What are they talking about?" Unexpectedly, Dewey, who was below, noticed something. His gaze went upwards. Lust, who was beside him, immediately reacted. "What's wrong, sir?" He turned his head and chuckled, explaining, "It's nothing. It must have just been a squirrel." At this, Lust reminded him. "The Marquis is waiting." Archbishop Dewey smiled and nodded. "Understood. I must visit quickly. It's been a while, so I should visit the young lady too." At the same time, Jamie, who was in the tree, thought inwardly, his face pale and disbelieving. Why is his intuition so sharp? He frowned and looked down. Are they going to the Marquis's mansion? In fact, that's better, now that the strong ones are gone. And he fell into thought. I can infiltrate. The church was unusually quiet. Ricky suddenly startled and Anna, who was behind him, spoke. "Brother, what's wrong?" Unexpectedly, he burst out laughing and Anna looked up and continued to ask, "What's wrong? Is there good news?" Ricky slowly stood up and declared vaguely, "I think so." He still smiled and excitedly told his sister, "Anna, rest for a bit. I'll be right back." The church door slowly opened. With him, a declaration followed. "This is the front yard. There's nowhere left to hide." He recognized Jamie's presence and called his name. "Jamie." Jamie was slightly surprised. Meanwhile, Jamie was calculating inwardly. "I feel something over there. Is it a sanctuary, a sacred place?" He put his hands together to cast magic. If so, unexpectedly, a hand suddenly reached out. Jamie was startled and raised his hand to block, asking in a low voice, "Who is it?" Ricky, realizing he had been rude, quickly withdrew his hand. Seeing him, Jamie was momentarily surprised. "You?" Ricky scratched his head and awkwardly explained. "I was trying to surprise you, but it's really hard to surprise you." Jamie frowned and said with a troubled expression, Ricky you, but he took the opportunity to cover Jamie's mouth, smiled brightly and continued. You can't let anyone else find out, right? Ricky excitedly suggested, follow me, I know a place. Jamie couldn't help but grumble as he followed Ricky. The place you know is the Archbishop's office. He smiled and explained, he's a very kind person, he won't mind something like this. At this, Jamie asked curiously, by the way, what's wrong with you? How did you manage to sneak out without a trace and appear behind me? But he only received Ricky's pouting expression in return. Didn't you come because you wanted to see me? Aren't you happy to meet me? He lost his patience. His voice rose several tones. How did you do it? Only then did Ricky no longer hide and honestly confessed. It's because this place is under the goddess's care. I haven't reached the extreme power of an apostle yet, but by being here I'm gradually getting closer to that power. He muttered to himself, lost in thought. Or should I say I'm assimilating with this place? Well, something like that. Jamie, who was listening from the side, also had his own thoughts. Is he omnipotent if he's in the church? Ah. He frowned and looked around. I don't feel any undead aura from him at all. The power of an apostle is truly this strong. And he continued, well, I thought you knew some great secret. At this, Ricky revealed, it's good you came. The goddess is looking for you. He knelt on one knee and continued, now I will deliver this information to the goddess. Before Jamie could react, a powerful light began to emanate. Wait! In an instant a stream of power floated in the air and Ricky's eyes glowed purple. Jamie's eyes widened in surprise. It's completely different from that time. Someone's form is dwelling in Ricky's body now. A part of her existence has manifested here, a slow voice echoed. A terrifying dark energy is slowly awakening. Hearing this, his expression immediately filled with caution. The voice continued. The dark forest, a place where everything began, it must be stopped before it spreads. She even painted a more terrifying future. If it cannot be stopped, my domain here will be destroyed. Hearing this, Jamie wanted to stop it, but it was no use. Instructions poured out. Must go to that dark forest. I hope you suffer no harm. After speaking, the light left Ricky's body again. I leave it to you. He sat in a chair. His face was pale and he sighed tiredly. I feel a bit better now. On the other hand, Jamie, who was opposite him, began to interrogate him. What was that? How could she just say what she wanted and leave? Ricky scratched his cheek and awkwardly explained, I apologize on behalf of the goddess. The goddess is not very strong right now. He explained that because she had forced herself to descend when she met him last time, the goddess seemed to have endured a much greater burden than expected. Jamie quickly continued, anyway, why are you asking me for help? There are plenty of believers here. He thought inwardly, I never imagined a god would ask a mortal for help. At this, Ricky explained, only you can do this. The goddess said, you, her successor, will understand this. He asked Ricky curiously, what else did she say? He slowly continued, she's not connected to me right now. She's probably resting. Since he couldn't get any more information, Jamie turned around and left, slightly displeased. Truly selfish, he called from behind. Are you leaving right away? Jamie explained, heading towards the window. I have to leave before the owner of this room returns. Before leaving, he didn't forget to leave a greeting. See you later. As soon as he finished speaking, Jamie's figure vanished without a trace, leaving only a smiling Ricky behind. Goddess, my friend will be all right, right? Right? It was still morning, and everything was calm under the clear sky. Jamie's feet lightly touched the ground. He smiled, removed his hood, and proudly muttered, good, it doesn't seem like I'm late. Unexpectedly, a human voice came from behind him. It seems you've been out. Jamie was startled, turned his head, and saw Seville with a playful expression. The weather is quite nice today, he stammered, trying to explain. Wait, I just went for a walk, but those words only made the atmosphere between them more awkward. Jamie's face turned ashen as he tried to evade Seville. I'm not feeling well. Is something wrong? But what he received in return was only Seville's information. An important guest will arrive today. It is SPR, the Archbishop of the Fu cult. Jamie chuckled, admiring him. He's truly an extraordinary person. Only then did he reveal the truth. Lady Sierra is looking for you. The young lady said that you must pay your respects to him. Jamie stiffened, thinking that everything was going as planned. To have to come back at this exact timing, he pondered for a moment, then asked Seville, it's nothing but Butler. Seville, where did Sir Onyx go? I don't see him, he replied nonchalantly. I don't know either. He sometimes disappears quietly, and as Jamie was about to leave, he suddenly called out, young Master Jamie. Jamie stopped and replied, yes, he reminded him in a low voice. It might be better if you don't pay too much attention to him. He asked curiously why. But Seville only replied with a meaningful smile, it's for your own good, and then added a few more words. Then please rest well, I will visit you when Lady Sierra arrives. He turned around but still didn't stop speaking. Oh, that's right, if you're going for a walk, go to Miran Forest. The second warning followed. It's very dangerous there. On the forest floor, strange noises echoed, peculiar figures appeared, and with them the voices of strange shadows were heard. Just wait a little longer, kid. You'll soon be free from that stifling place. The man shrieked, his mouth wide open. The day you awaken and lay hands on it, that will be the day we fulfill our mission. Within it, life was slowly forming. Meanwhile, from another place a voice called out, Mother? The person next to him replied softly, What is it, son? Jamie continued, May I ask you something? She smiled and gave her permission. Of course, ask away. The little girl next to him chimed in, Ask. However, at his question, Sierra paused. What is your relationship with Sir Onyx? Seeing her reaction, Ben said, Can't you tell me? Only then did she smile and correct herself. No, it's not that. Where should I begin? And so a story was recalled. I first met him when Sierra and Bailey were children, when they were 7 years old. Laughter echoed in the room. I almost didn't recognize you, Bailey. Bailey, embarrassed, averted his gaze. Yes, Bailey's father, looking at him, secretly teased. This boy is so timid, all he knows is swinging a sword. Speaking thus, he sighed tiredly. I'm worried these days that I can't find a good teacher for this boy. Marquis Bio frowned worriedly. Oh, should I find someone for you? Hearing this, Bailey's father was slightly pleased. I would be very grateful if you could. Suddenly, a small hand tugged at Bailey's sleeve. He looked back at Sierra, puzzled. She smiled, her eyes sparkling like the sky. Brother, there are many butterflies over there, he stammered in confusion. No, Marquis Bio laughed heartily. It seems our mischievous young lady has taken a liking to Bailey. Bailey's father also nodded in agreement. Go on, Bailey. Since the adult said so, he had no choice. Yes, after that, the two took a walk they would never forget. Sierra was boldly climbing a tree to pick an apple. Look, brother. Bailey's face darkened with fear. Hearing him call her name, Sierra paused, puzzled, but suddenly she slipped on a wet branch. Watch out. Seeing her fall from above, he cried out loudly. Sierra had no choice. Bailey caught her with his body. But far from being scared, Sierra seemed even more excited. This is fun. Bailey looked blank. What? As soon as she stood up, Sierra ran to the bottom of the tree and suggested, let's do it one more time, brother. He flatly refused. No, that summer day, the endless chirping of birds echoed in the forest. Why not? I said no, please. Back at the mansion, Bailey, in the afternoon, split the apple Sierra had picked in half with one hand. He handed her half. Here. Sierra's eyes widened in admiration. Looks delicious. Before he knew it, she had run to a table full of red apples and called him. Just one more time. Bailey stood still. When did she bring all those? Looking at the table of apples before him, he could only sigh, while Sierra, excited like a little puppy, shouted. He didn't know how many nights passed. Then one day Sierra spoke her wish. All right, I've decided. She gripped the handle of the wooden sword in her hand and said resolutely, I'm going to learn swordsmanship, Sierra proudly told Bailey, excited. Starting today, you're my teacher, brother. He stared at her for a moment, then sensed his fate. I knew it. From that day on, Sierra kept following him to learn the sword. She innocently performed clumsy sword dances. How is it? Bailey commented, bored. Stop, you have no talent whatsoever. After that, the playful voices of the two continued. What? Time flew by, and 3 years later, someone angrily slammed their desk in the office. Who would have thought you would actually do that? Marquis Bio shouted, scolding Bailey's father. How did you get involved in that gold mine accident? How many times have I told you how dangerous that was? He was still firm in his choice. I had no choice. I couldn't just stand by and watch our family's honor be so tarnished. Count Bio reacted sharply, as if he couldn't heed those words. Didn't you yourself say that would disgrace the family? What honor is there then? Bailey, watching this scene, could only quietly bow his head. Sierra, next to him, called out worriedly, Brother, it'll be all right. Everything already seemed too exhausted. But a servant's urgent voice called Bailey. Young master, the master. He rushed to his father's bedside. Father. He was already unconscious. A piteous wail echoed throughout the room. Father, please wake up, father. From that day on, Bailey always visited his father's grave, and after the head of the family took his own life, it was only natural that the Onyx family completely collapsed. Count Bio quietly approached him from behind. Bailey, stay with us from now on. Tears welled up in Sierra's eyes too. What should we do, brother? He just remained silent, saying nothing. A cold voice echoed in the middle of the cemetery. It's all right. The look in Bailey's eyes had completely changed when Sierra saw him, and about a year later he practiced swordsmanship like a madman. Sierra still sat under the tree waiting for him. Another 2 years passed. It was a scorching summer, but the figure of the small girl was still there. But the undeniable truth was that Bailey was completely engrossed in swordsmanship training for revenge. Then one day he no longer saw Sierra under the big tree. Only then did he realize her absence and pause. Bailey stood silently for a moment, then softly called out, Sierra, and 4 years passed. On a night with a full moon, a lavish banquet was held at Sierra's mansion. Several young lords teased her. I heard the young lady is alone. Would you like to go for a walk outside for a moment? She tried to smile and refused. No, thank you, I'm fine. All these actions were seen by Bailey. Oh, that's a pity. I wish you luck next time. Full of jealousy, his anger exploded. How dare you? For that reason, Bailey decided to beat them up, and the one lying on the floor begged him to stop. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he hissed, If I cut out your tongue, you'll stop saying useless things to Sierra, won't you? The beaten man looked up at him, trembling all over. At that moment, Sierra shouted loudly from behind. Brother, he, startled, hesitated and turned his head, calling her name. Sierra's expression hardened. She thought to herself, he's not the brother I knew. People and carriages slowly passed on the road. A young man with blue hair appeared and introduced himself. I am Reno Welton. As the representative of my family, I have come to seek your advice, Marquis. She smiled and continued. I am Sierra Bell. It is an honor to meet the head of the Welton family. I hope you have a comfortable stay. Sierra's expression was unusually gentle, and Areno's heart pounded. At that moment, Marquis Bao's voice echoed, Areno Welton is famous as a sword genius. Some even say he will be the next swordmaster. But he quickly corrected himself. No, it's already a struggle just learning my family's swordsmanship. Hearing this, Marquis Bao just smiled and replied, There's no need to be modest. No one can deny that you will soon be a swordmaster. Areno blushed and raised his voice to explain. No, that's too much praise. At his words, Sierra smiled brightly. He completely crumbled before her. Too much praise. A voice almost a scream was heard. Bailey followed her, pleading earnestly, Can we talk? Sierra. But she only replied coldly, I have nothing to say to you. he retorted angrily. Are you going to see that brat again? She defended him. He's the head of the Welton family. Don't be rude. Only then did Bailey pause and stammeringly retort. Didn't you like me too? You've been the only one in my eyes until now, Sierra angrily explained. The person I treated like a real brother would never do this to me. You don't listen to me and just try to control me. And she resolutely declared to Bailey, so please stop. Hearing this, he became slightly agitated, grabbed her shoulder and retorted, how much do you? Arino pushed Bailey's hand away as he tried to grab Sierra's hand tightly. He shouted at him in anger. What are you doing? Bailey arrogantly commanded. Get out of my way. But Arino was resolute. He clearly emphasized no, then he grabbed his rough hand even tighter. Bailey cursed in anger. You bastard. Arino resolutely demanded of him. Apologize to Lady Sierra. Bailey ground his teeth in frustration. He displayed an extremely arrogant and provocative attitude. I challenge you to a duel, Welton. Lady Sierra was also frozen by the implicit showdown between the two men. The two stood facing each other, looking very strong and masculine. Arino also remained completely unshaken and calmly replied, I accept. A surprised voice echoed from Lady Sierra's castle. So that's what happened? Sierra, with a serious expression, asked her father for help. Father, please stop them. Father showed no interest in the matter his daughter mentioned. He even brought up her engagement. Sierra, actually, I'm thinking of marrying you to Bailey. Hearing his name, Sierra felt even more disgusted. She argued against her father's words. No, I don't want to. Brother Bailey recently. She spoke her mind about Bailey frankly. He's like a demon who only knows how to swing a sword. Sierra was very indignant at his arrogant and patriarchal attitude. Or someone who only knows how to control me to see if I'm meeting other men or not. Her father defended and sided with him. That's all because he loves you. Sierra angrily slammed her hand hard on the desk. She argued with her father. That's not love. Her hand trembled and tears dripped onto the table. Poor Sierra sobbed. The kind and caring brother Bailey of the past is no more. Her father slowly asked his daughter, Sierra, do you know about Count Welton? Sierra was quite surprised that her father asked that. Yes. He understood his daughter's psychology. He said gently to his daughter, no, I understand your intentions. You may withdraw. Sierra also obediently closed the door and left. Understood. After she left, her father laboriously got up from his desk. He looked out the window, his heart filled with regret and anguish. I'm sorry, Onyx. Elsewhere, a torrential rain was pouring. Bailey lay still on the ground, another bloody wound on his face, his eyes dazed. Arino held a shining sword. He said coldly to him, I won. Sierra rushed over, tears welling up in her eyes. Are you all right? Bailey thought she was crying out of concern for him. He mumbled, pretending to be fine. Sierra, I'm fine. But Sierra's next words were like a slap to his face. Sir Welton. Sierra ran and hugged Jamie, and he hugged her tightly, reassuring her. I'm stronger than you think, so don't worry. Bailey could only lament his miserable fate and cry helplessly. Sierra, a servant reported from Sierra's family castle. Marquis, he recounted what he had heard. Lord Bailey left in the middle of the night, he replied coldly. I know, it's better for everyone that way. Time flew by, and 3 years later Sierra, with a pregnant belly, leaned back in a chair, looking at her in his wedding photo. He returned, opened the door and entered. Sierra, Arino stood before Sierra and told her about Bailey. I think you should know this too, the story of Sir Bailey. He has become a swordmaster. A hint of sadness flashed across his face as he continued. He recalled the terrible sight of him leaving and speculated. I think he avenged the 3 families that drove the Onyx family to a dead end. Sierra also merely replied indifferently, yes. She placed her hand on her pregnant belly and in confusion told Arino, I have something to tell you too. He was curious but spoke to her gently. What is it? You can tell me anything. I've been thinking lately. Sierra excitedly mentioned naming the baby in her womb. How about we name our baby Jamie? Jamie Welton, what a good name. But what if it's a girl? If it's a girl, the name is Sarah. Sarah Welton. Sounds good. Back to reality. Sierra told the story to her son Jamie. And finally we met again this time. Sierra laughed and waved her hand, asking him, Jamie, were you curious about your mother's past? Jamie, having heard his parents' old story, was also dazed. So much happened? Yes. Hearing his father's heroic past, Jamie couldn't hide his pride. To think father defeated such a strong person. This body must truly be inherited from father. His subordinate quickly reminded him, Master, your expression is strange right now. Just then a servant came again to announce, Lady, excuse me for interrupting, but the Archbishop has arrived. Sierra couldn't hide her joy when she saw Saphira. Archbishop. He also smiled brightly at her. Well, look who it is. Saphira, meeting Sierra again after several years, couldn't help but joke about her change. Isn't this that mischievous little Kasu? Sierra blushed when her childhood personality was mentioned and made excuses. Good heavens, what are you saying? It's been so long, why bring that up now? Saphira laughed heartily. He joked about her nickname. Then should I call her Little Kid instead? Jamie's maternal grandfather also chimed in to the Archbishop. Archbishop, that little kid you're talking about is already a mother of 2. Jamie and his sister also greeted him. I am Jamie Welton. It's an honor to meet you, Archbishop. I am Sarah Welton. Sierra hugged Anna tightly and asked, Does Anna get along well with the children? Of course, do come visit. The children miss you. Saphira conveyed a friend's regards from afar to Jamie. That apostle spoke of Jamie often. I heard you two are very close friends. Jamie's friend seemed quite kind. He relayed the message. Jamie, Ricky, no, the apostle asked me to tell you that he wishes to meet you again soon. Jamie wore a very meaningful expression. Of course, in fact, we've already met. Then the usher tried to lead Jamie's grandfather inside. "We will now lead you inside," but he politely declined. "Unfortunately, that will have to wait. I need to speak with the Archbishop first." Archbishop Saphira clasped his hands and earnestly prayed for them. "May the goddess's blessing be with you and your 2 children always." Sierra also sincerely thanked him. "Thank you, I'll see you later." Sierra lovingly held her daughter Anna and whispered, "What should we do now?" She remembered what her son had said and asked, "That's right, Jamie. Didn't you say you wanted to go there to that place with the giant fountain?" Jamie grew curious about the forbidden area. He asked his mother, "Mother, what kind of place is Miran Forest? The butler told me I shouldn't go there." But when Jamie mentioned this place, Sierra's face darkened. She asked her son in surprise, "How did you know about Miran? Did you go outside?" Jamie hastily waved his hands, denying it. "Oh no, of course not." Sierra was still slightly suspicious. "Then why did he tell you that?" He cleverly changed the subject. "He just wanted to remind me to be careful." Sierra was very strict. She earnestly cautioned him. "I've told you this many times, but you absolutely cannot go outside alone, all right? Even if you're a real mage, you're still too young." Jamie could only meekly reply, "Yes, I'll remember that." Sierra pointed ahead and showed him the place. "All right, Miran Forest, do you see it over there?" The two looked together in the direction Sierra's finger was pointing. "It's over there." Jamie thought it was nothing special. He said in surprise, "It just looks like a normal forest." "Is it dangerous?" Sierra explained the forest's formation process and geographical location to him. "That place is one of the 6 largest forbidden zones in the world. The Great Arias Forest, one of them, is right behind that forest. Strictly speaking, Miran Forest is also part of that great forest." Jamie also realized some new facts. He deduced, "I see, that's likely the dark forest Fa mentioned." She sternly instructed Jamie, "That's why you can't go there, understand?" He outwardly pretended to obey his mother's words, but inwardly he was very curious about the place. "Of course, mother, I will definitely go there." When night fell, Jamie headed to that dangerous forest, following the path his mother had shown him that morning. He and his friend confirmed that this was the right place. Jamie's face was very excited. "It really is." The two entered the dark forest where a huge threat lay hidden. It was a place that gave off an ominous feeling. Deep in the dangerous forest, Jamie summoned the enormous power of chain lightning explosion, but he was slightly disheartened when he couldn't use the power immediately. Damn it. A huge monster's shadow was targeting Jamie from behind. Jamie stumbled forward. "I can't use dark energy in this forest." Benna sensed the danger and quickly warned him. "Master!" In an instant, the monster attacked him from behind. Benna grabbed his shoulder and pushed him away. The moment of danger, Benna quickly saved Jamie from the monster's claws behind him. After saving him, he lost his balance and fell forward. Benna reminded him, "Master, don't wander around here." Jamie, having been pushed and fallen, was angry. "You," but Benna was busy fighting the monster. She vaguely asked back, "What did you just say, Master?" Anyway, she was performing her duty very well, so Jamie could only swallow his anger. "No, never mind," he asked in surprise. "Benna, can't you use dark energy either?" But Benna, on the contrary, seemed very comfortable and relaxed. "But I feel better than ever right now. I don't know how to explain it. My body feels light as a feather. I feel power surging through me. It's truly invigorating. My body feels like it's floating." Jamie felt this was a stroke of luck. He thought to himself, "This is a good thing in this situation. She's also a member of the forest tribe. Like other fairies, she's affected by the forest's energy." Benna playfully clung to Jamie and kept asking, "Why are we here?" "Ha," he replied with slight annoyance. "I already told you." After hearing about the goddess's story, she excitedly asked Jamie, "The goddess's request?" "Yes, so what do we do now?" he stammered as he walked. So we..." Still disoriented, the two walked a little further and immediately fell into a large pit. Without time to react, both were sucked inside. Benna cried out in panic. Jamie quickly reached out his hand. He was free-falling but couldn't use his power to save himself. "I can't fly." Jamie was floating in the air at a dizzying speed. He thought to himself, "Damn it, what kind of forest is this? If I hit the ground at this speed, I'll die." He finally landed on soft grass and supported himself. Benna stood up, still unable to believe they were safe. Are we still alive?" She teared up with emotion and wondered, "Master, where are we now?" He walked calmly forward. "Let's see." Jamie stopped in front of a place emitting a mysterious light. A ray of light, ruins, strange characters caught his attention. "This is," Jamie muttered, translating. "Leave?" He stood proudly in front of it and cast a spell. "Enter." Surprisingly, as he cast the spell, the door opened wide. Benna exclaimed excitedly, "The door opened." Jamie was also slightly intrigued. "I don't know who did this, but it's quite interesting." Jamie recalled the past and muttered, "I think I can see my past life here. A sturdy, strong castle, a starry night with a bright moon." A captain of the guard on patrol noticed something strange. "This is the smell of blood." Another young guard rushed over, flustered, and reported, "Captain, there's an unconscious person over there." Seeing the terribly injured young man's body, he speculated, "His heart has stopped. It's likely a demon." The captain ordered his subordinate to summon Seville. The guard followed the order. Yes, he assessed the condition of the corpse and drew a corresponding conclusion. This power, judging by the condition of the corpse, he's been dead for at least 4 hours. But upon reconsidering, he felt something strange and suspicious. This is a patrol route, and soldiers frequently pass by here during shifts. Plagued by doubt and unease, he was flustered. But why didn't anyone report this? As a captain, he fumbled through the duty log. "Damn it. I don't want to get involved in this, but I still have to go check the patrol log." But before he could collect himself, he was attacked from behind, and his words about this area were cut short. The cunning Azar used his most brutal technique to kill him. He was very confident and arrogant. "Fool, keep searching. Let's see when you can catch me." But as he stood there dazed, he suddenly felt someone watching him from behind. Ashtar drew a mysterious sword full of power. "Finally we meet." He smiled faintly. Azar's shadow was reflected in the gleaming blade. "I'm in a terrible mood being dragged into this damn situation. It's all because of you." He could only force a wry smile in the face of this predicament. "It's not the chief advisor." Azar, still not over his surprise, was struck a painful blow by Ashtar and lost his voice. He fell to the ground, cursing him in anger. You bastard," Ashtar replied very calmly. "Ah, of course." He grew very cold, drew his sword and said meaningfully, "A body infected with demonic energy shouldn't die so easily." Azar cried out in terror. "Wait," blood spurted out, staining the ground. Immediately after, elsewhere, Benna continued to ask suspiciously, "Master, is that true?" Jamie closed his eyes, concentrating on cultivating healing energy. "The healing must be slow. I thought I was dead." She couldn't help but be moved, having narrowly escaped death. Tears welled up in her eyes. "We really thought we were going to die." Jamie also empathized. The two passed through rooms one by one, and each room presented a different scene. Soldiers in huge armor possessed magic resistance. The second room was a more dangerous and elaborate trap, an automatic crossbow trap. Even the next traps were equipped more wickedly. Next was the scorpion trap. "These traps will never end. This is really annoying." Finally, Jamie found the door that marked the end of the journey and opened what he was looking for. "This is the last place, right?" Ben asked blankly. "What are you talking about?" Jamie answered her question softly and calmly. "Where it sleeps." The door, keeping it secret, slowly opened. Benna was excited and immediately wanted to see it. She asked expectantly, "Where it sleeps?" A hand with sharp claws slowly appeared. "What's sleeping?" A huge bear with a scowling face appeared before the two. Both froze on the spot. They hadn't expected this either. "A bear? It's a bear." Benna's heart melted at the bear's cute appearance, and she exclaimed, "So cute." She was so delighted that she turned to Jamie to speak, forgetting that the bear was about to stomp on her with its foot. "Look, master, it's a huge, incredibly cute bear." He quickly shouted a warning, "Watch out!" In an instant the bear slammed its huge paw heavily where Benna was standing. Jamie was lucky to fly over in time and save Benna from danger. The two fell to the ground. The bear also revealed its true nature. The bear roared angrily at the two. "How dare you set foot in this place, you lunatics!" Jamie was quite surprised that the bear could speak human language and knew him. "You know me? Can you understand human speech?" The bear picked up a stone and warned. "Stop pretending." The bear, enraged, threw the stone straight at the two. "You can't possibly not know." Jamie hastily cast a defensive spell. Shield. A huge shield was created, blocking the bear's stone attack. After a moment, the shield, which had held on for a long time, also broke and a stone came inside. The stone hit Jamie squarely in the chest, making him spit blood. Benna cried out loudly in terror. "Master!" He lay on the cold ground, unable to move. Jamie's body ached and he was immobile. He thought to himself, "Damn it, all my bones are broken." Benna ran to him and asked worriedly, "Master, are you all right?" Jamie didn't make a sound of pain. He only worried about one thing. "I'm not dead yet. If I didn't have resurrection abilities, it would have been truly terrible." The bear approached them and scolded angrily. "Once I unleash my power, nothing can stop it." Jamie also realized that. He challenged, "So I'm the one who sealed your dark power. Why did you have to do that?" The bear swung a thunderous fist and arrogantly exclaimed, "You don't need to know why." Benna clenched her small hands tightly. She decided, I can do it." With her small body she blocked the huge animal's attack to protect her master. Lightning flashed as the two confronted each other. Azar angrily challenged, Why are you doing this?" Ashtar gave him the reason. "Because you crossed the permitted line. Not only that, you messed everything up. I told you to leave those soldiers alone." But he cunningly made excuses. "But that swordsman left without leaving anything behind." Ashtar smiled faintly and said meaningfully, "It seems you still want to be punished." Several more bloody scratches appeared on Azar's face, foreshadowing his transgressions. He fell before him. Ashtar said coldly, "I'm not doing this because I'm afraid of that swordsman." He sheathed his sword and ordered Azar, "The problem is you filthy demon. It's best if you obey my commands." He turned and glanced at him, then suggested, "Everything should be according to Father's will." The battle between Benna and the huge bear was also very intense. She was too weak compared to the bear's strength and was pushed back. Benna whimpered and asked Jamie how he was. "Master, are you all right?" He praised her. "Well done, Benna." While she fought the bear, he bought time to cultivate the spiritual energy to summon power. Rain of various colors. The bear also froze at this fierce change. The bear stood motionless before the two small humans. Both were bewildered and didn't know what was happening. "What on earth is this?" The bear asked them an incomprehensible question. "This is the result of failure, so why do you not give up?" Jamie was enraged. He snapped, "Are you telling me to sit here and wait to die?" Benna also chimed in. "You're the one who attacked us for no reason." The bear also honestly stated its reason for targeting the two. "You left something quite disgusting in my forest. You committed a sin, so you must be punished." Falsely accused, Jamie angrily clarified, "What? This is our first time in this forest." "That's right." But the bear didn't believe his words. The bear decided to hold them responsible after speaking. "The dark power protecting the filthy demon egg, that power is definitely yours." Hearing this, Jamie was also surprised. "What? There's a demon egg in this forest?" The bear clenched its fist. The bear, enraged, decided to deal with him. "Stop pretending, I'll kill you all." The bear swung its fist, ready to send the two to the afterlife. "Now die." At this desperate moment, Jamie revealed the entire truth. "We came here to eliminate it. That is the request of Goddess Fa." The bear's claws almost touched him. The bear asked suspiciously, "Is that true?" Jamie swore on everything he had. "I stake everything on my words." He turned and tried to prove the truth to the bear. If you don't believe me, follow me, I'll show you. Very well then, this forest is part of the goddess's domain. The bear followed Jamie. The bear warned what would happen if he deceived it. If you lie and defile her name, I will immediately cast you down from heaven to hell. The bear couldn't help but be suspicious that a stranger would come and say such things. But I don't feel any divine aura from you. And your power, which I blocked, is clearly not from a god. Jamie also acknowledged the bear's words and clearly corrected it. That's right. I don't obey her. We are merely in a cooperative relationship. He conveyed the message the goddess entrusted to him. She told me to go to the dark forest and stop the awakening of that abominable black magic. Jamie explained all the misunderstandings the bear had about them. She said I would gradually understand why she sent me instead of her subordinate. This is also my first time here. Hearing his words, the bear was slightly agitated. The bear expressed that it was hard to believe, but I can't not believe it. Benna was still curious about an important part of the story. She asked, wait, tell me about that demon egg that's protected by some power. The bear also recounted what had happened in the past. That egg appeared in the forest about a month ago. I immediately went to investigate it. The bear noticed something strange about the egg, but dark power surrounded it. The bear was extremely terrified by what it had seen before. It was a very frightening, mysterious, and immense power. The bear clenched its fist. The bear tried to destroy the egg, but to its surprise it couldn't break the small egg, so it changed its mind. I tried all sorts of methods, but I couldn't break through that protective barrier. So I sealed the power that protected and guarded the egg. Jamie still couldn't understand this, so he pressed the bear. I don't feel any divine power from you. How could you seal that power? The bear explained, that is thanks to this artifact in the form of ruins. He asked back suspiciously, all these ruins are artifacts? Benna showed interest upon hearing the value of this place. Jamie covered her mouth. He continued to ask the bear many questions. This entire place, it must be very expensive. Who created this place? Why do you know human language, and what is the purpose of these objects? The bear turned its head and after a slight pause answered him, I don't know either. All I know is that this place was built about 600 years ago. Jamie was still slightly curious. He asked the next question. Just one more question. Why did you use your authority to block that dark magic? The bear seemed slightly surprised to hear his question. What do you mean? Jamie reminded the bear of what it had said before. You said you sealed that power to protect the egg and then you would break the egg immediately after. Because of this I still have questions, so why not use that dark power and leave it? The bear honestly said, actually the egg is still there. Jamie asked further out of curiosity. Are there any other obstacles? The bear's words were slightly surreal. To block the dark power, the artifact user must remain inside the ruins. Hearing the bear's words, Jamie and Benna were speechless. And I haven't found anyone yet to help me break that egg. Simply put, I haven't really done anything yet. Jamie looked at the bear. Hearing that, the bear got angry. My name is Tiberian, you insignificant human. Jamie continued. Yes, Tiberian, the bear casually says insignificant. You talk big, but you do nothing. Suddenly, Jamie's voice was heard. Do you feel this child's power? Benna was puzzled. The huge bear was also curious. Her life force, you mean? Jamie replied. No, something else, a power similar to mine. Her power is also blocked. How can that power be compared to the one protecting that demon egg? Tiberian the bear interjected. No, it's different. The power I blocked is identical to yours. Is that so? Jamie thought, confident that only he possessed such black magic. He reached out and offered, release your power so we can go. I need to see it with my own eyes. Tiberian the bear's face hardened with suspicion. Benna smiled and replied, please trust us. Once Master regains his power, he'll deal with that demon egg in an instant. Tiberian heard this and became even angrier, and Benna became even more flustered. Master said the goddess sent us. Tiberian retracted its claws. All right, a glint of joy flashed in his eyes. It seems my power has returned. As he stepped onto the ground, Benna worried. Master, Tiberian was furious. This son of a bitch, he revealed a frenzied demeanor. No one can control me. Tiberian's fur bristled. What are you doing? He became even more frenzied. Excellent. Now I can completely control this. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood erupted from Jamie's mouth, and the bear also shouted angrily. This son of a bitch. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled provocatively. That's enough. Tiberian reached out a hand. If you don't stop, I will destroy these ruins with my own hands. Benna was frightened. Master, don't worry, I'm fine. Jamie thought inwardly, is it some kind of firewall? It's quite strong, but it can't completely stop me. The bear frowned, puzzled. It seems the connection with these ruins has been severed. Was that your doing? How could you do it in such a short time? It turned out that he was not Jamie, but Jamie's previous life, Diablo Bofer. He said, yes, I made myself the second master. Unlucky for you, your master isn't the only one skilled with artifacts. I, who created the 3 great artifacts, can do at least this much. Jamie thought, how could there be an artifact that could block my power? I can't just leave it alone. It seems it couldn't completely block my power. The bear also remained deep in thought. It's truly absurd that something only the gods can capture blocked my power. Countless questions kept popping up. How can such a thing exist? There's definitely something strange. It breaks the spatial coordinates, reducing the probability of monoconcentration interfering with spatial travel, for example. If spatial travel is activated, the influence of that alternate dimension comes, and due to that unavoidable dispersion. After finishing a series of questions, he said, anyway, that's how it is, so don't follow me. And Jamie added, "Oh, even if you wanted to go, you probably can't get out of these ruins, can you?" Having finished speaking, he smiled and disappeared. Bear shouted, "Damn it!" The scene shifts and a loud noise was heard from a house. "How can there be 9 bodies overnight?" It turned out the scream came from the Count's office. The Count asked angrily, "What on earth is going on?" The Count snapped, "The culprit." There was no answer. He suddenly thought of X with surprise. "Where is Seville, the one who went to investigate?" One of the subordinates spoke. "Actually, no one has seen him since noon yesterday," the Count said fearfully. Could it be, at this moment, someone was observing from the top of a tower? "Let's see, they should be arriving soon at this hour." Inside that building, the old Count asked his subordinate. The subordinate replied, "Yes, they say they were dispatched from the Holy Department. They'll probably arrive tomorrow, and one of them seems to be a master." The Count sighed worriedly. It must have been a difficult decision for the Pope. The white-haired man at the top of the tower seemed to have overheard the two's conversation. He thought, to think such resources are needed for this kind of matter. Of course one must strive, it is the second Holy Land after all, but when are they arriving? He licked his lips thinking it should have been over by now. The scene shifts to another location and a voice echoed, "Annoying." It was Jamie's familiar voice. Benna saw her master lamenting and said, "Master, this energy is clearly." Jamie replied, "Yes, this is my power." Jamie wondered why his black magic was here. Benna was curious. "What is this typewriter?" Touching the strange object, he replied. "The Grim Reaper approaches and raises its scythe. The moonlight sea hangs in the night sky. Darkness spreads over the sea of stars." Suddenly a thought crossed Jamie's mind. The sea of night ripples and a star falls. Death reaches out to the sea. The moon rises in the dark sky. The old man raises his hand and embraces the darkness, and it finally swallows the darkness. A monster that desires everything. He promised a distant future. Jamie said again, "A grimoire and a part of me. How could I have forgotten?" After speaking, Jamie fell into complex thoughts again. "Now I can be sure that my memory is complete. I even suddenly remember how I challenged the gods. Strange, there was clearly a gap in my memory, but why didn't I feel anything strange?" Seeing her master lost in thought, she asked, "What did you learn?" Her master replied, "Yes," and added, "Oh, by the way, take this." He gave her a strange black ring. She was puzzled. "A ring," Jamie explained. "It's an artifact we got when we left the ruins. Infuse it with mana along with your will to use it." Benna followed, asking, "Like this?" After finishing, she exclaimed, "Wow, what is this? I really like it," Jamie said irritably. "All right, now take that and scout this area. It seems it will take some time." Touching the strange barrier, he said, "Return to me, your master." Kana gritted her teeth, infuriated, and cursed, "You son of a bitch, what are you doing?" Kana suddenly appeared and launched a direct attack on both Benna and Jamie from above. At this sudden attack, Jamie looked worriedly at Benna and called her name. The lovely and cute Benna was also frightened and flustered by the attack from the sky. Her face turned pale and she called out, "Master." Jamie and Benna dodged Kana's attack, but they were separated. Kana continuously unleashed attacks on Benna. At the end of Kana's sky-shattering attack, Benna was seriously injured and groaned in pain. She felt extreme pain, blood flowed from her mouth and her face darkened. Jamie looked worriedly at the seriously injured Benna, flustered and frightened, thinking inwardly, "What on earth is this divine power?" As Jamie wondered inwardly, the blue-haired Kana spoke, "Your instincts are quite sharp, kid." Kana stood with a sword casually slung over one shoulder, mocking and complimenting Jamie sarcastically. "I'll repeat the compliment from earlier. Your senses are really good." Jamie turned his head to look at Kana. With a wary expression, he curled the corners of his mouth into a smile and asked Kana, "What does the Zeni's church have to do with this place?" He continued to ask, "Did you come to destroy the demon in the forest?" After a pause, he asked Kana again, "Or are you here to protect it?" Hearing Jamie's question, Kana looked puzzled. She said, "What is this?" Kana didn't answer Jamie's question and looked at Benna. Her eyes changed to a ferocious and unpleasant gaze. Kana stared intently at Benna and said, "By the way, you, that pink-haired girl with the hammer." At this moment, pink-haired Benna wore a dazed expression, gravely injured. A huge question mark appeared on her face due to Kana's strange behavior. As Benna remained bewildered, unable to understand what was happening, Kana's demeanor grew rougher and her expression became even more sinister. "Pink hair and hammers are two things I truly hate, understand?" After speaking an incomprehensible remark, Kana flew towards Benna and attacked her head-on. She pointed her sword at Benna and said, "Perhaps I should strangle you first." Her voice was grim and fierce. Benna was startled by Kana's lightning-fast attack. She quickly raised her hammer to block Kana's massive sword. Fortunately, she managed to fend off Kana's powerful attack, but it caused even more internal injuries. Seeing Benna block her attack, Kana wasn't surprised. She continued to laugh arrogantly and said, "Not bad." Then she attacked Benna with her hand. At this moment, Benna was focused on blocking Kana's sword attack with both hands. Jamie, watching from outside the arena, had an expression full of worry for Benna. He shouted in a flustered voice, "Benna, dodge!" But it was too late. Benna couldn't dodge Kana's punch. The powerful fist landed squarely on cute Benna's head. Benna's pupils contracted and she screamed in pain but quickly counterattacked. She swung her hammer attacking Kana, but Kana quickly leapt back, dodging her attack. Kana laughed contemptuously and said to Benna, "Is that all you've got?" Benna furiously yelled at Kana to shut up immediately. Then a sudden attack followed. Benna gripped her hammer and with all her might attacked from top to bottom. Kana, standing below, looked at Benna attacking from above and raised her sword to block. Her expression remained arrogant and sinister, fearless even in the face of Benna's powerful attack. She laughed loudly, mocking Benna. "Is this the end of it?" Benna, despite her attack being blocked, did not lose her composure. She quickly launched another attack. She calmly and confidently said to Kana, "Of course not." But before she could make her next move, Kana quickly attacked her. She praised Benna by saying she was very good and continued, "Then try to block this too." As soon as she finished speaking, Kana quickly changed her position and appeared behind Benna. Benna was surprised by Kana's sudden disappearance. Before she could react, Kana raised her sword and slashed her back. Benna's small back was cut by Kana's sword. Blood quickly flowed from her back, soaking her clothes. The sight was heartbreaking. Meanwhile, Jamie, who had been forgotten until now, saw his little Benna being cut and startled. His pupils contracted as he shouted loudly, "Benna!" Outwardly, he seemed very worried about Benna, but inwardly he was still calculating. She might get hit a little, but if I stop now and protect that child, his train of thought was interrupted. Benna reassured him. She knew her master was hesitating between doing something important and saving her. She said, "Master, no, I can still fight." She spoke with all her might, gripping her hammer with one hand, blood flowing from her mouth and a tearing pain radiating from deep in her chest and back wounds. The hateful Kana, with her sword slung over one shoulder, stared at Benna's injured form. She laughed triumphantly and said, "Oh my, it looks quite painful just to see it, doesn't it? If I just split you in two with one blow, it wouldn't hurt, would it?" Her voice was full of contempt. "You're going to keep fighting in this state? Are you serious?" Benna, with a dark expression, turned back to Kana and retorted with a furious smile, "Then what else can I do? I have to do as master says." Kana exclaimed in admiration and surprise. "What a good slave," she continued. "A little brat like you should rebel sometimes." Benna, with a cute expression, looked at her and smiled, saying, "I know, but I can only rebel against people older than me." Hearing Benna mocking her, Kana shouted with a surprised expression, "What did you say?" Kana's anger and fury reached their peak because she had been mocked. Touching a woman's age is truly like poking a hornet's nest. Mana backlash. Kana was enraged by the age issue and surprised, didn't understand what was happening. It turned out that Benna was casting dark magic on Kana. At this, Kana finally realized and quickly prepared to counterattack. But before she could make any move, Benna with both hands swung her hammer at Kana. She shrieked in pain as her left arm was hit by the hammer. After hitting Kana's left arm, Benna, terrified, thought to herself, "The mana backlash is gone. There's only one chance." Kana, feeling pain from Benna's blow, was enraged and humiliated. Her face hardening, she snarled word by word, "This insolent brat." Kana gripped her sword tightly and raised it towards Benna. At this, Benna, not to be outdone, raised her hammer with a fearless expression to block Kana's attack. The clash of the two techniques and two weapons caused a huge explosion. It caused a fire in the middle of the forest. After the explosion and fire, the surrounding trees were burnt black by the fire. Benna lay on the ground, recovering consciousness after the collision. She opened her eyes but still didn't understand what had happened. Her hammer was still next to her. She thought blankly, "What just happened? I have no strength left in my body." Exhausted and aching all over, she couldn't move a finger, but she still wanted to get up and fight to protect her master. As Benna lay on the ground dazed, Kana, with a scarred half-face, stood before her and said in a resentful voice, "You filthy dark mage, how dare you injure my body?" Kana, still furious, continued, "That little brat you're trying to protect, I'll tear him to shreds right before your eyes." "Then what about me?" Jamie appeared and triumphantly asked Kana. He was floating in the air, his face under the mysterious cloak not easily visible. He said to Kana, "I haven't even lifted a finger yet." Without waiting for Kana's reply, Jamie cast a spell. He put his hands together and shouted, "Devour her, Leviathan." A ray of light appeared. From behind Kana, a hand appeared from somewhere and reached towards her. Kana was flustered and terrified, not understanding what was happening. It turned out that Jamie was casting a magic called Devour. It was a dark magic that devoured everything and turned it into nourishment. Jamie thought as he chanted, "I don't like that divine power, but I'll devour all of it." At this moment, Jamie's expression looked somewhat greedy. Kana's shoulder was bitten by something dark, bleeding. She frowned and terrified cursed, "This worm-like thing." Benna was a bit more lucid at this time. She weakly called out to Jamie, "Master." Jamie slowly descended to the ground from above and said to her, "Thank you for buying me time, Benna. It's all thanks to you that I was able to absorb that. You don't have to worry anymore." Jamie gave words of gratitude and comfort. Benna smiled with a satisfied expression and said with difficulty, "I'm glad." The thing that was biting Kana was caught by her and mercilessly slammed to the ground. Her hands were covered in blood and she stood behind Jamie and said, "I was going to spare you because you're cute." But Jamie thought with a serious expression, "As I thought, that woman is not an ordinary priest." As Jamie thought, Kana unleashed an attack called Sanctuary. Her sword glowed and her appearance also changed. The wound on her face disappeared, a circular ornament appeared on her forehead and silver-white armor appeared on her body. Seeing the sight before him, Jamie thought inwardly with suspicion and helplessness, "Her aura has completely changed. That divine power stronger than an archbishop and that combat prowess, that woman will be a troublesome opponent." Anna looked at Jamie with a very serious expression and said, "The magic you just cast, even for a moment, devoured everything in me." She asked Jamie, unable to understand, "Are you also a dark mage?" Jamie asked her back, "What if I am?" Hearing that answer, Kana gripped her sword tightly. She said, "In that case, I'll deal with you." As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her sword and launched an attack full of divine power at Jamie. He watched her use her technique, his eyes shining. He muttered, "Is that so? Then I, Jamie, will also counter with a magic called Gatekeeper." Suddenly, a huge door appeared before Jamie. He said to Kana, "Let me introduce someone to you." Jamie said with a mysterious smile, "Come out, Nebro." From behind that huge unknown door a large black ghost with purple eyes appeared. It was smiling from behind the door. The ghost's form was unclear, but one could feel that it was a very huge and terrifying being. A powerful force poured down from the sky which Kana and Nebro could not stop. The blonde man standing outside said fearfully, "How?" Before him was a huge egg surrounded by black dark magic, making him worried. "How could it get so big, with a face like a rotten cucumber?" he continued. "Surely it should have required more hearts." As soon as the blonde man finished speaking, Jamie appeared right beside him and teased, "Ha, as I thought, were you admiring this black magic energy?" At Jamie's action he was startled and recoiled. "Who are you?" Without answering him, Jamie stood before Benna, who was gravely injured and held in Azat's arms, and mysteriously asked, "Are you a subordinate of that filthy demon?" Suddenly a voice interrupted, "Who are you? What happened to the gatekeeper?" Hearing that, Jamie snapped his fingers and arrogantly said, "No need to know, let's finish this." Hearing that, Azat quickly rushed forward and dealt with the blonde man with splendid swordsmanship. "I will obey your command." The blonde man, caught off guard, spat out blood. He was about to die, but the blonde man didn't give up. "No, my child." The blonde man with trembling hands crawled towards the huge red egg. Just a little more. And then the blonde man officially died. Suddenly the huge red egg in front began to crack. Everyone was flustered by this. Jamie sensed danger and warned, shouting, "Azat, retreat." Hearing Jamie's shout, Lai quickly leaped into the air and retreated. As soon as he landed safely, Roa thought, "What is that?" It turned out that grotesque tentacles were growing from the huge red egg, wrapping around the blonde man's corpse and pulling it towards itself. Jamie, as if it was a matter of course, calmly said. Lai was surprised by Jamie's calmness. "Master," as Azat didn't understand, Jamie explained, "it must have absorbed enough life force." Jamie frowned and warned, "The demon will awaken soon." As soon as Jamie finished speaking, the red egg split open further and the demon slowly began to emerge from within. On this side, Kana shouted, "Die!" and continued to attack, unleashing blue flames. The cloaked skeleton blocked the attack with a black shield. The cloaked skeleton scoffed, "Pathetic, how can you tell an immortal to die?" Kana gnashed her teeth in anger, "You damn skeleton." Despite giving it her all, Kana's attack had no effect. Kana retreated. "What happened to that egg? If the plan goes awry, Master won't let me off the hook." As soon as Kana finished thinking, red beams of light appeared in the air, covering the sky. In the middle of the sky was a dazzling golden light. Because of this, Kana and the cloaked skeleton were startled and forgot to fight. Nebro, feeling that aura, trembled with fear and said, "This energy is..." Kana, feeling the arrival of her allies, rejoiced. "Good, that filthy guy must have appeared too." At the appearance of this energy, the cloaked skeleton felt very uneasy and thought, "Master, no, that is a monster that can even trample death." Before the cloaked skeleton could compose itself, Kana shouted, "Even if I die here, I'll never give up without beating the hell out of you." As soon as she finished speaking, Kana swung her hammer at the cloaked skeleton's face. The skeleton's facial bones shattered from Kana's attack, but at this moment the cloaked skeleton didn't worry about itself but about Jamie. "Master, please escape safely." The scene shifts to the blonde boy. He kept trembling as if he felt something. Seeing the blonde boy's strange behavior, Anna asked, "What's wrong?" The blonde boy replied glumly, "Everyone will die." The blonde boy was extremely flustered at this moment. "If we just stand by, we'll all die." Hearing that, Anna was about to scold the blonde boy for his ominous words. "Hey you!" Before Anna could finish speaking, a boy ran over and shouted, "Saint Apostle Saintus, you two must leave quickly." Hearing that, Ricky took Anna's hand and said, "Come on, Anna, we have to go." And he thought, in the end, with a determined expression. The blonde boy continued to think, "If we stay here, we'll only be a burden." The scene shifts to the Marquise's mansion. In his office, the Marquis, sensing something, slammed his desk and shouted loudly, "Is anyone out there?" Outside, a red-haired soldier rushed in, pushing open the door and reported in shock, "Marquis from Miran Forest." The Marquis impatiently cut him off. "I felt it too." Then the Marquis shouted loudly, commanding, "Gather our troops. Everyone as quickly as possible." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrified voice was heard shouting loudly, "Father?" The Marquis was startled by this sight. Sierra, thinking his daughter was worried about the alarm, he reassured her, "No need to worry, gather the children and leave." Before he could finish speaking, Sierra interrupted loudly, "Jamie is gone." Marquis Bio, hearing Sierra's report, was incredulous. "What?" Sierra continued to cry in fear, thinking, "I think that child went into Miran Forest." On Jamie's side, the red egg shot a beam of light straight into the sky. Black energy surrounded the egg. Seeing this sight, Jamie thought it would be a headache. "This is why I hate demons," Jamie thought to himself. "A species that bullies and despises the weak." Jamie recalled the image of a snake tightly wrapped around a sword, harming all living creatures just by its existence. Unlike Jamie, Lars was extremely afraid. "Master, you must leave immediately." Azat was no different. His body was trembling uncontrollably. "Master, what on earth is that disgusting thing?" Seeing his two immortal subordinates trembling in fear, Jamie thought, "Even immortals are trembling in fear." Jamie waved his hand to summon power and continued to think, "If that thing fully emerges, even I will have to exert a lot of effort to deal with it without absolute resistance." Then Jamie snapped his fingers, sending Lars back to rest. Before he could finish speaking, "Master, if we continue like this, we might die." Because of this, Azat lost focus. Seeing that, Jamie, annoyed, shouted, "Take that child and flee as far as possible, to a place where the demon's energy cannot reach. To a safe place." Azat obediently carried the injured Benna and quickly turned and left the place. "Understood." Before they could get far, a creepy voice came from somewhere. "Did you think you'd be fine alone?" Jamie was startled by the unfamiliar voice. It turned out that the voice came from the monster inside the huge red egg with blood-red eyes and long, sharp claws. What fun would it be if you surrendered so easily? As soon as it finished speaking, the monster tore open the egg and came out, just as I thought. It woke up like this. At this moment the monster's form was fully revealed. It continued to speak. Truly unpleasant. Seeing its appearance, Jamie's face turned pale. A noble demon. Seeing that Jamie knew, the monster playfully said, "Oh, a human who knows a bit about us, I applaud your knowledge. I'll postpone devouring you for a while." Then it introduced itself. "My name is Ruetta, Baron of the Great Demon World." Hearing that, Jamie felt the situation was serious. A Baron would be at least expert level. As Jamie remained silent, Ruetta said fiercely, "Don't be too afraid, just accept it." Then he walked out from where the huge red egg had been. "Now that I've come this far, I won't go back." Seeing Ruetta's triumphant demeanor, Jamie summoned absolute resistance, preparing to strike this wicked demon. "How very kind of you to explain so much to me." The purple light from the bracelet brought comfort to Benna. "Now I feel better." Seeing Jamie's excellent toy, Ruetta shamelessly demanded, "What do you have there? It's quite good. If you give it to me, I'll give you a comfortable death." Hearing Ruetta's preposterous demand, Jamie provocatively said, "Do you think I'm crazy?" As his demand was not met, Ruetta angrily intensified the murderous intent around him. Then there's no choice." Then Ruetta, enveloped in a red aura, shouted in a posture as if about to leap out of a cage, "Let's see how long you can last." Seeing Ruetta about to attack, Jamie leapt into the air and cast the Leviathan spell. A clock-like pattern formed from the purple beam of light from afar. Seville stood on a tree stump, watching everything and scoffing. "Truly pathetic." Seville scoffed at the red power mixed with black dots. "The weakest among the 5 noble ranks, a baron." With cold, emotionless eyes, Seville continued, "To humans it must be like a sudden calamity from the heavens." The Marquise's mansion guards were hurriedly preparing for battle. "Hurry. Goddess, please grant us more courage." From the tree stump, Seville jumped down to the ground and continued to watch the situation with interest. "But even so, you should have left something to guard the house." In the forest, a man held a girl in his arms and ran desperately, muttering, damn it," he helplessly called himself inwardly. "Master." Jans looked back at the massive battle forming a pillar behind him, anxiously asking himself inwardly, will he really be all right? He was still lost in thought, but the fact that he was still alive was proof that his master was still alive. Suddenly the person in Jans's arms stirred and moaned, indicating she was waking up. Benna opened her eyes faintly and asked drowsily, "What is it?" Seeing that, Jans lowered his head to look at her, still running at lightning speed, and asked, "Are you awake? Master told me to take you and flee because the demon has awakened." He explained to her, and hearing that, she froze and flustered, shouted, "What? Wait, put me down." Her hands trembled as she leaned on a dry tree nearby. She looked back at the huge pillar of energy behind her and asked again, "Then is Master there?" Jans confirmed, looking at the battle happening behind them. "By now he should be fighting that monster." Hearing that, Benna confirmed, "Then I—" Before she could finish speaking, Jans awkwardly and hesitantly interrupted her. "If you go now, you'll only be a hindrance to him." He confirmed, and Benna knew it, but she retorted unhappily. But her face darkened and contorted, but she still bravely confirmed, "Even if I die, if I can buy him even a little time," and stopped her again and said, "No, not in this state." But before he could finish speaking, a ray of light appeared from below, making him look down in confusion. As soon as he made a sound, a force pulled him to the ground. Benna heard that sound and in confusion turned to look at the sight. She turned and shouted, "Hey, what's going on?" But a force from behind quickly rushed and enveloped her with fire and a loud noise. She recalled in her thoughts, the undead summoning has stopped. Coincidentally, an explosion happened right then. Then she denied it herself. "No, that can't be." She recalled the words of the people whispering about her. "I wonder when that slowpoke will disappear." She also recalled their provocative and mocking appearance. "A worm like you needs to be trampled at least once to know your place." And Jamie's provocative gaze and question, "Are you that scared?" He urged and encouraged her. "Fight back. How long are you going to keep enduring?" Benna's body suddenly lost control and energy was emitted. She opened her eyes wide, afraid. Her face darkened, losing her composure, and she stammered, "No, Master." Then a voice commented with interest. Along with it, a hammer resonated on the ground. Benna stared at it blankly and focused. Then the voice explained about the hammer. "Young Valkyrie, with pure and strong blood." The hammer in front of her also suddenly glowed and began to crack, and light burst from within. The voice still continued to comment. "Although you are still immature, today I will allow myself to be used by you," the hammer reminded her. "Remember this sensation clearly." Then the hammer, glowing, floated up and introduced itself to Benna. "My name is Filion." It added about its position. "A hammer made by a legendary blacksmith for your queen." She stared at it blankly. Then Filion urged her, "Do your best." The place where the fierce battle was happening was the dark night sky. Jamie thought to himself, "I don't even have enough energy to fly." He free fell, helplessly lost in thought. "I've lost too much blood." Then he made a wish. "I wish the seed of life would give me a little more energy." Then Jamie reached out his hand into the void and thought, "Or if I can summon darkness and cast high-level spells to buy even a little time." His face was pale, helpless, and lifeless. With blank eyes he concluded, "It wouldn't have ended like this." Suddenly a hand with sharp claws supported him and he unconsciously muttered, "Like this?" Jamie, startled, lay flat on that palm, his face contorted with doubt. A voice commented on him. "Truly pathetic." Seeing that, he quickly stood up from the werewolf's hand and stammered, Tiberian, how did you get here?" He looked down at him and spoke his thoughts. I wouldn't not know the way to a place I've been for 600 years. Then Tiberian gently stroked him with his remaining hand and said, I thought you'd fight that demon alone instead of fleeing. He gripped that hand tightly in frustration, gritting his teeth, his face darkened, unable to speak. Tiberian added, just as I thought. You have a noble heart befitting the one chosen by the goddess. Jamie was lifted by him and denied with a dark expression. No, that's not it. He lifted Jamie's cloak and slowly placed him on the ground. Then a dark voice was heard. Then now, Tiberian's face darkened as he felt the monster charging towards him. He rushed to attack with his sharp hand, laughing mockingly. Let's finish the meal. He turned to the monster, snarled fiercely, and dodged the attack. However, Tiberian's shoulder was scratched by its sharp claws, leaving 4 large wounds. The monster grinned, revealing its sharp teeth, and said, I was going to cut off your arm. Then he commented on Tiberian. Quite strong for an earthly creature. Tiberian frowned, looking at the blood flowing from his hand, and said, That's right. Then he paused and said, Ah. As soon as he finished speaking, Tiberian landed a strong punch on its stomach, putting strength into his punch and warning, I'm also quite fast. The monster spat blood from the punch and screamed in pain. Gah. Tiberian's gentle voice still echoed, pausing and adding, Besides, I didn't come alone. A dazzling light shot down from above. Tiberian shouted, Benna. She descended like lightning and hit the monster with her hammer. Immediately after, the monster was thrown to the ground in front of Benna and Tiberian's splendid appearance. She floated in the air, closed her eyes, and smiled at him, saying, Master, I'm here. Jamie, who was below, also stared at her blankly and stammered, Your hair? As he asked, Benna made a V sign with her hand and smiled brightly, asking back excitedly, Isn't it super cool? He stammered, seeing her still full of energy. No, that's not it. Tiberian reminded them, seeing them still joking without grasping the situation. You can chat later. He ran to see the monster that had just been punched and created a large pit. He glanced at the two and reminded them, It's not over yet. As soon as he finished speaking, the monster below the pit attacked, seeing Tiberian approaching. He leapt up like lightning and, laughing, asserted, Yes, it's not over yet. Tiberian was hit by the attack and fell backward in pain, shouting, Gah. Amid strange energy enveloping the mountains from somewhere, a reporting voice was heard. Marquis, we can no longer advance due to this wicked energy. He spoke his opinion. How about waiting until the people from Phut Church come and bestow blessings? His face turned pale, unable to speak further, and he showed a worried expression. Then he looked at the dark energy, gripped the reins tightly, looked around, and concluded, Only fear is left in the troops now. He recalled Sierra Belle Welton's image, crying in pain and despair, and thought, But if I waste any more time here. Suddenly the wind brought a letter to them. He reached out and grabbed it. On this side, Kana was being chased by a dark energy. Truly disgusting. Running, Kana thought. Anyway, I summoned that demon, so the job is done. Now I just hope Master won't punish me. Suddenly a single slash enveloped her and she immediately fell. In this battle, Benna lay defeated before the demon. From above, the demon laughed triumphantly. Truly astonishing. I didn't expect such a burning battle. Jamie cast Annihilation and blew off the demon's lower body. What was the name of this spell? I feel a destructive power within it. Annihilation. It was a dark magic that could instantly unleash all the energy Leviathan had absorbed. He fired a huge black energy pillar, attempting to annihilate the monster. It possessed immense destructive power. Jamie was slightly disappointed that the single blow did not defeat the demon. Damn it, it was the last chance Benna and the bear bought me. The demon raised its broken hand and laughed with glee. You should have died. Well, if you had hit my head, that is. Then he raised his hand high, created a huge orb with his recovered body and aimed it at him. If you have any last words, say them now. Hearing that, he lowered his head and said arrogantly, Just kill me. I have no last words. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. Wind, a storm-like slash flew, cutting both the energy orb and the monster, and a man appeared before Jamie, opening a path with his sword. His eyes were terrifying, and he was enveloped in a huge wind all over his body. On the other side, the Marquis also received the letter carried by the wind and was reading it. In the dark night, in the snow-covered church, a calm voice echoed. I had a feeling, he said, looking at the person standing at the door with a sword on his back, but I didn't expect a guest. Seville smiled, sword on his shoulder, and calmly admired. Indeed, then he mockingly asked, Has that apostle left? The archbishop clasped his hands, lowered his head, closed his eyes, and gently reminded Seville. If you respect the goddess, I hope you will withdraw. He told Seville to leave. Seeing his unwelcome attitude, Seville scoffed at the archbishop and retorted, Does that mean if I don't serve that goddess I don't need to leave? His gaze was sharp and his sword still rested on his shoulder. Seeing Seville's mocking actions and words, he raised his head. His hands were still clasped in front of his chest, his face resolute, and the light of the sanctuary shone behind him. The archbishop's eyes narrowed. In that case, I will have no choice but to act myself. Hearing that, Seville looked at him again with a skeptical expression and asked, Do you think you can? Can you block the Zeni's sword? Hearing those words, the archbishop was slightly startled and lost his composure. His eyes widened as he stared at him in surprise, his hands still clasped in front of his chest. Immediately after, Seville raised the tip of his sword into the air. The sword tip glowed, and he said in a dark voice, May you rest in eternal peace. Seville shouted, You will be with this blade forever. He pointed to his chest, his face filled with pride and arrogance. He raised the holy sword high, recalling the symbol of the holy sword, and concluded, Today that damned goddess will suffer immense loss and disappear. The edge of a forest, a group of soldiers and priests moved hastily. Ricky stood outside, hearing the sounds from the main gate of the sanctuary, and his eyes widened. He furrowed his brow with a fearful face. Immediately after, with fear-filled eyes, he turned his head to look towards that gate and screamed, Archbishop, Elsewhere in the forest, the sound of wind and rustling branches still echoed in the dark night. A man had his sword planted in the ground. A large crack had appeared in the ground after the slash. He stood hesitantly, concluding in his mind, "I can't see properly." He then recalled the moment the wind swept through the sand and cut down that monster. Jamie concluded with suspicion, to be able to cut so quickly with such a large sword, with such terrifying power. At the sight before his eyes, Jamie inwardly cried out with suspicious eyes, "Is that the power of wind?" Then the man turned his head and looked at him. His face was full of vigilance, and he asked, "Why are you here?" Jamie looked at him, scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly, giving an excuse. "I was just curious. Everyone told me not to come here." He then tried to make an excuse. "I didn't expect to run into you." Before he could finish speaking, he saw the dark, disbelieving face on the other side and fell silent. Bailey glanced at him and said nonchalantly, "I saw everything." Hearing that, Jamie's face turned pale. He still tried to make an excuse. "A demon," then he lost his words and looked down in surprise, unable to offer any further explanation. Seeing his reaction, Bailey also turned his head and did not press him further. "It was a joke," then he added. "Well, everyone has secrets they don't want others to know." As Bailey seemed to know something, Jamie bit his lip unpleasantly, lowered his head and fell into suspicious thought. "Just how much does he know?" Then he approached him and called out, "Sir Onyx, why are you here? I heard you arrived," but before he could finish speaking, he placed a hand on his hip, walked towards the tarn and replied to Jamie, "I was given a mission because I was the right person." Looking at him, Jamie also wondered inwardly. "A mission?" Tiberian, who had been lying down until now, suddenly raised his head, looked at Bailey and asked, "Who are you?" Then he concluded, "You seem quite strong." The two men stood before him. When Terran asked, he answered without hiding, "I am Bailey Onyx." Tiberian looked at him seriously. Bailey added to him, "I am one who always pursues the secrets of this world." He then revealed his purpose. "I have come to retrieve an item entrusted here at Isis's request. It was a magic circle left behind in this place." Hearing Bailey's words, Tiberian also realized what it was and retorted, "That boundary you speak of?" Hearing that, he did not shy away and calmly got to the point. "I wish for you to open the gate of Grimia." Jamie, listening to them, understood nothing. He looked at them with a curious face. Secrets of the world, a boundary? What even is Grimia? As Bailey said that, Tiberian looked elsewhere. He refused. "I'm sorry, but I cannot open that gate." He then added, "I am no longer the master of Grimia." Tiberian then turned his head and asked him, "Isn't that right, young one?" Being mentioned, Jamie also looked bewildered and asked back in surprise, "Are you talking about those ruins?" They quickly went to the entrance where the huge energy pillar was. They walked through the underground passage, and Bailey glanced at him who was carrying a fainted Benna on his shoulder and grumbled, "Not only involved with demons but now with Grimia too." Jamie, hiding in his cloak, followed with an awkward chuckle. "Ha ha." He avoided the reproachful gaze and looked elsewhere. Then they arrived at their destination. Tiberian cracked his knuckles and said, "All right, let's begin." He extended his hand towards him and ordered, "Boy, transfer ownership to me." All eyes were on Jamie. He looked at Tiberian in surprise and shouted, "What? Why me?" Before he could finish speaking, he noticed Bailey's threatening gaze fixed on him from the side. He reluctantly compromised, muttering resentfully in his mind, "Damn it." Immediately after, he quickly placed his fist on Tiberian's hand and sighed with a dark expression. "Ha!" Immediately after, electricity sparked where their hands met. Tiberian's commanding voice echoed again, "Open it now." A strange current and darkness appeared around them. Bailey's face remained calm and he seemed to be sweating nervously. Then electricity flashed before their eyes, and Jamie stared in a daze at the sight that appeared after the gate opened. He stood in the air. Below was an endless body of water, and small ripples spread out around his feet, centered on him. Jamie asked himself in incomprehension, "This place is..." Suddenly, an unknown voice echoed in the air, "Welcome, Master of Dark Magic." He saw a middle-aged man appear in the space like a phantom, smiling gently as he welcomed him. Jamie looked at him and asked back curiously, "You're the consciousness that prevented me from taking over that system, aren't you?" He then turned his head to look around and concluded, "I thought you couldn't simply be a barrier for this place." Jamie then asked his question, "You're also the creator of Aya, aren't you?" Hearing his deduction, the man's voice replied again, "That's right, I am Archmage." He stood in the endless space, and below was a calm body of water. He added to his introduction, "I was once a genius artifact creator and a ninth circle professor, a rarity among humans." Hearing his arrogant introduction, Jamie looked at Archmage awkwardly and scoffed, "I can't believe you praise yourself so much." He then added a question, "Then you must also be that boundary, right?" Seeing him so clever, the man smiled gently and confirmed, "Although I am very close to Isis." He then denied, "I am not that boundary." Immediately after, Archmage waved his hand and a huge sword was summoned beside him. He explained to Jamie, "I am merely guarding this Thunder Dragon sword according to her command." After speaking, he narrowed his eyes at him again, smiled and explained, "But this Grimia was not created solely to guard it. It was created for one person whom I have always awaited." Hearing that, Jamie also looked at him suspiciously and asked back, "One person, what do you mean?" He paused. Then Archmage asserted without giving him time to react, "Dark magic that possesses the power to kill gods." He added, "I have been waiting for someone who can summon that dark magic." As if remembering something, Jamie looked at Archmage in surprise and challenged, "How do you know about ancient languages and things that should have been forgotten?" His eyes were deep and his face was furrowed with suspicion. "Even Kanawan didn't know about the power to destroy gods," he darkly threatened. If you don't give me a sufficiently convincing answer, I will kill you. Hearing that, Archmage still smiled calmly and said to him, everything that exists in this world always leaves some trace. Ancient language is what I learned by following those traces. Jamie's mouth dropped open in surprise at the information he had just heard, and he asked back, are you saying that the traces of Diablo Vonver still remain? Hearing that, Archmage nodded in understanding and said, is that his name? He concluded regretfully. I searched for him my entire life but couldn't find him, but it seems you are the one who inherited his dark magic. He then extended his hand towards him. Something began to appear in his palm and he said, then it's fine to give it to you. Jamie, who was beside him, also stared in a daze. Immediately after, a wisp of smoke appeared and enveloped his body. Jamie looked at it, startled, and shouted cautiously, this is, he then realized it himself and inwardly cried out, what immense power, the seed of life is completely filled. In his hand was a glowing cracked orb containing an object. He looked at him calmly and explained, Remia is an artifact that can exist in various forms. Archmage added, it is an object with infinite potential. Its form and function can be determined by the will of its user. He extended his hand towards him and his body slowly disappeared. His voice still echoed, it is something I created by dedicating everything I had, I who was powerless before the truth. His voice became deeper and deeper. For that day, the orb was held in his hand and Jamie also accepted the immense energy within comprehension. Archmage's words still echoed, now I will transfer all ownership of it to you. He then clenched his hands tightly, absorbed the energy and exclaimed, wow, to think I would get such an unbelievable artifact. His energy was so abundant that it emanated from his body. Jamie looked at his hands and inwardly cried out, it's on par with the 3 great divine artifacts I created. He then denied, no, it's even stronger. Towards the sanctuary, rain poured down in the dark night. A cloaked figure rushed quickly through the rain towards the sanctuary. As soon as he arrived, Ricky screamed, Archbishop! His eyes were filled with fear, surprise, and bewilderment. Before him, Archbishop J lay motionless on the ground. He had suffered multiple slashes and fallen against the wall, his head bowed and blood continuously flowed. Ricky then regained his composure, bent down and touched him with trembling hands. His face was filled with bewilderment. The Archbishop raised his head, blood still flowing from his mouth. He called out to him with faint consciousness, Lord Lars. His voice trembled, I must treat him right away. As he spoke, Ricky quickly cast a healing spell, but lightning flashed and stopped him. Archbishop D looked at him trembling and said, it's no use. Ricky was startled and lost his composure, inwardly crying out, another divine power is blocking the healing. His face blurred and he said to him with faint consciousness, I'm fine. So Archbishop D was short of breath. He urged Ricky, go and protect the apostle and the saintess. Hearing that, a sound came from the basement of the sanctuary. Ricky asked him again, is this the doing of the Zeni's church? But Archbishop D urged him on, implicitly acknowledging it. Hurry, you must go now. Ricky's tears fell in despair. He cried out, how can I leave you here? Seeing him so adamant, Archbishop D quickly extended a trembling hand towards him and comforted him. I understand your feelings. Ricky still couldn't give up and stubbornly said, but before he could finish speaking, Archbishop J's hand stroked his head and urged him again, go. He gritted his teeth and tears and snot continuously flowed from his unfairness. His eyes clearly showed helplessness. A hand on his head stopped moving. Ricky choked back tears and cried out word by word, I will definitely avenge the Archbishop. Seeing him, Archbishop D still smiled and comforted him. Don't try to get revenge, he urged him. Try to protect them. On the other side, other priests were being attacked by fierce slashes and scattering. Archbishop D's urging voice echoed, he cut him off. Then the hand on Ricky's head fell powerlessly. His last words were go. He opened his eyes wide, tears unceasing, frozen in place. The rain began to fall. A gentle voice echoed, are you really all right? Jamie's face was no different from those who had sold themselves to capital. I'm a little hurt, but I'm fine. Did you find what you were looking for? Bell said, holding his weapon. My work here is done, the bear chimed in and asked, what happened to Grimia? Then he propped his face in his hand and said thoughtfully, you might not know, but you returned one step later than us. Then the bear's face suddenly hardened, and now my connection with Grimia has been completely severed. What on earth happened inside? He said. I met Mian's consciousness and obtained Grimia. He held out a blue orb in front of everyone, surprising them all. Look at this. What did you just say? Suddenly, a huge black and purple entity appeared in the sky, making everyone there look up. This is, Onyx looked up and smiled. An artifact greater than Graham, the bear asked curiously. Did that person give you this? He clenched his fist and frowned. It was his will. As soon as the Thunder Dragon sword was released, he handed all control over to me. The bear turned its head, disbelieving. He handed all authority over to you. Jamie had no choice but to show him. Yes, look at this, he said, placing his hand on the bear's nose. A faint blue light appeared. The bear felt it quietly in surprise and faintly asked, healing magic? He had no choice but to explain clearly. No, it's a similar magic. It seems to be thanks to Grimia. The rain continued to pour. Onyx reminded him, let's go home, James Welton. He turned his head and left. Sierra must be very worried about you. He turned around in confusion. Damn it, I completely forgot about Mom. Suddenly, Jamie's entire body detected something and he was startled. Onyx turned his head, puzzled. What is it? He stammered, pale. No, the goddess's apostle is in danger. He still asked back calmly, the goddess's apostle, your friend, you mean? Jamie shouted in anger. This is no time for talk. We have to find him immediately. His collar was grabbed and he was lifted high. Onyx put him on his shoulder with a serious expression. Which direction? Southeast. he was lifted onto his shoulder and leapt without a chance to collect himself. With a powerful leap the two flew far away. The bear looked at them, disappointed. To leave without even a proper goodbye. The bear turned its head to leave, but then noticed Benna passed out behind it. I should probably head home quickly too, yeah. Meanwhile elsewhere a worried voice echoed, "What did you say?" A black-haired man rode a horse. "It seems the source of the demon's power has disappeared." The Marquis on horseback breathed a sigh of relief. "Is that so? Very well done." Soon a group of cavalry rushed over from a distance. "Your Excellency," he shouted in panic. "A group of demons has suddenly appeared in our territory. They are attacking people like mad." He was surprised, his face pale. "What?" The knight recalled the scene he had witnessed while speaking. Fortunately the knights who remained in the rear managed to stop them. But according to reports some demons disguised themselves as civilians and soldiers. He lowered his head, troubled. "It seems I underestimated the demons too much." Not only the report but the man was very uneasy. "And the Archbishop has been murdered." Hearing this, the Marquis and his companion couldn't help but be surprised. "What did you say?" he hesitated, recalling, and his voice grew faint. "And according to witness testimony, Sir Seville was at the scene when it happened." At this moment, Seville smiled, holding a sword in his hand. "You alone cannot stop me." Lars gasped for breath with difficulty. "I didn't realize they were this strong." The two behind him trembled and asked worriedly, "Brother, are you all right?" "Brother Lars, don't worry, you'll be fine." Lars gripped his staff tightly and was furious. "How long have you been planning this?" Seville tilted his head and smiled. "To be honest," he slowly approached, "we didn't think we'd get a chance." His face darkened from above, then he smiled and swung his sword forward. "To think I'd get to kill the goddess's apostle like this." He opened his eyes wide. I dodged the right attack. His gaze moved to his left shoulder, where blood was flowing from a large wound. The two behind him clung to each other in terror. "Brother," Lars shouted a warning, "don't come here." His eyes continued to move anxiously. "Again I clearly dodged it, but I was cut again." Seville looked at him with a faint smile. "You cannot stop me." Lars stopped the bleeding from his arm and asked, discouraged, "Are you a swordsman?" He smiled with interest. "Did you just realize?" Soon he explained more clearly. "My ability is cause and effect reversal. If I attack you, you are bound to get hurt." He explained it simply with a small drawing. Lars clutched his wound and got goosebumps. "I attack you is the cause, and you are attacked by me is the result." It means he can still get the result even if he delays the cause. The one behind him recoiled, his face pale. "How is that possible?" He gritted his teeth and had no choice but to accept. "I can't believe such an absurd ability exists." Seville gripped his sword tightly and smiled. "There are many monsters in this world. It's rather unfortunate for you." His eyes scrutinized him with satisfaction, and Lars had not yet realized. He looked at him with disdain. "I consider myself one of those high-level monsters." He bent over in pain. His entire body was covered in large and small wounds. Someone else cried out in horror. "Brother Lars!" Lars lost consciousness and Seville licked his lips with interest. Lightning flashed in the air, brightening the space in front of the man and illuminating his wet face. A huge explosion erupted, sending dirt and stones flying everywhere. Seville stepped on a stone, looking surprised and interested. "Oh, I didn't think the Zenus's single sword could push me back." He looked up with a surprised expression. "What on earth is this divine power?" From the vast night sky, a small figure rushed down with a golden lightning staff. Ricky shouted in anger. "Go ask your god." Explosions erupted around his feet and pillars of light continuously rose from the ground. His body swayed slightly and he retreated. "Damn it, this is annoying." Seville, with a humorless face, swung his sword forward. Rather than wasting time asking him, I'd rather just swing my sword myself. The two swords clashed, creating an ear-splitting sound. He continued to push Lars back with force. "I clearly told you, you cannot stop me." As his technique activated again, Lars smiled faintly, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. "Yes, I cannot stop you." But in the midst of their battle, blood immediately flowed from Seville's mouth as well, and he was in pain. Ricky's eyes changed and his entire body began to glow. In just 1 second, Seville fell to the ground, struggling to push himself up with his hands. Lars seemed pleased, looking at Ricky and the light between his two hands. "Before holy power, you are merely a weak human. The weakness of cause and effect reversal is that if it cannot inflict enough damage to defeat the opponent, the damage rebounds on the user." Lars was startled as Seville trembled on the ground and smiled faintly. He looked up with a bloodied face, satisfied. "To realize this at such a point, you've grown quite a lot, haven't you?" He struggled to get up, mocking. "Truly powerful divine power. Not only did it completely heal this Lars fellow who was dying, but it even dodged my power." Lars, angered, drew his sword, intending to finish him off with one blow. "Shut up." Judgment. Light flashed in the air and Seville immediately blocked it. Lars trembled with all his might, but as long as the goddess herself did not descend, the sword blade began to crack. Seville frowned. "You are ultimately just powerless humans." The sword in his hand shattered into pieces. Lars faced this situation, his face contorted in displeasure. Ricky's vision blurred and he trembled. Afterwards, Seville's form completely disappeared without a trace. He realized it and looked up. Seville looked down from above and warned loudly. "Hey, you can't stop me." His sister shouted worriedly. "No, brother." Jamie immediately reacted and cast a spell. Instant bind hug lightning. Purple lightning struck Seville's body strongly before Ricky's eyes. Jamie shouted to Ricky. "Now Ricky, attack." Ricky, seeing him paralyzed, panicked. Before he could react, he shook off his fear and delivered a strong blow to his stomach. The two hands in the air trembled continuously, and his face was pale, breathing heavily with exhaustion. A pair of shoes hastily sped through the rain. Ricky, Jamie, and Lars rushed like arrows and shouted, "Ricky, are you all right?" He saw everyone facing each other amidst the wreckage. "Jamie, brother Lars," Jamie asked in a flustered voice. "What happened? I came because I thought you were in danger." Lars gritted his teeth in anger. "Seville, that bastard is the cause of everything. He's the one who targeted the Zenni's church too." Meanwhile, Onyx was puzzled, unable to understand. "Seville is the Marquise's butler, isn't he?" Ricky looked in horror. "Are you saying that man was the butler?" Jamie continued. "Even after using magic, I'm still uneasy." Onyx beside him was surprised. "What is that?" his intuition warned him. Could it be? Soon his left arm was severed and blood splattered everywhere. Seville walked out of the smoke laughing. "Oh, I aimed for that kid's neck. Did you see it? You are a swordsman after all," Ricky asked, terrified and confused. "How?" Lars turned around and shouted. "You son of a bitch." Seville smiled, pointed his sword at them and reminded them, "Cause and effect reversal isn't the only technique I can use." Afterwards he looked at his withered arm. "Of course, the technique I just used comes at a great cost." The black sword was firmly planted in the ground. Everyone retreated. Onyx bit a strap in his mouth to stop the bleeding and gripped his sword tightly. "I will fight that bastard." Seville stood and assessed. "A truly an interesting fellow. You lost an arm and still show no emotion." A faint blue light appeared on his arm. Seville smiled and mocked. "You didn't think I'd fight you fairly, did you?" Onyx ignored him and, holding his sword, enveloped his entire body in a blue wind. "It doesn't matter. I'll tear you to shreds with the wind anyway." A huge lightning bolt ripped through the sky. Jamie observed from above with Lars and his group behind him. He looked down worriedly. "If it wasn't for Sir Bailey, I would have died." Lars came up from behind and asked him, "Will he be all right?" "I don't know either. We'll just have to watch." He merely reminded them that they couldn't carelessly interfere between the two swordsmen. Both sides seemed almost evenly matched, and the sound of intricate swordplay continued to echo. Soon a huge explosion of two colors destroyed everything around them. Lars looked down, frowning in trouble. "Cause and effect reversal? What kind of cheating technique is that?" He and Jamie continued to observe, their faces sweating and contorted. "Sir Bailey seems to have detected that technique to some extent, but he won't win easily." Seeing Seville's confident demeanor, the two couldn't help but worry. If that technique can be used for both offense and defense, its potential would be limitless. Jamie hesitated, his face dark. "It's just as I thought. I can't just sit here." He could now understand Lars's thoughts. "Because we are both swordsmen." Seville looked at Onyx in front of him with cold disdain. "Do you think you are worthy to be my opponent?" He blocked the attack with all his might, but more and more small and large wounds appeared on his body. Unfortunately, Seville rushed forward and delivered the decisive blow. "I've lived much longer than you." His entire body was drenched in blood. "My face looks much younger than my age, doesn't it?" Lars shouted worriedly. "Sir Bailey," the group behind him also shouted. "Sir Bailey?" Seville looked up and laughed happily. "Now it's your turn." He quickly gathered his strength and leapt. Jamie retreated in panic. "That bastard is coming this way." Ricky immediately used magic. "I'll stop him." Seville rushed strongly towards the barrier in front of him. He reminded them playfully of the goddess's shield, and looking at the group inside, he spoke again. "Have you forgotten? You're not the only one blessed by God." And then he immediately used blue lightning and looked down. "Before the power of the Great Father, this paltry shield is nothing." Jamie immediately activated the orb in his hand and magic appeared. Holiness. The twisting sword tip glowed. A surge of energy enveloped his entire body. Seville smiled with satisfaction. "May everything go as planned." The sword tip immediately came down towards the huge explosive orb. "As per the Great Father's will." He looked down with interest. Ricky struggled to cast barrier magic and the shield gradually cracked. Seville put strength into his sword tip and delivered a fatal blow. "Resistance is useless, little apostle," Lars shouted at Ricky. Suddenly a sharp sword deeply pierced through and blood splattered everywhere and rain poured down heavily. A tired hand reached up to the sky. Onyx lay quietly on the ground. "I'm so sorry, Sierra." His weakened gaze and voice were directed at the sky. "Your son." Suddenly a voice appeared and reminded him. "You're not coveting someone else's mother, are you?" He sat up, feeling the faint voice continue to echo. "Consider this a kind of healing magic." The group above still held on with all their might. "I'll keep this secret of yours, so survive and do your best to protect everyone." He looked at Jamie, who was under an overwhelming attack, and panicked. "If we go on like this, we'll all die." A sword struck him from behind. Seville was unable to react as Onyx charged. "How?" Onyx looked at that expression and smiled with satisfaction. "I don't know either. Go ask that kid." He turned his body and slid down. Seville's eyes widened in surprise. "What?" Just then Jamie pointed his finger and a purple orb flew. Grimia behind him also simultaneously activated a similar orb and blocked it. He pushed the opponent back with the huge destructive power of the attack in front of his eyes. The purple light erased everything in its path. Seville covered his mouth with his hand, his lips pressed tightly. Such tricks are useless. His mind continued to be confused. "What on earth is this power?" Jamie shouted, seeing him struggling to block. "Don't underestimate me. I use this power to destroy you." He struggled to bend his body and block. "Damn it, my divine power is scattering more and more." Soon the air was filled with dust. The form of the purple orb gradually faded as the mist cleared. Sunlight streamed down from above like golden rays. Onyx was passed out on the ground. Ricky sat dazed. "What just happened?" Lars supported someone else and asked, "Where's Jamie?" Seville was not completely dead, and he smiled faintly. "I'm so happy." He stood over Jamie and continued. "To be able to kill you here." Lars and Ricky shouted and rushed forward. Jamie gritted his teeth, unable to move helplessly. "Damn it, I can't move my body." Seville, with cold eyes, plunged his sword down. "Goodbye." Suddenly awakened, he opened his eyes in horror. In front of him, a blonde woman and a young girl were calling Jamie's name in panic. As he struggled to get up, his mother hugged him tightly. "Mom, if you run around on your own like this again, Mom is really going to kill you." His sister next to him also echoed, "Sarah will kill you too." He looked elsewhere with displeased eyes. "I'm sorry. What happened back then?" he recalled, blocking the sword with the barrier that had emerged from the necklace earlier. A faint voice echoed in his mind. "Take it. Someday, when you need it, this item will be very useful." Jamie glanced and remembered that the old man had given it to him. His mother and sister looked helplessly at him, huddled in his blanket. "You really are like your father. You're like your father. I really don't know what that item can do." He poked his head out and asked shyly, "Mom, have you seen my necklace?" The necklace immediately appeared before his eyes. "This," he noticed the blue light had disappeared. She continued, looking at what was in her hand. "This is actually a gift from your grandmother, Jamie." He cautiously asked, "I heard she passed away before I was born and that she had the ability to see the future." In the desert, more than 10,000 kilometers away from Upton, in the southern region of Brienne, a figure flew far away, enraged. "Damn it, what was that light?" "I flew from the north to the south," a voice echoed with a shield. "That woman, please don't harm my grandson any further." Seville was bewildered. A hand reached out and pushed him far away. "Would you mind going far away?" With immense power, he shouted in anger. "Who are you? How dare you?" The outstretched hand only showed a faint silhouette. "No matter how strong, you won't be able to stop this. The price for this has already been paid." He flew away in a panic. "This is his territory. I must escape before he comes." Blazer's voice echoed, "Nice to meet you." Seville, startled, paused in front of the astonished crowd. Frowning, Blazer looked down at him unpleasantly from above. "What brings a busy man like you here?" Instantly, flames erupted. If he answered honestly, Blazer, facing the towering pillar of fire, thought, "I'll give you a quick, painless death." He gnashed his teeth in anger. "You damn monster!" At this moment a soft voice was heard with the rustling of branches. "Everything feels like a dream." At the funeral of Archbishop Sia, everyone bowed their heads in deep sorrow. She had always treated everyone kindly and generously. A great star had fallen. Words were spoken towards the one lying peacefully in the flower bed. "Whoever did this will not be forgiven." Jamie lowered his eyes. "Archbishop," an inappropriate thought crossed his mind. "Could I turn her into an undead?" Then he pressed his lips together firmly. "Anyway, I am now." After finishing his thought, he went outside with the others. "I'm very different from back then," Ricky called out as he passed by. "The goddess wants to see you." Before opening the door and entering, Ricky didn't forget to remind him, "You can't create even the smallest light here, that's the rule." The two entered the room. "All right, let's go in." Jamie, still curious, asked, "By the way, what happened with that matter?" "I thought it ended well," Ricky explained as they went down the stairs. "Don't you remember? He disappeared with the light from your necklace. Was that an artifact?" Jamie followed, replying, "I don't know either. All I know is that my grandmother, who had the ability to foresee the future, made it. All right, we're here." The Sanctuary of Genesis. At this moment a beautiful statue appeared in the middle of an artificial stream. Jamie asked with a bored expression, "It's not going to appear briefly like last time and then disappear again, is it?" Ricky, resigned, put a finger to his lips, signaling him to be quiet, and replied, "The goddess said not to be rude anymore. She's coming, so you can tell her yourself." Jamie walked into the water and before him was Goddess Fa. She spoke. "Allow me to begin with words of gratitude." Jamie, startled, stood motionless in the middle of the water and looked up. Goddess Fa raised a hand and frowning said, "Thanks to you, I was able to strike a blow against Zennies. Would you mind letting me take back a little of your power?" Jamie quickly replied, "Do you want me to explode and die here?" Hearing that, the goddess seemed to realize something and replied a bit awkwardly, "I seem to have been a bit careless. I forgot how fragile humans are." Jamie's face darkened, but she continued, "You should be proud. After all, you are a human acknowledged by a god." Hearing these words, he gnashed his teeth in anger. Truly disgusting words. In the headquarters of the Zennies Church, an enraged shout echoed, "Are you playing games with me?" A man angrily slammed his desk and yelled, "Not only did the plan fail, but he even went missing. I even gave him the sword from the church's sealed vault." The young man opposite replied with a pale, fearful face, "We haven't heard any news. We searched every corner of the Aston region, but found no other traces besides Kanna's body." The man pondered in anger, worry, and confusion. "This is truly terrible. The Loa Tuyen battlefield simulation showed that if we start a holy war without him, we will suffer a great defeat. The Loa Tuyen battlefield, a divine artifact that can calculate the outcome of wars through simulation." After a moment he sighed and said, "The political pressure to make a pact with demons will only increase." The person opposite quickly replied, "Yes, I know about that." He clenched his fist and calculated in his mind, "We should have started the war immediately to turn the situation in our favor, but now we can only wait for him to return." His eyes changed terrifyingly. "Find him and bring him back, by any means necessary." The man, sitting majestically, commanded, overwhelmed by his presence. The young man below quickly knelt and obeyed. At this moment a church appeared, and the sun above still shone its sparkling light upon the world. Below, a group of people stood with very sad expressions. "Unbelievable. You just happened to get news of Diablo Volfir in the mountains?" Jamie looked up and replied, "Yes, but I can't tell you anything. I just stumbled upon it, Goddess Fa continued. Do you think I'll believe your coincidence nonsense? Jamie replied without hesitation. Yes, the goddess also said helplessly. Forget it, it's not important anymore. Jamie spoke. This time I have a question. I know Diablo, my spiritual master, is your archenemy. All right, then do the gods know about my resurrection? He thought to himself and asked again. What happened to him? Goddess Fa rested her chin in her hand and replied with difficulty. How would I know? He must have been sealed in the eternal primordial land of darkness. Even a god can do nothing in there. Hearing that, Jamie hesitated slightly and asked, He can't escape either. Goddess Fa immediately asserted, Absolutely not. We wouldn't have sealed him in a place where there was even the slightest chance of escape. At these words he seemed lost in thought, but inwardly he thought differently. Then it's certain. He covered his mouth with his hand to hide his rising smile. They don't know I died and was resurrected. Suddenly, Goddess Fa noticed something and spoke. That bracelet, I haven't seen it in a very long time. Who would have thought it would reappear in this world? It gave us a lot of trouble. Jamie, standing opposite the goddess, replied, I'm looking for the other two items, the unbreakable distance. Omnipotent, the god slayer. Goddess Fa immediately turned her head and said, Do as you please, I'll pretend I didn't see this. Jamie asked curiously, Then are you marginalized? Goddess Fa also replied, You don't seem to be asking to mock me, so I'll answer. Zenis, Lily, Brahma are one group. Ran and Kulan are one group, Tantiras and Abalado are one group, Yan and Oblivion are one group, and the King of Flames is alone with me. According to her words, a chessboard appeared. Hearing this, Jamie was shocked to think that the sun god was alone. Goddess Fa raised an object in her hand and continued. From the beginning, the King of Flames was alone. It's more accurate to say he reigns supreme as the highest being, rather than being on one side alone. Jamie offered a conjecture. According to your words, you don't seem to feel in danger from being on one side alone? At this, Goddess Fa gnashed her teeth in anger and said, It's because of that damn Zenis. He considers himself G's hound and thinks G abandoned him. He targets me because he thinks I'm the cause. Jamie was extremely flustered. To fight that filthy bastard, he tried to steal all my power. How dare he cross such a line? Goddess Fa gnashed her teeth in indignation. Her hair turned black. Jamie thought worriedly and asked, Is that why you need me even though I'm a dark mage? Now with black hair, Goddess Fa leaned over and looked at him saying, The black mana you possess is endless, very pure, and completely different from that filthy being's deceptive power. Even so, in the past she despised this power so much. He wondered inwardly and asked something else. But I am Diablo Volfer's successor. Hearing that, Goddess Fa waved her hand, making the object in her hand disappear, then closed her eyes and retorted, Then you're saying you can't cooperate with me, one of the 12 gods? How ridiculous. You're the one who approached me mentioning his name. As she spoke, she pressed his forehead with her huge finger. Jamie replied angrily, Yes, I mean we won't be able to completely trust each other. She immediately replied, Then we just need to build trust. Jamie rubbed his forehead and asked irritably, How? Look at the back of your hand. Hearing this, he immediately took off his glove and looked down at his palm. I gave you my mark of promise. There was a unique pattern on his palm. The scene shifts and an executor of the Fa Church placed his hand on his chest and sincerely said, I am the sword that protects the goddess's justice. Along with other priests, Ricky on one side clapped happily, and the young man next to him bowed gratefully. We greet the newly appointed saint. Seeing them, Jamie was confused. It's truly a pleasure to meet you all. I look forward to working with you in the future. Holy marks appear on those chosen by the gods. They receive a mark on their body and are treated like bishops. They have no influence in the world, but they are very sacred and inviolable, so they are not affected by anything else. That Zenis bastard really blocked my way, but I'm truly sorry for being late. Thanks to your help in the moment of crisis, I was able to protect this holy territory. At this moment, a woman enveloped in darkness behind Jamie looked at him with glowing eyes and asked, Crisis? The person opposite left in fear. I'll come back later. Leaving a trembling Jamie behind, he turned back, smiled awkwardly and rubbed his hands, but I can act freely without relying on the church. It turned out to be Jamie's mother. She placed her hand on his forehead and explained, Jamie, you are a member of the Webtoon family and you've joined the Fa Church. I can't believe you're a saint. Hearing this, his sister Sarah's eyes sparkled and she asked excitedly, Mom, what's a saint? At this moment, a man sat behind the girl with a gentle smile. I'll tell you it's. Sarah turned around and exclaimed, Marquis, Jamie asked him. Has Sir Bell woken up? He also turned his head. His mother quickly said, Father, I'll go check. He asked, Are you sure? Jamie's mother hit him on the head without hesitation and said, Yes, you saved my son, so I should thank him. He raised his hand with difficulty and said, Haha, I'll go too. As they approached the door of a building and entered, Captain Fran immediately stood up upon hearing the door open and shouted, Sierra. Yesterday I smiled as I watched him. One person sat in a chair and another sat on the bed looking at each other. Jamie, listening to their conversation from outside, imagined the two teasing each other and thought resignedly, he really has no EQ at all. Jamie went inside and flopped onto Captain Fran's hospital bed saying, I'm so glad. I was worried your arm wouldn't heal. He asked back in bewilderment, Kid, what nonsense are you talking about in front of a patient? Jamie still replied cheerfully, Well, I'm just a kid. Thank you. When Captain Fran expressed his gratitude, he blushed shyly. He immediately stood up and turned his back. I didn't do anything. More importantly, I heard you had something to tell me. My mother told me. Captain Fran replied, Yes, do you know anything about Frontier? Jamie replied blankly, I heard it's a very suspicious organization that uncovers the secrets of the world. Captain Fran spoke to him, looking at his back, startling him. Follow me, Jamie. There's a 9th Circle mage in Frontier who can teach you. Jamie turned his head and asked, they're not human, are they? Captain Fran quickly replied, yes, that's precisely why they can help you become stronger. What do you think? He asked seriously. Jamie thought in confusion, I can't believe he's asking if I want to learn from someone weaker than me. Unbelievable. He doesn't know who I am. Then he replied firmly, I don't need it, he asked again in surprise. Are you sure? They're 9th Circle mages. It's a chance to learn magic that can change the map of the world. Jamie looked him straight in the eye and said, 9th Circle mages are great, but I'm not lagging behind either. Hearing that, Captain Fran exclaimed in surprise, what did you say? Jamie smiled confidently and said, I mean, I'll reach that level in the near future, won't I? The more he spoke, the more excited he became, but he added, but thank you. I'll stop by for a moment. I'm really curious about this ISIS person, the commander there. Captain Fran was silent for a moment, then smiled and replied, they are truly extraordinary individuals, so be sure to visit. I'll introduce you to Isis then. The scene shifted to outside the building. Night had deepened, and a bright moon hung in the sky. Master, you're really too much? The little squirrel wailed pitifully. How could you just leave me like that? You're so mean, Master, Jamie asked back. When did I ever abandon you? I just left you with that grumpy bear. She looked up at Jamie and shouted, but you completely forgot about me later, didn't you? The little squirrel put her hands on her hips and stomped her feet. Tell me honestly, you forgot, didn't you? Jamie raised his hand to calm her. Calm down, of course not. He thought to himself, she's crying so loudly she must be fully recovered. Was I able to sense her location thanks to the artifact I gave her? He then bent down and continued to Benna. Do you know how hard it was for me to walk all this way? You can fly. I thought you had awakened then. She quickly looked at the necklace and was surprised by the beam of light emanating from it. Suddenly an old telephone receiver-like object appeared from inside and spoke. I'd better explain. To save a person, I forcibly awakened her once. That awakening was the result of Benna's strong desire and my help. So you should be grateful to me and Benna. Human, if it weren't for us you would have died to that demon. Jamie, still bewildered, looked at it, then grabbed the cord and asked in confusion, what on earth is this? Is it possessed? How can a hammer talk so loudly by itself? The lump that was making sounds angrily shouted, you insolent wretch, how dare you compare me to a common tool, even if you are Benna's master? If I just hit you once, it shouted. But Jamie still looked at it with curious eyes. Benna then shouted, Habelian, wasn't your voice only audible to me? Hearing that, the lump seemed to have been struck by a bolt from the blue, so, just like the arrogant weapon that had shouted at him. I didn't hear anything. Benna picked up the necklace, tears streaming down her face when an urgent voice came from inside. Benna, don't cry. Yes? Jamie turned his head and said, lost in thought, your awakening was temporary. If you want to awaken completely, you must fulfill some duties. The necklace now trembled and said, you're really mean. Jamie became serious again. And I found Vanir's secret location. Hearing this, Benna forgot her sadness and immediately widened her eyes and asked, you know where Vanir lives? Tiberian then looked down and replied, yes, it's in the deepest part of the Arias forest. The voice from the necklace flowed out again. It's called the Sanctuary of Spring. Jamie, having heard everything, opened his mouth. It seems I can't go there right now. That great forest is a place where even a sword master can barely survive. It seems you'll have to carry out those duties. After this incident, time flew by, and everyone went about their sacred missions and protections peacefully as usual. Ricky and Anna had to go to the great pyro cult. At this time, the sky was still clear and it was inside a mansion. Sarah, with tearful eyes, looked up at her grandfather and asked, did you make Mom cry again? Meanwhile, the Welton family had somewhere else to go. Seeing Jamie coming, her grandfather's face lit up with joy and he approached with open arms calling out, come here, my grandson. Jamie looked at this scene with a helpless expression. Really a bit he went with Ricky and his sister instead of Lars. Wait a minute, Grandpa, Jamie shouted. The Pho church executor, seeing this scene, clapped happily and said, what a wonderful family. Alec joined the Welton family, representing the cooperation between the Welton family and the Pho church, and 15 days later a carriage was traveling down a road. Finally back to H.Y.'s, Sierra and her daughter ran towards Arino calling out, honey, father. He also happily embraced the two women, calling out joyfully, Sierra, Sarah, where is Jamie? Jamie then stepped out of the carriage and called out brightly, Father, you're back? Arino was surprised to see his son. Then he approached his son and said happily, you've grown taller. Jamie also replied happily, yes. The scene shifted to night. Arino was sound asleep with his wife and daughter. What is a sword? A question was posed to Captain Fran. Jamie sat on the bed and asked, I'm really curious, what is a sword to a sword master? Captain Fran then stretched his limbs and said, do you know I was once called a malignant spirit? A sword is a reflection of myself. It was through constant introspection and self-reflection that I realized that what I wielded was not just a sword but also hatred. It was then that I could truly become a sword master. Jamie watched him stretch and replied, I see. He then recalled the conversation he had with Goddess Pho. She had asked, do you want to know about the buried history? Jamie replied, of course. But will you tell me? Goddess Pho then looked a little troubled and said, it might be difficult right now. Jamie asked in surprise, then you mean it's possible later? She explained, there are certain words and the moment they are touched, all gods will know what has happened. These are unavoidable words. Whenever someone even approaches that secret, all of us will know. And whenever that happens, an executor will be dispatched to completely erase that existence. Goddess Pho said seriously. Jamie offered his conjecture. Like the dragon god Brahma, she did not dispute it. That's right, the dragon race, his descendants will step forward. That's what happened to Kanoan. Jamie's hands were tightly clenched into fists at this moment. Goddess Fu continued. Do you think you have the confidence to face even one of them right now? Can you stand against them? The flashback ended, and Jamie opened his eyes. In the end I got nothing. Just like my past self, he was lamenting on his bed at this moment. I have to find another way. The next morning Arino was at the training ground when he suddenly heard a voice calling from behind him. Father? He turned around and asked happily. Jamie, I'm surprised to see you at the training ground. Jamie then said with a serious expression, I have something to tell you, Father. Arino said curiously, Tell me. Jamie hesitated slightly. And with determination he shouted loudly, I want to learn swordsmanship. The scene shifted to a room. Her grandfather stood in front of a large photograph of a woman and called her name. Tina. Young Master B.O., do you know, I really hate this power of mine. Because of this useless power I killed my entire family. He reached out and touched the photograph, saying painfully, Stay with me, Tina. I will be your family and I will protect you from ever using that power again. That's what I said, my beloved Tina. I still don't know what that prophecy was. He was deeply saddened. If you truly needed me, why didn't you tell me that the tax collector who saved my life on the battlefield and became my butler was actually a traitor? Was it truly necessary to sacrifice all those innocent lives? He said painfully. The woman then took out a necklace and smiled. You will soon know who this item should be given to, he quickly asked. Tina, why do you have to prepare for such a distant future? Tina sighed and replied, Stop crying now. This is the first time I've been proud of my power. If young master hadn't held me back then, I probably would have. He then reached out and received the necklace. The woman's last words echoed, You must be careful of that child. The child who will inherit our bloodline. Please let that child not become a disaster in this world. At this time the Welton territory, kingdom of Gendium. It was a huge mansion. The Fu church executor clasped his hands and said happily, It's an honor to meet you. Sword Master. Arino sat with his wife facing the guest and replied, Thank you for traveling all this way. The Archbishop's passing is truly regrettable. He then got straight to the point seriously. Who would have thought the Zenni's church would use nobles? Sierra beside him smiled and replied, Thank you for your concern. Our cult will never forget this kindness. Arino gritted his teeth in anger. If I find a way, I will immediately attack the Zenni's church's headquarters. The daughter of the prestigious Bell family and wife of Count Welton, the mother of Jamie and Sarah, she called out worriedly. Honey? Arino, still enraged, said loudly. Those damn bastards have disturbed our family and they will pay the price. The Fu church executor clasped his hands reverently and replied, Our cult will also provide unwavering support. Arino regained his composure and opened his mouth. Thank you for helping us unconditionally. The executor also immediately replied, Of course, the saint's work is the cult's work. Then I shall take my leave, sir. Travel safely. The conversation ended, and he opened the door and left. At this time, Arino was lost in deep thought. Sierra beside him watched him worriedly and asked, What are you thinking about, dear? He was startled and turned around. He explained, I was thinking about Jamie. I never thought he would become a saint of the Fu church, although they said he could act independently without relying on the church. But Sierra replied with a sad expression, I'm sorry, I should have taken better care of him. Seeing his wife's expression, he hastily explained, Sierra, it's not your fault. Who could stop a child who became a sixth circle mage at 9 years old? I'm just worried about this timing. His face was full of worry. As you know, the Fu church and the Zenni's church will soon go to war. Appointing a new saint at such a time, Sierra replied with a bitter smile. You're worried Jamie will lead the war? Before he left Welton, father told me. She clasped her hands and looked troubled. Perhaps he was chosen because of the war. It's probably because of Ricky that Jamie did that. Arino reached out and held his wife's hand. I can't believe it. I'm worried about you. She still seemed to want to say more. In fact, Sierra was trembling and in a state of panic. I'm so scared something will happen to Jamie. Arino, seeing his wife's appearance, felt heartbroken and comforted her. Don't cry. I promise you I will definitely bring Jamie back. Sierra still covered her face and trembled, saying, But I'm so scared. Mother told me to trust him and watch quietly until the end, but I'm still afraid. Honey, my heart hasn't been at peace for a single moment. She wiped her tears and said. Arino gently comforted her. Trust your husband. No one will harm our child, not even a god. The scene shifted to Jamie. He was in the training ground. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly and shouted, I want to learn swordsmanship. Arino was very surprised and asked back, What did you just say? Jamie replied firmly, I want to learn our family's swordsmanship. And what about magic? Jamie replied, I will learn both magic and swordsmanship simultaneously. Arino asked with a wry smile, So you mean you want to learn swordsmanship for self-defense? No, I genuinely want to learn our family's swordsmanship. Jamie again loudly expressed his determination. Arino frowned for a moment, then turned his back and said unhappily, You underestimate swordsmanship too much. Jamie persisted, That's not true. Arino spoke without looking back. Our family's swordsmanship cannot be trained alongside magic. Jamie followed him and spoke, but Arino said displeased, Ly, it's not a trivial matter to be trifled with. You are underestimating it too much. I cannot teach someone like that. Jamie replied, I am serious. Hearing that, Arino reached out and grabbed something. Then show me your determination. He raised a wooden sword and said loudly, I won't use aura. As the sword tip pointed directly at Jamie's face, he was slightly surprised. Use everything you have to block my sword strike. Jamie raised 2 fingers and asked back, you mean I can use magic? Black was watching seriously at this moment. Arino raised his sword and replied sternly, you may use magic, sword, anything. If you block one of my sword strikes, I will teach you swordsmanship. The soldiers beside them watched this scene and whispered to each other. Haha, young Master Jamie. Wasn't young Lady Sarah the successor to the sword? He seems too engrossed in magic, even if he's a Welton. Isn't it too late now? Jamie thought angrily. I can hear everything you're saying, just like father. Perhaps even more, I can't feel any energy from him. This is more terrifying than anything else. Arino opened his mouth. Are you ready? Jamie replied, yes. He resolved inwardly, I'll break that wooden sword. If father isn't using aura, I can do it. Good, here I come. As soon as Arino finished speaking, he swung his sword and charged at Jamie, who was somewhat flustered. Is he really trying to kill his own son? Jamie raised 2 fingers and shouted, Dark Magic. At this moment, Break appeared with a beep sound and shot an energy arrow forward. Arino was slightly surprised and quickly dodged to the side. He successfully dodged the energy arrow and simultaneously approached right in front of Jamie. He lunged forward and said, a sword is not such a simple weapon. If you're hit incorrectly, it will hurt. Only then did Jamie seriously wave his hand using magic and said, I told you I was very serious. Hand of destruction. A giant magic circle appeared. Jamie quickly attacked his father. The wooden sword shattered. Arino was startled looking at the shattered wooden sword. Jamie still swung his hand with all his might, concentrating. This won't be enough to stop it. The only way to show my resolve is, he gritted his teeth and resolved, to overcome this attack. Suddenly a hand reached out and grabbed his hand. Arino asked in a surprised yet joyful voice, where did you learn this magic? Jamie also replied honestly, I created it myself. This child doesn't need a teacher's guidance. He recalled Marquis Bell's words and thought. So this was his intention. He bent down to look at his son and sincerely asked, Jamie, your magic talent is already outstanding, yet you still want to learn swordsmanship. Jamie replied once again with a serious expression, yes, I have never underestimated swordsmanship. Moreover, I'm not learning it just to look cool. I want to learn it for my future, he said in a voice full of passion. Arino asked in surprise, what do you mean by future? Jamie replied, I thought you would have realized it too. Since that incident, I've learned a lot. Magic alone is not enough. New power is needed to face the variables that will arise in the future. You know that too, father, don't you? He said with a thoughtful expression. Father, although I'm still young, I'm not immature, father. Arino bowed his head and remained silent. Jamie's voice grew louder. I'm truly determined. Only then did he release his son's hand, turn around and say coldly, come here tomorrow at 6 a.m. Jamie, having received permission, replied happily, his eyes sparkling. Yes. At this moment a carriage was traveling down a road. A hand touched the window and looked outside. I wish to meet young Master Welton quickly. A beautiful blonde girl looked out the window with a longing expression. The scene shifted to a room. Jamie woke up and finished preparing while a pair of pink ears called out to their master in their sleep. Jamie put on his gloves, looking at the snoring coming from behind him. I can't believe I have to do this. Benna was deeply asleep, even drooling. Should I wake her? He recalled the image of his sister Sarah. She was sadly wailing and crying out. Squirrel, where is our squirrel? In her hand was a letter that read, Don't look for me. He looked down and continued to think, she can sleep as long as she wants anyway. Today I have to make up for what I did yesterday. And he lightly touched the little squirrel's nose with his finger, creating a magical light. A moment later, the little squirrel appeared beside Sarah, who was also deeply asleep and drooling. At 6 a.m., Jamie left the house. He walked thinking, what kind of training will I receive? I don't expect to learn the family's secret techniques right from the start. I might be the next head of the family, but since I don't even know the basics, the training will still be very difficult. Lost in thought, he had unknowingly arrived at the training ground. He held a weapon in his hand. It doesn't matter what, let's not think about it anymore. I'll master swordsmanship soon. He walked with determination towards the training dummy. He thought confidently. More importantly, the effects of this body are very clear. Inheriting the blood of a prestigious swordsmanship family, strengthened by the seed of life. I'll surprise father this time too. From today I will take responsibility for your training. A man appeared before him and said loudly, This is Deputy Commander Hamilton of the Elite Knights. Jamie was slightly bewildered. He scratched his head and asked in surprise, Wasn't father supposed to teach me? Deputy Commander Hamilton glared fiercely and replied, A rookie who's just starting to learn swordsmanship dares to ask the strongest swordsman to teach him, this rookie. He was speechless and thought, he doesn't seem to be in a very good mood. Deputy Commander Hamilton continued, From now on I will train you. A moment later, Jamie asked curiously, But you don't seem to have a wooden sword. He immediately replied, You won't need that for today's lesson. He pointed behind him and continued fiercely, From now on you will start running laps around the training ground. Jamie said with an exhausted expression, Instructor Hamilton, why do I have to run? I came to learn swordsmanship. Stop. The shout echoed again. Deputy Commander Hamilton pulled out a baseball cap from somewhere, put it on and yelled, Trainee Jamie, from now on don't call me sir, call me instructor. Jamie's eyes widened in surprise. Yes. Inwardly he questioned, What is this? It sounds like I have to obey his orders, doesn't it? All your replies must be understood." His voice continued to echo and he glared, shouting, "Understood," he replied feebly. "Understood. Is that all the voice you have?" he shouted with all his might. "Understood." This time Deputy Commander Hamilton pulled out sunglasses from somewhere, put them on, and said with a satisfied grin, "Yes, very good. Where did those sunglasses come from?" At this moment the running immediately began at the training ground. "Understood." At 9 a.m. the sun was high, but Jamie was still running diligently. "I knew it." Arino looked down at his son from the window and said, "Hamilton is the best at training soldiers." Sierra looked at her husband with disapproval. "You're really too much," he explained. "If that child doesn't want to tarnish the Welton name, he must be treated strictly. And this isn't even cruel yet. This is just the beginning. Once he starts wielding a sword, I won't go easy on him, even if he's my son," Sierra advised for her son. "Can't you go a little easy on him, right?" Arino raised his hands and said awkwardly, "My father never went easy on me either. I'm sure that child will do well. He's our son after all." He approached his wife and said gently, "That's enough. I almost forgot to tell you something." Sierra asked curiously, "What is it?" "Viscount Biscuit's family will probably visit tomorrow." She was startled by these words and jumped up. "Why are you only telling me now?" he explained. "There's still a day left and the Viscount is my sworn brother. Shouldn't we prepare a welcoming banquet?" Sierra turned seriously toward the door and said, "Precisely why we need to prepare even more thoroughly. I'll go. I don't even know where to start." HMPH, she clenched her fists in anger and walked out. He reached out to stop her. Wait a moment." Sierra just sighed blankly. A moment later Arino raised his hand, scratched his face and said, "I just got back and I'm already filled with guilt. My poor son Jamie. If your mother had asked one more time I would have gone a little easy on him." It was already 11 a.m. The sun was high and the sunlight was dazzling. Jamie was still running with all his might. Deputy Commander Hamilton watched from the side, greatly surprised. Truly impressive to have such stamina at only 9 years old. "I always have to watch for when his stamina gives out, but he hasn't even used mana or divine power yet. He's been running continuously on pure stamina without a single minute of rest." Jamie thought and encouraged himself as he ran. Arino said with a laugh, "Honestly, I was a little disappointed, but since Jamie chose the path of magic training, I will do my best to help him." Deputy Commander Hamilton recalled that scene, and watching Jamie perform admirably now, evaluated inwardly. "My lord, it seems the young master isn't only talented in magic." He shouted, "Trainee, you may stop now." Jamie, as if he hadn't heard, continued to run diligently. "Trainee Jamie, you can stop." A hand touched Jamie's shoulder to stop him. At this moment he turned back with demonic eyes. Deputy Commander Hamilton was momentarily startled. A moment later, Jamie came to his senses and asked, "Yes, instructor, is the training over?" At this time he was drenched in sweat and had a haggard expression like a sick person. Deputy Commander Hamilton, still dazed, replied, Yes, today's training is over. Thank goodness, now I can rest." As soon as he finished speaking, Jamie's body leaned forward and he fainted in the middle of the training ground. Deputy Commander Hamilton took off his sunglasses and, recalling Jamie's eyes from earlier, was greatly flustered, not knowing how to report it. At this time the sky outside the window was painted with twilight, very beautiful. Jamie lay in bed and opened his eyes tiredly. "Where is this, my room? Did I faint then the training?" At this moment Sarah called out Jamie's name, sobbing. He heard that sound, abruptly sat up and was flustered. "Sarah, when did you get here? Why are you crying?" she replied with a tear-stained face. "I thought you had died, big brother." Jamie took his sister's hand and offered words of comfort. "Look, I'm fine, aren't I?" Only then did Sarah feel relieved and reply, "Yes, master." The calling sound echoed. The little squirrel was tightly held in Sarah's hand. She cried out desperately, "I'm really so tired. I want to rest now." "Really? I'm more tired than you," Jamie said to his sister with a cunning smile. "Sarah, stop crying now and play with your squirrel friend, okay?" The desperate cry echoed again. "Master!" At this moment someone quickly opened the door, came in and asked, "Are you awake?" The siblings called out simultaneously. "Father, Papa." Only the little squirrel was still being held by Sarah. Arino approached, lifted his daughter and said, "Sarah, I'm so proud of you. You even know how to take care of your big brother. Nanny baked cookies for you." She still spoke cookies. And then she ran out the door with the nanny shouting, "Cookies, squirrel, let's go eat together." Only then did he close the door and say to his son, "I thought you'd be lying immobile from muscle soreness." Jamie confidently raised his fist and replied, "Fortunately I'm fine." Inwardly he thought, "I can't say it's thanks to the seed of life." The seed of life was something he had fortunately picked up when they met again, a creation containing life force. It had self-healing and physical strengthening effects. Arino sat on the bed and spoke. "You must have been very surprised that Hamilton appeared at the training ground." Jamie laughed and replied, "I thought you would teach me, father." He lightly flicked his son's head. "You still have a long way to go to learn from a sword master," he replied with watery eyes. "But I'm your son, father." Arino looked at his son with proud eyes. "Yes, my extraordinary son." A moment later he asked, struggling to recall his memory, "But what happened?" "I remember running, but I don't remember what happened after that." 5 hours and 17 minutes. He even exceeded my expectations. Deputy Commander Hamilton reported to Arino with great surprise. "Amazing stamina and strong willpower." He raised a finger and said to his son, "Don't worry, you completed the training." Jamie asked back with wide eyes, "Really?" He replied seriously, "Yes, therefore." Inwardly he thought, "My record was probably around 3 hours and 36 minutes. You will start swordsmanship training from tomorrow," Arino informed his son with a bright smile. Jamie asked back happily, "I don't have to run anymore, right?" His father replied, "No longer necessary." Really? Jamie asked again. Yes, but you still have to run for an hour every day to maintain your endurance. His expression suddenly became gloomy. Seeing his son's reaction, Arino also tried to smooth things over. Don't you want to? If you don't want to, you don't have to. Jamie didn't refuse, not wanting to disappoint his father. I'll definitely run. He then added a warning. It will take some time for Hamilton to teach you the basics. Don't take it lightly. Otherwise you'll regret it later. Hamilton might be a bit scary while teaching. Jamie, recalling Deputy Commander Hamilton's appearance, drooled in fear. Do I have to see that hat and those sunglasses again? Arino opened his mouth again. If you can endure it, I will personally teach you swordsmanship and the family's dagger techniques within my abilities. He became interested upon hearing his father's words. Dagger techniques, he continued. It won't be easy to learn, but Jamie, I'm sure you can learn it. Arino approached, put his arm around his son's shoulder and said proudly, and Jamie blushed in embarrassment. I'll be waiting. The scene shifted to the next day and a voice was heard. Hey trainee, are you really that dissatisfied with my guidance? Another person's voice replied. No sir. Deputy Commander Hamilton stood facing Jamie. It would be better for you to learn from a swordmaster. Isn't it a pity to learn from merely someone like me who is skilled with a sword? He continued to reply. No sir. Your face doesn't show it though. Jamie, trembling, saluted in a military fashion, gritting his teeth and thinking. Damn it, I guess I'm dead now. He recalled last night in the sky above the Welton territory. To be able to create such training facilities with Grimia, how convenient. Benna looked at Jamie with tearful eyes and asked, Do you really have to go? He replied reluctantly. Why would I lie to you? Jamie turned to look at her and asked, Benna, do you remember what I said before? The squirrel girl still replied with watery eyes. Yes, Jamie said gloomily. The world is changing very fast and we are at the center of it. He clenched his fist. Stand against the 12 gods, I need to get stronger. Benna raised her hand with a determined expression and said, I'll do my best too. Jamie was slightly surprised and turned and said, Then let's begin hellish training. Benna replied dejectedly again. Okay, entering the door, Jamie said confidently. Let's go, I need to conserve some strength. Jamie recalled how he had collapsed on the ground panting from exhaustion during training yesterday. Deputy Commander Hamilton wore a pleased smile. He thought that yesterday's running training seemed to have tired the little brat quite a bit. But he had no intention of going easy on him today. He handed Jamie a wooden sword and told him to take it. Then he turned and said, The basics of swordsmanship are divided into slashing and thrusting. Jamie shouted with all his might. Understood. Deputy Commander Hamilton demonstrated the movements and explained to Jamie. Slashing includes direct slashes, sweeping slashes, slashes from left and right, diagonal slashes and so on. All these are included in slashing techniques. Jamie watched his movements and while impressed thought, It's more complex than I thought. Then Deputy Commander Hamilton shouted with great force. After demonstrating the thrust, he retrieved his sword and asked trainee Jamie, How was the instructor's teaching? Jamie replied with genuine admiration. It was amazing. The instructor said that if he answered vaguely he would make him run. Before he could finish speaking, Jamie interjected. Instructor's feet, your feet. Deputy Commander Hamilton asked in surprise, What about my feet? Jamie presented his analysis. Every one of your footsteps is seamlessly connected to your body's movements. Your way of utilizing every muscle fiber was also impressive. You used little force, yet the explosive power seemed to increase. Isn't that right? At these words, he was utterly astonished. Jamie watched his expression and thought, Is what I said that surprising? All movement begins from the feet. These were words he had heard from a master swordsman 60,000 years ago. Deputy Commander Hamilton looked back and complimented. Good answer. Jamie replied, Understood. Deputy Commander Hamilton cleared his throat, regained his composure and continued, Anyway, today's training is very simple. Repeat what I just showed you 1,000 times. Jamie was so surprised his mouth dropped open. What? He said the only permissible answer was understood and anything else was invalid. Understood, understood. Jamie had no choice but to reply at that moment. Jamie was still training diligently, sweating profusely. Deputy Commander Hamilton continued to watch from outside. He leaned his head against a pillar and thought, I had planned for it to take a year to train his basics. 6 months, no, even 3 months is too long. Then he called trainee Jamie. Jamie was so focused he didn't hear him. Trainee Jamie. When Deputy Commander Hamilton called again, closer, Jamie finally replied hastily. Yes, he instructed. I have an errand to run, so finish the 1,000 repetitions before I return. Understood. As Deputy Commander Hamilton left, Jamie let out a sigh of relief. Finally I can catch my breath. Everything's fine, it was just the instructor's gaze that was a bit scary. Anyway, it was also fun to grip the sword tightly again. He gave a determined bright smile. Jamie thought, the more I swing the sword, the more ideas I'll get to combine it freely with magic. A little closer. Jamie closed his eyes and felt the movement. And a little stronger. Then he swung his sword more fiercely. Jamie smiled, looking at the sword in his hand. That future is still far off, but I can probably reach a new level. Then he looked at Brake and asked the Black Sphere, Are you recording? The Black Sphere beeped in reply, showing Jamie training. Good, then let's finish this, he said. Suddenly, footsteps were heard, human. Jamie's expression hardened in front of the training ground as he sensed something. Flow of life force is strange. Is it an intruder? Jamie immediately used teleportation to appear behind the intruder. He swung his sword, attacking the person, and shouted, What audacious scoundrel dares to intrude upon the Welton family mansion? How brave of you! A girl named Acela quickly raised her hands to block, shouting, Ah? Jamie stared blankly at the person in front of him. Estella, tears welling up in her eyes from fright, said, "You scared me, big brother." After that, the two sat down together. Estella finally let out a sigh of relief and said, "I really thought I was going to die." Jamie looked into the distance and asked, "Are you a wind spirit?" He looked at the surrounding spiritual energy and thought, to maintain a spirit in this world, one would need to be at least an intermediate summoner. The girl was delighted that he recognized her. "Big brother, you recognize me," Jamie replied, looking at her with a helpless expression. "It seems you're not just playing at home, are you?" She innocently raised her hands and excitedly said, "I was training. Then an advanced spirit came to me." Jamie was surprised and asked, "An advanced spirit?" She replied honestly, "Yes, its name is Repeat, a supreme wind spirit." "Repeat, that's the guardian spirit of Sylphid, the famous wind spirit king." He immediately asked, "What did Repeat say?" Estella looked back and replied, "It didn't say anything, it just looked at me and disappeared. Since that day I've been able to maintain spirits." He thought again. "I just thought she was a child, but the world wouldn't focus on her without reason." The girl put her hands on her hips and continued to brag, "But my older sister is even more amazing. My sister can summon an advanced spirit." Hearing this, Jamie shouted in genuine surprise. Estella, seeing his expression, puffed out her chest and continued arrogantly, "I knew you'd be surprised. Even Dad was really surprised. He was so shocked he couldn't say anything." Jamie fell into thought. Of course he'd be surprised. Summoning an advanced spirit at that age means she's a genius like me. It must be because she's reincarnated. The Spirit King Elquines kindly treated the soul of the girl who contracted with him. Suddenly she clutched her head and cried out in pain. Jamie was startled and asked, "What's wrong?" The girl, in tears, said worriedly, "Dad told me not to talk about this, but I forgot." Jamie sighed helplessly. A voice echoed from Welton's study. "Any new news from the Zenni's church?" Valère nodded and replied, "No, but they will make a decision soon." Arino seemed to be simmering with anger. "They'll have to choose between starting a war or disbanding their religion." He put down his teacup. Arino asked again, "Have you found the 7 Knights, Commander?" Valère replied, "Not yet. According to information obtained from Tigris, the secret intelligence organization and business partner of the Eastern nobles, he has not yet returned to the Zenni's main fortress. I wonder if something has happened," Valère said worriedly. Arino replied, lost in thought, "It must be something related to monsters. He wouldn't have been a match. If war breaks out, what would I have done if I were in his position?" When he returns, in a luxurious room, a polite voice echoed, "My apologies for the late greeting, Viscount. It's fine. I hear you're training in swordsmanship." Rebecca bowed her head with an awkward expression. "Train hard. We have high expectations for you." At that moment, everyone was gathered in the large room chatting. Jamie replied brightly, "Thank you for your guidance." Then, from across the room, someone waved and called out to him, "Hey, Jamie." Rebecca, next to him, lowered her head embarrassed. Soon she too seemed to make up her mind, raised her head and began to speak. But before she could utter a word, she blushed from nervousness and lowered her head again. Jamie looked at her puzzled. Why is she acting like that? Recalling her nervous appearance just now, Jamie thought, Rebecca, she's a bit strange. This is the first time I've seen her since the last incident. What's going on? Why do I feel like she's avoiding me? Suddenly a voice calling out interrupted his train of thought. "Trainee Jamie, I told you to rest, but you're distracted by idle thoughts." It turned out Jamie was doing a handstand and had gotten lost in thought. He replied with difficulty, "No, sir." Deputy Commander Hamilton blew the whistle in his mouth, shook his finger and said, "Don't try to deceive me, get up immediately." And he asked, "Did you finish swinging the sword 1,000 times yesterday?" Jamie replied, panting, "Yes, I did." Hearing that, Deputy Commander Hamilton threw him a wooden sword and said, "Is that so? Let's see then." "Understood." Then he seriously demonstrated what he had learned again. His movements were very agile, decisive and perfect. The thrust was very powerful and strong. Deputy Commander Hamilton, seeing his skill, was once again astonished and speechless. He's truly amazing. How can he learn all this in just one day? Will he be able to do it? After finishing the lesson, Jamie stopped and asked, "Instructor, how was my training?" "I don't think it was very good." Deputy Commander Hamilton did not hide it and replied, "No, you did very well. We'll move on to the next stage immediately." He was exhausted, but these words snapped him to attention. Then Deputy Commander Hamilton explained, It's the footwork created by the previous head of the family, your grandfather, the previous head of the Welton family, Bill. He was a master swordsman. He taught the footwork he created to help the Welton Knights grow stronger. It's called the 100 Seas, like surging waves, 100 currents of the sea." Deputy Commander Hamilton demonstrated the 100 Seas and Jamie was greatly surprised by the technique. This is, Deputy Commander Hamilton asked, "It seems you're seeing the 100 Seas for the first time, right?" He replied honestly, "Yes, that's right. I was like you when I first learned it too, but focus," he said, stamping his foot and beginning to demonstrate. He moved with light footsteps and Jamie followed without blinking. It was like a harmonious resonance of movement. Watching Deputy Commander Hamilton's movements, he thought, Mana is moving in sync with his footsteps. The scene shifts to 4 hours later. Jamie was still practicing the 100 Seas technique in the training ground. He thought with difficulty. What went wrong? He continued to move his feet. Instructor Hamilton definitely did this. After a moment he stopped and thought helplessly, "Damn it, I'm out of mana." He recalled Deputy Commander Hamilton's face, happy to see him failing. "Any Welton Knight can use the 100 Seas, you're probably the first one who can't." Eventually he lay on the ground lamenting. "This is really annoying, that arrogant face." This is the first time I've been stuck on something in all my past lives. I know that the mana used in body techniques is different from the mana used in magic, but suddenly some liquid dropped on his face. These are water droplets. A pair of feet appeared. Jamie got up, turned his head, and called out Rebecca's name. She was hiding behind the wall, blushing. Jamie opened his mouth. "Come out." Rebecca poked her head out from the wall and smiled prettily. Hee hee. Jamie drank a few sips of water to relieve his fatigue. The two were sitting on chairs. He turned his head and said, "Thank you, it's really refreshing." Rebecca bowed her head and replied shyly, Rebecca turned her head embarrassed, and Jamie stared at her, unable to understand. But why is she acting like that? Then something suddenly crossed his mind. Jamie moved closer to Rebecca and asked, "Do you have something to tell me? Is it that hard to say?" Her face turned even redder at this moment, and she thought too close. Then she turned her head and stammered, It's not that, I just thought about you a lot." "Why do you think that? When I see you, I get embarrassed. My heart beats irregularly," Rebecca confessed innocently. Jamie replied with a blank expression, I don't know. Was I only attracted to her because of the spirit of the cup during our last conversation?" Jamie thought seriously. "Let's change the subject. I'll think about this later." Soon he turned his head elsewhere and asked, "Estella told me you summoned an advanced spirit?" Rebecca asked back awkwardly. "Estella told you?" "Yes, but it was only for a moment." She looked at Jamie and asked, "I heard you're learning swordsmanship." He nodded and replied, "Yes, I felt that knowing only magic wasn't enough. Swordsmanship is harder than I thought." "Are you having trouble with the footwork?" He was surprised by the question. "How?" Rebecca explained. "Ina said so. I can talk to spirits without summoning them. Ina, an advanced spirit and servant of the Water Spirit King. That spirit doesn't know much about your footwork, but it said you should let the flow move naturally, like stepping with your right foot when swinging your left hand. It said your movements are unnatural." She recounted what she knew. Jamie listened and fell into thought. "Really?" Then Rebecca suggested, "Try to let your body move on its own, in rhythm with the water and wind. You can do it." Jamie also listened seriously to her words and let his body move on its own. "I see, maybe I was thinking too much." As he gained insight, Jamie sprang up, surprising Rebecca. He clenched his fists and walked. She reached out and called Jamie. He stepped back into the training ground. "Finally, I understand. It's different from magic. I can't control mana, but I can make my body move in sync with the rhythm of mana." Then Jamie performed the 100 Seas movement again. "So light, it feels like dancing on water." Jamie's footsteps gradually became more precise. The water current also grew stronger, accordingly enveloping Jamie. And he thought again, "Can I use magic at the same time? A little more, let's focus on mana." Jamie became increasingly excited and continued to move without stopping. At this moment, the spirit world appeared and said, "He has great talent." Jamie was being watched through a purple water shadow. "But the world is full of such geniuses." The spirit realm was suddenly startled by the surge of dark magic energy emanating from within the sphere. Jamie was still training frantically at this time. As he continued to move his feet, a massive and powerful stream of water erupted from his body. The streams of water converged into one place. Rebecca, who was outside, was also affected. Raising her hands to resist the immense force, she struggled to resist, and moments later, she was trapped in a huge mass of water. Rebecca, flustered, called out to Jamie. A thick cloud of dust billowed in front of her. As the smoke cleared, Jamie appeared. He sighed. At this moment he stood in the middle of a large pit he had created. He helplessly looked around, wondering if he had overdone it. Arino, startled, rushed towards his son, shouting loudly. He grabbed Jamie's shoulder and asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" Jamie replied with a slight hint of guilt. "Yes, I'm fine." Arino at this moment thought angrily, "An intruder who dares?" The Viscount also rushed towards his daughter, calling out Rebecca's name. Jamie at this situation stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. Viscount Valère tightly hugged his daughter and said, "Thank goodness you're safe." Rebecca said, "Dad?" Arino at this moment gritted his teeth and asked, "Jamie, where did the intruder go?" Jamie explained, "Wait, father, this was my doing. I was using 100 Cs and accidentally." He scratched his head worriedly and said. Arino, startled once again, looked at him and asked anxiously, "You did this? You used 100 Cs? Wait a minute." But he looked at the pit he was standing in and doubted. The training ground was made of alloy capable of withstanding aura, so 100 Cs couldn't possibly have such destructive power. Jamie immediately explained, "I tried combining 100 Cs with magic and this was the result. I'm sorry." Arino fell into thought. The completed 100 Cs footwork was something even I couldn't improve. He looked at his son with an incredulous expression and thought, could it be that because he's a mage he thought of combining 100 Cs with magic to increase its lethality? No, it's because he chose both magic and swordsmanship. Suddenly, Deputy Commander Hamilton appeared before the two father and son and said seriously, "My lord, as of today I am confident that I have nothing more to teach the young master. Please teach the young master the air-slashing sword art." Air-slashing sword art? It's a secret technique of the Webtoon family that upon reaching a certain level grants the ability to cut through space. Its power is so immense that no one dares to wield it without a solid foundation. Jamie, surprised, asked, "Already? I've only just started learning the basics." Deputy Commander Hamilton calmly replied, "Home basics, that's a technique that only 2 or 3 designated knights can learn." Upon hearing that, Jamie made a sickened expression and said, "What?" Then he looked at Deputy Commander Hamilton with a darkened expression and said, "Didn't you say that all Webtoon family knights learned 100 Cs? Arino at this moment spoke to calm his anger. Those who are incapable of learning 100 Cs usually leave the family's knight order." Jamie was still angry and thought, that's different from what he said. No wonder it felt harder. He still spoke with a darkened expression. Deputy Commander Hamilton at this moment forced a smile and asked, our Night Order is truly amazing, isn't it? He wondered if it was a coincidence that such a talented child appeared in this era of unstable fluctuations. He thought seriously, no, now is not the time for unnecessary worries. Then he smiled and complimented his son. Jamie, well done. Starting tomorrow I will teach you swordsmanship. Jamie, delighted by the compliment, shouted, really? Deputy Commander Hamilton at this moment called out loudly from below the newly created pit. Trainee, Jamie replied clearly. At this moment he said seriously, I don't know much about air-slashing sword art training, but it will definitely be very difficult. Jamie walked up to him and replied, no problem. Deputy Commander Hamilton also didn't hold back his praise. Good attitude. This is my gift. Then he placed his red baseball cap on Jamie's head. This is a medal for you. You completed the training with remarkable results. I hope you become a great knight. Well then, seeing himself being acknowledged, Jamie was so happy that his face flushed as he replied, thank you. I learned a lot from the instructor, Deputy Commander Hamilton said with a joyful smile. I learned a lot from you too, young master. The scene shifted to another location. At this moment, Jamie was leaning on a railing looking down at many people talking below. He ate and thought, Father definitely wants me to focus on training, but I didn't expect him to tell me about the gathering so late. This is delicious. On the surface it's a banquet to welcome Viscount Biscout, but the true purpose is, Jamie's gaze became distant in thought. That the recent situation was not good. Arino at this moment looked down from above and said to everyone, the Zenni's church attacked my wife's hometown and endangered our family. The evil deeds of the Zenni's church will not stop here. And frankly, war will break out. A large-scale war across the continent. Count Simon, who is present here, has also sworn to fight against the Zenni's church with us. Ricta Simon, the Crimson King of Ligon, the Lotus Mage, Arino continued to tell everyone. Our Eastern nobles will always fight, and today's banquet will be the cornerstone for that future. For the glory of the Sedum Kingdom, for the blessing of Count Welton, for the mission of the Great Demon Extermination. Jamie at this moment was still observing and making deductions. The real purpose of the gathering is to set a plan for war against the Zenni's church. Suddenly, a calling voice echoed, hey hey, Acela ran over, calling happily. Jamie asked helplessly, why aren't you with Lady Rebecca? She retorted, why do you call her lady but not me? He immediately explained, what? That's because we haven't decided to speak informally yet. She replied, yes. It's because she acts more mature than me and I act like a child, right? Ah, suddenly Jamie asked, do you admire your sister? Acela, surprised, asked back, who? It sounds like something you said. You like my sister, don't you? At these words, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Jamie helplessly turned away and explained, I don't like her. Inwardly he thought, this body is a black mage who lived for 60,000 years. How could I like a little kid? She cautiously asked again, really, you really don't like my sister? Jamie immediately affirmed, yes, that's right. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, he thought at this moment. I thought something was strange. The two then spoke again. So where did Lady Rebecca go? At this moment, Jamie was walking alone in the hallway. He thought about Acela's words. My sister suddenly got sick, his hands clenched into fists. The day would come when I would use divine power, a calling voice echoed. Come in. Rebecca was in the room at this moment. She opened the door and entered, her face flushed with surprise as she called out, Sir Yans. After a moment he evaluated inwardly, she's not sick, she's lovesick. Then Jamie pushed a chair next to her bed and asked about her well-being. Acela told me. Are you feeling a bit better? Rebecca, still flustered, replied, yes, I think I'm fine now. Suddenly he reached out his hand and said, may I have your hand? Inwardly he thought, she's just like Jane trying to make herself comfortable. Rebecca covered her face with her hand out of shyness but still extended it. My hand? Jamie took her hand and released magic power. You seem to have a fever. This should make you feel better, right? Rebecca replied, yes, thank you. Then her face flushed as she confessed, I missed you. I kept thinking about you. I don't know why. Jamie at this moment was silent. I'm more worried about her than anyone else. But that's all. I can't regain those past feelings. I no longer yearn for things like love, so I'm just regretful. Then he spoke, Lady Rebecca, we won't be able to meet for a while. I don't know when we'll meet again. Jamie finished speaking and let go of her hand. Then he smiled brightly again, but I won't forget you. No matter how many years pass, I won't forget you. I'll always remember you. So, don't be bound by the present. The very happy appearance of the two in the past appeared. Rebecca asked with a slightly sad look, can I write letters? He also answered without hesitation. Of course. Tears welled up in Rebecca's eyes. She held out her pinky finger and forced a smile, saying, you have to reply. I promise, Jamie affirmed. At this moment the scene shifted outside the carriage and the two families stood facing each other, saying goodbye. Viscount Valere spoke, well then I'll be going. Arino also advised travel safely. Before getting into the carriage she winked and waved at him. Jamie, see you again. Yeah, see you. Rebecca also smiled beautifully and nodded before getting in, saying to Jamie, see you in the future. I'll definitely write. Jamie replied somewhat flustered, yes, see you again. Finally the whole family set off and all the Welton family members stood happily, seeing them off. Sierra at this moment smiled and asked, are you really sure you're not popular? Arino also happily continued, I knew it. I don't know how that guy managed to win over both of Viscount Biscout's daughters. Jamie, who had been smiling happily, stiffened into a forced smile and replied, I didn't do anything like that. Arino turned around and said to him happily, "Anyway, though it was delayed for a few days, I can finally focus on teaching you. Jamie, be prepared." The scene shifted to 4 months later in a desolate forest at night. A person in a white cloak sat on a rock and footsteps approached from behind. The person in the white cloak ate something and lamented, This bread is too dry, I wish I had some milk." "Wouldn't you agree, bandit?" The man behind him shouted loudly, "You arrogant punk, how dare you do such things to my subordinates? You'll pay the price." After speaking, he quickly swung his sword. The person in the white cloak at this moment flicked a finger. Space magic activated. Immediately, a magic circle appeared from above. The man running over was trapped in the magic circle and momentarily dazed. After a moment, he was attacked by the power within the magic circle. He screamed in pain, "R." The person in the white cloak at this moment spoke, "I've wasted too much time here. I need to hurry," he continued with a cunning smile. "I'm already excited." He clasped his hands together to create magic and called out a name. "Now I'm coming to meet you, Jamie." This person was Siegfried, the 7th elder of the demonic kingdom's magic world, a mage skilled in space magic. The Welton family's training ground. Looking around, thick snow was falling. One hand tightly gripped the hilt of a sword. Then he unleashed a powerful sword strike. Jamie at this moment asked in surprise, "Father, this is..." Arino looked at his son with great surprise and called out, "Dagger techniques are harder to start than to master. It took me 2 years to master the basics, but Jamie only took 4 months. Then he smiled and said, "Ha, I can't help but be amazed by your learning speed. I have nothing more to teach you." Jamie turned his head, looking bewildered, and asked, "What? But I've only just begun." "The dagger is a sword that cuts through empty space. If you can cut through empty space, it means you've mastered the basics. From now on, it's a battle of exploration. Mastering the basics allows you to cut the air, and the higher the level, the wider the range you can cut." Instead of an initiation ceremony, they learned the Welton family's 10 forms, which is the Welton family's illusionary sword technique. Arino explained. Jamie focused on the dagger in his hand and thought, "If I master this technique, I'll be able to cut intangible things. I didn't have such a sword technique in my previous life." At that moment, someone suddenly ran over and called out, "Master, we have a guest." Arino wondered. "A guest? I don't have anyone scheduled." "Well, the 7th elder of the demon world has come to visit." Jamie heard that and thought, He came right after I became old enough to enter the demon world. The 7th elder would be the greatest genius before me, right? I'm curious." At this moment he asked with a gentle smile, "Father, can I go too?" But at this moment, seeing Arino's angry face, he immediately stopped speaking and thought, "No way. A great noble family is truly different. How much does all this cost?" Siegfried at this moment sat in a chair with his legs crossed, looking around and evaluating. "Well, each artifact is a masterpiece." He admired it. Suddenly an old man appeared and warned Siegfried, "Count Welton is a doting father. Be careful not to die." He thought again, then raised his hand to brush back his hair and said confidently, "That old man is just trying to scare me for no reason. Who would believe that? Everyone knows Count Welton is very gentle." Suddenly the door opened. Arino entered with a fierce demonic expression and introduced himself darkly. "I am Welton." In his mind he thought, "Gentle." Siegfried at this moment forced a smile and again reached out his hand to introduce himself. "Nice to meet you. I am Siegfried, the 7th elder and representative of the demon world." Siegfried was originally a lowly slave, but a wizard who accidentally discovered his talent took him in as a disciple. At 15 he reached the 6th circle. At 20 he reached the 7th circle and was appointed the youngest elder. At 30 he was almost a 8th circle mage, the greatest genius in the demon world. All of this was before considering Jamie, but even so, Arino thought he was a person to be wary of. "The demon world is up to something." He opened his mouth and asked, "What brings you here unannounced?" Siegfried was inwardly flustered. That expression could kill a man. Then he smiled and explained, I came to welcome a great genius. Please forgive my rudeness. If I had informed you in advance, I didn't think you would let me in." "So you knew." The teacup was set down firmly. Arino sat back in his authoritative posture and continued, "Although my influence in the demon world is almost non-existent, I know exactly what kind of place it is. The demon world is divided into 3 factions. The Imperial faction led by Arch-Elder Offenzinger, the king's mentor. The Noble faction led by Marquis Rin, the 2nd elder and highest noble, and the Egalitarian faction led by 6th elder Press and 5th elder, both commoners. With them holding power, the demon world is on the verge of collapse due to power struggles. It's a political battle rife with despicable tactics. Jamie, who possesses both outstanding talent and noble birth, would be thrown into the midst of that chaos." Having said this much, he asked in a dark voice, "You would take my son to such a place?" Siegfried quickly waved his hands and replied, "I understand." Inwardly he thought, "There are no ordinary people in the demon world." He continued to explain, "But they cannot control someone with outstanding talent. Those who are carefully walking on thin ice to gain an advantage cannot take such risks." Seeing Arino's expression, his face turned pale and he thought, "Oh no, such clumsy words won't convince him." Siegfried tried hard to continue speaking. Even I wouldn't want to send my son to the demon world. But the demon world holds immeasurable knowledge, especially the Crown of Omniscience. The Crown of Omniscience, a core piece of the demon world, encompasses all knowledge that can be absorbed by wearing the crown. A great wizard gets only one chance to wear the Crown of Omniscience. He's a father, so he wouldn't hinder his son's potential. He thought inwardly as he spoke. Only then did Arino reply in a gentle voice, "I will ask Jamie." The scene shifts to Jamie. At this moment his eyes lit up as he heard the story and he quickly replied, "I want to go." A knowledge repository containing all the knowledge of the world. Perhaps he could even learn a part of lost history. At this time the sky was already bathed in the beautiful colors of twilight. A person appeared behind Jamie and spoke. "You deliberately came out, didn't you?" "It's Siegfried." He stopped and scratched his head awkwardly, continuing, "Oh, I didn't expect to be greeted by a child." Jamie turned and said it would be better for both of us to speak comfortably. But after seeing his face he inwardly assessed, what? He's disgustingly handsome. He was worthy of being called a genius. His heart and lungs. He already possessed 3 spiritual hearts. Was he planning to create another? He had a body specialized for using magic. This was an ability that could carry over from a previous life. Siegfried saw him staring intently at him, raised his arms to cover his chest and said, feigning shyness, "Oh dear young master, you'll drill a hole through my body." Jamie also felt he was a bit rude and replied, "I apologize, you're much more impressive than I thought." Siegfried heard this, winked one eye at him and replied, "It's truly an honor to hear such words from the greatest genius in history as rumored." Jamie seriously asked, "Do you believe those rumors?" He replied, "Truly amazing." Inwardly he evaluated him. "I thought it was an exaggeration, but Jamie is truly amazing. A body filled with mana. Has he refined Marquis Rin's soul absorption technique? Truly astonishing talent. It's unfortunate for Count Welton. The old mages won't leave this 9th Circle Mage alone. If they can get their hands on this child when Jamie becomes a 9th Circle Mage in the future, the other 2 won't be able to stand against him and will be defeated. Wow, that would be a sight to behold." Having thought this far, Siegfried said, "Aren't you afraid of the demon world, young master? Those violent old men won't leave you alone." Jamie turned his head and replied, "If they come to me I will treat them accordingly." He exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Jamie turned his head again and calmly said, "If the conditions are right I will agree. Surely the famous figures of the demon world wouldn't try to deceive a child." Siegfried then gave a bitter smile and thought, this won't be easy. Demon world. Suddenly a scream erupted. It was the little squirrel Benna, whose eyes nearly popped out in surprise. Jamie was still packing and replied, "Yes, you're coming too. We'll leave tomorrow, so pack all your bags by then." Benna's face turned pale as she said, But the demon world is the holy land of white magic and I'm a dark mage." Jamie was still diligently organizing his luggage. "What dark mage are you? You can't even properly cast a 2nd circle dark magic spell," the little squirrel asked fearfully. "HMPH, when are we coming back?" He glanced back and replied absurdly, "There's no set date." "What, do you miss being loved by young Lady Sarah?" Benna shrieked. "And no, perhaps going to the demon world feels safer than being with Lady Sarah." "Don't worry," Jamie reassured her. "I won't let you think that. The intensity of your training will double on the way there." Upon hearing this, poor Benna burst into tears. "No, I don't want to go, master. Take this. Jamie, the name of this sword is Scott." Jamie was greatly surprised as he received the sword. The demon sword smiled and instructed his son, "Return safely. It's okay to get hurt, but you must come back stronger." Sarah also held out a teddy bear and said, "Brother, I'm entrusting Jenny to you." He immediately replied, "Thank you, Sarah. I'll always think of you by my side." Sierra couldn't hold back and rushed over to hug her son, calling out Jamie's name. Sarah was flustered by her mother's actions. Sierra was touched and instructed Jamie, "You must come back safely." "Yes, I'll definitely write when I arrive," Jamie replied happily. "Yes," she continued, "to think we'll be separated for 2 weeks." Hearing this, he was flustered. Inwardly he thought, "It'll take at least 2 years?" Jamie gave a desperate signal with his hand and asked his father, "What's going on?" His father on the other side was also sweating nervously. Sierra's eyes were glistening with tears, worried about her son. Arino then awkwardly waved his hand and replied, "Honey, don't worry too much. It's only 2 weeks, just 2 weeks." Then he signaled Jamie and replied, "Father will take care of it." He understood the meaning and thought, "No wonder mother let me go so easily. Then I'll be going." Jamie then turned and walked straight away, and the remaining 3 family members watched his retreating figure. Jamie, carrying his luggage, stepped out of the castle gate and asked the person waiting outside, "Are we going straight to the demon world?" Siegfried immediately replied, "We have a place to stop before that. I'm sure the young master will like it." Young master Jamie followed him, asking in incomprehension, "Where are we going?" Fried turned his head and calmly replied, "To Mansair, the city of mana stones. A huge mana stone market will be held there for a while." Mansair, a city that owns the largest mana stone mine in the Sedum Kingdom. Jamie was lost in thought, turned back and smiled, "I'm glad you like it. Shall we go then?" At this time they arrived at Shark Manor. It was a forest with only bare tree stumps due to the snow in the Kenton Mountains. There were huge rocky mountains. The 2 walked and talked. Jamie said, "I've been thinking about that." Siegfried replied, "But isn't a sword for self-defense?" He immediately turned his head and replied, "No, I don't know how to use it properly." He asked in surprise, "You can use both swords and magic, but then it's easy to lose balance between the 2. Jamie immediately turned his body, swung his hand once and confidently replied, "I'm getting stronger and stronger, so there's no need to worry." Siegfried also smiled happily. "If you say so, then it's fine." Suddenly, Jamie looked around and said, "Anyway, I was looking forward to coming here, as I heard it's the center of power in the south, but it looks too desolate." Siegfried immediately explained, It may seem so, but this is the source of life in the south. The mineral reserves here are of 6 types, and the magic crystal mine called JC Union Cendremonte is known to have a special influence." Shall I tell you an interesting story about this Kenton mountain range? Children like these things, don't they?" Siegfried clapped his hands excitedly and said. Jamie had a disgusted expression. Then. Siegfried immediately began the story. 1,000 years ago a huge volcano erupted here. The lava continuously destroyed villages, but no one could do anything. Then one day a mysterious wizard appeared and faced the volcano alone. A huge volcano appeared. The next day, the volcano stopped erupting and the crater was filled. The wizard disappeared without a trace, leaving a prophecy: when the monster awakens, calamity will descend once more. Jamie listened to the story and said in disbelief, "A monster in the volcano? That's ridiculous." Siegfried also smiled and replied, "Right, but even the Wizards' Council somewhat acknowledges that story. Some traces might have been found." Suddenly, a person in a black cloak above them simultaneously knocked several arrows and aimed them. The arrows flew straight towards them. Siegfried was flustered, dodged, and shouted to remind them. "Danger!" Jamie leaped to another spot, dodging the arrows. "An ambush!" From the mountain above he shouted loudly, "Siegfried, you bastard!" At this moment a bald man appeared, pointing his sword downwards and shouting, "I've come to avenge my brother. I swore to capture and kill you." Behind him were triumphant subordinates. Jamie turned and asked him, "Do you know him?" Siegfried gave a bitter smile, scratched his face and replied, I don't really know, I don't remember well." Then a thought suddenly crossed his mind, annoying. Should I test him with this opportunity? Thinking that, he leapt to the side and said, feigning pity, "Oh dear young master, would you mind helping me?" Jamie looked at his pathetic appearance and replied, "Why me? You're the 7th elder. What are you doing? Don't be so difficult." Siegfried tried to persuade him, "It's a chance to practice swordsmanship." Then he rubbed his hands together, winked and said, "Please." Jamie thought, he wants to see my skills, this cunning fox. Let's finish this quickly. Then he reached out, grabbed the hilt of his sword, drew it, and used Sky Destroyer sword art on this group. What a waste. The bandits above leapt down one after another and said, "Truly despicable, using that kid as a shield." The boss rushed forward and shouted, "Don't blame me even if you die, kid." His feet stood firm and Jamie swung a powerful sword strike. A tremendous amount of energy burst forth. Siegfried watched this seriously. He instantly took control of the surrounding environment. Truly ferocious magic. The boss faltered before even getting close and shouted, "This kid." Jamie used the 100 C's transformation technique. He raised his sword to his face and shouted loudly, "Ha!" Immediately the boss was hit by the 100 C's and slammed into the ground, creating a deep pit, and dirt and stones flew everywhere. He spat blood. Tremble looked up at him and cursed, This bastard." Then he and his subordinates got up, still arrogantly bluffing, "I was going to go easy on you, but I guess I'll have to do this." But before he could finish speaking, Jamie swung another sword strike, black sword style first form. Flow of explosive energy. He spat blood again and was sent flying. Thunderous roar. As the thunderous blow struck the bandits, they screamed miserably. Jamie then easily dealt with all of them. He sheathed his sword, turned around and asked, "There's no room for doubt now, is there?" Siegfried thought with a satisfied smile, "Truly a merciless demon with a sword. In 10 years no one will be able to stand against this child." Having finished his thoughts, he clapped and cheered, replying, "When did I ever doubt you, young master? Truly magnificent." Jamie looked at him with a sulky expression and said, "Just flattering me. You wanted to test me, didn't you? Anyway, it's over, so let's go," Jamie said as he walked past him. Suddenly Fried said, "Hold on a moment." Then he happily squatted down, picked up the bandits' belongings and cheerfully said, "We have to take what we can. Bandits call this luck, you know." He followed his actions, speechless. The scene shifts to when they arrived in Sendranth. People were busy moving about on the streets. "It's a strange place, but truly beautiful, isn't it? I hope the item I'm looking for is here." Siegfried hummed cheerfully to Jamie. Jamie, following him, asked, "Is that shop far?" Siegfried replied, "We're almost there." The two arrived in front of an old house that emanated a thick dark magic aura. Siegfried turned around, smiling brightly, and asked, "A little shabby, isn't it?" Jamie, dumbfounded, retorted, "A little?" Jamie calmly opened the door and walked in, saying, Come on, why are you so surprised? I slept in a pigsty when I was a slave, you know. Did you hear that?" Poor Jamie coughed at the doorway, thinking, "There's too much dust, my lungs are tickling. I don't sense anyone here. Is it abandoned?" Suddenly a loud voice rang out, "You unlucky wretch, is it you again?" Jamie was startled and thought, "I swear I thought there was no one here." Siegfried still spoke cheerfully. "I told you I was coming. Did you get the item I asked for?" A hat popped out from under the desk and replied, "Not yet, you're in too much of a hurry." Jamie suddenly approached, stood on his tiptoes and peeked. "Looks like a wizard, but I can't see clearly." Then he tried to use magic to fly up. "If I do this," Siegfried was still chatting cheerfully, "so flight magic is forbidden here." The small woman behind the desk looked up unhappily, manipulating a weapon. Jamie was utterly surprised to see it. A dwarf, enveloped in some energy, he exclaimed in a panic, "Shield, shield!" Inwardly he thought, "What the hell is this?" Jamie was hit on the head by Madame Kyriel's weapon and felt dizzy. Madame Kyriel spoke, "Little boy, this is an anti-magic artifact. It can nullify magic up to the 5th circle. So your shield is useless." Jamie listened, puzzled. "It can block magic? I can't believe such a national treasure is in the hands of this shabby shop owner. Who is that woman anyway?" Siegfried spoke. "If you don't have the item, there's nothing we can do. I'll come back later. I'm not finished explaining yet. I got the item. But it won't be delivered for 2 days." Hearing that, he was overjoyed and double-checked. "Really?" Madame Kyriel replied. "But I can't just give it to you for free," Siegfried asked back, unable to understand. "What? You promised to give it to me if I found it?" Jamie interjected. "Is there a condition?" Madame Kyriel replied with a menacing expression. "You're a clever little boy. Bring me the heart of the Dark Lamb, which will be put up for a secret auction in 2 days. I'll pay for it." The heart of the Dark Lamb. Dark lambs live in darkness and only appear on the night of a full moon. It is a rare ingredient for alchemy. If you bring that, I'll sell you the item cheaply, she said. Siegfried unhappily took the paper and replied, "You'd better keep your promise." At this moment the two had already left the shop. Jamie looked up at him and asked, "What is the item you're looking for?" Siegfried replied, "It's a secret." He asked again, "Then who is that old lady?" Siegfried replied, "Madame Curiel is known as a great alchemist. She's also a merchant with branches all over the world, and all branches are connected by space-time tunnels she created." He was greatly surprised by this information. "She created warp tunnels that connect the entire world, is that possible?" Siegfried turned around and calmly explained. "She's an 8th circle mage. She doesn't belong to any nation or faction. She can go anywhere she wants." Jamie thought again, "She's that amazing, but she's still a dwarf." "Let's rest here for a while," Siegfried said as they arrived in front of a house. Jamie replied, "At least it looks somewhat decent." "Wait a minute," Jamie asked with some hesitation. "You're not planning to use separate rooms, are you?" Siegfried calmly replied, "What's wrong with sharing a room? It saves on expenses, it's good." He felt nothing but helplessness at this moment, late at night. In the back alley of Cendremonte, figures in black cloaks were talking to each other. "The secret auction will be held at the Liam Museum in 2 days. Will that item really be here? The item list is a secret, but it's highly likely." Another person asked again, "If we get our hands on this, can we really awaken him?" The person opposite replied, "The ancient texts led us here, so this is also the Lord's will." One of them reminded, "Don't get too excited and lower your guard. We must obtain it even if it costs our lives. All for the great goal of our cult." At this moment a person in a black cloak jumped out from inside. Next to it was a tall and magnificent building. The person in the black cloak stood in front of a wall and called out, "You can come out now, Benna." The little squirrel jumped out cheerfully. "Wow, freedom." That person was Jamie. He instructed her, "Cast wind magic on me. I need to hide inside Grimia until tomorrow." She replied in a panic again. Jamie grabbed Benna by the scruff of her neck and replied, "Yes." "If Siegfried catches us," Benna exclaimed, looking at the passing carts. "Wow, master, look at those magic stones," he thought angrily, cutting me off in mid-sentence. Then he put her on his shoulder and explained, "The reason they're transported so openly is that they're low-grade magic stones." Benna still turned her head to look back, curious. "Then how do they transport high-grade magic stones?" Jamie replied. "Who knows, of course, they transport them secretly, hidden in items that others don't know the purpose of. Or they transport them to dark and secluded places," he said as they passed through a place where people were working. Suddenly Jamie stopped as if he had realized something. The stone in his hand emitted energy, startling him. "A strong reaction. What is it reacting to? There's something in this area." Jamie looked around, observing. Suddenly he noticed a box held by a passing man. That box. There are at least 3 sealing talismans and possibly up to 6. Such a strong reaction to an item with so many seals. Could it be one of the 3 great holy artifacts? Thinking that, he followed the 2 men carrying the box. The man in the green vest said, "What's inside must be a rare item. That's why it's so heavy." As the 2 men put down the box, the other man replied, "I heard it's an item for auction. That's why it's being stored so carefully." Jamie watched from afar, thinking, secret auction. "I was just going to observe since it had nothing to do with me, but now I need money." The scene shifts to Madame Curiel. She looked at a photograph and said, "Today I miss you even more." Inside was a photograph of a gentle boy. "Finn, it's Mom, please don't cry." She recalled her past self. "Every time I used the harmonica, you were by my side. You would always be there whenever I wanted you to. I couldn't save you no matter what I did." She held a trumpet and shed tears. "But it's okay now, if I can just get my hands on the heart of the Dark Lamb." Suddenly, a shadow of a person appeared in her crystal ball. That child was Jamie. He came in, smiling brightly, and said, "Hello." She asked, "What brings you here at this late hour?" Jamie still smiled brightly and replied, "Nothing much, I just want to borrow some money." Madame Curiel listened, stunned for 5 seconds, then with a disgusted expression retorted, "Money? How much?" Jamie playfully made a heart shape with his hand and replied, "As much as possible, the more the better." She shouted loudly, "Get out!" Then she swung her weapon at him. Jamie immediately ducked, dodging, and said, "I just have to pay it back, right?" Inwardly he thought, "This is the only woman I can borrow money from." Then he asked again with a serious demeanor, "Don't you want to enter the dark world?" Madame Curiel was flustered as her identity was exposed. "How do you know?" Jamie thought triumphantly. "Only a few people know this, but I do. The heart of the Dark Lamb is an ingredient for making an item that opens the door to the dark world, isn't it? The dark world is a realm completely opposite to the material world, a mystical domain unknown to this world. The king who rules that world is the king of dark spirits, and only those permitted by the Spirit King can enter the dark world." Jamie sat in front of her and said, "It's not a place you can go to just by having the ingredients, but I know the way." Madame Curiel asked back suspiciously, "How can I trust you?" Jamie replied firmly, "I'll explain with a soul contract. A soul contract is a dangerous contract. It uses the contractor's soul itself as collateral, binding them to the contract even after death." After speaking, he thought inwardly, "This is crazy. But there's no other way." Madame Curiel asked again, "Conditions?" Jamie also replied seriously, "After the contract is completed, I receive the down payment." "Deal," she said. 2 days later, in the basement of the Liam Museum, people were buzzing, laughing, and talking. Siegfried reminded, "Be careful, don't reveal your identity. We have masks that hide mana, but still, be careful. At this moment the two were already wearing masks. Jamie replied, I don't want to be found out either. A stranger walked past the two. Jamie looked in that direction and thought, "This forest scent, an elf?" Siegfried saw him standing blankly and asked, "What's wrong?" Jamie replied vaguely, "Nothing, I think I saw wrong," he said, unable to understand nonsense. "Anyway, let's go inside." At this moment they were sitting below and guards were observing the hall from above. Siegfried said, "Madame Kirill found us a good spot?" He also replied, "Yes." Then Jamie looked down at the front and thought, "The person in front is the one I passed earlier. Are the people next to them friends?" The person presiding over today's auction spoke. "Welcome, distinguished guests. Thank you for attending today. The first item is," he spoke, extending a hand to one side. A cart covered with a black cloth was being pushed out by a person. The black cloth was removed. Inside was a cage with two people trapped. The auctioneer continued, "Elf slaves. Bidding starts at 100,000 gold. Then shouts of bids began to be heard. 400,000, 1 million behind the mask." Siegfried's expression turned to anger. The auctioneer continued, "Come on, come on. The amount is skyrocketing." Jamie next to him looked at Siegfried and thought he must be upset. He was a slave once too. Again shouts were heard. 3 million gold. Sold. At this moment he focused on the two people in front. One person next to them patted the shoulder of the trembling other person, calming them. "Calm down," he guessed, "they must be elves." The auctioneer's shout was heard again. "And now we move on to the next item. This item, thank you for waiting for today's highlight." A small colorful orb appeared in a box. "The heart of the dark lamb." Everyone exclaimed, "Truly beautiful." Siegfried said, "Finally found it." The auctioneer above now pointed to the item and said, "Now put all your wealth on the table and claim it." The people below eagerly shouted prices. 10 million, 25 million. Jamie looked at his companion and said, "We should participate too." Siegfried reassured, "Calm down." Again shouts were heard from above. 43,500,000. "Any more bids?" Siegfried raised his bidding card and shouted, 1 billion. Jamie next to him looked at him flustered. That much money could run the HYS's territory for a year. The auctioneer again shouted loudly, 1 billion. "Any more bids?" "The heart of the dark lamb is sold for 1 billion gold. It's like a storm just passed." Then he reached out towards a rather large box being transported and introduced. "The next item is equally valuable, ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention. I present to you the ultimate stone of omnipotence." Omnipotence. Jamie was startled to hear this word. "Why is that here?" he continued to introduce. "This stone contains enough energy to power an estate the size of the DM Holy Land for 10 years. He cursed inwardly. "What? They're only introducing the efficacy of that stone to that extent. Do they even know what that is?" A mysterious stone appeared. The introducer continued, "Who will claim this energy stone?" 8 billion. A girl raised her bidding card and said. The auctioneer was greatly surprised at this moment and exclaimed, 8 billion. 8 billion right at the start of the auction. At this moment everyone focused on the girl, and only Jamie remained motionless, very uneasy. "Any more bids?" 8 billion. "The ultimate stone of omnipotence is sold for 8 billion gold. That girl was Benna. She made a V sign with 2 fingers and smiled at Jamie. "Master, I did well, didn't I?" Siegfried next to him admired. "That person must be incredibly rich. To spend 8 billion on a single stone." Jamie, feeling guilty, lowered his head and sweating replied. Indeed, inwardly he was beside himself with regret. That kid just spent 8 years' worth of operating funds. Having finished their mission, the two left the auction house together. "We've seen all the auction items, so let's get our purchases and leave." "Yes. This item is a holy artifact discovered near the Kenton mountain range volcano." The two passed by a golden box being transported. Jamie was momentarily puzzled. Ancient script was engraved on that item just now. "If you sleep here you will never awaken again." "Talismans." Siegfried hastily blocked Jamie, reminding him, "Young master, stay by my side." Jamie asked curiously, "What was that just now?" At this moment a person behind Jamie rushed over to the organizer and reported, "President, it's terrible. All the items have disappeared. Someone has stolen all the items." Outside a group of people were talking to each other. A blue-haired person angrily slammed their hand against the wall and said, "Damn it, why are our kin auction slaves?" Another person intervened. "Calm down, Alex is looking for those elves." The blonde man comforted the blue-haired woman. "I understand how you feel, but our priority right now is to meet that person. We need to go before the auction staff find us." "How dare they lay their hands on my things?" Jamie gnashed his teeth and said in anger. Then he and Siegfried jumped down from behind the group. They turned around in surprise. Jamie pointed at them and said in a fierce voice, "Give back what you stole, before I kill every single one of you." The blonde man stepped forward, sword in hand, and reminded them, "Everyone prepare for battle." Siegfried's eyes gradually sharpened. "Understood. So words are no longer useful and we must fight, right?" Then he created a spell that corroded the 2 swords in the blonde man's hand. The person next to him called out worriedly, "Isa, watch out." The blue-haired woman gnashed her teeth in anger. "Those bastards from the auction house." Then she created huge green ropes and attacked Siegfried. He was unfazed, clenching his fist to generate more powerful energy, corroding the ropes. The blue-haired woman saw it and exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Then she turned to look at the red-haired man carrying a bundle behind her. The blonde man then jumped up and said arrogantly, "How dare you use such cheap tricks on me?" Suddenly a shout made him turn back worriedly. "Hey up there!" Siegfried was still emitting his magic. The blonde man was trapped by a surge of power and screamed in pain. "Ah!" A voice from outside called out, "Isa!" Another one of them angrily jumped up and shouted loudly, "You bastard! Stop right now!" At this moment Jamie stepped forward, attacked the man, and uttered a contemptuous remark. "Weaker than I thought. The man was hit by Jamie's powerful blow and fell to the ground, sliding a long way. He couldn't help but curse. "Damn it, how dare you!" An invisible force oppressed everyone present. Everyone on the opposite side was overwhelmed by the pressure, falling to the ground and screaming, "Ah, ah, ah." Siegfried then coldly delivered his verdict, "Die." A magic circle, a round ring on his wrist, appeared. Invisible blades gradually shattered. A person appeared from the darkness and asked, "I wondered why you were so late. Something must have happened." The people on the other side were extremely happy and shouted, "We were saved." Jamie then looked at the person with a wary expression and thought, he blocked that attack too easily. Who is he? Siegfried then turned around and quietly asked for his opinion. "From the looks of it, he's a master level. Do you think we're at a disadvantage?" he asked back helplessly. "Why are you asking me? You're the adult." Then he turned his head and said, "Do we really have to fight? Can't we just get our items back?" Siegfried replied, "What would we do if we caught them? There are already people chasing them anyway." Then he spoke to the person who had just appeared. "Excuse me, may we negotiate?" The person replied, "I thought you were here to catch us." "What do you want?" Siegfried said. "If you return the heart of the Dark Lamb, we'll leave. After all, it's something I bought," Jamie reminded him from behind. "And the Stone of Omnipotence too." Siegfried immediately continued, "That's right, and the Stone of Omnipotence." Then, as if realizing something, he turned and asked him, "How? We didn't buy anything like that." Jamie then said guiltily, "I'll explain later." Han turned to the people on his side and asked, "Are you all right?" The orange-haired man said to the red-haired man next to him, "Ramu, give it back to them." The red-haired man then tried to regain some pride. "Hey kid, listen up, we're letting you off easy." Jamie asked in surprise, "Oh really? Do you want to fight again?" The man who had just appeared laughed and said, I don't distrust you, but I need to confirm just in case." Suddenly he exclaimed, "Young master, your hair." Jamie was startled as he opened the box, then flustered. He thought, the transformation magic wore off. There was no monoflow either. "How? Green hair? Welton family member are you, Jamie?" Han's face looked extremely pleased as he realized something, just as Lord Onyx said, "Ha ha ha." Siegfried then asked Jamie, unable to understand, "Do you know this person?" He also replied, not understanding what was happening, "I've never met him." Then they asked Han, "Hey mister, do you know Mr. Onyx?" Han's face turned extremely sinister as he asked back, "Mr." Jamie approached him and explained, "We just asked if you knew him." Han trembled with anger, calming himself inwardly. "It's fine, I'm stronger and older, so I should endure it." Then he raised his head and arrogantly introduced himself. "Well, I know him, we're all Frontier." Siegfried was horrified. Hearing the three words, the Frontier, he immediately stood in front of Jamie and reminded him, "Young master, it's dangerous. Step back." Jamie asked, unable to understand, "Why suddenly?" "The rebels who are trying to conquer the kingdom of Harmonia in the western continent, their leaders are all called Frontier." At this moment he thought seriously. "Harmonia, I heard there was a rebellion due to corruption, and the leaders are Frontier?" Han said with a friendly smile. "Let's get out of here first. I'll explain everything later. The longer we stay, the more troublesome it will get." Siegfried warned him, "You'd better explain everything in detail." The scene shifts to the auction organizer. He was standing in front of the guards and shouting loudly, "Hey, what do you mean you couldn't catch the intruders?" The interior of the hall was in chaos, everything broken. He continued to curse, "You bragged about being a master of combat, didn't you? How much money did we pay you, huh?" The guard then turned and left, saying, "Now it's time to conclude the contract." The scene shifts to a snowy forest. It was late at night, the moon was high, and two warp gates appeared in the wide valley below. Han then smiled brightly and said, "Wow, this is amazing to travel this far without a magic circle." "Stop with the nonsense." Siegfried seriously asked him, "Why did the rebels come to Sedum? Surely you're not planning a rebellion here too?" Han then replied nonchalantly with a smile, "We're not rebels, we're freedom fighters. We just came to Sedum to get some items. How could a tower elder do such a thing to his hometown?" Jamie couldn't help but ask, "So what are you chasing?" Han was angry, but reminded himself inwardly, "It's fine, we're all adults." The orange-haired man behind him, thinking that he was talking to them very politely, spoke instead, "I am in charge of this matter. Since Lady Isis is watching you, it's okay to tell you. This is what we are chasing." After speaking, he showed a golden rectangular block. There were letters engraved on the surface, and he explained, "A long time ago, Frontier sealed a monster in Kenton volcano. This is the key to releasing Bios." Jamie listened in surprise and exclaimed inwardly, "Bios Black, the creator of techniques. J.C. Moon, the ruler of the oceans. The colossal beast Bios. The demons created by the demon Diablo to oppose the 12 gods. Bios is alive. I thought he died after going missing in battle." He was lost in thought, now realizing that something was very strange. Is it a coincidence that traces keep appearing in Sedum? Suddenly Han faced them and spoke, "Is that enough? We'll be leaving now." Siegfried replied, "All right," he said to him with a friendly smile, carrying a bell on his shoulder. "See you again later." Suddenly the huge guard from earlier appeared. "So this was your meeting place, you thieves." 1.2 Siegfried also felt overwhelmed. This power. 1.47 Han was also extremely surprised and asked, "These numbers, who are you?" Immediately the huge guard rushed forward, punched him and said, "With your skills." Then he landed a blow, sending Han flying. Then he clenched his fist and said arrogantly, "Know this, I am Darius 2.01, the Supreme Dark Ruler, alias." At this moment something flashed by and Braha rushed forward enraged. "You bastard!" Darius, without a hint of surprise, lightly elbowed her, making her spit blood, and scoffed, "Level 0.5, this is no place for you." The red-haired man was Ramu, and the orange-haired man was Iza. Both were extremely surprised and rushed to Braha's aid, but Darius easily grabbed their heads and slammed them together. 0.73, 0.49, the same goes for you. Then the two were mercilessly thrown aside. Han was still standing there observing the situation. He smiled cunningly. He caught up. "Is it my turn now?" Then he raised his bell and energy light shot out from above it. Han smiled confidently, controlling his energy to attack him. "Take this." The ground cracked under the pressure. Han continued to shake his bell, exploding the spot where Darius was standing, turning the situation around. Empathy, a counterattack technique that reflects all damage inflicted upon oneself back to the enemy. In the end he collapsed to the ground, and Han raised his bell with all his might once more, even stronger. "I'll end everything here." He struggled to block with both hands, and as a huge energy orb formed, everything around them, even the dirt and stones, was hollowed out, turning into ruins. Jamie couldn't help but be shocked at this sight. Unbelievable. How many more powerful individuals like this are there in Frontier? When the deed was done, Han asked expectantly, "Did I defeat him?" The level suddenly increased. 1.71. Darius appeared without a single scratch. "Is that reality manipulation power? It seems useful, but it's nothing compared to Kone." Han's face turned slightly pale as he shouted, "He's completely unharmed." Then Darius made a threatening remark. "Give me that item and die peacefully. Otherwise, I apologize for interrupting your conversation." Suddenly Siegfried said with a gentle smile, "We are merely guests, so we'll be leaving now." He replied unpleasantly, "What if I say no?" Siegfried then replied in a dark voice, "Then we too will have to cooperate." Jamie thought to himself, "This seems like a chance to repay my debt to Fran." Siegfried turned to that side and reminded him, "Young master, be careful. That man is Darius of the Shadowless 100 Fists. He was the champion of the underground arena for 10 years, and it's rumored he defeated 2 master swordsmen." Jamie then felt strangely excited. A master of combat, how exciting. Han then turned and reminded him, "Hey kid, step back." Jamie firmly replied, "No, leave it to me." Then he reached out and created his powerful magic. Remia lightning. "This is my created artifact, Remia." At this moment, all that remained was for him and Siegfried to face Darius in this isolated space. He thought he created this space to freely manipulate objects around him. Spatial awareness. Even without seeing, the user can perceive everything within the area of effect and understand its arrangement. First thought, Darius arrogantly leaped up and shouted loudly at him, "You wizard!" Siegfried was then operating his magic with some difficulty, resisting. Darius then punched the ground, shattering bricks and raising a thick cloud of dust. The two then moved to another location. He saw it and said angrily, "You rat! Absolute annihilation strike." Han then appeared behind him, firing arrows at Darius, attacking him. Suddenly he turned his head and was surprised. Space-time manipulation. Siegfried then reached out from behind him and attacked him with magic. Siegfried's magic could manipulate space-time without a medium. He shouted in a low voice, "Get away from me!" Darius was hit by the magic, spun around and was hit in the back. Grimia transformation, 5-layer wall. Jamie then raised 2 fingers and cast a spell. Stones rained down from above as if to crush the living beings around them. Darius was still unharmed and thought, the space has changed. A hand created magic and descended towards the person sitting in the middle of a deep crater. Omega Impact. A high-level spell with immense destructive power that compresses the space around a designated area. It turned out that the person lying in the crater was Darius. Having been hit so miserably, he was then angry, and flames erupted all over his body. Siegfried then thought worriedly, he's using his aura as armor. Jamie also came up with a calculation. I can't just keep watching. He held a magic orb in his hand. Grimia transformation, endless abyss. Immediately, the bricks where Darius was standing collapsed. He thought worriedly, that kid is controlling space, quite annoying. Then he leapt up and said, if possible, I don't want to kill a child. He rushed towards Jamie at top speed and threw a punch. But you understand if you hate me. The force was strong enough to cause a huge explosion. Siegfried cried out in horror. Young master, Han, also surprised, shouted loudly. Jamie! Suddenly Darius appeared with an expression of disbelief. He broke into a cold sweat and said, how? Didn't you expect it? If you're a master, you must never lower your guard. Jamie was under his punch but replied with a very confident expression. Omni, an artifact with the ability to completely nullify all physical damage, one of Diablo's 3 great divine weapons. And if I wield this sword, one hand gripped the hilt and drew the sword. Welton's swordsmanship first form, Phantom Slice. A space-cutting / infinite version. Darius's entire body was now enveloped in his power. He now wondered if this was swordsmanship. Jamie tried to calculate. It hasn't hit yet. I need to slash one more time. Welton's swordsmanship variation. 100 Cs. Immediately a powerful stream of water appeared with his sword strike. It seemed a bit overwhelming for Jamie, but he tried his best. Suddenly Darius grabbed his sword with his bare hand. Everything ends here. Space blurred. Bricks almost disappeared. Darius was still holding the tip of Jamie's sword. He was slightly flustered by the sight before his eyes. Jamie thought in horror. He stopped Grimia's activation with pure strength. What a monster! At that moment Han rushed over and urgently called out, Young master! Darius smiled triumphantly and said, I never dreamed I'd meet someone like this. Nice to meet you. Jamie, I'm your grandfather's friend. Bill, Darius said shyly. At his attitude, the two who were rushing over widened their eyes in surprise. Even Jamie, not understanding what was happening, said with a blank face, "What?" Once everyone calmed down, he explained. 10 years ago, I first met Bill at a tavern. That place was where the strongest gathered. He recalled the bustling restaurant. While everyone was laughing and talking happily, their eyes met. Instantly, instinctively, Bill and I recognized each other's abilities. So every day we fought for our lives. But there was one technique he never used. Darius looked at the two craters in the ground and asked his friend standing beside him, "Hey brother, are you really not going to show me that?" His friend replied. "All right, I can trust you with it," Darius asked back, unable to understand. "Trust me with it?" Jamie's grandfather turned around and said happily, "My grandson will be born soon. This is a secret technique passed down to only one person. Watch closely." Then he leaped onto a flat piece of ground, gave instructions and taught him. The name of this technique is Genesis Art. A huge pillar of power soared into the sky from where he stood, looking incredibly powerful. Darius now recreated what Jamie's grandfather had left with intense concentration. The three young men behind also watched seriously. He erased a part of space. Darius said while performing it, "This is an extremely difficult technique. Mine is merely a copy. The whole world doesn't know of the existence of this art, but Bill mastered it." At these words, Jamie was utterly astonished. Mastered, the highest level a swordsman can reach. The Sun Sword, the Flame of the Sun Temple, or Sedum's Space Sword are the closest to that level, but no human has ever reached this level until now. Having finished the performance, he turned around and asked, "Kid, did you understand everything?" Jamie approached and replied, "Not yet." Then he clenched his fist and said with determination, "But if I continue on the path of swordsmanship, it means I will step into my grandfather's domain." Darius replied, "Exactly. I really want to see how much you can develop in the future. Don't disappoint me." Han innocently asked, "Is that all? I thought you came to catch us." Siegfried, sweating nervously, reminded him, "Hey, are you crazy? Why are you asking such a dangerous question?" Darius waved his hand and said, "Let's pretend I heard nothing. My only purpose was to meet Bill's grandson. See you later." Siegfried glared at Han and said, "You're only making Frontier's image worse, you fool." Han also glared back and asked, "What?" While the two adults growled, Jamie thought to himself, "I definitely heard them say they were unsealing bios, but now I won't have to worry. Let's heal that guy while I have the chance." Isa was lying on the ground in pain. Jamie sat beside him. At my command, Jamie used magic to heal him. Han turned around in surprise and asked, "Oh, you're healing him? Thanks." "No thanks needed, but if you're so grateful, let me meet bios," Jamie said seriously. Han thought to himself, "What? Of course not." But the words slipped out of his mouth. "Of course, follow us if you want." He was internally astonished. Why did I accept his request? Jamie glanced back. "Good," he cheered inwardly. "I'll be able to find bios soon," Braha, leaning against a rock, asked. "But Master, did you forget what Alex said?" Isa was startled and remembered. "I forgot. I'll call him." A voice flowed from inside the orb. "Master, why did you call? It's urgent. We found those who were sold." As Isa spoke, the person on the other end of the orb hastily cut him off. "Hold on, I'll call you back later." "Release them, you villain." Jamie was surprised to hear the familiar voice. Wait, that voice just now was Benna. Going back a few hours, a tired voice was heard on the street. "Ah, thank goodness I escaped." Benna was hiding in a dark corner, searching. "But where is Master? He left me again." Suddenly a shout was heard. "Help me." A scream. Benna was slightly startled. The ring in her hand said, "It's an elf," she thought. If Han didn't notice the existence of elves, then these must be real elves. She recalled the two people who were in the cage earlier, sold creatures. They must be abused. She bit her lip worriedly and then rushed out shouting, "Pylon, help me. We're going to save them." The ring obeyed. "Understood." Returning to the present, Benna rushed out and shouted at the person opposite, "Release them, you villain." The person on this side also shouted back, unable to understand. "Those words should be coming from me. Where did you take the elves?" A small drop of water fell on her head. As if realizing something, she looked up. "Hot water?" Above, a growling monster was drooling, and the girl almost fainted at the sight. Benna also muttered, unable to understand. "How on earth did this mud pile?" she said in a dark voice. "If you think this thing bites someone, then this monster needs to be trained again." She picked up her weapon and charged. The person on the other side shouted a warning. "Hey, it's dangerous." Benna leaped up and brought her hammer down on the huge dog's head, shouting, "Sit!" The dog whined in pain and fell to the ground, its eyes spinning and a bump on its head. Benna asked, unable to understand. "What's wrong?" "Pan, is it someone else over there, not this girl?" The girl below said helplessly. "Hold on." Then she thought in horror, almost fainting. Did she just talk to that hammer? And asked, "Who is that woman to bring down a pig with one hit?" The scene shifted to a prison with guards standing at the door. Benna looked inside and said worriedly, The door's locked." Inside were the two slaves who had been sold at the auction. The white-haired girl said, "Get out of the way, that's sealing magic." Benna thought, unable to understand. "How are they on our side?" Suddenly a loud noise was heard. "Who's there?" Both girls were startled. A man appeared and ordered the guards to capture the intruders. Another guard, hearing the command, drew his sword and charged at the two. Benna hastily used her hammer to block the attack. She thought with difficulty, "Too strong, we can't win." "You little rats," the man said with a very sinister expression. "Die." Benna was now completely flustered, and her hammer was trembling just as much. "This is bad, he's here." Suddenly a magic circle appeared behind them and attacked the sinister man, who screamed in pain. Jamie appeared with a smile and said, "Can't even defeat one kid." He grabbed the golden-haired old man's head and called out happily, "Benna, Master." She replied too. He instructed again, Leave this to me and take the elves to a safe place, Benna disagreed, worried. I'm sorry, but I can't leave Master alone, go. At this point she could no longer refuse and had to reply, yes. Then she turned around and left with the injured. The golden-haired old man broke free from his hand and ran away, saying, Emerald-haired wizard, impossible. Do you know me, he asked. I'll grant you a favor for recognizing me. He was now completely terrified, slumped on the ground and trembling. Jamie continued, rest in peace, your body is now filled with Leviathan's blood. Finally, only dark red bloodstains remained on the floor. Braha rushed over and called out to the elves inside. Benna cheerfully held out a bandage, looked outside and smiled. Oh, it's elves. It's okay, everything's okay now. Braha, with tears of gratitude, sat down, looked at her and replied, thank you so much, how can I ever repay this kindness? Benna replied, slightly surprised. It's fine. As if realizing something, Braha asked, but why is a Valkyrie here? Benna asked back in surprise. Oh, you know Pan, the red-haired one. Could it be you are? Braha spoke loudly. Benna now asked blankly about her hair. Braha, now overjoyed, grabbed her hand and exclaimed, oh my god, princess, you're still alive. Benna asked back, not understanding what was happening. Princess? Braha, with tears welling up, said rapidly, I thought you disappeared 10 years ago. Princess, please come with me. If we return home now, that's enough. Jamie appeared and said irritably, she's my disciple. If you take her, I'll deep fry you. Braha, also not backing down, retorted tearfully, what? This is about the survival of a race. Don't interfere, human. Both of you stop. A loud shout was heard. Another person slammed his staff heavily on the ground. Han came in and reminded them, we can't delay the mission any longer. Braha and Alex, take the elves to the shelter, quickly. Jamie also hastily turned around, not forgetting to tell Benna, Benna, you go back to the tent. She immediately replied, yes. Suddenly, Braha gave her a magic orb and said, take this. Benna still didn't understand what was happening but replied, before leaving, Braha instructed her, if you want to meet your family, contact me with this gem. Let's go, Alex. Benna held the orb and thought sadly, my family. At this moment on a flat hill everyone had gathered there. I missed you forever. Jamie was now carefully watching the key to releasing BIOS being placed. Finally we meet again, Bimos. The moment the key to releasing BIOS was placed on the object below. Who awakens me? A voice was heard, and a huge pillar of light enveloped the entire mountain. My deal with her is over. Who is awakening me? BIOS was now floating in the air in a small form. All three men looked down blankly. Did we awaken him properly? He's too small. BIOS was now extremely happy. Has the day of revelation finally come? Han looked down at the small creature in front of him and asked helplessly, we, according to the contract of our ancestors, have come to ask for your help. What day did you say? What? BIOS raised his head in confusion. What, you fools, did you awaken me without knowing anything? You should have awakened me on the day of revelation, 6,666 years later. Didn't you hear anything from Siora? Long time no see, BIOS. Suddenly a voice echoed in his head. It was Jamie. He saw it with a bright smile. I'm back. His appearance is a bit different, but this energy. BIOS was so happy he burst into tears and called out, Master. BIOS looked up at him with longing eyes. Jamie touched his hand and exclaimed, wow, you're really cute. He called out with emotion. Master, Han interrupted the touching story. Let go, I have something to discuss with you about this little ox. A child is just a child, Jamie telepathically told BIOS. Hide first, don't let them find out. Just act. Then he replied to Han. Yes, BIOS also obediently replied. Understood, Master. Siegfried and Jamie laughed and talked as they left. Siegfried said, if you've seen everything, let's go. Jamie also happily replied, yes. Then he telepathically instructed BIOS, I'll be back tonight, so wait for me. BIOS also replied very happily, you must come back, Master. The scene shifted to another landscape. Under a bright moon and purple sky, solitary trees made the scene even more terrifying. A voice was heard. You're awake. BIOS walked out looking as if he had just shed his skin. Another person said, everything proceeded just as you said. Another person, leaning against a tree with folded arms, smiled and replied, yes, isn't that right? A voice echoed from inside the room. Family? What about family? Benna sat on the bed holding the orb and asked herself with her head down. No, I have a master. He rescued me from that hellish school. Suddenly Jamie opened the door and called Benna. She quickly hid the orb behind her back and replied, yes, master. Then she gave an awkward smile and said, we're leaving Sendremonte tomorrow, he replied. Yes, from now on don't follow me. At these words, Benna was shocked into silence. What? Why so suddenly? Why have I become so weak? She recalled people blaming her every time she fought. If I follow, I'll only be a burden. You're so weak, she asked herself. So am I a burden? Her eyes were filled with despair. I've disappointed Master. Go east. Another voice was heard. Benna was startled and asked again. Yes, Jamie continued. I will definitely leave a place for you to return to. Go and reclaim Veneer's power. Benna, flustered, called out to his retreating figure. Master. Jamie had already turned away and left a final remark. You know how to contact Fran, right? Now sleep and then leave. Benna was silent for a moment, unable to speak, and the orb in her hand slipped. Master. She ran out and stood before the closed door, bowing her head and saying thank you for everything. Jamie was still standing outside, and soon a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Benna inside was still bowing her head and sobbing. I will definitely return stronger. Meanwhile the mountain was covered in snow. Jamie approached and asked with a friendly smile, BIOS, have you waited long? BIOS, deeply moved, called out, Master. Then he suddenly struck him hard and asked, you've become arrogant and disrespectful, haven't you? BIOS, pale as a sheet and sweating, then uttered, as expected of Master. Inwardly he thought, Master's actions are just like before. He bent down to look at Bios and asked, what happened? Bios then sat up, sighed, and slowly began to speak. Regarding that, Lord Diablo Volfir departed after the last battle, when Lord Jamie said, I will definitely return, so don't follow. A few days later, the demons could no longer sense his presence. The wise serpent Chokmoon said, Bios, he will return. Let's wait together. Hidden from the eyes of the 12 gods, Bios hid deep within the volcano, waiting for his master. But his longing for his master was too great. One day an elf came and said, I will put you to sleep to relieve your pain, but promise to help Fran in the future. After falling into a deep sleep from that day on, my body gradually became smaller and my speech changed. Little Bios was now standing on Jamie's palm. He then asked, do you know what happened to Chokmoon? It recalled and replied, I don't know where he is, but he's definitely alive. But what about Black? Jamie snapped his fingers to summon Break and casually asked, the two of you were quite close, weren't you? Break. Bios then rejoiced at seeing his old friend and exclaimed, Break. It hugged Break and asked how he was. How have you been? Break could only reply, beep. After a moment Jamie spoke. Behemoth, you have a task. Follow Fran and find out about this person called Isis. It immediately replied, understood. Oh, Jamie continued, and one more thing, I have another request. At these words it was puzzled. A request, not a command. Break, who was beside them, also exclaimed. Jamie sat down and said, a girl named Benna will go with you. She is both my subordinate and my friend. Please take good care of her. Bios was overjoyed and jumped around. Yay, a new friend, don't worry, a new comrade, he thought, grow stronger so you can guard my back in the war that will someday come. You brought the item, didn't you? Siegfried now appeared at Madame Kyriel's shop. He wore a friendly smile. Check it. On the table was a box containing the heart of the Dark Lamb. Madame Kyriel replied, oh, you brought it. Then she threw something at him and said, this is the item you requested. The payment. Siegfried then closed the box and replied with a bright smile, I'll use the check you gave me last time. I got something for free then after all. She also seriously picked up the heart box again and replied, fine, if there are no problems with the item in the future, I don't care either. Jamie, who was sitting next to them, now stood up and looked at the item in the box. This is a fragment. Siegfried said, you know what it is, right? A fragment. A meteoroid fragment from asteroid Yvonne that fell to the continent 100 years ago. Inside, eternal mana is condensed, from a place that amplifies naturally absorbed mana 2,000 times. What are you going to do with it? Jamie asked. Siegfried merely grinned, seemingly about to reply, but then didn't. It's a secret. While the two boys were chattering, Madame Kyriel spoke. I have something to discuss with this young man. Can go now. Siegfried turned back, looking at him with a puzzled expression, and asked, what's wrong? Jamie then again mischievously replied, it's a secret. Madame Kyriel couldn't stand it and shouted, get out now. Siegfried then sighed and turned away. All right. After closing the door she turned back and said, good, take me to the dark world. The two stood facing each other before a magic circle. She had said this much and that she was ready. Jamie replied, and I'll begin. Between the two was a magic orb. Reversing to the opposite side of the world, that world that confronts light, to the world of night. The light emanating from the orb grew stronger and stronger. O King, the one for darkness alone, grant your permission. The door to the other world. At this moment space opened and stars twinkled within. Madame Kyriel and Jamie now stood before the mysterious door to the other world. Madame Kyriel then happily tried to leap in. Ah, finally. Suddenly Jamie stepped forward and blocked her path, saying, wait a moment. She shouted, slightly angered. What kind of prank are you playing? He hastily explained. I also have something for free. I'll repay the money I borrowed if one person returns the check. The soul contract becomes void and I'm no longer in danger. You can only enter with my consent. Madame Kyriel heard this, then replied in a gentle voice, you should have told me earlier. Jamie turned his head and stepped into the door of the other world. Madame Kyriel was also preparing to follow. Before him was the shadow of a woman. This energy, this power. The shadow's eyes glinted and she uttered, ah, you've returned, Diablo Volfir. Years ago, Venus, you met Diablo, the archenemy of the 12 gods, in human form and traveled the world. A rare human. It's funny that you're the reincarnation of a hero, but he lost the 4 great wars and all his comrades. Venus, evading the 12 gods' surveillance, took him to her world and allowed him to use a part of the dark world. Jamie, in his previous life at this moment, looked at what was in his hand and smiled with delight. It's complete. A new power, black mana, had been created. But I heard he eventually died at the hands of the 12 gods. What happened? The woman who appeared inside asked, in such a cute form. Jamie was silent and replied, I didn't die, but I was sealed. When I awoke I was in this body. She replied mockingly, how ridiculous. So what is it this time? He replied, someone wants to come here. She thought for a moment, then agreed, I will grant permission to that person. Jamie then came out and said to Madame Kyriel, just go straight ahead, she exclaimed with great joy. Ah, finally. After entering that space she left a remark. I left a few items at the shop. The outsider Avalon, it will be helpful, she explained. It's a mana stone staff made from mana stones extracted from Mount Taring, one of the world's 6 forbidden zones. People measured a huge amount of mana from its central spring. It's a lake of poison with endless whirlpools so no one can get close. Jamie heard that and asked curiously, that looks very expensive, why are you giving it to me? My son Finn was about your age too. An image of her son appeared. Jamie listened and was momentarily stunned. Finally I can meet my son, Madame Kyriel said as she entered. He was silent for a moment. What she'll see outside is just the illusion of the dead in that hell. He followed her small retreating figure, then closed his eyes in sorrow. That will be her eternal resting place. After a moment footsteps emerged from outside the door. Jamie said with a sad expression, let's go. The two began to walk down the street. Siegfried walked ahead and said, "It's time to say goodbye to Sendramonte." Jamie asked, "Are we going to the demon world now?" He did not dispute it. "Of course, naturally. After all, that's our destination," Siegfried rattled on cheerfully. "Shall I tell you a story on the way, young master, about the omnipotent or about the Valkyrie princess? It should be interesting." Jamie felt a bit helpless, he thought. I thought he wouldn't bring that up anymore. The scene shifted to 2 weeks later. At this moment the two flew to a castle-like place faintly visible in the smoke. "This is the demon world," Jamie uttered. "It's colder than I thought." Siegfried laughed and replied, that's a city built by the first king himself. That city is creating a magic circle." A round magic circle appeared over the entire city. Jamie, unable to see it, asked, "What kind of magic circle?" Siegfried then hummed and replied, "It wouldn't be fun if I told you," Jamie said glumly. Yes, I thought you wouldn't tell me." Apophis X, the greatest medicine of its era. At this moment a spaceship was flying in the air and below it was the tall building of the nearest pharmacy. Jamie looked around and said, "The demon world's magic technology is truly amazing." Siegfried explained, "That's why this place stands shoulder to shoulder with the Magic Kingdom." Then he handed Jamie a piece of paper. "I'm going to the shop so you can look around, young master." He read it diligently and replied, "Yes." Siegfried then sighed and said playfully, "It would be a disaster if you got lost, so I'll give you this. It's a magic map for finding lost children." Jamie was annoyed but couldn't help it. "Oh, really?" At this moment the scene shifted to another street. A blue-haired girl was running, clutching a bag full of items with worried tears in her eyes. "I said I'd arrive before the first day of school, but I'll be late." This person was Mer Meyer, a student at Phoenix Academy. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, her eyes sparkled. "Today is the first day of school, so Lord Siegfried and the head of the household will be here, right? If I show them the new magic I've learned." She imagined herself being praised. Siegfried happily gave her a thumbs up. "Amazing, Anne. I didn't realize your talent. Would you like to be my disciple?" He even gave her a bouquet of flowers as he spoke. At this thought, Anne involuntarily rejoiced and skipped. "Yes, master." Suddenly, as she passed Jamie, she stopped and wondered, "Why is there a kid alone, a new student?" Anne recalled how she too used to stand alone, crying and bewildered, asking, "Where am I?" She gave a wry smile. "I used to get lost a lot too." Jamie now looked up from below, curious. "That's an airship. It would be really convenient if HYs had one." "Hey kid." Suddenly a hand tapped his shoulder and called him. Jamie turned around with terrifying eyes. Anne, seeing that expression, was startled and speechless for a moment. He completely turned around and asked, "Do you have something to say to me?" She retreated, wary. Anne was flustered and thought inwardly, "What was that cold gaze just now? Did I missee it? It's just a child." Receiving no reply, Jamie coldly turned away and said, "If you have nothing to say, go away." Anne immediately spoke. Wait, you're a new student at Phoenix Academy, right?" Jamie asked in confusion. What academy?" She grabbed his hand and held him. "This is no time for that. The opening ceremony is about to begin." Jamie, who had been standing still, was suddenly dragged away by someone else and wore a very puzzled expression. Then he let her drag him. The scene shifted elsewhere. "I was dragged here because I had nothing to do, but is this unfamiliar woman a student here?" he thought as he was dragged by Anne. Many students were already gathered around. This was Phoenix Academy, a prestigious school in the demon world. A dignified photograph of a man appeared. The surroundings were filled with laughter. "This is a mellow hall where the opening ceremony will be held. All students, please gather and take your seats." Anne now turned back and happily asked Jamie, "How is it? Isn't it cool?" He just thought, "Bored. I'm getting tired now." Then she suddenly smiled, put her hands together and said, "Congratulations on your admission," he explained. "Wait, I'm not a new student." Anne thought again. "Oh right, my purpose." Forgetting what she was supposed to do, she hurried off. "I have to go," was all she said. Jamie watched the girl speechless and sighed. "It's time for me to go and meet the seventh elder. I should go now." You. Suddenly a voice rang out. He pointed a trembling finger at Jamie and shouted in anger, How are you here?" This person was Lennon, Count Simon's second son. Jamie, before he could finish his sentence, Jamie pointed at himself and asked, perplexed, "Who are you?" At these words Lennon froze. He recalled the time he had knelt before Jamie, and thought, doesn't he remember? I still have nightmares about it. A huge and frightening eye appeared. But then he remembered his father's words, "I will teach you magic." After his father began teaching, everything started going smoothly. He even received compliments like, "You're pretty good, now I can go to the academy. I have to fight this monster?" Lennon was in a panic and couldn't stop thinking. Jamie asked again, "I asked who you are." Lennon shivered reflexively and stammered, "Lennon J." At this, Jamie recalled his old face and casually said, "You mean that insolent kid from the Simon family? I told Count Simon to teach him." He couldn't help but worry and thought, why do I have to come to the academy? Already third circle, not bad. Lennon then pointed at him with a trembling finger and asked, "Why, you're not entering the academy too, are you?" Jamie said, bored. "You childish fellow, now you can even joke, though it's not funny." Just then, Siegfried approached from behind and called out, "Young master, what are you doing there? I've been looking everywhere." Anne, who was on one side, saw him appear and shouted loudly, "What, young master Siegfried?" At these words, his face darkened and he didn't know what to do. Jamie glanced back and asked, "Did you take on a disciple?" Siegfried forced a smile and replied, "Ah no, let's go, everyone is waiting." A voice echoed from behind, "Excuse me." "Why, young master, wait a moment." Anne reached out and rushed forward, shouting, "Wait a moment," but it was too late. The two had already used magic and vanished in an instant. Anne burst into tears and uttered, "They're gone, damn it, that incomprehensible guy." and then turned to Lennon and asked, "Are you talking about that kid who went with the young master?" He replied unpleasantly, "What, you don't know him?" Then, gnashing his teeth in anger, he growled, "Jamie, that damn monster called the great genius of the human world," and then still said casually, "Aha, Jamie." Then, as if she understood, she froze like a stone, staring blankly at Lennon, and uttered. Lennon also froze like a stone, bowing his head and not moving. And then her scream echoed. It reverberated throughout the entire conference room. Inside the conference room of the central mage tower of the demon world, the symbolic flag of the mage tower hung. One of them opened his mouth. "Finally, we meet him." Around the circular conference table sat a group of people, and in the center was a tower-shaped glowing space. Demonon, the fourth elder of the noble faction. He placed his hand on his chest, smiled lightly, and said softly, "I have been looking forward to meeting the great genius of the continent." Another man sitting at the round table, Serpent, the third elder of the imperial faction, leaned back in his chair with his arms crossed, his face distorted, and he scoffed at them. "Everyone is overreacting." Then he added mockingly, "He's just a child, isn't he?" Hearing this, Adelhaven, the sixth elder of the neutral faction, opened her mouth. She pointed at the third elder's face and burst out laughing in admiration. "Haha, my goodness, third elder." She paused and added, "It seems you're quite afraid of having your position taken by a 10-year-old child." Hearing the argument, Friend, the fifth elder and leader of the neutral faction, looked at the sixth elder, smiled awkwardly, blushed, and asked, "Adel, why do you speak so?" When he asked, Adelhaven still sat upright with dignity, placed both hands on the table, raised her head arrogantly, and asked, "HMPH, did I say anything wrong?" Serpent on the other side saw her smugness and gnashed his teeth in anger, shouting in a trembling voice, "You bitch." Just before a fight broke out, a gentle laugh echoed. "Haha, calm down, everyone." A man with a neatly braided long beard reminded the people, "We cannot greet a guest in such a shameful state, can we?" Then Marin Mayo, the second elder and leader of the noble faction, who was next to him, crossed his arms, bowed his head, closed his eyes, and confirmed in thought, "He's here." Soon someone was entering through the door. His voice echoed gently, "It is an honor to meet you." Soon he walked in and stood at the door, confidently looking at the people inside and clearly introducing himself. "I am Jamie, son of the Welton family." Seeing him, Anne suddenly felt a sense of tension. The fifth elder, Friend, froze in surprise and couldn't help but be startled. He squinted his eyes suspiciously and looked at him. He stopped speaking. Then the sixth elder, Adelhaven, stared blankly with wide eyes. She said in shock, "He must be at least sixth circle." Fourth elder Demonon also looked at him, but still had a contemptuous expression. He made a HMPH sound. Second elder Marin Mayo also couldn't help but raise his head and become lost in thought. His mind was filled with interest. "He's grown much more since I last saw him." He looked at them with a wary face, evaluating them internally. "Are these the elders?" Then he added, "They all seem to be at a higher level than me." Soon he frowned and looked at third elder Serpent, who was trembling with anger at Jamie. He clenched his hands in fury. He calmly evaluated him. "Except for that guy." Then Jamie looked at him and evaluated him internally. "Is that guy a sixth circle mage?" He still glared at him, murmuring with veins bulging in anger, "That brat." But he ignored him and evaluated his situation. "It seems he's so consumed by inferiority that he can't develop." Soon second elder Marin Mayo's friendly voice echoed. He smiled and waved at him. "It's been a long time, Jamie. You seem to have become stronger." He didn't hesitate to praise him, and Jamie also smiled brightly without hesitation, cleverly praising him humbly. "It's all thanks to the breathing technique you taught me, elder." He also heard those words and replied, "It's truly been a long time, Marquis." Then he approached the round table with Siegfried. Second elder Marin Mayo then asked again in a gentle and excited voice, "Are you also learning swordsmanship?" "Yes, I think you would be good at it." Then he bowed his head and replied, "Thank you. I hope to have a chance to spar with you next time, elder." When he said that, third elder Serpent, sitting next to him, didn't hesitate to scoff, frowned, and said, "Haha, a mage in a sword fight." He added, "Only lowlifes who know nothing but brawling would say such a thing." When he scoffed, he quickly and seriously interrupted him. "Watch your words." Second elder Marin Mayo, who was next to him, frowned at his rude interruption. Soon Jamie looked at him. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and with an angry expression he emphasized each word to remind him. "My father is," he paused and added, "one of those who use body-strengthening techniques." At his interrogation, third elder Serpent quickly stammered in guilt. "And my words didn't mean that." When he still kept his lips tightly sealed, he turned around and with an angry smile interrogated him. "Was that what you meant?" Then he scoffed in anger and added, "It seems your language level is too high for me to understand, elder." Jamie said sarcastically, and Siegfried, who was behind him, covered his face and trembled, vowing to himself, "Bear it, I must not laugh at that mockery." At his interrogation, third elder Serpent's face darkened and he was speechless. He stammered for half a day, managing only one word. From the other side, the man with the neatly braided beard laughed and confirmed that the third elder had made a mistake. Then he didn't hesitate to laugh loudly, and looked at him with a gentle expression. Perhaps he meant well. Then he stopped him. "I hope you don't mind." This person was Zinger. He looked at him and confirmed inwardly, "He's the Emperor's advisor." Then he didn't hesitate to add his evaluation. "And one of the kingdom's 2 archmages." He recalled him standing calmly with his hands behind his back in the middle of a black dense cloud and a lightning-filled sky. He added his evaluation. "His name comes from his ability to control the weather." Then the old man squinted his eyes and with a smile on his face spoke gently yet with an overwhelming presence to Jamie, "Thank you for accepting our invitation. Welcome to the demon world." His voice grew heavier as he called him young mage. Then Siegfried couldn't help but take his hands off his face, turn his head, frown, and remind Offenzinger, he is a 6th circle mage, isn't it too rude to act like that? Then he laughed cheerfully, crossed his arms and apologized to them. This old man was rude, and he turned around again and asked, will you forgive me, Jamie? Very intimately, soon. Offenzinger reached out, picked up a still steaming teacup from the table and gently expressed his regret. If possible, he paused and continued, I would also like to support your research facility. He looked at Jamie meaningfully and calmly asserted, those who do not work shall not eat. Then Offenzinger added, that is the iron rule of the demon world. He looked at the symbol on the cloth hanging in the conference room. Then he asked Jamie again, what do you think, Jamie? He heard these words and looked at him puzzled. Seeing that he was still puzzled, he explained to him in more detail, do you think you can be, he continued softly, a member of the demon world? On the outskirts of the demon world, people were bustling about. Jamie frowned in a corner. He raised his head and sighed. Siegfried next to him frowned with a miserable expression and asked him, isn't that too much, young master? He also heard those words and replied listlessly, it's fine. They recalled the conversation they had with Zinger in the conference room. He placed his hands on the desk, smiled, and asked the two, doesn't the academy need talented individuals? Principal Siegfried, seeing him ask, frowned, sensing something ominous, and asked back, why suddenly? As soon as he received the answer, he preempted the two, I want Jamie to be a temporary professor for a month. He also heard those words, and his face darkened, shouting at him in incomprehension, what did you say? Siegfried, who was next to him, also asked blankly as if struck by lightning, what? The next moment Zinger laughed loudly again and decided for them before the two could even come to their senses, since no one is saying anything, I'll take it as everyone agreeing. Then he again said in an expectant voice, with the principal's help I'm sure he'll be fine. He continued to laugh. Returning to reality, he quickly turned around in dissatisfaction with a serious face, frowning, and said, I have to go deal with those crazy bastards right now. Then Jamie also darkened his face in bewilderment, grabbed his cloak and pulled him. He forced a smile and stopped him. Don't do that. Then he added, it's fine. Seeing that he was still resisting, Siegfried turned his head, looked at him, and urged him, if anything strange happens, tell me. Then he reminded him, even though it may not seem like it, I am the principal, he said very seriously. He heard those words and scoffed, then interrogated him, haha, a principal who forgot the academy's entrance ceremony. Jamie, excited, looked at a group of children passing by and said, I want to learn magic quickly. A girl next to him added, me too, she said, then interrogated him. When he said that, Siegfried also stammered in bewilderment, explaining, no, there's a reason for that. Then he lowered his eyes again, lost in thought. I swore I wouldn't take on any more disciples. Jamie recalled his hands, which used to create magic, shining brightly in the past. He sat in the center, and the children all watched quietly. Light continuously emanated from his hands. Jamie wrapped it in his hands in the forest. Then the children stood up and approached him, and brilliant magical light also emanated from their hands. A child called him, Master, look at this. Another girl next to him, having successfully cast magic, excitedly added, mine too. Then he patted their heads encouragingly. Far away, a red-haired girl had not succeeded. That night was a full moon night, and a light was still on in a house in the village. The red-haired girl sat in the library, looking at her empty palms and sadly lamenting, I won't be able to do it. The girl lacked confidence. Just then, a hand glowing with light appeared and touched her shoulder. Reflexively, the red-haired girl was startled and turned her head to look at him. He stood next to the girl, gently extended his hand and taught and comforted her. There's no need to rush. The girl looked at the spell on the desk and her mouth dropped open in surprise. Then he added guidance to her. Just take one step at a time. Then in class the next day, the girl succeeded in casting the magic. Her hands glowed as she happily called him, Master, I did it too. Her friends behind her all cheered happily for her with bright smiles. Then he also approached, happily lifted her up and praised her. The children around also clapped and celebrated. The flashback ended and Jamie, returning to reality, was still lost in thought. Finally he said with an unreadable expression, those children had to see me leave. He walked past the children, calling out inwardly, my disciples. The children were still excitedly heading towards the entrance ceremony, calling out to each other, wait for me. Jamie decided it's only for a month. Then he quickly walked past the children, and they also walked quickly, thinking, no need to think too much about it. Jamie vowed to himself. In another part of the country a loud shout echoed, what? A dark night with a full moon, and this was the Phoenix Academy girls' dormitory. Inside a room, a girl with red hair tied in a ponytail sat on the bed and shouted in surprise, how could you not recognize Lord Jamie? She added. His emerald eyes. Anne Meyer sat on the adjacent bed looking at her and replied with a forced smile, haha, I don't know why I didn't recognize him either. She shyly raised her hand to scratch her face and stammered. I held her hand and dragged her along. Seeing this, her red-haired roommate covered her face in excitement and shrieked, oh, Jamie even held my hand. Anne Meyer, hearing this, asked in confusion, but why do you call him Lord Jamie? He's still so young. Her roommate, startled by this, shot up and interrupted her, shouting, what? Anne Meyer, taken aback by her momentum, recoiled, and her roommate asked with a suspicious gaze, are you really stupid or are you just pretending to be? Without asking further, she proudly began to elaborate. Lord Jamie is our star. She embellished her description, imagining his combative scowl as attractively as possible, surrounded by flowers and mystical light. The greatest genius in history, the saint of goddess Fa, she added, and the only son of the Welton family. Anne Meyer, seeing her friend describe him so extravagantly, raised her head, closed her eyes and sighed. HMPH, I didn't know. Then, dismissing it all, she continued, all right, I'm going to study. Her roommate looked at her and grumbled helplessly, this fool. Just then her red-haired friend, as if remembering something, clapped her hands and, smiling brightly at Anne Meyer, shared some information. Oh, did you hear about this? About Even of Beethoven? Seeing that she didn't understand, her friend immediately explained. She took some supplement and her grades went way up. Hearing that, Anne asked back in confusion, how you mean the girl who was going to drop out because she couldn't get her studies straight? As she recalled, her roommate excitedly pulled out a bottle of pills and announced with a smile, yep, so I bought some too, she added. I have one for you too. Then she put the bottle to her mouth, gulped down a mouthful and secretly peered at Anne with one eye open. HMPH, I don't need it. Anne Meyer shook her head, frowning as she refused. Her roommate, seeing this, said, looking at her while drinking the supplement, this is why I dislike model students. Then she set the empty bottle on the desk and excitedly asked, want to go eat? Anne also asked her roommate in return, you said you had to study. Description. The emblem of Phoenix Academy is a book, wheat and 3 stars. It is a magic academy founded by the great mage Amel Fest, who contributed to the founding of the Sedum Kingdom. The magnificent scenery of the academy, surrounded by a protective barrier. It is also known as the most famous academy in the demon world, boasting hundreds of years of history. It lives up to its name as an academy that has produced thousands of talented mages. The next morning, a man at the academy greeted them with a gentle and friendly smile. Finally, it's a pleasure to meet you, he added. I am Javelin, the vice principal of the academy. Outside the window, snow had begun to fall. Right here, right now, he guided him, saying, it's an honor to welcome such a distinguished guest as yourself. Jamie also smiled brightly and humbly, saying, the pleasure is mine. He smiled and walked quickly forward, soon standing before the students, hands on his hips, and declared, I am Jamie, your temporary professor. Below him, murmurs arose again. Who is that? No way. They looked up at him in surprise, and Jamie smiled gently with a soft gaze. Let's all get along well. Thus the youngest professor was born. Upon hearing his name, the whispers of Jamie continued to echo below. Then someone, crossing their arms and meditating with closed eyes, smiled and asked, did I hear that correctly? Another person added about his identity. You mean the genius of Count Welton's family? Soon Vice Principal Javelin chuckled happily, opened a door and informed Jamie, first I'll show you to the faculty meeting room. Hearing that, he glanced at the vice principal to confirm, ah yes. The two sat facing each other in the room, and he placed a notebook on the table explaining the academy's situation to Jamie. We divide classes by skill level. This was the faculty meeting room Javelin had mentioned earlier. He then covered the books and grade sheets on the table with a gesture, adding, they are divided into elementary, middle and high school by skill, not age. And each department is further divided into alpha, beta and gamma classes, he added. Professor Jamie will be in charge of the elementary alpha class. Then he gestured, covering the books on the table, and reminded him, now choose the subject you will teach. At those words he paused briefly, his eyes widening in surprise. The vice principal added again, since things have come to this and you are exceptionally talented, it would be excellent if you chose a difficult subject. Hearing this, he looked at the papers spread on the table and fell into serious thought. Then he mused inwardly, dark magic is what I'm best at, but I can't teach that. Then Jamie reached out towards the pile of papers, wondering doubtfully if he could really go back to that time. At this thought, he recalled the time before he began training in dark magic in his previous life. The trajectory of the magic circles emerged in his mind, and Jamie concluded, I will return to the days when I was called the Infinite Mage, soon. Jamie excitedly picked up a piece of paper with subjects listed, smiled, and decided, I'll take this one. Javelin, seeing this, couldn't stop laughing as he complimented him. Haha, an interesting choice. Then he checked the time and confirmed his duties. All right, I'll be looking forward to it. Then he muttered to himself, now it's time for the meeting. I should go call Professor Shiver. Soon the vice principal left, and Jamie looked out the window, evaluating inwardly, HMPH, that building is 500 years old, but its facilities aren't outdated. Just then a woman outside looked at him and said, perhaps. Jamie quickly turned his head, looking at her with a bewildered and incomprehensible expression. She was Sophia, a professor at Phoenix Academy. Hands on the door, she asked with a curious expression, Are you really Lord Jamie? Behind her, a group of professors looked at him with curiosity and blushing faces. Soon they cast aside their hesitation and quickly rushed to surround him. A blue-haired professor, clasping her hands excitedly in front of her chest, asked him, I heard you didn't retreat a single step even when fighting demons. Seeing this, he replied with an incomprehensible expression, Excuse me, but a man next to her, with an expression full of adoration and excitement, asked again, Are you indeed the disciple and close friend of Goddess Fa? Jamie, feeling somewhat awkward by their enthusiasm, stammered, excuse me, but... Sophia shrieked before he could finish speaking, as the rumors say, your emerald hair is truly beautiful. Then everyone quickly produced paper and pens, shouting, Please sign, me too, me too. He stepped back in confusion, his face darkening with annoyance at their fervor, and screamed inwardly, why is everyone like this? A moment later, Vice Principal Javelin happily entered, extended his hand towards him, and said to Professor Shiver, who was following behind him, This way. Professor Jamie is over there. He looked in the direction of the pointing finger and asked back with a slight hesitation and awkwardness, Over there, Javelin, realizing something was amiss, looked over. Seeing a group of people surrounding Jamie with paper and pens, he was startled. Soon he quickly rushed forward and reprimanded Professor Sophia, who was the ringleader. "Professor, this is inappropriate." The professors behind them were flustered. Then Javelin called out again. "Professor Shiver." He also replied in confusion, "Yes, yes, sir." Then they quickly left, and behind them a plaintive voice full of regret was heard. "Lord Jamie, don't go." The two ran into the room and closed the door. Professor Shiver stood next to him and offered his opinion. "Haha, the professors seem a little overly excited." Then he added, "It just means you're quite famous." Hearing that, he asked curiously, "Excuse me, me?" As he still couldn't believe his popularity, Professor Shiver added with surprise and respect, "Lord Jamie is a magic genius, like the saint of goddess Fa, and the precious son of the Welton family." Hearing that, he said as if he understood, "Ah yes." Then he urged him, "Let's go to the meeting room, inside the Phoenix Academy Elementary Alpha Class classroom." A boy, resting his chin on his hand, smiled at the person next to him and said, "Model student, did you study all night again?" This person is 16-year-old Finn. The person next to him also replied cheerfully, "Yes, I'm definitely going to the middle school division this time." Hearing that, he quickly opened the lid of a bottle. He also closed his eyes and affirmed, "No matter what, I'm definitely going up this year." Ann Meyer, sitting next to him, watched him drink the medicine and said in surprise, "How, you're drinking that medicine too?" She added, "Becky also drinks that." As soon as she finished speaking, he put the water to his mouth and gulped it down, and Anne, who was above him, exclaimed in surprise, "Oh!" A red-haired boy with his hair swept to one side passed in front of her with a dark expression. His inner self, sweeping his hair back like a madman, thought arrogantly, "Oh, no one here can beat me." On the outside, he feigned a cold and indifferent demeanor, hands in his pockets, but inwardly he concluded again, "There doesn't seem to be anything to worry about." Then he made a plan. "I need to show my talent quickly and advance a grade." Suddenly, a calling voice interrupted his thoughts. "Hey, Redhead," Ann Meyer, smiling brightly, asked him, "Have we met before?" Annoyed by her enthusiasm, he gritted his teeth, turned around, and shrieked in surprise, "Redhead?" Ann Meyer, seeing his expression, continued to smile and waved at him. "Nice to meet you. What's your name?" He scoffed at her appearance. "Ah," then he politely replied, "Lennon." She heard that and asked, "Simon?" Then she confirmed, "Simon family, right?" In fact, he was inwardly scoffing arrogantly and triumphantly. "Yes, be jealous. I was born different from you," he affirmed and resolved, "I'm going straight to the middle school division as a matter of course." But contrary to his expectations, Ann Meyer exclaimed, "Wow!" Then she rested her chin on her hands and smiling brightly said as if she understood, "So you're Count Simon's son," and added, "If you don't know anything, just ask me." Lennon, seeing her, was angry again and shouted inwardly, "But who is she?" Suddenly, Professor Shiver's familiar voice came from the door. "Long time no see, everyone," he greeted them. "How have you all been?" The classroom was quiet and all eyes were on him as they replied in unison, "Yes." Soon he continued, "I have someone to introduce." "Come in," as he urged. Someone quickly entered from the door. It was Jamie. He looked around with a very serious expression. Lennon, who was above, stared intently at him, his face darkening, and he shouted in fear inwardly, Why are you here?" Inside, whispers arose again. "Emerald hair," someone else denied it. "Hey, no way, surely not." Everyone in the hall focused their attention on Jamie and Professor Shiver on the podium. Without further delay, Professor Shiver pointed to him and introduced him. "This is your new professor." He paused and emphasized, "Lord Jamie." He still looked at the children with a serious expression, then he greeted them. "Nice to meet you." "I am?" But the noisy cheers throughout the hall did not stop. "Kya!" Everyone excitedly shouted his name and stood up from their seats. "Lord Jamie!" Soon the children tumbled down from their chairs, turning the scene into chaos, and excited shouts echoed, "Kya, Lord Jamie!" One child, disbelieving, ran and shouted, "Is it really Lord Jamie?" Professor Shiver, seeing this spectacle, stood in front of him, blocking the students, and was flustered. The students continued to scream like crazy. "Look this way!" Jamie, seeing this chaotic scene, sighed and darkened his face. Then he shouted, "Everyone be quiet!" As he put his hand to his mouth, signaling for silence, a huge energy erupted from around him, calming the noisy students. Soon a massive flow of mana spread throughout the hall, silencing everyone around. Then he looked at the noisy children, who were now embarrassed and flustered, and reprimanded them. "Everyone stop! How dare you make a commotion in a magic academy in front of a respected professor?" Then Jamie interrogated them. "Is this the standard of Alpha Class?" Under his pressure, Lennon, who was above, lowered his hand that was resting on his chin and trembled. He thought in confusion, "Respect? No, he's like a..." He paused and shouted inwardly, emphasizing, "He's like a madman." Jamie continued to interrogate them. "I'm very disappointed with the first class." Professor Shiver, who was next to him, also looked at the now quiet students in bewilderment. He then seriously added his thoughts, "But I will give you a chance to redeem yourselves." He paused and asked a question. "Does anyone have a guess what subject I'll be teaching?" Soon a student guessed. "Chemistry," he replied to that student. "Unfortunately, no." Another student raised her hand and asked uncertainly. "Mage analysis." Jamie heard that and asked back, "Is there such a useless subject?" Around him there were still quite a few students eager to answer. Suddenly a fist shot up. It was Ann Meyer. She looked at him clearly, still holding her fist high, and offered her deduction. "Professor, since you are an advanced mage, you wouldn't teach ordinary subjects." She added, "There are advanced subjects like understanding the various aspects of attributes or magic circles." Then she made a negative statement. "But energy is learned in middle school." She concluded with a question. "So, are you in charge of the magic circle subject?" Jamie, hearing this, suddenly thought as he looked at her, is this the girl I met at the entrance ceremony? Then he evaluated inwardly. She doesn't seem to have much mana, but she's in alpha class. Then Jamie, snapping out of his thoughts, confirmed in a calm and gentle voice. Exactly, he didn't forget to praise in Meyer. You have good analytical skills. Hearing his words, she excitedly pumped her fist with one hand, made a V sign with the other, winked and joyfully exclaimed, "Yeah, I got it right." Finn, sitting next to her, gave her a thumbs up, smiling and admiring, just like a model student. Lennon, sitting at the desk below, angrily slammed his hand on the desk, startling the student next to him. He frowned and gritted his teeth. Lennon's face turned pale and he started sweating. He looked up at the desk above him and silently exclaimed in disbelief, "That woman was recognized by that Jamie kid." He then wondered again. "Who exactly is that woman?" Professor Shiver then clapped his hands and with a smiling face reminded everyone, "All right, introductions are over. Everyone study hard." The students quickly replied in unison, "Yes." After class in the faculty office, Jamie sat in a chair, arms outstretched, and sighed wearily. He looked at the paper stuck on his desk's bulletin board and fell into thought. Class starts tomorrow, huh? Then he asked himself again. The first class is with the full-time professor, right? Jamie then looked at a file with a heavily frowning face attached and suspiciously concluded, "Is this the professor in charge of the magic circle subject?" He read the information. Kenny, 5th Circle Mage. It was written across several pages. He then grew wary, recalling the third Elder Serpent's monkey-like frowning face. Serpent's disciple. Suddenly, Sophia stood beside him and reminded him, you might want to be careful." Jamie heard her words, stopped reading the file, looked up at her and asked, "Why?" Seeing that he didn't know, she covered her mouth with her hand, winked and whispered, "He's a bit insecure." She then added that several professors were smitten with him. Seeing her good-natured explanation, he replied, "I see, thank you for letting me know." "Ha." She then hesitated and said, well." Before Sophia could finish speaking, she held out a paper and pen, looked at him and asked, "Could I get your autograph?" Seeing this, he sighed helplessly. "Ha." Suddenly, a not-so-friendly voice interrupted their conversation. As expected, celebrities are different. It was Kenny. He stood behind them, looking at Sophia with an unpleasant expression and retorted, "Are you holding an autograph session in the faculty office?" Hearing his words, Professor Sophia's face turned pale, and she looked at him, silently exclaiming in great embarrassment, "Professor Kenny." And Jamie silently concluded, "Kenny Eck, Professor of Magic Circles." At his sarcasm, Professor Sophia was also flustered, stood motionless and denied, "It's not like that." Before she could finish speaking, Kenny waved his hand, signaling her, and urged, "Return to your seat, Professor." Jamie still quietly held the information sheet in his hand, and Sophia heard his words and hesitantly replied, "Yes." After she left, Jamie also genially stood up, looked up, and extended his hand to greet him. "Nice to meet you. I am Jamie." But before he could finish speaking, Kenny leaned close to him, looked him in the eye with a heavily frowning face, and challenged, "I hear you've been learning swordsmanship since you were 10, is that right?" He then added, "It must have been quite difficult to acquire such talent." He then warned Jamie, "But you'd better be prepared." He placed a hand on Jamie's shoulder and with a viciously frowning face and a strange, unfriendly smile informed him, "Because I won't go easy on you." Jamie, seeing this, quietly said, "That's..." Then he stopped speaking. His face was full of disgust. He glared at Kenny, shook his hand off his shoulder and provoked him, enunciating each word, "That's exactly what I wanted." The next morning, footsteps could be heard walking down the Phoenix Academy hallway. Inside the classroom, a blonde girl stood up, turned to the other students and warned, "He's coming." She then reminded them, "Everyone sit down, the demon professor is coming." Following her shout, the classroom door burst open. Kenny Eck, with a frowning face, spoke to the girl in a dark, threatening voice, "Hamo, if you call me that one more time, I'll expel you." Jamie, who was following behind him, covered his mouth and chuckled, silently repeating, "Demon Professor." Hearing that she might be expelled, the girl gasped in surprise and quieted down. After tidying up the classroom, Kenny placed a stack of prepared papers on the desk, put his hand on them, and called out to Jamie with a terribly sarcastic tone, "The great Jamie Welton." He then informed the children that he would be conducting the Magic Circle class. Soon after, he looked at the students, and once again sarcastically called out Jamie's name loudly. "But being a genius doesn't mean you're a good teacher." He quickly used magic to lift the stack of papers from the desk and frowned at the students. Jamie, angered by Kenny Eck's words, looked at him with dissatisfaction and incomprehension, shouting, "What did you say?" Ignoring Jamie's complaint, he continued to inform the students, "All right, today we'll have a test." As soon as he finished speaking, Kenny used magic to distribute test papers to each student, quietly saying, "Here." The students looked at the test papers with expressions full of dissatisfaction and resignation, but had no choice but to reach out and take them. He added about the test content, "We'll be learning how to cast 6th circle magic." Of course, Jamie also received one. He looked at the test content and inwardly praised Kenny. "He's well prepared for class." The man still looked at the students with an unpleasant expression. Jamie, seeing this, added inwardly, "Let's see how good he is." Kenny Eck then raised his hand and continued his explanation to the students, still with an indifferent expression. "Typical magic circle usually follows the same formula." He paused and added, "Usually to cast a 6th circle magic circle you use the moon, sun and stars." He condensed magic between his index and middle fingers. "Stars are the cosmos and the sun is the world of day." Kenny concluded. And the moon is the world of night. He pushed his hand forward, creating a circle of moons encompassing a large sun before their eyes. You then encompass them in a circle and combine them into one, he then added. That's how a complete magic circle is formed. Kenny's voice continued to echo throughout the hall. The symbols change depending on the type of magic you want to cast. The power also changes depending on how the symbols are arranged. He then stood on the podium and waved his hand, and the magic circle from before gradually faded and disappeared. He added, "So you need to carefully consider its position from the very beginning," Kenny explained further. Although there is no specific method yet to arrange the symbols most effectively, research is ongoing. Before he could finish spreading misinformation, Jamie, with a question, interrupted Kenny's words. "You still don't know?" his lecture interrupted. Kenny angrily looked at Jamie and with an irritated and dark expression asked, "Could it be that our genius knows the method?" At his question, Jamie reluctantly sighed, looked at him triumphantly and said, "You just need to draw a guideline." He immediately retorted, "Who doesn't know that?" But Jamie interrupted him, shouting, "Look at this." He then ceaselessly moved his index finger, drawing a cross-shaped centerline within the circle he had just created, and then drew the sun. "Now draw a sun guideline here. The moon goes here." "Done." Seeing Jamie not following the basic steps, he scoffed, "Haha, then the magic circle will immediately collapse. You can't erase a guideline drawn with mana. You don't even know basic theory," he asked sarcastically. As he ignored him, Jamie flicked his finger to confirm to him, "I'll erase it the same way." He then presented his method. "It's about separating the components of the magic circle. If you go in that direction, everything becomes very simple." He enlarged the large circle and placed the symbols in his desired positions. Then he added, "Once the placement is done, erase the guidelines." Finally, he erased all unnecessary guidelines, pulled the moon closer to the sun and concluded, "And combined them." He then presented the advantages of his created method. This way you don't need to draw the magic circle from scratch. You just need to adjust the positions. Jamie then looked at the students and explained the grafting method. Below, they were already whispering among themselves, looking at the strange giant circle before their eyes. "He's crazy," one child exclaimed, and another exclaimed in surprise, "I've never seen a magic circle made like this before." He added, explaining amidst the commotion, "This is the name I gave this technique." And Meyer, sitting in the upper seats, looked at him with blank eyes, her mouth agape, unable to speak, and silently exclaimed, "Unbelievable, he eliminated the very foundation of the magic circle." Kenny, who was below the podium, looked at Jamie's enormous magic circle, froze in shock and silently exclaimed, "This discovery will be truly shocking." He then regained his composure, pointed at the magic circle and asserted in a dazed voice, "Even so," he paused and firmly added, "It's still impossible." A gasp of surprise erupted in the hall again. "Oh, magic circle projection." His finger lightly touched it. The forms of the moon and sun gradually separated, floated in the center, and transformed into three-dimensional shapes. The children below silently exclaimed in lingering surprise, "To transform a magic circle as soon as he saw it." He then concluded to himself, "As expected, he's a genius." Jamie then silently concluded, "It's not over yet, kids." Soon both the moon and sun flew away. With just a flick of his finger, he drew several more magic circles around them, and Kenny was still looking at him with surprised eyes. Finn and Meyer below looked at him in shock, mouths agape, unable to believe what he was doing on the podium. The students blankly concluded, "The magic circle is transforming into symbols of other magic circles." The circles collided with each other, creating powerful and infinite lightning energy. Soon they began to merge with each other, and the students thought again, "It can expand infinitely as long as there is space." Soon, three magic circles combined into one, creating a multi-composite three-dimensional magic circle. The surroundings fell silent, and the huge circle he created illuminated the entire room. Jamie, recalling his past self, concluded, "That's why people call me the Infinite Mage," he added, "the demon of the magic realm." Jamie then looked at Kenny, who was still standing beside him, not having come to his senses, and asked with sharp eyes, "How is it, Professor Kenny?" He silently exclaimed, "I've truly never heard of it." His body stiff, he stammered, looking at the circle he had created before his eyes. "This is," he then again silently exclaimed, doubting his identity, "Who on earth is that guy?" When he couldn't speak for half a day, Jamie flicked his finger to erase the circle he had just created, and looking at the children concluded, "This is just a visual demonstration." He then reminded the students below, "You still need to learn more about the grafting method. For the next class, analyze the structure of a second circle magic circle." Lennon, who was in the upper seats, also looked pale with shock, still not having come to his senses. "Is that guy crazy?" he then concluded. "Such an amazing thing is just a demonstration." Jamie then also looked around and, slightly disappointed, concluded, "Is this your level?" He then lamented. Sigh, he then looked at Meyer, who was seriously looking at him, and said, "There's still one person who wants to try." During break time, the children gathered and chattered incessantly. "Did you see that magic circle?" he then exclaimed. "As expected, a genius is different. Professor Kenny is also truly amazing." At his seat, Lennon was diligently practicing. He drew a small magic circle before his eyes, but frowned and let out a grunt. The student sitting next to him exclaimed in surprise, "Lennon, what was that just now? Did you succeed?" Lennon frowned and breathed heavily, not paying attention. He inwardly cursed, "Damn it, I barely made it." Then the circle gradually disappeared. Just then, Lennon saw Meyer's upper desk also glowing, and said in confusion, What's that woman doing at the upper desk? And Meyer was diligently practicing what she had just seen. Is she trying to create a complex magic circle, skipping the arrangement part? Seeing this, he walked over and tapped her shoulder, startling Meyer and making the magic circle disappear. She then angrily jumped up and shouted, "Ah!" She then grumbled unsatisfactorily. "Why isn't it working?" Above her, Lennon held his head and leaned back, gritting his teeth in pain. She quickly ran, shouting, "Excuse me, Professor Jamie, I have a question." She then froze, realizing for herself. She again emphasized in disbelief that he had just ignored her. "Me?" In the elementary school hallway, Vice Principal Javelin's joyful voice echoed towards Jamie and Kenny, who were walking down the hallway. "Professor Kenny, Professor Jamie." He bowed his head to them, holding a stack of papers, and Kenny, who was standing behind him, suddenly stepped forward and asked, "How was Professor Jamie's first class?" Before Jamie could reply, Kenny said it was excellent. At his words, Jamie, who was behind him, also looked at him in surprise, silently concluding, "He's a more upright person than I thought." At his praise, Javelin, confused yet joyfully, double-checked. "Really? This is the first time Professor Eck has ever praised anyone?" Kenny then walked with an unreadable expression, brushed past the vice principal's shoulder and said, "I have an urgent matter, so I'll be leaving." Seeing him leave so quickly, Vice Principal Javelin quickly turned around and, flustered and embarrassed, reminded him, "Wait, Professor Eck, you have a meeting today." Watching their retreating figures, Jamie, left behind, drew a V sign in front of his eyes and silently concluded in a dark tone, "He doesn't seem to have an inferiority complex." He then added, "The class wasn't bad either." Suddenly, a shout came from behind. "Professor Jamie?" Jamie, seeing Enmer running towards him, followed by Lennon with a frowning, dissatisfied expression, frowned in annoyance and concluded, "They don't even give me time to think." He tried to regain his composure and quietly asked, "What is it?" Soon, she created a magic circle and asked Professor, "I'm trying to create the magic circle you just made, Professor." Then, with a disappointed expression, she showed the result. "But every time I try to combine them, I fail." Jamie then looked at her circle. He pointed to the moon with the sun in the center and said, "Okay, the moon goes here." He paused and pointed to the moon of another circle with a star in the center, adding, "It collides with the moon of this magic circle." Jamie doubted inwardly, does she even know what she's saying? Seeing that, she quickly practiced and then confirmed again. You mean erase and combine again? And if I do this, she paused. Then, holding the completed combined version, she said lightly with excitement. She cried out expectantly, "It's done!" He too stared blankly at her. Lennon, who was next to them, also looked at her magic circle in surprise. Soon, the circle didn't last long and disappeared. She looked at it, frowned and said, "Ah!" From behind, Lennon excitedly pushed her shoulder and shouted, You, how did you do that?" And Meyer now noticed his presence, turned her head and shouted. He lost his composure. His face became even more frantic and he urged her, "That? How did you do it?" And seeing him say that, gradually understood, turned her head, smiled and replied, I just followed the professor." Lennon's face grew even darker and he was surprised. He asked back in disbelief, "You just followed?" Then he cried out inwardly in disbelief, "There's someone better than me?" He watched them bickering, crossed his arms and inwardly concluded, "It's not perfect." But then he couldn't help but admire, but how can that kid copy a multi-composite three-dimensional circle just by seeing it once? Jamie quietly watched her raise her hands in confusion as if she were innocent. It would be stranger if no one recognized her talent. Jamie then decided inwardly that he needed to tell Siegfried. In the principal's office a voice echoed, "Come in." He quickly entered, asking quizzically, "Elder Siegfried, is that you?" Upon seeing Jamie, he quickly looked up, smiled and said, "Come in, young master." As soon as he entered the room, he saw a lamp containing something and asked curiously, "Oh, what are you going to do with that piece of iron?" At his question, Elder Siegfried didn't hesitate to smile brightly and explain, "Haha, it's still undergoing testing. It's quite difficult to handle. It's a very tricky item." Then he quickly got up from his desk, walked towards the tea table, rested his hand on the armrest and asked, "What brings you here?" He sat at the table, looked at him and asserted, "I have something to show you first." Then he made a small magic circle with his hand and confirmed, "This is the circle I demonstrated in class today." Seeing that circle, Elder Siegfried also shouted in surprise, "Young master, how?" Jamie then interrupted him and said humbly, "I'm not trying to show off." Then he mentioned a girl named Enmer. "I didn't explain this in detail because it's quite a difficult theory, but that child explained it." Elder Siegfried, who had already sat down, laughed and then lowered his head, closed his eyes and asked him back with an incomprehensible expression, "She could do it just by seeing the demonstration?" He then asked him, who was sitting opposite him, "Why aren't you nurturing such a talent?" Then he rested his arm on his head, lost in thought, and complimented him. "Her observational skills are truly outstanding, but she has absolutely no potential in magic," he stated his previous judgment. "I advised her to become an expert in that field so she could utilize her abilities." Elder Siegfried then conveyed his disciple's wishes. "But she asserted that she wants to be a mage. She's looking for someone who can make her a great mage." Elder Siegfried again concluded sadly with a disappointed voice, "But no one will take her on." Through Elder Siegfried's words, the girl's future shattered before his eyes. "Because talent cannot drive progress." Upon hearing these words, Jamie fell silent, lost in thought. He affirmed again. "So," he paused and continued to think, "that child wants to be Siegfried's disciple." He placed his clasped hands on the table and concluded with difficulty, "It's a bit harsh, but the magic world is the backbone of Sedum, so we can't take a chance on such an ambiguous student." Upon hearing these words, Jamie understood his judgment, stood up and sighed, understood. "Thank you for your time." Elder Siegfried then looked up at him and replied, "You're welcome." Jamie then turned and walked away, and he remained behind, lost in thought, looking at him, not knowing how to speak. Suddenly, Elder Siegfried called out to him, "Young master." He stopped as he was about to open the doorknob. He smiled, raised his hand to touch his face, and suggested, "If you're so worried, why don't you take her on yourself?" When he said nothing, his face bloomed like a flower with interest, and he added his opinion. "The age difference between master and disciple isn't that great either." Then he concluded, "It's not a bad idea." Upon hearing that, he remained unmoved, quickly walked out the door, and said firmly, "I refuse." Elder Siegfried then lost interest. Outside, he leaned against the wall, crossed his arms, and sighed, "HMPH." Jamie's face was somewhat dark, and he concluded that he had been forced to become a professor. Then he asked himself again, "But taking on a disciple, what nonsense is this?" Jamie then again fell into his past life. He recalled his disciples and concluded, "The day I lost all my disciples due to the 12-god scheme." A female disciple stood before him excitedly, holding a piece of paper with a magic circle drawn on it. He now concluded that he would finish things with his own strength. Painful memories burned to ashes. He gripped the sword in his hand, stabbing it until it bled, vowing inwardly, "I will trust no one and keep no one close." Returning to reality, he looked at the person in the adjacent building, still leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, and vowed to himself that he would not repeat the mistakes of his past life. He inwardly concluded that Anne was a very smart child and would know her path. Jamie's face then became indifferent, shaking off everything, and he concluded in his thoughts, "It has nothing to do with me." 1 week later at the training ground, Professor Shiver looked at the students standing before him and instructed, "All right, now concentrate." He announced the mana test that would take place today. Then he held a stack of papers in his hand, looked at the children, and smiled, saying, "Haha, I heard the students in Class B have improved a lot." He stated his thoughts, "Haha, so I'm very curious how our class will do." Whispers started again below, and Finn was no exception. He covered his mouth and explained into Meyer's ear, "The teacher is talking about Class 2. Then she looked at him, puzzled, and checked again. "You mean the class that was last place last year?" Becky said that too. Finn then glanced at her, smiled proudly, and gave her some information. "That kid is first in the beta class," and was surprised to hear that and asked back, "Ah." Then Professor Shiver's voice echoed, "Next, Lennon, come forward." He created a bow with energy, raised it coolly with a serious and cold face, and aimed it at the dummy in front of him. As soon as he released his hand, a huge stream of energy shot towards the dummy, accompanied by powerful electric sparks. The arrow formed a fierce vortex as if accompanied by a whirlwind, and the score displayed on the system was 2199B. Professor Shiver was also startled, his face darkening as he thought in surprise, "That's enough to destroy the target and then some." Among the students below, there was an incessant murmur of surprise. "Over 2,000 points." Then they quickly commented, as expected of a Simon family member. Inmer next to him was also surprised, her face pale, and she muttered, "My goodness, I've never seen such a high score." He glanced at her, who was staring blankly at him, and inwardly grumbled, "Fool, you're much better than that." Professor Shiver, still in shock from what had just happened, was stunned, his hands and feet weak, and he said with a dark, forced smile, "Haha, I guess we need to replace the target." "Next up, Finn," he said excitedly. "All right, it's my turn, watch closely." Then he asserted about himself, "My condition has been very good lately." The girl standing behind him watched him, puzzled, quietly observing. Finn stood at the starting line, recalled the vial of medicine, touched his nose with his hand, and asserted that he had already drunk X this morning. His eyes were filled with confidence and nervousness. Then he quickly and powerfully drew his bow and shot, powerfully moving forward with an expressionless face. His eyes were crazily and ferociously focused on the target, losing all reason. Inmer, standing next to him, quietly observed him, then was startled and exclaimed inwardly, "What, that kid's eyes?" Then a powerful arrow pierced through everything and displayed a score of 860p on the system. The teacher then smiled happily and commented on him, "You've improved by 700 points since last time." Then he encouraged Finn, "If you try a little harder, you can get into the middle school division." At that compliment he became arrogant, stood in the middle of the class, raised his hand and cheered, "Did you see that? Isn't it amazing?" Finn asked his classmates smugly, and his friends next to him complimented him. "Well done, Finn." Finn asked his classmates smugly again, and his friends next to him complimented him. "Well done, Finn." Then he again smiled with his eyes and arrogantly asked his friends around him, "Did you guys see that?" Only Finn looked at him with an incomprehensible expression, thinking, "Did I just see things?" Before she could snap out of her thoughts, the teacher called out from the list. "Next, Anne," she replied hesitantly. "Why, yes, sir." Soon Inmer stood before the target, drew her bow and aimed, her face filled with nervousness and anxiety. She frowned and worried inwardly. "What if my skills haven't improved much? No, that can't be. I've practiced so much." Then she shook off everything and cried out inwardly, "I have to believe in myself." Soon she shot her bow with all her might, the teacher informed her. 247p at this result, and Mer was speechless and frozen, pointing at the scoreboard and asserting with difficulty, "It's the same as last year." She stood there, tears streaming down her face darkened with despair. From behind, Lennon glanced at her, speechless, and closed his mouth. Then a voice echoed in the classroom, "Professor J's class." Vice Principal Javelin called him. Then he asked, "Haha, are you leaving work now?" He also turned his head, looked at him, and greeted him. "Ah, Professor Javelin." Then he friendly put his arm around his shoulder, smiled, and complimented him. "I'm glad you're settling in very well," he emphasized again. "I'm glad you're settling in very well." Suddenly the ring on his hand, which was on Jamie's shoulder, glowed, and he couldn't help but notice it. Javelin then quickly let go of him, walked quickly, and explained to him with difficulty, "Ah, the third elder summoned me. Please excuse me." Jamie looked at him with an incomprehensible and suspicious expression, inwardly asserting, "The third elder, he means that ill-tempered guy, right?" Then he ran and reported, "Yes, administrator, today's meeting is." He watched him running and thought inwardly about that third elder. "Is he the administrator?" Finally it's quiet. He covered his mouth and laughed, admiring gleefully. "TCH, what a world!" Suddenly a child brushed past Jamie, continuously muttering like someone possessed. "Each symbol has unique characteristics and functions. If the symbols within a circle are placed symmetrically, a change will occur." Seeing him walk and talk, he turned around puzzled and wondered inwardly, "Is that child from Beta Class 2? Isn't he studying too hard?" His eyes were wide like a madman's, bloodshot, and his mouth was still continuously muttering the class content, but he calmly stated his thoughts. "If there's no potential, one can only die," he gave up. "It has nothing to do with me." Thinking that, Jamie quickly turned and left, once again vowing to himself, "It has nothing to do with me." In the administrator's office a knock and a voice were heard. "Administrator, it's Javelin." Soon the door opened and Kenny came out, holding a stack of papers in his hand. Javelin then asked, puzzled and incomprehensible, Professor Kenny?" The man glanced at him with an arrogant face, said nothing, and was not very friendly. Javelin still tried to be polite, smiling as he asked, "What brings you here?" But Kenny ignored him and brushed past him. As Professor Kenny brushed past him so unkindly and without any gesture, Javelin glanced at him again, and inwardly concluded with an incomprehensible expression, "I can't figure him out, but he's a fellow professor, so I should try to get along with him better." Kenny had a stack of papers in his hand, and inside was a photograph. Then the photograph carelessly fell from the stack of papers and finally hit the floor. It was a picture of Inmer smiling brightly and waving. During break time, everyone gathered and chattered, and Inmer Meyer leaned against a corner of the wall looking at them. She lowered her head, lost confidence, thinking about her skills. "Everyone has gotten a little stronger, but I'm still the same." Then she asked herself inwardly, "I did my best, is this my limit?" And Mer then muttered sadly, "I should have drunk that enhancer Finn drank." From afar, Jamie looked at her, his face darkening again, already showing signs of annoyance, but he was speechless and asked himself, "What's wrong with that kid?" Then he again turned around and decided to ignore her. "Let's just leave her alone. Let's just pass by." But as her sighs grew louder, his body eventually gave in. He approached, stood before Inmer Meyer and asked her, "Are you worried about something?" But in reality he cursed himself inwardly dozens of times. Damn it, damn it. Seeing him standing before her, Inmer was startled and surprised, calling out with an incomprehensible expression, "PR Professor." Then with a dark expression she lowered her head and answered his question. "Today was the Mana test and my score was the same as last year. Only 247 points." Then his face struggled to force a smile, but he strained not to burst out laughing, frowning at Inmer. "She truly has no talent for magic. 247 points." When he didn't react, she sighed even more and hung her head with a sad face. In the quiet space, Inmer Meyer's determined voice echoed again, "But I won't give up." Then she clenched her fists, her face flushed, and with a face that looked like she was about to burst into tears from sorrow, she added her resolve, "I vow to become a great mage and revive my family." Seeing her expression, Jamie understood inwardly. She's truly serious. Her hands were still tightly clenched with determination. Jamie recalled his own mad self, bowed his head and concluded, "The future will repeat my past." Then he had another thought. "But should I try one last time?" Then, without saying anything to Ann Meyer, he quickly turned, brushed off his clothes and left. She watched him go and said nothing more. Suddenly his voice echoed, and she, with tears welling up, was startled and stiffened, looking at him with determined eyes. "If you are confident you can keep it, come to my office tomorrow." The Mage Tower, the sun shining on the top of the tall tower. Jamie looked up at the tower from outside. Then he naturally opened the door and walked in, concluding, "Marquis Rinmel's laboratory is at the very top right." Seeing that, a person holding documents in their hand asked him, "Hey kid, what are you looking for?" Hearing that, the group also looked at him, and Jamie replied to her in a low voice, "I've come to see my master." Seeing that, the girl giggled and mocked him as if taking his words as a joke. "Oh, your master. But unfortunately your master is not someone a kid like you can easily meet." He heard that and instructed her, "Just tell them Jamie Welton is here." Seeing that, she still tilted her head, looked at him and laughed, repeating playfully, "All right, the kid's name is Jamie." She broke off and then shouted uncontrollably, "Welton." Without delay, he was quickly guided into the open room and the girl politely bowed her head, confirming again to Jamie, "He here is the master's room. You can go in right now." "Yes, Jamie." Seeing the girl so flustered, he also replied calmly, "Ah yes, thank you." As soon as Jamie entered the room, his eyes widened in admiration. "Oh wow." Then in the room he couldn't help but wonder at the messy piles of books scattered everywhere. "What is all this?" Suddenly a voice echoed, asking him. "It's quite messy, isn't it?" Jamie was startled and dumbfounded, and the voice seemed to penetrate his brain. Then Jamie, without the slightest hesitation, walked into the room, and inwardly concluded about this room, "I can't tell where the voice is coming from." And then he concluded to himself, "He's controlling the entire room with mana." He looked around and answered the voice's question from just now, "It has its own charm." Seeing him answer like that, Second Elder Marin Mayo couldn't help but laugh and tease him. "Haha, where did you learn to say such things?" Suddenly, Second Elder Marin Mayo poked his head out from atop a tall pillar, smiling brightly as he asked him, "So what brings you here?" He looked up at him, kneeling on a large stone platform and looking down, and was slightly dumbfounded and surprised, thinking inwardly, "Ah, he was there." And then Second Elder Marin Mayo descended to the ground and stood beside him with his arms crossed, and Jamie exclaimed, looking at the scattered papers, trash, objects, and books, "Haha, you seem busy with your research." The person next to him also quickly replied to his words with a friendly smile, "Still, I have time to meet our Jamie." Hearing his tone, Jamie also realized, inwardly, he's trying to act familiar. Then he took another step closer, looked closely at the contents of the books, and wondered, "What are these magic books on the messy desk?" Second Elder Marin Mayo also looked at the book and hesitated, replying, "Ah, that's," he broke off. Then he turned and leaned his hips against the desk, recalling scenes of war seriously as he explained to him, "I am researching war magic, area of effect magic that can annihilate the followers of Xennies, the god of war." Then he quietly offered his thoughts. But as expected, it's not easy. Jamie also turned and leaned against the desk, glancing at that side, deeply realizing in silence. "That means," then he concluded to himself, "the war with the Xennies Church will begin when the magic is complete." Then he turned back to Jamie and asked again, "So what's your reason for coming to see me?" He stepped down from the desk, moving closer to him, and hesitated. "Ah, well, then," he resolved, "I want to teach Anne Meyer the breathing technique." Second Elder Marin Mayo, surprised by his sudden request, looked at him and asked back, "The breathing technique?" Then he expressed his opinion. "I know why you're asking, but I can't pass on my magic secrets, especially to a child who will at best become a 5th circle mage." He recalled the image of the girl in myrrh and stated his opinion. Hearing that, Jamie replied with a confident smile, raising his hand and wagging his index finger, asking him back, "What if I can make that child a great mage?" Seeing that, he narrowed his eyes, looked at Jamie, and concluded, "That's an arrogant statement. Magic theory is not for everyone." Then he commented on him, "I acknowledge your talent, but you are only a 6th circle mage." Seeing that, he still calmly informed Second Elder Marin Mayo, "I have already completed one magic theory." He placed one hand on the desk and the other in his pocket, closing his eyes, and arrogantly declared his resolve, "But I'm not satisfied, so I decided to create another." He explained in his thoughts, "The multi-composite 3-dimensional magic circle I created in my previous life isn't enough." He recalled his magnificent self in his previous life and came to a deeper conclusion. "I need more powerful abilities to defeat the 12 gods." Hearing this, Second Elder Marin Mayo was astonished, furrowed his brows, opened his eyes wide, and confirmed again with him, "You're going to create 2 magic theories even for a dragon? That's absurd." Doubt arose within him, but he looked at Jamie, who was smiling triumphantly with his arms crossed and anticipating him, and thought again about what this pressure was. "Behind this child is a great figure, an exquisitely handsome man who lived a lifetime," he commented on him. "This child might be." He stopped thinking and then confirmed with him, "If you're so confident, I have a proposal." Second Elder Marin Mayo broke off and then took out his recommendation, pointing directly at him, excitedly and arrogantly challenging him. "Let's have a duel. If you can satisfy me, I will pass on the breathing technique to you." Seeing him give him a chance, Jamie also drew the sword at his waist without hesitation, charged at him with a confident smile, and confirmed with him, "All right." Inside the quiet dark battle room, Second Elder Marin Mayo still pointed his staff at him and confirmed, "I'll let you attack first." He was still looking at him in a ready stance. Jamie's eyes were filled with determination, and he drew his sword, arrogantly looking at him and instructing, "You won't regret it." Then he focused all his strength on his feet, and a huge stream of energy began to erupt from his entire body. He shouted, "Welton's modified technique, 100 Cs." A vortex formed around Jamie, enveloping him. The aura of sea breeze emanated around him. Once ready, he charged towards Second Elder Marin Mayo, shouting, "Here I come." Ice seemed to aid his speed, moving at an astonishing pace. Then he leaped up. Meanwhile, Second Elder Marin Mayo held a sword with blue flames burning in his hand and commented, looking at him charging from above, "He appeared before me in the blink of an eye." Even seeing that, he still calmly smiled and casually concluded, looking at the sword stabbing into the shield he created, "This won't pierce my shield." Then his other hand created another powerful magic. Jamie shouted the name of the technique, "Hand of Destruction." Then he added a vortex to his shield, and the 2 massive streams of power collided violently, causing a huge tremor. He shouted inwardly, "Break the fortress." Fragments of the barrier shattered, and his hand gradually approached Jamie. He was still dumbfounded and astonished, mouth agape, doubting inwardly again. Did he read my mind?" Then he swung his staff, went behind his back, created another shield, and complimented, "That's pretty good, Jamie." He moved surprisingly fast, and when he realized he was behind him, his face turned pale. He bit his lip, his hand still extending forward due to inertia, still emitting powerful energy. Then he regained his speed, stopped his actions, turned his head, and inwardly concluded, "Damn it, he must have recovered." Then he called out inwardly, "Break, help me in the illusion realm." Then he created countless barriers and shouted the technique. Instant effect. Jamie quickly passed through the magic circle, leaving behind a clone. Then he shouted the names of weapons one by one. Plasma Cross, Thunder Arrow Storm. Each clone used a source of power to attack a single target. Second Elder Marin Mayo's shield. Finally, he too charged and shouted the name of the technique. Lava rush. After the collision, a huge explosion occurred, sweeping away everything, forming a gigantic electric ring. Finally, second Elder Mayo furrowed his brows in surprise, looking at the crack in his shield. Before he could realize it, Jamie, with sharp eyes, bit his lip and with determination swung his sword back to gather momentum. Then he powerfully slashed down, sending him flying backward. The sound of hitting rocks echoed loudly once more. He landed on the ground and saw the dust cloud he had created before his eyes. Jamie explained inwardly, instant effect, a close combat magic that blocks clones and teleportation. Then Jamie gasped for breath, his face darkened from exhaustion, and he inwardly concluded that he had run out of mana using 4 clones. Suddenly, second Elder Mayo's voice echoed in surprise. This is, he stood in the smoke dressed in dusty clothes, laughing heartily with satisfaction, and commented, looking at him, just enough to scratch an itch. Then he laughed again and concluded, but my clothes are still. Before second Elder Mayo could finish speaking, he interrupted with a forced smile, reminding him, it seems you haven't restored the back of your cloak yet, haha. Seeing him say that, he also looked at his cloak and turned back incomprehensibly. Seeing that, he looked up at him and expressed his opinion. Hey, it seems you made a mistake by being too hasty. The person opposite him heard that, gave a forced smile, and inwardly cursed with indignation. Damn it, is this not enough? Then a powerful aura erupted from his body, clearing away the dust, and he commented on him. It's a bit sad to just take hits. Jamie, this time block me. He leaned his staff on the ground and instructed him. Then his gaze went somewhere and an aura began to emanate from his body, and he inwardly concluded, I need to take that out. Then Jamie also took out a recommendation. Outsider Avalon. He pointed his sword at him and said with a serious smile in a low voice, I'm looking forward to it. Mayo was quite surprised to see that. Oh, I didn't know you had that. That old man wouldn't even sell it to me, Jamie said with a sarcastic smile. Then my patron must be quite decent, he's really stingy. He stood up straight and said, I accept and will continue this duel. A shimmering vortex magic circle, a fierce vortex swirled around Jamie. Jamie raised the corners of his mouth, watching the wind with satisfaction. Outsider Avalon surpasses human ideals, Jamie charged. This is truly exhilarating. Jamie didn't even know that this could simultaneously contain the powers of the real world and the underworld. Truly astonishing. Jamie cloned himself into several figures, moving erratically. This kind of magic isn't bad either, Jamie said greedily. But I feel like seeing something even more amazing, Rin laughed. Did it just work? So you're trying again, but it won't work twice. Mayo countered Jamie without hesitation. The two charged at each other, fighting fiercely. Mayo asked suspiciously, or are you trying to make me use my sensory magic? Jamie did not deny it. Will you show me? I would be delighted if you did. Mayo held his staff. If you truly wish to see the manifestation I possess, it's different from lightning striking everywhere or hail pouring down or lava exploding. It's not a natural phenomenon. Mayo's eyes sharpened intensely, and he reminded him, but if you get caught once, it'll be difficult to survive. Jamie was struggling to block Mayo's attack, but he was very surprised. There's nothing. Jamie was still dumbfounded. Damn it, what happened? The world was turned upside down. The sky above Jamie's head became chaotic. Cognitive dissonance. Archmage Mayo's sensory magic. Jamie too was going mad in the chaos. Lightning struck Jamie's shield. Jamie realized that it looked like a normal natural disaster, but it was actually mental magic that infiltrated the brain. He looked at what was happening before his eyes and was slightly worried. If I can't completely control my mind, I'll struggle without distinguishing between real and fake. The problem is that at my current level, I can't escape this magic. What if I can't get rid of this mental manipulation? Jamie's steps were forceful. Mayo's mana, the source of this magic. He tensed his body and cast 100 Cs. I'll absorb it in reverse. He looked at that side with solemn eyes. Devour it all. The experienced Mayo realized that although he appeared very calm on the surface, he was actually fighting fiercely within. Mayo's words echoed in his ears. When your strength is weaker than your opponent's, there's no way to escape this mental sensory magic. Jamie was powerless without black mana. Mayo laughed heartily. Haha, that's enough torment for now. Even I'm afraid of your father. As Jamie unleashed a huge force, a magic circle appeared in the middle of where he stood. Blue light fiercely blazed from his staff. Jamie cast a new, unimaginable technique, and even Mayo exclaimed in astonishment, damn it, what is this? The fight stopped, and Mayo had to reluctantly admit, this time that child won. I can't believe he can reverse my magic theory. Mayo had no choice but to ask Jamie directly, how did you do that? Jamie chuckled evasively. The sword in his hand was still emanating mana, and he himself suspected that was the reason. He himself was greatly surprised and said, I absorbed mana to escape the illusion, and after a moment I started absorbing the Elder's power too. Mayo found it unbelievable. So you're saying it was just a coincidence? Jamie didn't know how to answer this question either. A coincidence? Saying it was a coincidence makes no sense at all. This was because the Archmage's magical theory had assimilated with the sword. Jamie curled the corners of his mouth into a smile. A new thought came to mind. This could become my new magical theory. Jamie asked casually, what do you think? Marquis Mayo also burst out laughing. Haha, that's enough. Mayo stroked Jamie's head and said, I will allow you to teach that child the breathing technique. Mayo's voice echoed within the glass room. Now tell me. Mayo was asking the man in front of him. What do you think? The man said. I was very surprised. The person Mayo was speaking to was Raymond Florison. Raymond Florison spoke in a calm, slow voice. I didn't know that child could use magic and swordsmanship so harmoniously. He's on a completely different level from the magic swordsman I've met so far. And to be able to convert that into a magical theory, that's difficult even for an archmage of the same caliber. Rinmeo nodded in agreement. The child was clearly an incomprehensible genius, but Raymond Florison interrupted him. No. Reason I'm saying this is not that. His mana rivals an archmage's, and his swordsmanship is top tier. Moreover, he was chosen by goddess Fa. Could there be a human with all these abilities? Raymond Florison raised a question. Jamie, is that child really human? He seems like a superhuman intentionally created, Rinmeo kindly reminded him. Watch your words, someone might be listening. He thought that all they had to do now was to keep watching. Let's see how that child would change the world. It was very late at night, but Jamie was still standing below the castle. The castle was already dark with all lights out. Jamie anxiously knocked hard on the door, shouting for them to come out immediately. Lennon came out to open the door with an unpleasant expression. I'm here, what do you want? Jamie was surprised to see Lennon. He asked, why are you here so late at night? Lennon stammered. Mermeyer said very cheerfully. I think Professor Jamie is going to take me as his disciple. Lennon, still in shock, asked, are you really going to take Anne as your disciple? Jamie asked angrily. Why are you speaking informally to a professor? Lennon, confused, couldn't believe his ears and asked again. Really? Jamie said. It's not certain yet. Lennon mustered up his courage and made another request. Then please take me as your disciple too. Jamie turned toward the door annoyed and asked, I was wondering why you came to find me in the middle of the night. Does Count Simon know you're doing this? Lennon stammered. He doesn't know yet. Jamie glanced at Lennon and said coldly, with your father around, what would people say if you learned magic from me? I won't accept anyone who hasn't considered such circumstances. He walked straight into the house, leaving only a chilling remark. Go home. Jamie was extremely annoyed by the continued noise outside the door. He threw the door wide open and shouted, hey you, but he was too surprised by the sight before his eyes. Tears streamed down his face, making him look very pathetic. Jamie was so surprised by the sight before his eyes that he was speechless. You're crying? Yes, Lennon was crying. Tears streamed down his face, making him look very pathetic. Lennon shouted even louder. I can't tolerate Anne surpassing me, so please choose me too. Jamie showed a disgusted expression. Did you book a spot as my disciple? Unbelievable. Jamie thought for a moment. But he's quite considerate of his own age. He'll make a perfect errand boy, he said. If the Count agrees, I'll consider it. Those words seemed to give Lennon great hope. He continued to ask, really? Jamie said that it was a courtesy to the Count. Your master is your father. Now go. Lennon politely bowed his head in thanks and left. After Lennon left, Jamie slowly muttered, that guy, he won't get kicked out for being ungrateful, will he? The scene shifts to Count Simon's study. Lennon was sitting at the desk with Count Simon. Count Simon opened his mouth and asked, but why did you suddenly want to see me? Lennon stammered. Yes, father. Lennon got to the point. I want to become Professor Jamie's disciple. Count Simon was slightly surprised to hear this. Lennon's hand holding the teacup trembled severely. I went and asked the professor to take me as his disciple. Count Simon thought it was indeed a rude thing to do. Count Simon found it hard to believe. The day would come when this arrogant child would humble himself for his studies. He's grown up. Count Simon did not stop him. He immediately said without hesitation, I will allow it. Do not tarnish the Simon family's honor. The scene shifts to a small alley of the Magic Association. Asta's voice echoed before the person kneeling at his feet. Even the professor had high hopes for Apophis X. Asta scolded. How shameful. Professor Shiver painfully pleaded for more. More, Asta said. The blood vessels in your body have already burst and your heart is about to stop. But Professor Shiver was drooling and still desperately pleaded, just one more bottle, just one please. Asta held out a medicine bottle and taunted him. Still want to drink it? Professor Shiver struggled to grab the bottle. Give it to me, Asta praised him. You did very well distributing this to the students. Asta raised his foot and stomped on Professor Shiver's head, crushing the medicine bottle to prevent him from grabbing it. But now you're useless, you trash. Professor Shiver stomped on, screamed in pain. Asta burst out laughing like a madman. I can't believe such trash as a teacher. It seems the Magic Association is starting to rot too. A black shadow appeared from behind. Asta asked, did you really have to kill him like that? Asta smiled and turned around. You know my style. Don't you think you're quite similar to me in some ways? Mary's eyes gleamed and she said, that's enough. Asta reluctantly said, all right, I'm going now. Mary walked past Asta and said, if there are more guys to deal with, call me. I'll leave the cleanup to you. Mary cursed Asta behind his back. What an inhumane fellow. He returned, dealt with the professor's body and left. The scene shifts to the faculty office. Jamie entered and greeted the other professors good morning. One professor asked him, Professor Jamie, have you seen Professor Shiver? Jamie said he hadn't. Something wrong, the professors said with sad faces. Well, he hasn't come to work and is unreachable. Jamie was surprised. Suddenly he thought, why would he do that? He didn't seem like that kind of person. Vice Principal Javelin smiled brightly and reassured Jamie. Don't worry, I'll go look for him. He turned around and asked, Professor Sophia, please take care of the Alpha class today. Professor Sophia immediately agreed. Leave it to me. Javelin told her not to worry too much. Sophia smiled at him and said, I'm so glad the vice principal is going to look for him. Vice Principal Javelin. Jamie turned away looking tired. Well, it's probably nothing serious. Suddenly a loud voice came from outside. Professor Jamie, Inmer anxiously asked. Are you really taking this guy as your disciple? Lennon proudly crossed his arms and said, I told you I got permission. Jamie didn't even look at them and said, you two are mistaken. Both were confused. Ha, Jamie said, neither of you are my disciples yet. They were all very surprised. What do you mean? Jamie said they would both have to take a test. So come to my room after class. Remember, no one can be my disciple if they don't pass the test. He waved his hand, sending them away. Now go, Inmer. Meyer asked. A test? I'll really work hard, Lennon interjected. Do you think just working hard will make you pass? I'm going to do my best. Jamie was really tired of these two big kids. All right, go now. He opened a book. All right, today's lesson is. Suddenly Kenny Eck appeared behind Jamie and called out, Professor Jamie. Jamie was startled. He asked Kenny, flustered. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly appear behind me? Kenny didn't answer, but instead asked, Are you thinking of taking Inmer Meyer as your disciple? Jamie was very wary. What does this guy want? He wasn't here earlier. He answered, I'm thinking about it. Why? Kenny Eck approached Jamie and growled a warning. Take your hands off that child. I don't want to see great potential cut short too early. Kenny Eck left while Jamie was still in shock. What does that mean? He only told Jamie to heed his warning. Jamie thought, what the hell? Professor Sophia finished her class today. She praised the students. You all did well today. Be careful on your way home. Everyone greeted her in unison and went home. Inmer anxiously asked her friend next to her, Finn, you look pale. He held a medicine bottle in his hand and said, I'm fine, I just need to drink this. Inmer tried to stop him. You should stop drinking that medicine. This is your 4th bottle already. But before she could finish speaking, he tried to attack Inmer. Just then Lennon approached and asked him what was wrong. Inmer stammered to Lennon, but Lennon didn't wait for an answer and immediately turned around. I don't care. I'm leaving first. Inmer quickly followed him. Wait, Lennon, I'm coming with you. Inmer couldn't catch up and quickly shouted. Wait, I said let's go together. Why are you going alone? Lennon found her too annoying. Lennon asked coldly, do you want me to wait for you? Why should I do that for my rival? He flew into the air without hesitation, leaving Inmer behind. She could only stand by the door and watch. You bastard, do you think I'll lose to you? She gathered her strength and sped up. Now she was also flying right behind Lennon. Her friend Finn was still clutching the medicine bottle tightly in his hand. He finished the new bottle and was satisfied. Ah, refreshing. As expected, only Apophis X makes me feel better. He stood up. Now I have to go meet Evan. I can't miss this rare opportunity. He was going with another group. Evan said arrogantly, Finn, you should know how lucky you are. I specifically brought you along, understand? Finn forced a smile and said, Of course, thank you, Evan. In reality, he was cursing him as an arrogant jerk. But I have to endure it. With just Apophis X, I'll be able to enter the middle building soon. Now they arrived at the castle. Evan handed Finn an invitation. It's a VIP invitation. You can go in. Once inside, Finn looked around. This is where they make them. A man spoke in a loud voice, introducing himself. Young customers, welcome. I am the manager of the Trinity research team. He was at Jamie's residence. Anmer's complaining voice echoed, It's so unfair, inside the room. Inmer was bent over, panting as if she were about to die. I asked you to wait so many times. How could you go alone? Lennon Simon turned and said coldly, I don't intend to hang out with you. As I said, we're rivals. Suddenly, 2 thick books fell with a thud on their heads. Jamie approached and said, I don't care if you're friends or enemies. But I don't want to see you fighting in front of a professor. Both answered sullenly, yes. Jamie said, the breathing technique. Lennon Simon said, puzzled, I've never heard of it. Jamie said, it's Marquis Rinmeo's breathing technique. Jamie said, you're going to learn it today. Simple, right? And Meyer's face turned pale when she heard that. Today, Lennon Simon, unable to believe that he would learn an Archmage's breathing technique in one day, said, You're joking, right? Jamie said in a cold voice. If you want to be my disciple, you need this much ability. If you're not confident, get out of here. And Meyer stood up and said, I'll do it no matter what. Lennon Simon sighed and said, Me too. I'll try my best. Please give me a chance. Jamie said with satisfaction, Good. Immediately, 2 treasures appeared in his hands. One looked like a box, the other like a staff. As the 2 treasures collided, a dazzling blue-white light erupted from the point of impact. The 2 were startled and the surrounding space rapidly changed. A book appeared in Meyer's hand and a book fell directly onto Lennon Simon's head. The 2 stood in a pure white cube space. They wondered where they were. Jamie's voice echoed, answering their question. This is a secondary space I created. 12 hours here is equal to 1 day outside. Jamie thought about the effects of the box-shaped and staff-shaped treasures one after another. Remia can freely construct all forms. On the other hand, outsider Avalon can manipulate the time and space of the hidden world. I can't believe these 2 can be combined. Jamie rated it as quite convenient. Jamie's assessment of Lennon Simon and Meyer came to his mind. A boy with excellent magic talent but lacking understanding and depth, and a girl born as an insightful researcher of magic but with no magic talent. Jamie mumbled the breathing technique. Meanwhile, at the Trinity Research Institute, Ivan and his party were following East. Ivan said, It's a shame Professor Shiver couldn't come. East turned around and said, Therefore Sir Yan must succeed. One of the green-haired twins asked, Do you come often? Yan replied, The professor is especially fond of me. Finn at the very back thought with a pale face, clutching his stomach. Another chill. Ivan asked, Finn, what are you doing at the back? Ivan approached, took Finn's hand and said, Hurry up, we can finally laugh at those who look down on us. Finn replied in a tired voice, Yeah, He slightly turned his head. A strangely fierce and terrifying smile was on his lips. He stated precisely, with just Apophis you can become the strongest mages. As the door opened, a long corridor stretched before the party's eyes, with display cases filled with various potion bottles stretching endlessly on both sides. The party exclaimed in surprise. "Wow," he said. "Since you visited today, I'll show you our special latest product." East took out a purple glass bottle labeled X and opened his mouth. "This is Apophis X." His tone and face exuded pressure, fear, and wickedness. Ivan swallowed nervously and muttered, "Amazing." His eyes were fixed on the bottle. East chuckled and said, "The mana concentration and absorption rate produce twice the effect of Apophis 10, Ivan said incredulously. "Twice the effect of Apophis 10, East chuckled and said, "It's still in the experimental stage, but the side effects." Finn suddenly raised his hand and asked, "Excuse me, are there any side effects to X?" East leaned close to Finn's face and opened his mouth. "Are you feeling unwell after drinking Apophis X?" His face seemed covered by a terrifying darkness, with only his evil glowing red eyes visible. Finn stepped back a little and said, "Yes, I feel a little dizzy and weak." East said, "Haha, it's just muscle soreness." East explained, "When you drink Apophis X, the amount of mana absorbed increases, making your core larger. It uses a lot of energy to adapt to the larger core." East said that while you might be temporarily tired, your body would return to normal once it adapted. Finn let out a sigh of relief, thinking, and Meyer was worrying unnecessarily. East said, "Since you've come all this way, I should give you a gift, shouldn't I?" After speaking, he took out a glass tube containing a dark green liquid. East said, "Apophis EXS. It's a nutritional supplement, an improved version of a new medicine. It will help with energy recovery." A moment later, he stood at the Research Institute's entrance, waving his hand in a friendly manner as he bade farewell. "Be careful on your way." Finn replied, "Thank you." As soon as the door closed, East leaned against it, took out a pipe to light, but then opened his mouth and cursed. "Disgusting brats." East said disgustedly, "I can't believe I have to grovel in front of these idiots." A green flash streaked past, cutting off the tip of the pipe. The person was wearing a robe that covered their head, so their face was not visible. The mysterious person said, "No smoking inside." East sighed and said, "Are you picking a fight with me right now?" The mysterious person said, "Do you think you have the right to complain when you're wasting money like that?" East suddenly reached out and roughly grabbed the mysterious person's collar. East growled, "Listen carefully, Mary. I didn't come for the money, I came because I smelled blood." Then East shook off his hand and said, "Damn it, do what you want." East said, "I hope something interesting happens soon." Mary thought uneasily, "Talented but acts on a whim. I should report this when the professor arrives." The scene returned to the space Jamie created. At this point 8 hours had passed. The book was densely filled with text. Divide mana into small parts and absorb it through breathing. Then simultaneously expand the core in multiple places to increase absorption efficiency. Mer suddenly realized. She thought to herself, "I get it. If I divide mana into small parts," and Mer closed her eyes and, following the book's instructions, felt and absorbed mana, the effect was immediate. Meyer thought, "I can feel mana growing naturally inside my body. This is the breathing technique." In contrast to Mer, who was doing it easily, Lennon Simon couldn't understand the book's content at all. He slammed his desk in anger and shouted, "Damn it, what am I supposed to do with mana?" A play suddenly unfolded in Lennon's mind. In it, Jamie said, "Red-haired crane, eat a lot." Lennon Simon, who had become a crane, retorted, "Eat what? Candy." The real Lennon Simon thought irritably, "What the hell does this mean? Is it this hard to understand just because he wrote it?" Lennon leaned back in his chair in disappointment and muttered, Mer must have understood it already." Lennon Simon thought, "I know she's better than me at things like that." Then, remembering his status, his resolve solidified again. Lennon Simon placed his hand on the book and thought, "But I am the pride of the Simon family." Lennon Simon sat cross-legged and carefully sensed the surrounding mana. He thought, "Inferiority and jealousy don't matter. If it makes me stronger, I'll use anything. I'll surpass you in my own way." Watching the two, Jamie leaned his head back in his chair and said, "I thought Lennon would be the first to get impatient, but it seems he's finding his own way." Jamie looked at Mer and spoke, but he thought to himself, as expected, Meyer is a step ahead. She's very smart, but her core is too weak to handle the pressure of mana absorption. The key is whether she can endure the pain of expanding the core to multiple positions. Looking at Lennon again, Jamie thought to himself, conversely, Lennon will find it very difficult to even understand the concept of the breathing technique. But since he's talented, once he learns the technique, the amount of mana he gains will increase explosively. Jamie thought, "I've adjusted the technique to suit each of them, but this is all I can do. The rest is up to them." 12 hours later, Meyer was trembling all over her body from the tearing pain coming from her heart. The pale face in Mer thought, "I've absorbed too much mana. My heart feels like it's going to burst. I can't believe I have to expand the core this much." And Mer thought, "Can my body endure any more? I want to give up." But a humiliating sneer came to her mind. "The Meyer family, huh? The head of a magic family is only a fourth circle mage. I can't believe it. What an insignificant family." And Meyer bit her lip and thought, "This is the only way to revive my family." Looking at Meyer, Jamie reluctantly said, Meyer is exhausted. The only way for her to walk the path of an archmage is to break the current limits of her core." Looking at Lennon, he commented, "Lennon seems to have started dividing mana into small parts. He needs to work harder." 17 hours and 30 minutes passed. A stabbing pain arrived, and Mer groaned in pain. 21 hours and 26 minutes passed. Lennon Simon turned the pages of the book, reading them over and over, trying to understand their meaning. He said with irritation and helplessness, "Damn it, time is just slipping away. 22 hours and 14 minutes. 23 hours and 17 minutes, a full day." Jamie, who had been watching the two on screen, snapped his fingers. He said, "Time's up." The two immediately fell onto their previous long chairs. Enmer exclaimed in surprise. "Ah," Lennon Simon said in confusion. "What?" Jamie said seriously. 24 hours have passed. The test is over," he said. Enmer, Lennon Simon, both of you. Tension and worry were evident on both their faces as they waited for him to finish speaking. Jamie said coldly and mercilessly, "Both of you failed." Enmer Meyer said sadly, "I'm sorry, I did my best." But Lennon Simon raised his hand and pleaded, "If you give me more time," Jamie asked. "Would anything change then?" Lennon Simon was startled and his voice stammered with evident uncertainty. "Well," Jamie smiled slightly, thinking to himself with amusement, "I should stop teasing them." Jamie said, "But both of you passed the test." Enmer and Lennon Simon were startled and exclaimed upon hearing that, "What?" with blank expressions. Jamie, who had played a mischievous trick, said with a gentle expression, "This was just an observation test, so both of you have successfully become my disciples." Enmer Meyer was overjoyed. She turned around, ran to Lennon Simon, hugged him and said, "Lennon, we did it." Lennon Simon stammered shyly in response, "Yeah, congratulations." Lennon Simon said, "Get off me right now." Enmer Meyer innocently asked back, "How, why?" Jamie looked at the two and thought, "All right, celebrate as much as you want for now." He subtly took out a red hat and put it on his head. Outwardly he seemed like an angel, but inwardly Jamie transformed into a demon. He thought, "You'll soon experience what it's like to scream in hell." A voice echoed asking Mary, "How are these test subjects?" Mary was holding a document with Ivan's photo attached. Inside, "Failed" was ominously written in red. Mary said, "They are all showing very severe side effects from Apophis X, so they won't last long," the voice instructed. "Next time find better test subjects," he said. Mary replied, "Yes, Professor." The professor asked, "What are the countermeasures for the side effects?" Kenny entered the room. He took off his hood and said, Regarding that, we are still researching with the doctor, but there hasn't been much progress yet." The professor's voice echoed from the crystal ball. I understand, the product will arrive soon, so make sure to deliver it to the doctor," the professor said. "They will send it. I await good news from you." Mary and Kenny were startled by the professor's words. Their expressions changed. Mary stood up and said coldly, "It seems we'll have to bring Enmer Meyer in quickly." Kenny X said, "That child is quite clever, so it won't be easy to approach her." Mary asked incredulously, "Surely you're not thinking of backing out just because of such trivial emotions, are you?" Kenny said, But Mary cut him off by patting his shoulder. What am I saying? I forgot you're not that kind of person. Don't waste time." Kenny X stood alone in the quiet room. He walked to the desk, placed his hand on the file with Enmer's photo and quietly called out, "Enmer." Enmer vaguely awoke from sleep, groaning in a sleepy voice. Enmer, with a tired body, roused herself and asked groggily, "Where am I?" Memories of last night came back. It was late then, and Jamie had said, "It's late, so sleep here and go to school." Enmer, recalling her memories, thought to herself, Right, this is Professor Jamie's room." Enmer reached out for the clock on the bedside table and muttered to herself, "But what time is it?" Enmer looked at the clock, her entire body stiffening in shock. Astonishment was evident. Enmer Meyer shouted, "I'm late." Enmer hastily got dressed, opened the door and went out. The door burst open. Enmer appeared and shouted, "I'm late." Lennon Simon was already up early. He said, "You finally woke up." Lennon Simon said something that struck a dagger into Enmer Meyer's heart. The blow was double fatal. "You snored like a demon," Enmer retorted indignantly. "I snored?" Lennon Simon continued to tease. "Yeah, you even talked in your sleep last night." Blue magic fell on his head. Jamie said, "Was that a lie?" Enmer was too angry to speak. Jamie snapped his fingers and said, "Stop fighting and take this." A string necklace with a round jewel appeared in each of their hands. Lennon Simon said quizzically. Enmer asked, "What is this?" The smooth and lustrous jewel reflected sparkling light, exhibiting a mysterious and beautiful purple hue. The jewel was encircled by white silver. Jamie said, "It's a jade pendant, symbolizing that you two have become my disciples." Jamie winked and pointed to an identical jewel pinned to his lapel. Advised, "Don't lose it." Enmer and Lennon replied simultaneously, "Thank you." Suddenly, at Jamie's one remark, the two froze like stones. Since they're designed the same way, we can call them couple items," Lennon Simon retorted indignantly, pointing at Enmer. Who would date a brat like you?" Enmer exclaimed in surprise. "Brat?" Enmer said, "Hey, I don't like you either." Lennon Simon left with only the words, "I'm going first," and Enmer hastily chased after him. She shouted, "Hey, why are you going alone again?" Jamie laughed from behind and said, "They seem quite cheerful." The bell rang in the classroom. Enmer Meyer, looking exhausted, slumped on her desk and said, "Just made it in time." Finn, who was next to her, put his hand on Enmer Meyer's shoulder worriedly and said, "You were a bit late today." Enmer Meyer sat up and explained, "Well, as a result, the purple jade pendant around her neck was revealed." A surprised voice was heard. "Oh my," a brown-haired girl approached and asked, "What's that necklace?" "It's so pretty." Enmer lifted the necklace and said, "Oh, this?" Enmer Meyer said proudly, "Professor Jamie gave it to me. He said it's a symbol of being his disciple." The students in the classroom were startled. Whispers spread. "Professor Jamie's? Professor Jamie. Enmer is his disciple? No way." The blonde girl reached out and pulled the necklace, saying, "Show me." Enmer was pulled forward and cried out uncomfortably, "Wait." Other students crowded around and said, "Me too, I want to see it too," Enmer said, trembling. "Kids, stop my neck." Lennon Simon, sitting behind, nervously clutched his pendant and vowed, "I must never take mine out." The students excitedly chattered about Professor Jamie's token, and Mur is just smart, that's why. Finn sat quietly, watching the scene. A professor, seeing the noise, poked her head out and cautioned, "Why are you so noisy? Quiet down and sit." The entire class replied, "Yes." She told them that Professor Shiver wouldn't be coming today, so they could self-study during this time. Hearing that, and Meyer thought to herself, "Is Professor Shiver sick?" And Mur turned to Finn and asked, "By the way, Finn, are you okay now?" Finn replied, "Yeah, they said that happens when your core expands after drinking Apophis X." And Meyer asked suspiciously, "It makes your core bigger? Where in the world is there such a nutritious drink?" And Mur advised, "Why don't you stop drinking it?" At Meyer's words, Finn's eyes widened in anger and he glared at her. Finn suddenly stood up and shouted, "Shut up," Finn said agitatedly. "I've been at the bottom for 6 years. I'm finally getting better, so why are you constantly stopping me?" And Meyer stood up flustered and said, "Wait, I didn't mean it that way." Finn ignored her and snapped back curtly, "Enough, I don't want to hear it anymore." The class whispered, "What's wrong? Why is he like that?" And Meyer whispered worriedly, "Finn." Finn stood by the window, his hand on it, and opened his mouth. "Damn it." Finn's face wore a terrifying expression and he said with hatred, "In that girl. She's clearly jealous because I'm getting stronger, because she's not Professor Jamie's disciple." Suddenly a pain shot through his heart. Finn clutched his chest and groaned painfully. "Ah," a voice was heard. "Finn." Sophia approached and asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" Finn turned and said, "Professor Sophia." Sophia stroked Finn's cheek with her finger and opened her mouth. "You look very pale." Though outwardly gentle, Sophia inwardly felt disgust and annoyance, thinking, "Tisk, has the EXS effect already worn off?" Finn said, "I just had a fight with a friend." And said, "My nutritional drink was suspicious." Sophia said with a peculiar expression, In huh?" Finn replied, "Yes." Sophia asked, "The nutritional drink you're talking about is Apophis X, right?" Finn asked back in surprise. "Professor, you know about it too?" Sophia smiled sinisterly and said, "Of course, I know it very well." Sophia said, "Trinity Research Institute is holding a lecture on the prospects of Apophis. How about you and your friends come listen tomorrow?" Finn turned his head and replied, "Yes," Sophia said with satisfaction. "Good." Then she put her hand in her pocket and pulled out a familiar green test tube, Apophis EXS. Sophia said, "Drink this and study hard today." Inwardly she thought, this test subject will soon be broken. If a student dies, the principal will also launch an investigation. After handing over the medicine, Sophia moved away from Finn. Sophia said, "See you tomorrow." Sophia thought cruelly, "So I need to succeed with the experiment before that happens." For a world where even the untalented are not despised, in a dark laboratory, 3 bloody rat corpses lay on a desk. A man in a white lab coat said, "It will be completed soon." A sinister, chilling, and terrifying smile was reflected in the rat's unfocused pupils. He was bald at first glance. He said, "The drug that will shake the world, Phoenix Academy, a magnificent and colossal cluster of buildings." In Meyer thought gloomily, "I ended up not saying a word to Finn yesterday. How should I apologize?" Just then someone's voice was heard. "Hey, it was Finn." He awkwardly scratched his head and said, "I'm sorry for shouting at you yesterday." In Meyer quickly said, "It's okay." Her face brightened and she thought inwardly, "He's not mad at me anymore." "That's a relief." Finn said, "By the way, Professor Sophia invited me to a special lecture. Would you like to come too?" And Meyer asked quizzically, "Special lecture, but Professor Jamie has class today." And Meyer said, "It'll be fine, it's just a quick trip." She thought inwardly, "If I don't go, the professor will be angry. It should be fine if I only listen for a few minutes." Finn scratched his head and said, "Thanks, you'll definitely like it too." Trinity Research Institute. A woman with long legs and blue heels. With each step she took, the melody of a song echoed softly. Mary was humming. Kenny followed and called, "Mary, did you really call in Meyer?" Mary turned and said yes. Mary said, "That child is the test subject you were supposed to bring." Kenny said, "But the side effects are still." Mary said, "Our Apophis is an almost perfect drug. This time they sent us higher grade materials, and thanks to that, the doctor was able to supplement the side effects." Mary said, "If it's to prove our success, this is a great honor for us." At that moment, Finn was taking in Meyer to Trinity Research Institute. Kenny warned, "Professor Jamie has taken in as his disciple. I trust you know what it means to make him an enemy," Kenny persuaded. "So give up on the plan for I'll tell Esta." Mary cut him off. "No," Mary said seriously, "it's too late to stop now." Mary said, "Side effects started appearing just 1 week after taking the supplement. As long as we find a solution before that, there won't be any problem, right?" Kenny Eck thought to himself, "This woman is completely insane." Kenny Eck thought greedy people who relied on drugs for good results eventually became addicted to Apophis and destroyed themselves. But in Amber's voice was heard, "Professor Kenny, there's something I don't understand from today's lecture. Can you please take a look?" The image of an optimistic and cheerful girl burning with academic zeal floated in the professor's mind at that time. The two discussed for quite a while. After the discussion, Meyer bowed to Kenny and said, "Thank you very much, Professor." Another time, as Kenny was passing the magic training ground, the sound and fluctuations from a blue monoflow caught his attention. Professor Kenny thought curiously, "Is someone still at the training ground?" And when he peeked slightly, he saw Meyer diligently practicing magic. Kenny muttered vexedly, "This is troublesome." At this moment, Mary was sitting in a room observing Kenny through a magic crystal ball. Mary thought suspiciously, "Something smells off about Kenny Eck. His face is cold and cruel." "But," Mary said, "Esta, always be ready. You might need to step in." Esta laughed triumphantly. "See, I told you, you'd eventually need me." A polite hand knocked on the door. Jamie opened the door and came in. He said, "May I come in?" Siegfried turned around and welcomed him. "Ah, young master." Jamie asked, "Why did you call me?" Siegfried said, "Let's get straight to the point. HMPH, even though we're like this, that sounds too ungracious." Jamie cut him off. "I have to teach my disciples, so tell me what you want quickly." Siegfried asked with interest, "Did you really take on disciples?" Jamie replied, "Yes, in Mur and Lenin." Siegfried retorted, "I did encourage you, but I never thought you'd take on disciples with that personality. Arrogant, conceited, and even stingy." Jamie asked coldly. "Is that all you have to say?" Siegfried said dejectedly. "You're so impatient." Siegfried said seriously, "Let's stop joking. Actually, I called you because I have a favor to ask you." Jamie asked back quizzically. "A favor?" Siegfried said, "Yes, actually Javelin is in charge of running the school. I'm not entirely sure about the situation, but I think I need to handle this matter myself." After speaking, he handed over a file with photos of Ivan and the green-haired twin sisters attached. Siegfried said, "Before Professor Shiver went missing, he often met with low-ranking students in the beta class." Siegfried said, "But after drinking this, those children who were on the verge of expulsion suddenly improved their grades." Saying this, he held up a glass bottle containing a blue liquid. Siegfried said, "And today it seems all those students were absent." Hearing that, Jamie was startled. A ominous premonition struck him. He thought, "Isn't that what Murmeyer's friend was drinking?" Jamie thought uneasily. "I have a bad feeling," Siegfried said. "It's easy for me to attract attention if I step in, so I'd like to ask you, young master." Suddenly, the jewel around Jamie's neck emitted a dazzling light. Jamie was startled, his face turning pale. Jamie suddenly stood up and said hastily, "I have to go first," Siegfried said incomprehensibly. "Young master." Jamie quickly left the room. He thought anxiously, "This necklace is something I gave in Murmeyer and Lennon Simon to alert me if they were in danger." Jamie immediately used teleportation magic, and his entire body instantly turned into light and vanished into space. Jamie thought, "I hope it's not really serious." A few minutes ago, in a small auditorium at Trinity Research Institute, Sophia stood on the podium and gave a speech. "We have been working hard for the past 3 years to change the Magic Association," Sophia said, "to give opportunities to the untalented and hope to those suffering from mental illness." Mur admired, "Professor Sophia is so cool." But Finn next to her looked very unstable. His face was ashen and his breathing was heavy and weak. Finn felt dizzy, and the surrounding space seemed to turn into a chaotic vortex. He gasped heavily, struggling above. Sophia continued, "As you all know, the limits of a magic circle are determined by the day you are born." Sophia clenched her fist and slammed it on the podium. Her face was filled with anger at the unfairness. She said, "Children born with talent enjoy endless success, while those without talent gain nothing, not even the slightest opportunity." Sophia said passionately, "It is a truly contemptible reality that one has to live their entire life being despised just because of talent. You can see it in the Magic Association's statistics from the past 30 years. Just then, Finn suddenly clutched his chest and turned to the side. His face was pale and his lips were tightly pressed together. And Murmeyer called out in surprise, "Finn?" And then Finn collapsed to the floor. Murmeyer shouted in a panic, "Professor Sophia, Finn is—" Sophia paid no attention at all, still calmly continuing her speech. "That is why we—" Sophia slowly walked down and approached Murmeyer, who was shaking Finn's body and calling him. "Finn," Sophia said, "created the drug that will change the world." Sophia crouched down and said, "And that is Apophis." Her face was terrifying and cruel and her eyes were as sharp as razor blades, sending shivers down anyone's spine. Murmeyer called out in a low, trembling voice, "Professor Sophia." Suddenly, an unknown fear bloomed in her heart. Sophia said, "This drug is the answer. Even if you're born with no talent, you can expand your magic storage capacity and become a Grand Mage." Mur vehemently objected, "That's absurd, that's too dangerous." "Finn is also," Sophia cut her off. "But what if we could remove that danger?" Saying this, she pulled out something glowing green, and Murmeyer inwardly denied, "That can't be. There's always a price to pay for gaining something." And Murmeyer thought, "But this is going too far. What should I do?" Think in Murmeyer. What if someone else could pay that price? What if another creature not human could bear that risk? Then, Murmeyer, having thought this far, asked in disbelief, "Surely this is related to a deity?" At that question, Sophia's face changed color. Her pupils suddenly contracted and her brow furrowed, and Murmeyer said, "What cult would dare?" Before she could finish speaking, a hand shot out and covered Murmeyer's mouth, cutting off her words. Sophia said, "Wrong, but to think that far, you truly are, as I expected, quite smart." Sophia said, "As your teacher, it truly upsets me to think that others will ignore and trample you just because you lack talent." Raising the medicine bottle, Sophia said, "But you don't have to live like that anymore. Here, drink this." Sophia said, "Apophis will save you." Mur trembled in fear, trying to say something, but her mouth was covered and no words came out. A voice echoed, "Stop!" Magic light flashed. Sophia looked over in surprise. It was Kenny. From his outstretched hand, a smoky substance with a blue center was rising, and mana energy spread around like wind. Kenny commanded, "Let Mur go." No, it was Mary. She growled. "Kenny," Mary said angrily, "you're becoming a nuisance after all." She raised her hand and cast a spell, and a dark green spear flew. Kenny shouted, "Reversal." The magic spear immediately shattered. As the spear approached Kenny, it completely disintegrated and scattered around, leaving no scratch. The gray smoke with a blue center continued to rise thickly as before. Kenny said, "You can't defeat me, you'd better give up." Just then, Murmeyer broke free from Mary's grasp and shouted loudly, "Professor, behind you!" Another figure had appeared behind Kenny. The arm holding a dagger was pulled back all the way. Kenny said, "You can't defeat me, so give up," and Meyer was free from being restrained. Hurriedly shouted, "Professor, behind you!" A figure had appeared behind Kenny. The hand holding the weapon pulled back as far as possible before swinging forward. A sharp slash left a bloody wound on Kenny's back. Blood dripped from the blade and Kenny knelt, groaning in pain. Esta said, "You made me wait too long." Mary wrapped her arm around Meyer's neck, pulling her back and saying, "Come here." cried out worriedly, "Professor Kenny." Kenny's wound was severely stomped on. Esta said as if bloodthirsty, "I'll play with you a bit. You made me wait too long." Finn, regaining consciousness, asked himself blankly, "Why am I lying on the floor?" Getting up, he saw Esta and called out, "Administrator." Esta said, "Ah, it's that annoying kid again." Esta said, "Perfect, truly pathetic." Suddenly, a silver-gray magical cord tightly wrapped around Esta's ankle, stopping his steps. Esta was startled and turned around. Esta cursed. "This brat," Kenny said. "Your opponent is me," Kenny said with difficulty. "You'd better not look away." Esta sneered. "Oh really?" A powerful force struck Kenny's face. After that, Esta raised his foot and kicked Kenny. His eyes were filled with maniacal killing intent. "Blood." He smirked and said, "If you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish." From a distance, screamed in terror, "No, Professor." At the same time, she continued to struggle but couldn't escape Mary's grasp. She said, "This girl." Mary grabbed Anmer's head and slammed it hard against the floor. She shouted, "Didn't I warn you?" Holding a bottle of Apophis, Mary said, "Now be a good girl, young lady. Just one sip of this and you'll gain superpowers." Mary said, "Rejoice. No one will be able to defeat you." After speaking, she grabbed Meyer's hair. Jamie said coldly, "Let's see who dares lay a hand on my disciple." Looking down at Mary, his powerful mana continuously surged out. Jamie said, "I trust you already know the consequences," Mary said in surprise. "Jamie, how are you here?" Jamie replied coldly, "You don't need to know." He said, "Get lost." He swung the hand holding his staff and a magic circle appeared, sending Mary flying. Mary slammed hard into the podium. Jamie, holding outside her Avalon, pointed at and said, "Rest in Grimia for a moment." Said, "Wait, Professor." After that, he reached out his hand towards Finn again. "You too." Esther appeared behind Jamie, turned around and swung his knife. He said, "Mary, how disappointing. I thought you could handle this kid." As a sharp slash swept past, Jamie turned and tilted his body back, dodging the attack. As Esta swung his sword diagonally from top to bottom, Jamie stomped his foot and leaped backward. Esta said, "Look at that, you're quite good at dodging." Jamie said unpleasantly, "Who are you calling a kid?" He thought to himself, "Annoying." Jamie summoned Lear. A door appeared and opened, revealing two glowing purple eyes floating inside, and an eerie voice echoed, "Did you call for me, Master?" Jamie commanded, "Fight him." A black shadow flashed like the wind. Lear replied, "As you command," and swung his hand, striking Esta's sword. Upon closer inspection, it was a sharp dagger. Esta said, "Listening to a kid like that, your level must be just as low." Lear said angrily, "How dare you insult my master?" He swung his hand, sending Esta flying. He, like Mary, ended up hitting his back against the podium. Lear approached holding his dagger and slowly said, "Those red eyes, I've heard of them before. They belong to bloodthirsty barbarians, a tribe on the west side of the Arisa continent." "Is that right?" Lear said. "But I don't know if they're as bloodthirsty as zombies." Esta said, "Shut up, this guy keeps blabbering." Esta stomped his foot and charged forward, shouting, "Die!" On the other hand, Mary sat up and continued to cough dryly. She said fiercely, "Jamie, this damn kid," Mary said with hatred, "I'll kill you." She brandished magic to attack Jamie. Jamie said contemptuously, "Kill me with that little power?" Mary's body stiffened. Anxiety and fear spread in her chest. Mary tried to move but couldn't, standing there trembling all over. Mary thought in horror, "What is this? I can't move." Jamie praised. "What a good child," Jamie said. "Just stay there." Mary knelt down. Jamie extended his hand towards Mary's forehead, and above it was dark red mana. He said, "From now on you will be my slave and come with me inside." Jamie shouted, "Lear, don't cut his throat." Lear turned his head and asked, "Are you going to keep him alive?" Jamie replied, "Yes." Jamie said, "He looks quite useful." Lear asked, "This guy?" Jamie said, "Yes, I'll try to tame him." Lear put away his sword with a displeased sigh. "Understood." Then he reached out and grabbed Esta by the collar, who was screaming in terror. "Save me." Esta was dragged through the door. He pleaded, "No, please save me." The door slammed shut. Jamie muttered, "He seems quite happy to take a valuable slave," he said. Then next, suddenly a voice was heard. "Professor Jamie." Kenny sat up and asked, "That door just now was?" Jamie's body stiffened and he thought in panic, "Damn, I forgot Kenny was here." Jamie pointed his staff directly at Kenny, moving him to eliminate the witness. He said, "I'm sorry, Professor Kenny." "Rest in Grimia for a moment," Kenny shouted. "Wait." At the same time, Jamie cast a memory-erasing spell. Jamie said, "Next." Mary's face was filled with terror and disbelief. Jamie called out, "Listen, my noble slave." Mary obediently replied like a wooden doll, "Did you call for me?" "Master," Jamie asked, "tell me your identity." Mary stood up and replied, "My name is Mary, the administrator of the Trinity Research Institute, and we pursue the ideal of equal magic for all. We were ordered to infiltrate Phoenix Academy." Jamie listened and thought, "I already know this. Sophia's just her alias." Mary said, "The order was to eliminate the power gap among Apophis users." Jamie thought, "To execute a plan of this scale it must be a high-ranking mage of the Magic Association." Jamie asked, did you find a solution to Apophis's side effects? Wasn't that your goal? Mary said. That's her neck suddenly developed bulging veins. Mary groaned in pain, unable to complete a sentence. Jamie thought, a curse. Jamie pointed his finger at Mary. Mana surged out and he said, who do you think I am? Perfect cell, complete immunity. One of Jamie's 3 divine weapons. It can dispel any illness including cursed people. Jamie said, it dispels all curses except mind control. Mary screamed in pain as the curse was lifted. A thick black aura spread around her. Jamie muttered, I used quite a lot of mana. Jamie asked, now continue. How do you solve the side effects? Mary said. We joined hands with a demon. Jamie asked, now tell me, how do you handle the side effects? Hurry. Mary said. We joined hands with a demon. Jamie was startled and thought to himself, to handle the side effects of a drug it would have to be a demon king or at least a very high-ranking demon. Jamie then asked, tell me what demon? Mary replied. The Demon King of Greed. Jamie thought to himself, I've never heard that name before. This shows that a lot of time has passed. That Demon King might just be self-proclaimed. Recalling that symbol, Jamie thought, but is this also related to the Zeni's church? Jamie commanded, tell me everyone involved. Mary replied, low-ranking merchants including Shiver were all killed by Esta. Kenny is the manufacturer. Jamie thought in horror. Shiver and Kenny, both crazy. He asked, who is the ringleader? Mary said. The leader is the doctor. He dedicated almost everything to developing Apophis, but most of the orders came from the professor. Jamie asked, what are their identities? Mary held out a magical crystal ball and said, low-ranking members can only be contacted through this orb, so I've never met them. Looking at the orb, Jamie thought, this orb is a magical creation designed to prevent tracking or recording of the person being contacted. As I expected, someone high-ranking in the Magic Association is involved in this. Jamie said, you may go, act as usual and report to me when you receive contact. Mary replied, yes. He walked into Grimia thinking, I guess I'll have to get the rest of the story from him. And Myr was tending to Finn when she saw Jamie and called out, Professor. She quickly ran over and asked, are you okay? Jamie smacked in Myr Meyer's head and said, who do you think I am? Jamie thought, I told you I was fine. That guy looks serious. Golden light burst forth. Jamie said, you won't die now. Finn said in terror, I didn't mean to. Jamie thought to himself, his magic core is broken, so he won't be able to become a mage anymore. But after glancing at Kenny, he told Myr Meyer to take her friend to the lounge, and Myr Meyer obeyed, replying, yes, let's go, Finn. It was then that Kenny finally spoke up and asked, is this whole place a creation? You have quite some impressive items yourself, Jamie said. Normally I'd brag a bit, Jamie said, but unfortunately I don't have time right now. Magic was immediately cast and mana chains appeared binding Kenny. Jamie said, Kenny, I heard from Mary that you contributed to the manufacture of Apophis X. Tell me everything you know about the mastermind behind this incident. Kenny said, I don't know who the professor is, but I know the doctor. We researched the drug together. Jamie asked, who is the doctor? Kenny said, he couldn't continue, and a strange feeling came over him. He thought to himself, strange, it doesn't feel like something forbidden. Jamie approached and placed his hand on Kenny's forehead saying, if you don't speak, I'll read your memories myself. Kenny said, you won't be able to read them. The hand placed on his head paused. Jamie bent his finger and pressed down hard. A bloody crack appeared on his forehead, revealing an intricate circuit board inside. Jamie said, you are? A homunculus. Holding a small chip in his hand, Jamie said, that trashy third elder was the mastermind. To implant a chip in his own creation, how despicable, truly useless. Jamie thought, third elder serpent, that incompetent fool with an avoidant personality disorder. Considering his hatred for the talented, it's not surprising that he's behind all this, Kenny asked incredulously. I was designed not to reveal any information about him, so how, did you really read my memories?